Top-tier Providence secretly cultivate for 1,000 years Chapter 370 to Chapter 446. After talking to the celestial ruler for a while, Han Yan finally accepted 10 Dao pills. The meeting location was in the void where the reroll world had been. Han Yan had Liu Bei go and get them. Currently, the restrictions in 9 Hell's Purgatory were very weak. Liu Bei could force his way out. With Liu Bei's cautious personality, nothing should happen. After Liu Bei left, Han Yan continued to cultivate. This incident made him realize how terrifying the tribulation was. He needed to be stronger to deal with it. I have to say, these enemies are really powerful. Even I can't kill them in secret. Han Yan sighed inwardly. He admired Zhu Tu and Hao Tian. Especially Zhu Tuesday. He could even kill the celestial ruler. How ruthless. This time, the celestial palace would probably be in chaos. The chaos in the celestial palace and the goblin court might make the situation in the celestial world even more chaotic. Should I divine the celestial ruler's future? Han Yan suddenly had an idea. Right, he couldn't always think from the perspective of the tribulation. After all, saving the celestial ruler was his priority. Han Yan thought, I want to know how the celestial ruler died. 500 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Han Yan felt the world spin. His consciousness was pulled into an evolving scene. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bright hall. The hall was dilapidated. He could even see the blue sky and white clouds outside. The celestial ruler sat on the throne, panting heavily. Han Yan's gaze landed on a figure at the entrance of the hall. Han Yan frowned. This figure was, celestial ruler, it's time for the heavens to change masters. A cold voice was heard as that person stepped into the palace. Han Yan focused. Isn't that Long Hao? Wait, has Hao Tian taken over his body? The celestial ruler raised his head and looked coldly at Long Hao. Unfilial son, you want to kill your father? Long Hao, who was dressed in black, said calmly, I gave you a chance, but you insisted. Shouldn't I inherit the position of celestial ruler? Why did you choose the divine general? The celestial ruler said, the celestial ruler is not about strength, but more about prestige and methods. You are too close to Hao Tian, you have become his puppet. In the last cataclysm, although you have obtained great fortune, you have also made countless enemies. If you are the ruler of heaven, how will you lead heaven to prosperity? Humph, you don't trust me, you trust the great divine general, you trust the celestial divine general, you trust my master, but you don't trust your son because you are afraid of Hao Tian. You want to surpass Hao Tian in the position of celestial ruler. Long Hao's tone was filled with jealousy and unwillingness. When Han Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Damn it, did this kid take the wrong path? However, thinking about it carefully, Long Hao's desire to be the celestial ruler wasn't too much. If the celestial ruler abdicated the position and didn't give it to Long Hao would have a reason to be unhappy. However, the great divine general's achievements were indeed great. He could be called the celestial ruler's most trusted aide. He could be the celestial ruler. Who said that the position of celestial ruler was hereditary? As for the celestial ruler's position, Han Yan couldn't choose a side. However, if Long Hao killed his father because of this, that would be too much. Long Hao approached the celestial ruler step by step and said coldly, Father, I'm calling you for the last time. If it weren't for the help of the dark forbidden lord, heaven would have been destroyed in the last calamity. You are really not suitable to be the celestial ruler, because you are not strong enough. He suddenly raised his palm and slapped the celestial ruler. The surging mana turned into a golden dragon and quickly swept over. Like a chain, it wrapped around the celestial ruler. The golden dragon opened its mouth and began to absorb the celestial ruler's soul. The celestial ruler didn't struggle. He was already powerless to resist. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed, the so-called heavenly axiom is just a bigger chess piece. When you become the celestial ruler, you will definitely regret it. The scene shattered. This meant that the celestial ruler would die in the hands of Long Hao. Han Yan opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He caught a glimpse of something. The celestial ruler said that Long Hao made countless enemies in the last calamity. In other words, heaven and the celestial ruler would be able to survive this calamity. That's good, Han Yan smiled. Surviving this calamity would be good. It seemed that the direction of the calamity had changed again. Zhu Tu's scheme was truly powerful. It directly changed the situation. No. I'm the powerful one, Han Yan was secretly pleased. After the calamity, he would definitely be stronger. At that time, he would just have to stop Long Hao from killing his father. Han Yan suddenly thought of something. The celestial ruler seemed to have unconditional trust in him and accommodated him in various ways. However, he was very strict with his own son. Why was that? I want to know why the celestial ruler is so good to me. Han Yan continued to ask in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 2 billion years, Han Yan was shocked. The highest lifespan before was 1 billion years. What did this mean? It involved an existence that far surpassed Zhu Tu. Could it be a sage? Han Yan immediately chose to continue. He wanted to see who was behind the celestial ruler. Although the celestial ruler was very good to him, Han Yan could not help but be on guard. The celestial ruler had already said that the heavenly Tao was a chess piece. What about him? Han Yan's consciousness was once again in a trance. He arrived at a large hall. This hall was incomparably vast, dark, and quiet. It was as magnificent as the Taiji Palace. The celestial ruler knelt in front of a cattail hassock. There was no one on the cattail hassock. It was very strange. An ancient voice sounded, "The calamity of the heavenly Tao is a minor calamity. The great Tao is a major calamity. Heaven is supported by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Heaven cannot dominate. The immortal gods cannot control all living beings. This is the tribulation of the immortal gods. The hope of heaven is not in the next calamity, but in the one after that." The celestial ruler seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Is it me or someone else?" "Someone else. Please enlighten me, sage." "From the mortal world." "The mortal world," the celestial ruler muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something and was suddenly enlightened. The scene shattered. Han Yan opened his eyes. It was indeed the sage's instructions. The celestial ruler was not only good to him, but also to the divine general. The divine general was also once immortal. No wonder the celestial ruler did not choose Long Hao. Han Yan did not continue to think about who the sage was. The more he knew, the worse it would be. Han Yan had always been wary of the sage. He did not want to easily get involved with them. Let's continue to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Han Yan's cultivation was steadily improving. During this time, he had been paying attention to his emails. He was surprised to find that after Zhu Tu faked his death, heaven had not been attacked. Instead, it had entered a period of peace. He had asked the celestial ruler and learned that heaven had begun to take over the territory of the celestial palace. Zhu Tu's golden cicada shell-shedding carapace actually helped the celestial emperor. Han Yan did not know how to judge. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen. Judging from the current situation, heaven was on the verge of unifying the celestial world. He was afraid that his allies in heaven would betray him. Although Han Yan was worried, there was nothing he could do. He could only take care of himself and cultivate in peace. Until this day. Han Yan was cursed again. Sure enough, the cataclysm is far from over. Han Yan cursed inwardly. Then he began to think about who was cursing him. In a dark cave, Han Yan saw a man in white holding a simple book and cursing people. The man in white was extremely ugly. He was the greedy ruler that Han Yan had predicted would disguise himself in the future. This kid finally can't take it anymore? Han Yan cursed. The more he looked at Lord Greed, the more he disliked him. This fellow actually became like him in the future. This was simply unforgivable. Han Yan had to kill him. Now, this kid had sent himself to his doorstep. Under Han Yan's gaze, Lord Greed kept chanting strange curses. The curse power kept attacking Han Yan. Very weak, Han Yan felt that it was impossible for him to get a cold without doing anything. Soon, the image shattered and Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He was confused. Lord Greed didn't even have hatred towards him, so why did he curse him? Could it be that he cursed the entire heaven like Xuemingi? That shouldn't be the case. How could this fellow have such ability? Unknowingly, the sixth profound god energy was also a weak existence in Han Yan's eyes. Han Yan wondered if he should deduce the reason. Forget it, anyway, the future had changed. The celestial ruler could live until the end of the calamity. Han Yan was too lazy to care about why Lord Greed cursed him. He would send him 10 billion years first. Han Yan didn't curse him immediately. Instead, he waited for the curse to end. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lord Greed stopped cursing him. Han Yan continued to wait. 10 years later, Han Yan stopped cultivating. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Lord Greed. After all, the curse was a continuous thing. If Lord Greed cursed him back, Lord Greed might tell immortal Emperor Samsara that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. This would cause his identity to be exposed. Han Yan knew that the Dark Forbidden Lord's hatred was too great. He was undoubtedly the number one in the celestial world. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan started to decrease. He cursed with all his might. How could the sixth profound god energy not be able to block his 10 billion years of lifespan? In the dark cave, Lord Greed's body twisted violently. It was as if there was gas flowing freely. His expression was extremely ugly. He started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, who is cursing me? The first person he thought of was not Han Yan, but Xianxia and Feng Liang. Recently, he had been following these two people and had secretly killed many of their enemies. It was naturally possible that he had offended powerful enemies. The greedy king was angry. It was all immortal Emperor Samsara's fault for not treating him as a human, always making him do such dirty and tiring work. At this moment, the power of the curse was getting stronger and stronger. Lord Greed couldn't care less about his rage. His heart was filled with fear as he tried his best to defend against the power of the curse. Several hours later, boom, his body exploded, turning into a pool of blood on the ground. His divine soul was trembling, and he was still circulating his chi to resist. He couldn't hold on any longer. Lord Tan suddenly raised his head and rushed out of the cave. Outside the cave was a majestic mountain range. He flew into the sky and traversed millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He quickly arrived in front of a lake. Ji Xianxia and Feng Liang were meditating and cultivating by the lakeside. When they felt his breath, they stood up and prepared to fight. Tell immortal Emperor Samsara. Someone cursed me. Ah. As soon as Lord Tan finished speaking, his divine soul couldn't withstand the explosion of divine essence and was destroyed. Ji Xianxia and Feng Liang were stunned and confused. They didn't know Lord Tan. The two of them looked at each other. Ji Xianxia sighed and said, "It's the Dark Forbidden Lord again. This person is really pitiful." Feng Liang's face was solemn. He clearly felt that Lord Tan was not simple. He was at least in the immortal state. A dignified immortal state was cursed to death. How powerful was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Feng Liang said seriously, "Let's not talk about this. The Dark Forbidden Lord is very powerful. If we tell on him, I'm afraid he will target us." Hearing this, Ji Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. The fate of the Goblin Emperor, Tendo Buddha, Zhu Tu, and Lord Tan was vivid in his mind. He didn't want to be targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord. He nodded and decided to keep this matter a secret. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan's lifespan had dropped by 4 billion years. He suddenly felt that the power of the curse was empty. It was as if he had lost his target. Did this mean that Lord Tan was dead? Han Yan couldn't see Lord Tan's message and couldn't help but ask in his heart. Lord Tan's body and soul have been destroyed. This time, there was no reduction of lifespan. Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief and put away the Book of Misfortune with satisfaction. According to the normal plot, Lord Tan was definitely a potential enemy of the protagonist. Unfortunately, he met a protagonist like Han Yan. He didn't give him a chance to develop and show his talent. He would directly strangle him to death. Without Lord Tan, who knew what would happen to Tai Su Heaven, Han Yan began to adjust his state of mind and checked the recent emails. Your good friendly Dao Kong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your Dao companion Xianxia has learned a mystical power and comprehended the heavenly Dao. Your good friend Han Ming has received guidance from a mysterious powerhouse and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has become a tribulation taker. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has received Jiejiao's luck and his luck has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has been attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor, X134. Your good friend Pan Xian has been attacked by the immeasurable Lord of Calamity and is seriously injured. Your disciple Long Hao has received the inheritance of your enemy Li Xuanao and his sword Dao has increased greatly. Celestial Ruler had become a tribulation taker. Han Yan only frowned slightly, but he wasn't surprised. It was strange that he didn't become a tribulation taker. However, the number of tribulation takers was indeed strange. A rookie like Zhou Fan could also become a tribulation taker. Could it be that there was a sage in the dark? Han Yan was very likely. The heavenly Dao was fair. There must be a reason why it was biased. Looking down, why was Pan Xian attacked again? It shouldn't be in the 9 nether purgatory. Otherwise, Han Yan would have sensed it. Li Xuanao also took the opportunity to guide Long Hao. What is he trying to do? Han Yan smelled a conspiracy. Celestial Ruler had said that Long Hao had betrayed him. The thoughts of the 2 disciples of Ren School were unpredictable. Han Yan continued reading. Heaven was still considered peaceful. Only a few immortals were attacked. Even curses were rare. A few months later, Liu Bei finally returned. Han Yan moved him inside the congenital cave. Liu Bei looked unscathed and uninjured. Why were you gone for so long? Han Yan frowned and asked. He almost thought that Liu Bei had died. Liu Bei said helplessly, I was delayed in heaven. I had no choice. I heard from the immortal God who delivered the pill that there was a drastic change in heaven. Drastic change? Han Yan was puzzled. Didn't the battle in heaven not start? What drastic change was there? He accepted the pill and asked Liu Bei to leave. Han Yan put the pill bottle aside and took out the heavenly Dao token to contact the Celestial Ruler. However, the Celestial Ruler did not pick up. What's going on? Han Yan panicked. He checked his interpersonal relationships. The Celestial Ruler's profile picture was still there. Let's wait and see. Han Ju forced himself to suppress his worry. 5 years later, Han Yan contacted the Celestial Ruler again. This time, the Celestial Ruler quickly connected with him. Before he could speak, the Celestial Ruler suddenly said, Don't contact me anymore. Han Yan's heart tightened when he heard this. He asked carefully, Your Majesty, what's wrong? The Celestial Monarch sighed and said faintly, A saint has tampered with the fate of the celestial heavens and me. My fate has been messed up. You must not get involved with me anymore. Otherwise, when the calamity deepens, no matter where you hide, you will be implicated. The saint attacked the Celestial Ruler? Han Yan was surprised. Wasn't that against the rules? Wait a minute. The Daozu that restrained the saint had already disappeared. So what if the saint had crossed the line? Han Yan couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, don't you have the support of a saint? The Celestial Ruler smiled bitterly and said, Behind heaven is the heavenly Dao. The other saints will not interfere, for fear of being tainted by the karma of the heavenly Dao. Nonsense, I saw you plotting with the saint, Han Yan complained in his heart, but he did not dare to refute. He asked, How's Howard's situation? Is he still not willing to submit? Humph, don't mention that unfilial son. He has already become an enemy of heaven. Why? What exactly happened? Don't ask about these things. I'll be embarrassed if I tell you. All right. Since the Celestial Ruler had already said that, Han Yan could not ask further. The 2 of them ended the call after chatting for a while. Han Yan clearly realized that something big had happened in heaven. However, since the Celestial Ruler was unwilling to say it, he could not ask further. After putting down the heavenly Dao token, Han Yan looked at the Dao pill. He opened the medicine bottle, took out a Dao pill, and began to consume it. To be able to help immortal realm cultivators cultivate, Ren School was really impressive. It was said that the Dao of alchemy originated from Ren School. No wonder the 2 disciples of Ren School were so strong. With the resources of pills, their cultivation levels would naturally not be low. Of course, the Tao of Ren school was powerful to begin with. After the Tao pill entered his body, it directly turned into majestic connate qi that flowed wantonly in his body and transformed into divine essence dharma powers. The effect was great. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that the pill would not be of much use. He did not expect that he had underestimated the foundation of Ren school. A few days later, after Han Yan consumed this Tao pill, it was better than decades of cultivation. He continued to consume it. 2 months later, Han Yan had finished consuming all the Tao pills. His cultivation level had reached the critical point and was about to break through to the 3 profound divine essence realm. Han Yan opened his eyes and thanked the celestial ruler profusely. Such a divine pill could be said to be a priceless treasure. The celestial ruler had actually given him 10 Tao pills in one go. Next, he could prepare to break through. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler and Li Daokong were alone. Li Daokong laughed and asked, "Have the 20 Tao cores been distributed?" The celestial ruler smiled and said, "Yes, thank the sect master of Ren school on my behalf." Li Daokong shook his head and said with a smile, "Now that the saints have entered the calamity, the Ren school must support them. According to my master, the calamity of the great Tao might arrive in a few eons. There's not much time left for the heavenly Tao. If the heaven can win the calamity, it can cross the ruins of End God realm and head to the ancient wilderness. Prepare early." Celestial ruler's smile disappeared as he asked, "What do you think of your junior brother's recent actions?" His eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. Li Daokong did not seem to see his killing intent and said, "He deserves it. If he wants to stop the heaven, I will personally suppress him. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him. He just wants to go against me. There's no conspiracy." The celestial ruler was deep in thought. Li Daokong continued, "Zhu Tu is not dead. I caught a clue about him and plan to chase after him." The celestial ruler replied, "Don't do this for the time being. Zhu Tu is not a threat if he escapes. The divine palace has collapsed. What heaven needs to do now is to annex the divine palace and the goblin court before making preparations." Li Daokong nodded. Jingwu's Di Lan Tian has been restless recently. He wants to raise the ancient heaven's flag and absorb the ancient races. "You will represent heaven to Jinwu," the celestial ruler said casually. Li Daokong immediately agreed. 7 years later, Han Yan successfully broke through to triple mysterious divine essence. His divine essence dermic power soared, and his entire body bathed in a comfortable sublimation. While consolidating his cultivation, he checked his stats interface frowny face name, Han Yan, lifespan, 5132239999999999999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, triple mysterious divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. His lifespan had doubled. Not only had he made up for his previous losses, but his lifespan had also increased greatly. Han Yan looked at his lifespan, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This time, it was all thanks to the celestial ruler that he had saved a lot of time for cultivation. Otherwise, he would have to wait at least another 200 years. Han Yan continued consolidating his cultivation. 3 years later, his cultivation had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse Zhu Tuesday. Since this fellow was only left with a wisp of a remnant soul, he might as well curse him to death to prevent any more trouble. There would definitely be new enemies in the future. Han Yan did not want to be hindered by fallen enemies. "No matter how crafty and scheming you are, I will kill you directly." Han Yan injected his divine essence dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune and cursed with all his might. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease greatly. This time, Han Yan was determined to curse Zhu Tu to death. 1 billion years of lifespan, 2 billion years of lifespan, 5 billion years of lifespan, 8 billion years of lifespan, Nua wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. He could not help but be stunned. He instantly thought of something. It had something to do with Zhu Tuesday. Could it be that Zhu Tu had asked the saints for help? The saints could not spy on the Dao field, so they could only use this method. The celestial ruler had also used this method previously. Han Yan hesitated. Should he accept it? If he accepted it, would he be exposed? Originally, the saints could not spy on the Dao field. If he entered the dream, would he find an opportunity to take advantage of it? Wait, what am I afraid of? I have the Lady of Earth behind me. If Zhu Tu survived, he would definitely continue to cause trouble for him in the future. It was impossible to resolve. Han Yan gritted his teeth and continued cursing. This fellow had to die. Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Such notifications kept appearing in front of Han Yan's eyes. He pretended not to see them. Finally, when Han Yan's lifespan was reduced to 10 billion years, his curse suddenly failed. He asked in his heart, is Zhu Tu dead? Zhu Tu's body and soul have been destroyed. His body and Dao have disappeared. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he was at ease. What was worth mentioning was that Nuwa did not hate him. It seemed that Nuwa did not discover that the Dark Forbidden Lord was Han Yan. She had only used some kind of mystical ability to trace curses. If Han Yan had agreed just now, wouldn't he have exposed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Han Yan thought about it, the happier he felt. He was almost fooled by the saints. The Book of Misfortune might be divined by the saints, but with the Dao field, it would be difficult for the saints to do so. In the future, the curse can only be in the Dao field. I can't bring the Book of Misfortune out. Han Yan thought silently, and his eyes became firm. Although his cultivation level had been increasing, he still had to tread on thin ice in the future. He could not be careless. A few months later, Han Yan suddenly sensed the Lady of Earth's aura. It was obvious that she had deliberately released it and waited for Han Yan to meet her. Hence, Han Yan spread out his spiritual will and quickly arrived in front of the Lady of Earth. The Lady of Earth's body was filled with dazzling light, and her true appearance could not be seen. Goddess, what's the matter? Han Yan asked. He suddenly thought of something and his hair stood on end. The Lady of Earth could not see through the Dao field, but she knew about Han Yan's existence. Could it be that in the entire immortal world, only Han Yan's Dao field was not seen by the saints? Through this point, he deduced. Recently, a faction has been eyeing the 9 nether purgatory. I'm here to remind you, the Lady of Earth replied. Han Yan was puzzled. Could it be that someone had the same thoughts as him and wanted to avoid the calamity? He asked, Goddess, do you know the background of the other party? The Lady of Earth said, I don't know, so I'm reminding you. Recently, the heavenly secrets have been chaotic. It's suspected that a saint has taken action. The calamity will become even more complicated. Han Yan asked in surprise, aren't you also a saint? Which saint is it? I'm not a saint. I'm just relying on my immortality in reincarnation. I can't compare to a saint in terms of Dao fruit. Han Yan knew that something was amiss. He had overestimated his backer's ability. However, it's not that easy for a saint to target me. The Lady of Earth changed the topic and her tone was filled with confidence. Han Yan asked, is there a place or treasure in this world that can avoid the prying eyes of a saint? Of course. There are some dangerous places like the 9 nether purgatory and the dark forbidden zone that even saints can't pry into directly. Saints can only pry into the heavenly Dao. There are also heavenly Dao treasures that can resist the prying eyes of saints. In general, although saints are omnipotent, they can't act recklessly. The Lady of Earth's answer made Han Yan heave a sigh of relief. That's good. If only his Dao field could not be spied on by the saints, then the saints would definitely know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could he play then? The Lady of Earth asked teasingly, do you also have a heavenly Dao treasure? I can't even calculate where the nether race is. Han Yan laughed dryly as a tacit agreement. That was the only way to fool them. He did not only have a heavenly Dao treasure, it seemed that the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had even more powerful functions that had yet to be developed. Han Yan said, Goddess, don't worry. I will protect the Nether race. The Lady of Earth said, actually, as long as you hide well, you shouldn't be discovered. I will hide well. Yes. The Lady of Earth turned into smoke and dissipated. Countless stars drifted away. Han Yen retracted his spiritual will. He controlled Hidden Sect Island to move to another place to avoid being exposed. 2 hours later. Han Yen asked, I want to know if anyone knows that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? Including saints. 1 billion years of lifespan. The evolution of one's karma also had to deduct one's lifespan. Could it be that a saint was involved? Han Yen silently chose to continue. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. No. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw these 2 words. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Han Yen had always been cursing in the dojo. As the enemies he cursed grew stronger, so did the dojo. When he started to threaten the sage's chess pieces, he would hide in the 9 hells purgatory. The sages could not calculate his whereabouts. Before that, the saints had no reason to care about these things. Perhaps the saint knew that he was different, but he did not associate him with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and his mood became wonderful again. He had to be more careful in the future. Han Yen began to improve his Sword Dao Divine Arts. In half a year, he improved all of them to the limit of the Divine Realm, but he still couldn't touch the Daluo realm. In order to reach the realm of Daluo, he had to defeat Li Daokong, who was at the end of the Sword Dao River. This fellow is unreasonable. Han Yen could already fight against the 6 profound divine essence in the simulation trial. However, when he encountered Li Daokong, even if Li Daokong found it difficult to break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, it would be difficult for him to defeat Li Daokong. The difference in strength between the 2 disciples of Ren School was extremely huge. Han Yen even suspected that the sect master of Ren School was afraid that Li Daokong would be too arrogant, so he arranged for his junior brother, Li Xuanao, to restrain him. With Li Xuanao around, Li Daokong should not dare to act recklessly. However, Li Daokong had the ability to sever karma. After improving his Sword Dao Divine Arts, Han Yen began to consider other aspects. Apart from the descendants of the Immortal Emperor, he also had 3 connate providences. Unparalleled, Immortal Beauty, Top-Notch Charm, Destined Sword Fanatic, Top-Notch Sword Dao Aptitude, Top-Notch Sword Dao Comprehension, Unparalleled Movement Technique, Top-Notch Movement Technique Aptitude. Han Yen felt that he could develop the Unparalleled and Unparalleled Movement Technique. As the name suggested, the Unparalleled Movement Technique could improve one's movement technique mystical abilities. That was easy to comprehend. He could also develop the Unparalleled. The inspiration came from the Lady of Earth. Han Yen realized that he could easily develop a good impression of the Lady of Earth. That meant that the Lady of Earth was extremely charming. No matter how she cultivated, that was the truth. Thinking about it carefully, shamanism was the reason why she survived. Apart from the karma of reincarnation, there must be other reasons. If Han Yen could make his charm reach the extreme, anyone who saw him would have a good impression of him. Wouldn't he be invincible? Han Yen realized that he had discovered a strange train of thought. The Great Tao of Charm. 5 years later. Han Yen raised the Great Traversal Divine Shadow to the level of Xianxia that he could reach. Great Traversal Divine Shadow. In battle, it can transform one's speed and reaction. It can split into divine shadows and confuse the opponent. It can also travel through the myriad worlds of the world. It is extremely powerful. He could already split into 1,000 divine shadows. His aura was exactly the same as his main body. He could easily confuse his opponent in battle. Han Yen went through the simulation trial again. With the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, he was already invincible in the deity realm. If he did not rely on the heavenly Tao treasure, no one below the 6th profound divine essence was his match. Even with the 6th profound divine essence, Han Yen could forcefully hold on for a period of time. Han Yan's goal was to try his best not to use the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus to avoid attracting the attention of the Daluo and the saints. Of course, if he could kill the enemy instantly, he could still use it. As long as he was fast enough, he would not be spied on. After becoming stronger, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a disciple of Chan School, X480. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons, X422103. Your grand disciple Feng Liang used his mystical ability and traveled to the primordial era. Your disciple Long Hao founded the Providence sect. His providence has skyrocketed. Your good friend Divine General has obtained the inheritance of the ancient celestial ruler. His cultivation has skyrocketed and he has stepped into the deity realm. Your good friend Tai Sutian has experienced the mortal world and became the tribulation taker. Your Tao companion Xianxia has obtained the providence of the human emperor. Her cultivation has skyrocketed. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by Jinwu, X204. Han Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. All of them looked so impressive. This was the second time Feng Liang's soul had traveled to the primordial era. What was he doing? If not for the fact that his favorability towards Han Yan had not decreased, Han Yan would have treated him as an imaginary enemy. Long Hao actually established a sect. As expected, he was going against heaven. Hao Tian was really amazing. He actually succeeded in brainwashing him. The celestial ruler really wanted to support the divine general as the next celestial ruler. This treatment was directly promoted to the deity realm. Han Yan was envious. There was also Tai Sutian. No wonder he descended to the mortal world. It turned out that he wanted to wash away his karma and make it easier for him to enter the calamity. Niua's scheme was really deep. Han Yan's eyes softened when he saw Xing Hongshuan's actions. He wondered how this girl was doing recently. Wait, according to this situation, this woman wouldn't become the tribulation taker, right? Han Yan's expression suddenly changed. I want to know if Xing Hongshuan will die in this cataclysm? Han Yan cursed as he thought about it. Xing Hongshuan was the first cultivator Han Yan knew. Other than Elder Tai, she often sent resources to Han Yan in the early days. He had always remembered this kindness in his heart. Even if there were better women than Xing Hongshuan in the future, her position in Han Yan's heart was unshakable. 10 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, only 10 million? This woman's cards were really low. Two words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. She will die. Han Yan knew that things were not good. He continued to ask, I want to know who will kill her. 10 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan's consciousness became dizzy as he arrived at the scene. He opened his eyes and found himself in a magnificent hall. Xing Hongshuan, who was wearing a dragon and phoenix golden robe, was sitting on the dragon throne. After reincarnating, she was even more beautiful. Her eyebrows were cold, and she had the domineering aura of an emperor. Her black hair was tied up in a bun, and she had red lips and red eyeshadow. She stared at the entrance of the hall. A woman slowly walked in. Wasn't this Wu Daojian? No, Tai Sutian. Tai Sutian was wearing a black robe and holding a green jade sword. She entered the hall expressionlessly. Xing Hongshuan asked, is this his intention? Tai Sutian said expressionlessly, you have already entered the cataclysm. He wants to sever your karma. Are you going to resist his will? Xing Hongshuan frowned, and her eyes revealed sadness. She took a deep breath, and her expression became resolute. I can be where I am today because of him. If he wants me to die, I will die. She closed her eyes and said, come. Tai Sutian raised her hand and waved her sword. Sword light flashed, and the scene in front of Han Yan shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality, and his brows furrowed. Tai Sutian pretended to be Wu Daojian, passed down a fake imperial edict, and killed Xing Hongshuan. Damn it, fortunately, he had evolved it in advance. Otherwise, this kind of melodramatic plot would have played out on him. No way, this Tai Sutian cannot be left alive. Han Yan decided to add Tai Sutian to the cursed list once every 10 years. It seems that even if I don't enter the tribulation, the great tribulation will still drown the people around me. Han Yan thought to himself. He felt a lot of pressure. Although he didn't enter the tribulation, he was fighting against the heavens. Perhaps this was the helplessness of the strong. Han Yan sighed and continued to curse. A month later, he finished cursing all his enemies and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye. 12 years passed. The 9 hells purgatory, where time seemed to have stopped, finally began to move. A huge hole was torn open in one of the dark regions. Figures flew in one after another. Many of them were holding giant islands. It was a grand sight to behold. Han Yan was alarmed. Not only him, but Vajra Nu, Xianxia, and the others also felt the arrival of a large number of auras. No one is allowed to leave this island. You are not allowed to spread out your divine sense and divine sense. Han Yan immediately ordered. He didn't dare to pry as he was afraid of exposing his location. What kind of power had arrived? Han Yan immediately asked in his heart. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Jie Jiao, Han Ju furrowed his brows. At the same time. In the void, Huang Zuantian followed beside Jing Tiangong and looked around curiously. Jing Tiangong held a red flag in his hand. It emitted a bright light and blocked the karma for all the Jie Jiao disciples. He praised, Zuantian, your plan is good. The 9 hells purgatory is indeed empty. The Jie Jiao should be able to live peacefully here. Huang Zuantian said respectfully, Vice Sect Master is still the best. You also have a treasure that can block the karma. Otherwise, my plan would have been in vain. Jing Tiangong laughed a few times. More and more Jie Jiao disciples flew into the 9 hells purgatory. They didn't go too deep and began to put down the islands. The Jie Jiao elders scattered in all directions and began to set up formations. Jing Tiangong suddenly asked, Zuantian, do you think the Jie Jiao won't be able to win this cataclysm? Huang Zuantian replied, the Jie Jiao is a sage sect. How can it not have a chance of winning? However, I think it's more stable to wait until the next cataclysm. Now that there's the mysterious dark forbidden lord and the powerful heaven, the Jie Jiao can't enter the cataclysm. Jing Tiangong nodded and asked, what do you think of the dark forbidden lord? Here it comes again, Huang Zuantian cursed in his heart. Who didn't know that Jing Tiangong worshipped the dark forbidden lord and bragged to everyone he met? How could the sect master let such a person be the vice sect master? Huang Zuantian couldn't figure it out. He felt that the Jie Jiao wasn't smart at all. The dark forbidden lord is very powerful. He can kill the heroes of heaven and earth in an unknown area. It can be said that it's an unprecedented feat, however, no one knows his intentions. The Jie Jiao needs to be cautious, Huang Zuantian said seriously. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, do you think the dark forbidden lord is also hiding in the 9 hells purgatory? Huang Zuantian's expression instantly turned ugly. If the dark forbidden lord was here, how bad would it be? He still wanted to cultivate properly. I hope that's not the case. Huang Zuantian forced a smile. Jing Tiangong smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the Jie Jiao. After the Jie Jiao joined, things quickly calmed down. The Jie Jiao disciples didn't dare to run around in the 9 hells purgatory. Their position was far from the hidden sect island, so they didn't disturb the Han Yan. The people of the hidden sect were very curious about who had arrived. However, Han Yan strictly ordered them not to disperse their divine sense, so they could only discuss with each other. After confirming that the Jie Jiao wouldn't affect him, Han Yan sighed in relief. Why do I have a bad feeling? Han Yan frowned. Would there be more forces escaping to the 9 hells purgatory in the future to avoid calamity? Damn it, aren't they afraid of karma? Han Yan was helpless. He could only suppress his confusion and continue cultivating. Time continued to pass. Year after year. For mortals, a year was very long. For people in seclusion, a year was very short. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Yan stopped cultivating and began to curse the enemy while checking his mail. The immortal realm seemed to be very peaceful these years. There were fewer fights and all kinds of opportunities. After Feng Liang's soul traveled to the immemorial era, he didn't seem to have returned. He didn't know what he was doing. As long as it didn't affect Han Yan was too lazy to stop it. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. I, Dilan Tian, clan leader of the Jinwu, wish to recruit demons from all over the world and revive the demon heaven. Heaven was originally created by our ancestors on Mount Buzhou. The immortal God stole our name, killed our bodies, and destroyed our souls. This hatred will never be resolved. Children of the demon race, I await your gathering on the immortal realm's sun star. Together, we will bring glory to the demon race. Han Yan was stunned. The Jinwu wanted to create another heaven to fight against the heaven. What was going on outside the cave? The people of the Yin sect looked at Xianxia with different expressions. Xianxia looked embarrassed as he muttered, how could the patriarch take it so seriously? I only heard it from hearsay. Hey, you devil asked curiously, what rumors? Was heaven really created by the demon race? Xianxia faked a cough and said, it's a story that your clan leader told me. I'll tell it to my people, the people of the Yin sect. After hearing Di Lantian's words, Han Yan really wanted to contact the celestial ruler. However, when he remembered that the celestial ruler had told him not to contact him again, he gave up on the idea. How could he be so nosy? No, how could he be so concerned about the celestial ruler? Han Yan did not expect the fallen goblin court to rise again and stage a battle between heaven and heaven. Han Yan suddenly wondered if the Jinwu would be the biggest winner of the calamity. He shook his head. He felt that he could not easily predict the outcome of the calamity. It would only make things worse. He just needed to protect the people around him. Han Yan did not plan to ask Xianxia about it. He did not want to appear too concerned about the calamity. He could not be suspected of being the Dark Forbidden Lord. Once someone suspected him, the sage would think of him. The sage was omnipotent. It was not impossible for him to read the thoughts of all living beings. Time continued to pass. About 20 years had passed. Some of the immortal state cultivators of the Jiejiao began to be active in the 9 Hells Purgatory. They even passed by the Hidden Sect Island. Fortunately, the Hidden Sect Island was small and did not get discovered. As long as they did not find the Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan would pretend that they did not exist. However, there was one thing that was very annoying. When the Jiejiao cultivators approached, Han Yan did not dare to absorb the negative karma outside the island. On this day, Han Yan stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies. At the same time, he checked his mail. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul returned to his body. His cultivation increased greatly and he stepped into the Arch realm. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by the Jinwu, X7820. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Celestial Ruler activated the investiture of the gods and released the primordial immortal heavenly soul. Your disciple Long Hao received the true dragon race's providence and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Tai Sutian joined the demon heaven. Your good friend Supremacy Dao awakened the chaos physique and his bloodline transformed. Your disciple Su Qi's divinity increased and his misfortune increased greatly. There were all kinds of fortuitous encounters, and it felt like each of them could be written into a novel. A battle between protagonists. Han Yan suddenly began to look forward to what would happen when the cataclysm reaches its peak. Demons dancing wildly, twilight of the gods, it was too dangerous. Han Yan felt that although his talent was peerless and unparalleled, if he were to enter the tribulation, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. Fortunately, he had chosen to avoid the tribulation from the beginning to cultivate. More than 100 tribulation takers have been detected. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the tribulation and become a tribulation taker. You can obtain a mystical ability inheritance and a great Tao fragment. 2nd, do not enter the calamity for the time being and stay away from right and wrong battles. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. 100, so many? Han Yan was secretly shocked. He was wondering how it could be such a coincidence that his good friends had successively become tribulation takers. He didn't expect that only a small portion of his friends were tribulation takers. Han Yan seemed to see a group of stalwart figures standing above the heavenly axiom, overlooking the heavens and realms. They used all living beings as the chessboard and the tribulation takers as the chess pieces in their hands. Every time a chess piece was placed, the cataclysm would set off a storm. Han Yan silently chose the second option. At this point, he had once again collected 9 great Tao fragments. Han Yan fused the 9 great Tao fragments and directly began to comprehend the supreme Tao technique. He already had a cultivation technique. This time, he hoped to comprehend a mystical ability. He thought of the celestial ruler and Nuwa's dream mystical ability. He also wanted that mystical ability. It would be easier for him to use his identity as the dark forbidden lord to do things. It would be best if he didn't get involved in karma and not be divined by the saints. Enlightenment of the great Tao should be able to create a mystical ability that surpassed the saints. With this thought in mind, Han Yan's consciousness entered a mysterious state. The Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler held a scroll in his hand, deep in thought. He suddenly looked up. Purple clouds appeared in the sky outside the palace, poignant and picturesque. The celestial ruler frowned and muttered, "Another mighty figure has appeared." Such a phenomenon was definitely not something that ordinary prodigies could trigger. Apart from talent, one also had to have a powerful cultivation base. Such a phenomenon seemed to have appeared 1,000 years ago. At this moment, a figure flew into the hall. It was the Divine General. The Divine General was wearing exquisite silver armor, and his cloak fluttered behind him like flames. There were 2 phoenix wings on his crown, shaking non-stop. He bowed respectfully to the celestial ruler and said, "Your Majesty, the true dragon race has already announced that they will join Longhouse Dragon Court." Not only the true dragon race, but the demons in the sea have also joined the dragon court. They are rising rapidly. The celestial ruler narrowed his eyes and said, "The dragon court. This kid is smart enough to rope in the dragon race." The Divine General asked, "Do you want to deal with them? We can take this opportunity to disperse them." "No need. It's not a good thing to be the only one in heaven. The Jiejiao has retreated and is hiding in the 9 nether purgatory. The attitude of the Chan school has also become subtle. The 2 Dao sects have their own ambitions. Anyway, the heaven has already defeated the Divine Palace and the Goblin Court. If they want to leave, they can leave. I'm not afraid to help them repay the karma." The Divine General nodded. The celestial ruler asked, "Have you seen the previous celestial ruler?" The Divine General replied, "I've seen them, including Hao Tian." "Who chose you? Did you know?" The celestial ruler's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. The Divine General continued, "Dijun taught me a mystical ability and told me that this calamity will become the first game of the saints' game. As long as the heaven is not destroyed, it will be considered a victory." The celestial ruler was deep in thought. Dijun also said that Han Yan, whom you brought to listen to the Tao, is a variable. He hopes that you can grasp it well. After the Divine General said this, he also began to think. He had been thinking about this previously. The celestial ruler smiled and said, "I already know. Next, you should cultivate Dijun's mystical ability well and strive to be as powerful as the heavenly Divine General as soon as possible. I trust you the most. Don't let me down. This general understands." The Divine General cupped his hands and bowed, then turned and left. The celestial ruler looked up at the purple clouds outside the hall and chuckled. "Let it come. The more chaotic it is, the better. It will give me a chance to calm down." At the same time, the various forces of the celestial world were alarmed by the heavenly Tao phenomenon. Not only the celestial world, but all the worlds in the universe could see it. Even the netherworld and the 9 hells purgatory could see it. The Heiyu devils gazed past through the training hall and looked at the purple clouds above the 9 hells purgatory. He could not help but sigh. The calamity is indeed the calamity. All kinds of influential figures emerge one after another. Xianxia said contemptuously, "Give me time, and I will become the strongest existence in the calamity." Heiyuji said in annoyance, "The strongest person in the previous calamity is dead. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? You don't even seem to be able to defeat the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor." Jiang face instantly turned pale. This matter had always been a pain in his heart. Ever since Heiyuji knew about it, he always used this matter to stab him. It was too hateful. Morongqi suddenly sighed. The celestial world is so chaotic. I wonder how Feng Liang is doing. At the mention of Feng Liang, the other disciples also sighed. They were all complaining about why Feng Liang did not return with Morongqi. At the same time, inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was still comprehending the Supreme Tao technique. Under the induction of the Great Tao, countless inspirations gathered in Han Yan's mind, gradually forming the mystical ability that he was thinking of. It was complicated and profound, causing him to sink into it. After an unknown period of time, Han Yan finally created the supreme Tao technique he wanted. He slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils turned purple. This Tao technique shall be called Dark Nightmare. Han Yan muttered to himself. He wanted to use this Tao technique to become the nightmare of his enemies. As long as there was a great Tao, Han Yan could use Dark Nightmare to appear in dreams. At the same time, the other party would not be able to deduce him and would not be affected by karma. If the other party's cultivation level was far lower than his, he could even kill the enemy in the dream. This Tao technique was a genuine great Tao technique, as expected of a Tao technique that was comprehended after fusing 9 great Tao fragments. Out of caution, Han Yan asked in his heart, "Will I be divined by the saints if I use Dark Nightmare? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why does a Tao technique also require lifespan?" Han Yan cursed in his heart. He couldn't figure out the deduction rule of the evolution function. Forget it, it's only 1 billion years. Han Yan directly chose to continue. Heavenly Tao saints can't deduce it, but if you appear in a dream to a great Tao saint, the great Tao saint can deduce it. If you appear in a dream to a living being below the great Tao saint level, no saint can deduce it. There's a great Tao saint, could it be a transcendent Tao cultivator like Patriarch Shitian, or Daozu? Han Yan couldn't figure it out, but it was fine. He wouldn't appear in a saint's dream, so what was there to be afraid of? He couldn't be bothered to deduce who the great Tao saint was. Although his lifespan was long, he couldn't squander it wantonly. He had to use it to kill enemies. Han Yan looked at his lifespan and realized that he had used 5 years to comprehend a great Tao technique. He calmed his mind and began to think about who to test the waters with. Right, Jie Jiao didn't enter the 9 hells purgatory. He could ask Jing Tiangong about it. After resting for a while, Han Yan began to use Dark Nightmare. Jing Tiangong's appearance appeared in his mind. He was sure that he would appear in a dream. Inside the Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong was meditating and cultivating. Unknowingly, his consciousness began to fade. He suddenly woke up and discovered that he had arrived at the top of a mountain. He was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Jing Tiangong was surprised. Where was this place? He subconsciously turned around and suddenly saw a black shadow. He was so frightened that he jumped into the air. The black shadow's entire body was emitting black fog. Only its figure and a pair of purple eyes could be seen. It was strange and horrifying. Jing Tiangong asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The shadow said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. This is just a dream." Han Yan deliberately changed his voice so that it did not sound like his real voice. Dream? Jing Tiangong was frightened. With his cultivation level, how could he be dreaming? It must be his divine ability, forcefully pulling him into the dreamland. Jing Tiangong has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 2 stars. Han Yan didn't care. He just stared at Jing Tiangong. Jing Tiangong wanted to make a move, but he was horrified to find that he could not activate his magic power. In the darkness nightmare, unless his cultivation level surpassed Han Yan's, he would be suppressed by this great Tao mystique and unable to attack. This was the dominance of a great Tao mystique. Jing Tiangong tried his best to calm down. He realized that the other party had no intention of making a move. It seemed that he wanted to talk to him. Wait, could it be that Jing Tiangong's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. The other party was pitch black and incomparably mysterious. Who else could it be but the Dark Forbidden Lord? He asked carefully. "You are the Dark." Han Yan interrupted him and said, "What do you want?" "First, attack the human heart." Jing Tiangong landed in front of him and knelt down directly. He said in a deep voice, "I am willing to serve the Dark Forbidden Lord. Even if I die, I will not change my mind. Jing Tiangong has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. 5 stars directly? What's going on?" Han Yan was stunned. Could it be that this guy was also one of the believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord? He carefully sized up Jing Tiangong. Jing Tiangong's eyes were so passionate that he was almost crazy. Han Yan asked, "What are you guys planning to do with the Jie Jiao?" Jing Tiangong replied without hesitation, "We just want to avoid the calamity, but I personally want to join you. In today's celestial world, other than the sages, I admire you the most. You can stir up trouble in the dark. You can create clouds and rain with a flip of your hand. 3 of the 4 overlords have died because of you. This ability is stronger than the previous masters of calamity. Han Yan asked, how is your relationship with heaven? Jing Tiangong hesitated and asked, what do you think of heaven? Heaven has the providence of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to provoke them for the time being. But sooner or later, I will make a move against them. Han Yan said very domineeringly and irrefutably. Jing Tiangong was secretly excited. As expected. He had always doubted that the Dark Forbidden Lord could be a person from heaven. Heaven was so weak, Jing Tiangong replied seriously, Jie Jiao and heaven cooperated. Jie Jiao helped heaven, and the celestial ruler released the soul of Jie Jiao suppressed in the investiture of the gods. Now that we are even, Jie Jiao will no longer help heaven. Han Yan decided to test him and said, you are imitating me. You also have a cursed treasure. If you were me, who do you think you should curse now? Jing Tiangong fell into deep thought. After a long time, he looked up and said, curse the underworld. Since the fall of Zhu Tu, countless resentful spirits in the celestial world have all hidden in the underworld. They are controlled by the king of hell and the disciples of the celestial palace. This force is too strong. If we don't balance it, when the celestial heaven and the demon heaven both suffer, it will definitely sweep across the 10,000 worlds. Well, I will leave this task to you. From now on, you will be my follower. Are you willing? Hearing this, Jing Tiangong was stunned. He was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. Han Yan didn't ask any more questions and directly ended the divine power. Jing Tiangong was in a trance for a moment and suddenly woke up. He found that he had returned to reality and couldn't help but let out a long breath. He showed a look of reverence and murmured, as expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord. His divine power is amazing. Immediately, he became excited. Sure enough, sincerity was the key to success. From now on, he had joined the Dark Forbidden Lord's camp. As long as he worked hard, he believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord wouldn't mistreat him and promote Jie Jiao. Jie Jiao had already lost its great fortune due to the failure of the calamity. Jing Tiangong had to find a backer for Jie Jiao to break out of this predicament. The Dark Forbidden Lord was the most suitable candidate, because the Dark Forbidden Lord was unscrupulous, he was not afraid of anyone, inside the congenital cave. Han Yan was very emotional. I didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to have so many fans. Han Yan sighed. He hadn't even gone out before. Why did he have so many followers? Someone probably had ulterior motives and framed the Dark Forbidden Lord, causing the Dark Forbidden Lord to become more and more powerful in the rumors. With the Dark Nightmare, Han Yan felt that he could properly use the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord. To be honest, this name was very resounding and very cool. Most people who had attained the Tao would abandon their original name and choose a Taoist name. Han Yan felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not bad. It was better than the reincarnation he had thought of before. When he became stronger, it was not impossible to admit the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord. How powerful must one's cultivation be to bear the great karma of the Dark Forbidden Lord? Han Yan thought about it. He probably had to become a sage. Otherwise, he could easily become a pawn of a sage. Even the strongest cultivators of the calamity like Zhu Tu were pawns of a sage, let alone him. If he admitted that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord now, or when he was in the Daluo realm or the quasi-sage realm, he would not be able to escape death. Han Yan pulled himself together and began to cultivate. Using the Dark Nightmare only consumed his divine essence and spiritual will. Han Yan did not fight in the dream, so he was still in good condition and could cultivate directly. Great Tao mystical powers were just mystical powers. Cultivation was the foundation. For example, Kong Xian in the investiture of the gods. He had the 5-colored divine light and was extremely powerful. Even a sage lost face in his hands. But so what, it would be best if he was still defeated. Han Yan's goal was to become a Daluo before the end of this calamity. This was the lowest goal. Before the next calamity, he would at least be a quasi-sage. If he tried his best to become a sage, then the next calamity would be his era. If he could not become a sage, then he would wait for the next one. Han Yan had a long lifespan. He had plenty of time to waste. 10 years later. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia obtained a heavenly Tao demonic treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X3. Your Tao companion Xianqing received guidance from a mighty figure in her dream. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong cursed the netherworld. His karma has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General received guidance from a sage and learned a heavenly Tao mystical power. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was seriously injured. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Tai Sutian was attacked by your Tao companion Xing Hongxian. TSK, heavenly Tao demonic treasure. Xianxia was going to soar into the sky. Han Yan was well aware of how powerful a heavenly Tao cardinal treasure was. Even if it had the word ferocious, it probably wouldn't be too bad. If he were to survive the calamity, would he become the next celestial ruler, Goblin Emperor, or Zhu Tu? Han Yan noticed that Xianqing had received guidance from a powerful being in his dream. There was definitely a conspiracy going on. He had to find out. Jing Tiangong could do it. He really followed Han Yan's orders. Was Tai Sutian starting to approach Xing Hongxian? Han Yan cursed and worried. Directly cursing Tai Sutian to death would definitely offend Nuwa. Tai Sutian's target was Han Yan, so it was impossible for Nuwa to not suspect Han Yan. No, she had to remind Xing Hongxian. Han Yan asked in his heart, I want to know why Tai Sutian approached me. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a vast hall. The light was bright, and Tai Sutian was kneeling in front of a god statue. The god statue was a woman. Her face was gentle, and she exuded a benevolent temperament. This child is a variable. I hope you can descend to the mortal world and wash away your karma. Get close to him and gain his trust. A gentle voice came from the god statue. Sage, Nuwa, Tai Sutian asked curiously, why do you want to get close to him? What's your goal? Nuwa replied, he might be an opportunity for the human race and demon race to resolve the hatred between them. Among the 49 heavenly Daos, there's a chance for survival. This chance might be him. If you form a good relationship with him, I'll be able to get close to him in the future. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Recently, there are more and more variables in the heavenly Daos. I can only choose one to bet on. This child is cautious and never takes the initiative to provoke trouble. He has very little karma. With his talent, he should have walked the path of a heaven's pride, but he didn't. This made me think of Daozu. Daozu? Is he related to Daozu? Of course not. I just feel that he might walk the path of Daozu. Of course, it's just a possibility. After Tai Sutian heard this, he fell into deep thought. The scene shattered. Han Yan fell into silence. The Book of Misfortune in his hand also stopped. What's going on? So Nuwa let Tai Sutian get close to him out of goodwill. Then why did Tai Sutian want to murder Xing Hongxian? Han Yan felt that he had to investigate this thoroughly. He could kill his enemies ruthlessly, but he couldn't turn goodwill into hatred. There might be other schemes behind this. I want to know why Tai Sutian wants to kill Xing Hongxian. Han Yan continued to use the evolution function. Unable to deduce. She has no killing intent. Han Yan was stunned. No killing intent, could it be that the future had changed again? Han Yan could only change the topic. He asked, I want to know who guided Xianqing in the dream. 500 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, a beautiful figure appeared in Han Yan's mind. Then, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Goddess Hutu, cultivation unknown. Master of samsara, so it was Goddess Hutu. Was this goodwill towards Han Yan, or did she have other plans? Han Yan continued to ask, does she have any ill intentions towards Xianqing? No ill intentions. This time, there was no deduction of lifespan. It seemed that if the two questions were related, the second question wouldn't deduct lifespan. Han Yan relaxed and cursed the enemy again. The cataclysm was getting more and more terrifying. Han Yan even had a psychological shadow. He was afraid that the people around him would suffer. Han Yan thought of using the dark nightmare to call Xianxia and Xianxia back. But if he did that, the two girls would know that he had this kind of ability. It was too dangerous and he couldn't take the risk. Another 20 years passed. Han Yan had just finished cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt an aura. Another force came to 9 Nether Purgatory. Han Yan was speechless. He immediately detected the strong enemies around him. Although the dojo had been upgraded, the detection range still couldn't cover the entire 9 Nether Purgatory. The new force was very far away from the dojo. Han Yan couldn't detect it either. So be it. Just don't disturb me. Han Yan thought so. Recently, the Xiaojiao didn't dare to move around. Maybe it was because he encountered the primordial essence phoenix, or maybe he couldn't withstand the long-term erosion of negative karma. Han Yan asked in his heart, which force is it? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Divine Palace, it's actually them. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. He felt a little uneasy. The reason why Divine Palace was defeated was mainly because he cursed Zhu Tuesday. Although no one knew it was him, he still felt uneasy. Moreover, Morongqi and Divine Palace had a death feud. No, I have to stay away from them. Han Yan controlled the hidden sect island and rushed deeper into the 9 Nether Purgatory. After an hour, Han Yan stopped. After warning the people of the hidden sect, he continued to cultivate. The once-in-a-century hidden sect competition was randomly held again. Without Han Yan's participation, Vajra's Fury took first place. Jiang Yi and Heyu Devil fought fiercely and won with difficulty. He was very proud. Heyu Devil and Duan Hongchen were in 3rd and 4th place respectively. They were very unhappy. Li Yao was in 5th place. The 6th place wasn't Morongqi or Tu Ling but Chu Shiren. The Buddha began to rise. Li Yao looked at Chu Shiren with a complicated expression and asked, "Did you hold back?" The others also looked at Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren said calmly, "I'm just using the cultivation of this life to compare notes with you. I'm indeed inferior." Tengu couldn't help but ask, "Can you still use the cultivation of your previous life?" Chu Shiren hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. Hearing that Chu Shiren could use the power of his previous life, everyone was shocked, including Vajra Nu. The 5 great Buddhas were all Daluo existences. Chu Shiren felt everyone's gaze and said helplessly, "However, I'm already reincarnated and can't fully use my previous life's cultivation. I have to recultivate. Otherwise, if I use my previous life's cultivation too many times, my divine soul won't be able to withstand it." So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened and their mentality calmed down. It would be ridiculous if Samsara didn't pay the price. After knowing that Chu Shiren had his previous life's cultivation, the hidden sect's attitude towards him became even more subtle. Han Yan was also somewhat afraid of Chu Shiren, but Chu Shiren's favorability towards him was 5 stars, so he wouldn't betray him. Even if Chu Shiren attacked him, he wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. With the addition of Shengong, 9 Hells Purgatory was no longer as quiet as before. Shengong and Xiaojiao often had conflicts, and the sound of battle would occasionally spread to Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan didn't care about all this and cultivated in peace. Next, he would use all his strength to break through to 4 Profound Divine Essence. After reaching 4 Profound Divine Essence, he wouldn't be far from 6 Profound Divine Essence. Once he reached 6 Profound Divine Essence, he would only be 1 step away from Daluo. Han Yan liked to motivate himself like this and make himself full of fighting spirit. Time flew by. About 30 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation improved a lot, but something that gave him a headache also appeared. After Jiejiao and Shengong, another force came. Han Yan spent 10 million years of his lifespan to ask, and he learned that it was an ancient race, the Suzaku clan. Han Yan still missed the Suzaku clan very much. He still remembered how he was frightened by a Suzaku and didn't dare to ascend. However, that Suzaku had already fallen, and it died in the hands of his own clansmen, so this grudge could be considered settled. Han Yan was now most worried about whether 9 Hells Purgatory would become the next battlefield. When there were more forces in Nine Hells Purgatory, conflicts would naturally erupt. The immortal realm was filled with karma due to the calamity, so it would be no different from Nine Hells Purgatory. Under such circumstances, hiding in Nine Hells Purgatory would definitely be the best choice for many forces. Looks like I have to find another place, Han Yan thought. He definitely couldn't go himself, so he had to ask Lu to find one. Han Ju called Liu Bei into the cave abode and explained his intentions. Lu Fen, Han Yan's. He wasn't resisting Han Ju's orders. He just inherited Han Ju's personality and was afraid of danger. Precisely because of this, Han Ju believed that he could find an excellent hiding place. If he was, he would say that loses he. After learning the technique, Liu Bei felt much more at ease and left on the same day. While he, in essence his purgatory purif he show purgatory read his Han Shang's thought to Han Shen did it lose. Han Shii. It's est SSSSSSSS Lu 2's. Not only did the image have to change, the setting had to change as well. A month later, Han Yan first visited Xianxia in her dreams. The two met in their dreams. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to see Han Yan. However, she still asked warily, I have an opportunity for you. Do you want to try it? Han Yan was speechless. He said unhappily, no. Xianxia immediately beamed with joy and rushed forward to hug Han Yan. In Han Yan's dream, Xianxia could clearly feel Han Yan's body temperature, just like in reality. Are you coming back? I'm afraid that you might die in the calamity, Han Yan said directly. Xianxia was stunned and said, it can't be, right? Now that I have the human emperor's providence, I can avoid the tribulation. How did you get it? When the human race gathered, each sacred dynasty selected a genius to inherit the inheritance of the human emperors. I'm one of them. The human race is the protagonist of the heavenly path. No matter how the calamity evolves, the human race will not die. Don't worry, husband. I won't die. I'll avoid the calamity of the calamity. Xianxia was very serious. What she meant was that she did not want to go back. Han Yan could understand. Not everyone could cultivate as hard as Han Yan. Opportunities were also very important. Then you have to be careful. Even if I appear in the future and ask you to die, you can't believe me easily. No matter what, I won't take the initiative to ask you to die. Han Yan said seriously. Xianxia understood and said, could it be that someone is plotting against you? Who can guarantee that there isn't? Han Yan pretended to be casual. Since Xianxia did not want to leave, then so be it. However, Xianxia hugged Han Yan and did not let go. Are you and I the only ones who can feel this dream? Xianxia smiled maliciously. Han Yan felt that something was wrong. What was this girl trying to do? Xianxia pressed Han Yan to the ground and her hands started to work. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. The dream lasted for a long time, but only half a day had passed in reality. Before leaving, Han Yan told Xianxia that the next time she met him, she should use the invocation technique first to avoid being deceived by the enemy. Just asking was not enough. Xianxia felt that it made sense and agreed. At the same time, she also realized the power of the invocation technique. It could actually summon her husband. If only she had known. Xianxia was full of regret. If only she had known, she would have used it a few times before. Han Yan continued to visit Xianxia in dreams. Xianxia also declined Han Yan and said that she would be careful. The two chatted for a long time in the dream. Xianxia kept bragging about the dark sect and the dark forbidden lord. She said that after the cultivation tribulation, she would pave the way for him and invite him to join the sect. Han Yan could only respond verbally. He was speechless. Make myself a cuckold? Bah, Xianxia only worshipped the dark forbidden lord. She had not changed her mind. Unlike Xianxia, Xianxia did not have any indescribable intimate behavior with him. After the dream ended, Han Yan continued to cultivate. In the eyes of many creatures, the cultivation tribulation was like the end of the world. However, in the eyes of many creatures, it was an opportunity. Especially in the eyes of creatures with mediocre aptitude. Han Yan felt regretful about Xing Hongshuan's decision, but he was not angry. Everyone had their own pursuits. It was good this way. Although it was safe to stay under Hanju, it would still be thrown further and further away by Hanju. Han Yan wanted to cultivate to the point of a breakthrough in one go. However, there were always people disturbing him. For years later, an immortal state existence of the Suzaku clan discovered the hidden sect island. He turned into a human form. His body was burning with flames. He was like the god of fire. His eyes were fixed on the hidden sect island. How can there be stones in the 9 hells purgatory? My divine thought can't see through them. Is there a restriction inside? Is there a different world? Suzaku thought silently. He raised his right hand and waved the flames. The flames fell on the hidden sect island and were directly dispersed by the array. He did not believe it and was ready to continue attacking. Everyone on the hidden sect island could see the flames falling from the sky. With the array's resistance, it was like fireworks. It was quite dazzling. Is this guy looking for death? Heiyuji cursed. For some reason, it felt that the aura outside was somewhat familiar. It seemed that it had encountered it somewhere before. Hanju heard the commotion outside and couldn't take it anymore. He shouted via voice transmission, "Get lost." Immortal State Suzaku was shocked and asked in shock, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" Then, he took out a flame spear and was ready to continue attacking. Han Yan was speechless. Was this guy a fool? He couldn't even break the array and he still dared to continue fighting? How did he reach the immortal state, since he wanted to die? Then don't blame Han Yan for not holding back. Han Yan immediately jumped out of the dojo and the primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and slashed. Unparalleled sword chi, terrifying sword chi burst out and swept toward immortal state Suzaku from all directions. The deity realm vermilion bird wasn't frightened when it saw Hanju appear. Instead, it waved the flaming spear in its hand. Divine essence dermic powers dissipated, forming a huge protective shield to resist the peerless sword chi. There was a loud boom. Immortal state Suzaku's body was directly annihilated. He only had 2 mysterious divine essence. How could he withstand the attack of Han Yan's 3 mysterious divine essence? Han Yan could go toe-to-toe with 6 mysterious divine essence. Han Yan then used the 5 elements divine light to sweep away his opponent's divine soul and put it into the 36th grade reincarnation black lotus of destruction. He then jumped back inside the congenital cave. In the 36th grade reincarnation black lotus of destruction, immortal state Suzaku had just condensed his body when endless negative karma flooded toward him. Negative karma. How is this possible? Immortal state Suzaku was shocked and hurriedly resisted the negative karma. Unfortunately, it was useless. He wanted to jump out of the 36th grade reincarnation black lotus of destruction, but he was suppressed by Han Yan's power and couldn't jump out at all. No, Red Flame Suzaku has developed hatred toward you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Yan saw a line of words in front of him and shook his head with a smile. You're courting death. Han Yan manipulated the hidden sect island to move to avoid Suzaku clan. If they really came, it would be troublesome. However, Han Yan believed that no one from the Suzaku clan could break into his dojo. Under the Fusang tree, Heiyuji asked curiously, "That fellow was killed by Master? So fast?" King Kong laughed angrily. "That's for sure. How powerful is the sect master? Although that Suzaku is strong, it's still just a Suzaku." Morongchi nodded and said, "There is no daluo in the Suzaku family." At some point in time, they had all assumed that Han Yan was at least a daluo. If not, how could he have created all of this? Jiangyi laughed contemptuously. The Suzaku clan is getting worse with each generation. They are far from the Jinwu clan. We, the Jinwu clan, feed on dragons. All mythical beasts are our food. Heiyu Devil shook his head and disagreed. Chu Shiren suddenly said, "Race is actually a kind of restriction. The celestial emperors have never called themselves the true dragon race, and the demon emperors have never called themselves the true dragon race. Bloodline ties can sometimes be a kind of threat, a weakness." His words made Jiang Yi and Heiyu Devil fall into deep thought. The 3-headed Wyrm king laughed. "That's right. The Wyrm clan has nothing to do with me. I call myself a member of the hidden sect. The others followed suit, hoping that Han Yen could hear them. At this moment, Han Yen suddenly walked out of the cave. When they saw him, the others all shut up and stood up. Unknowingly, Han Yen had already established a strong reputation. No one dared to joke around. Han Yen waved his right hand and threw a huge corpse on the mountain. Heiyuji, Ada, Shao Tengu, three-headed Wyrm, go eat. Han Yen ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them rushed out. Heiyu Devil and the other 6 black hell phoenixes were envious, but they did not dare to speak. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "Can I also?" "No." Han Yen did not allow anyone to refute. Everything was first come first served. Han Yen would not give up on the people who followed him from the beginning. Although Xianxia was strong, he had not achieved anything yet. Under such circumstances, if Han Yen kept giving him benefits, the others would definitely be unhappy. Xianxia curled his lips. If he could not, then he could not. Why did he have to be so fierce? Considering that he could not defeat Han Yen, he could only endure. The 5 mythical beasts all turned into their original forms and began to kill Suzaku's corpse. If not for the fact that Han Yen's mana was still in Suzaku's body, the 5 of them would not have been able to tear apart his flesh. Even if the body of an immortal state warrior was dead, it was still extremely terrifying. Han Yen watched as they ate. The scene was cruel and shocking. Li Yao and Wu Daojian frowned. The 10,000 people of the Fiend clan were also frightened. Xianxia came to Han Yan's side and said, "If someone from the Jinwu is stupid enough to cause trouble for you, you can mention my name first. Don't kill them directly." He realized that Han Yen was really ruthless. He killed without hesitation. Of course, he was also such a person. However, he did not want to see the Jinwu clan become food for the 5 mythical beasts. Han Yen smiled and said, "Of course. After all, they are Ada and Shower's race." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Han Yen waved at Chushuren. Chushuren hurried over and bowed. "If the Buddhists hide in the 9 Serenities Purgatory, will you go?" Han Yen asked. Chushuren said without hesitation, "No, I am not a member of the Buddhist sect." In fact, the 5 great Buddhas had their own roots before. They were all suppressed by the Buddhist sect and cultivated for countless years. They only became the new Buddhas after the older generation of Buddhas disappeared. Han Yen asked curiously, "So the Buddhists also have saints?" Of course, there is more than one. However, they no longer care about the Buddhist sect after they became saints. A long time ago, 2 Buddhists interfered in the tribulation and were suppressed by the Daozu. Since then, the Buddhists have nothing to do with the heavenly law realm. Chushuren's answer made Han Yen feel nervous. He had to be careful when facing the Buddhists in the future. He did not want to fail miserably. A few days later, the huge corpse of Suzaku was eaten clean. Heiyuji and the others were also full. They circulated their energy and digested it. Their auras were increasing at a very significant speed. During the Savage Era, before the Daozu preached, all living beings devoured each other to become stronger. Therefore, it was also called the Fierce Beast Era. "Come to my cave after digesting." Han Yen transmitted his voice to Tengu. Hearing this, Tengu was pleasantly surprised. He understood that his master was going to promote him. 5 years later, the chaotic heavenly dog carefully entered Hanju's cave abode. Han Yen said, "Your eyes were dug out before. Although your luck has recovered, it has not increased. I can reward you with the heavenly law merit points to help you recover and even soar to the sky. However, from now on, you are not allowed to leave the hidden sect island unless I want to. Are you willing? If you sneak out in the future, I will kill you directly." Han Yen said it very calmly, but the faint murderous aura caused the temperature in the cave to suddenly drop. Tengu said excitedly, "I am willing." "Thank you, master. From now on, without your orders, I will never go out again." He really could not stand the feeling of being at the bottom. On the island, anyone could bully him. Once, he was also a high-spirited divine beast of luck. Han Yen had been keeping the heavenly merit points. Goddess Hotu had given him a merit dharma treasure, the Infinity Sword. However, he felt that the Infinity Sword was not as useful as the Primordial Judgment Sword, so he might as well keep it. This time, Han Yan suddenly noticed Tengu. Ever since his eyes were dug out, Tengu's temperament had changed drastically. He was silent and had lost his sense of existence. Han Yan often forgot about him. Therefore, he suddenly had an idea to use the heavenly merit points to help Tengu. Since he was a divine beast of Providence, it would be difficult for him to escape the heavenly Tao. He might as well use the heavenly merit points. After Tengu agreed, Han Yan pressed his head and transferred the heavenly merit points into his body. The merit points obtained from bestowing a name to the nether race were enormous. Han Yan had also given a portion to the Infinity Sword, but it was still insignificant compared to all of them. Tengu's body burst out with golden light, drowning it. Han Yan used his own dharmic powers to help it absorb the heavenly merit points. Just like that, time ticked by. A year later. Tengu was still absorbing the heavenly merit points, but he no longer needed Han Yan's help. His dharmic powers had skyrocketed to the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm and were still increasing. The heavenly merit points were just too powerful. Han Yan let him stay in the cave abode to absorb the heavenly merit points to prevent any accidents. He continued to cultivate. The heavenly merit points are too powerful and fatal. The price must be high. This is the temptation of the heavenly Tao, Han Yan thought. In the end, he shook his head and laughed. Tengu was not him. Even if his limit was the heavenly Tao Saint, it was still very impressive. This guy probably did not even dare to dream of becoming a saint. 9 Hells Purgatory, Suzaku Race. The Suzaku race gathered in a floating mountain range. There was a palace in one of the mountains. Inside the palace. You still haven't found the Red Flame Elder? A man in red robes roared. He was the clan leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Emperor Vermilion Bird. A transformed Suzaku answered carefully, I really can't find him. His aura has disappeared, and his life tablet is gone. I'm afraid. I heard that the 9 Hells Purgatory is suppressing an immemorial primordial phoenix. Could it be that Elder Qi Yan? Emperor Suzaku was so angry that his whole body trembled. Qi Yan Suzaku was a divine realm existence. There were only a handful of immortal state mighty warriors in the entire Suzaku clan. They had invested immeasurable resources into each of them, but they had all died. Emperor Suzaku's heart was bleeding. However, when he thought of the primordial phoenix, he was filled with helplessness. The primordial phoenix was the ancestor of all birds. He had once unified the various bird clans of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Suzaku couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb in the face of such an undying existence. Have you ever contacted the primordial phoenix? Emperor Suzaku asked. Yes, but I felt his killing intent as soon as I got close. He doesn't want to be disturbed, transformed Suzaku said helplessly. Why was it still not safe to escape to 9 Hells Purgatory? Emperor Suzaku's expression darkened. What about Jia attitude? Transformed Suzaku answered, they want to end the conflict. After all, they were all here to avoid the calamity. They hope to divide the area with you and not disturb each other. It's best if they work together to stop other forces from entering 9 Hells Purgatory. Emperor Suzaku's expression eased. This was a good thing. He was also worried that other forces would come. As more and more forces came to 9 Hells Purgatory, the calamity would spread. Help me contact Jing Tiangong. I want to talk to him personally. Yes, Emperor. Han Yan didn't know the Suzaku clan and thought that the primordial phoenix had killed Qi Yan Suzaku. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Now, he had the right to look down on immortal state mighty warriors. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Tengu had completely absorbed the heavenly merit. Its providence skyrocketed, and its cultivation leaped to late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal. It was very excited. Han Yan didn't let it leave immediately. Instead, he taught it the 5 elements divine light. When it left the cave, it was arrogant and proud. Han Yan didn't stop it. It was a signal to the disciples to prevent them from slacking off. As expected, the reborn Tengu shocked everyone. Heiyuji screamed, thinking that Han Yan was unfair. Why didn't he give it an opportunity? Tengu was no longer at the bottom. It didn't challenge others immediately. Instead, it cultivated the 5 elements divine light first. Then, it would challenge them one by one in the simulation trial. It was elated. On the other side, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies. All these years, his attention had been focused on the celestial world. He didn't know what was going on. He opened the mail. Your good friend Xianxia has left the celestial world. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has left the celestial world. Your good friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by your good friend Zhang Guxing. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has been attacked by a mysterious almighty and is seriously injured. Your good friend Li Daokong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao has stepped into the heavenly Tao and is comprehending the river of destiny. Your disciple Su Qi's misfortune has reached the limit. He has stepped into the arch realm and his providence has transformed. So many curses. Although there were few attacks, there were more curses. Even Jing Tiangong had been cursed. Could it be that he and Xue Mingyi were cursing each other? The mysterious almighty who attacked Zhang Guxing must be Li Xuanao. This fellow had coveted the Sword Dao River before. After Han Yan left, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity. Poor brother, after leaving the Divine Palace, he was beaten up again. Han Yan had no intention of helping. Now, his relationship with Zhang Guxing was no longer as close as before. Ever since Han Yan rejected Zhang Guxing's opportunity, he clearly felt that Zhang Guxing wasn't as warm to him as before. However, his favorability didn't drop. It was fine as long as Zhang Guxing didn't die. Han Yan continued reading the emails. He checked his interpersonal relationships again and found that the cultivation of his immortal and divine friends had increased by a large margin. It was really ridiculous. A month later, after Han Yan finished cursing all his enemies, he began to hesitate. Should I calculate the outcome of the calamity? Han Yan thought silently. He hadn't calculated it for a long time. These years, the immortal world seemed to have entered a period of explosion. More and more forces emerged. He needed to know who his enemies might be. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. Di Jun wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Di Jun? Han Yan frowned. Although Di Jun had a favorable impression of him, the favorability was too low. It wasn't worth the risk. Han Yan didn't refuse or accept. Instead, he waited for the prompt to disappear by itself. In this case, Di Jun might think that he was bound by something and couldn't accept a visit in his dreams. A few days later, Di Jun came again. Di Jun wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Han Yan was still indifferent. Anyway, Di Jun couldn't spy on the dojo. He might as well pretend that he didn't know. Even if Di Jun didn't want to harm him, he would still get him into some kind of trouble. Later, every 5 or 6 days, Di Jun would visit him in his dreams. Han Yan didn't respond. This situation lasted for 2 years. Di Jun visited him in his dreams hundreds of times. After Di Jun calmed down, Han Yan's heart was unable to calm down. Why is this guy looking for me? Han Yan had no choice but to use his evolution ability to deduce. I want to know why Di Jun is looking for me. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So much, this is already more than the outcome of the evolution tribulation. Han Yan gritted his teeth and silently chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the evolution scene. This was a dark space. Majestic chaotic energy was churning like clouds. A figure stood above the clouds, and beside him was a candlelit figure. This figure was Di Jun. Di Jun looked different from what Han Yan had imagined. His aura was not oppressive, and he even looked very gentle. He seemed to be thinking about something. He was silent and seemed to be in a trance. The candlelit figure suddenly spoke. The other sages have already acted. Why are you still not acting? Di Jun calmly said, why should I act? I am immortal and indestructible. Even if the great Tao tribulation comes, I am not afraid. But if all the living beings who believe in you are destroyed, your cultivation will also be affected. Won't the other sages plot against you? Dijun couldn't help but frown when he heard the candlelit figure's words. After a while, Dijun said, I found the divine general of heaven before. Is that not enough? No. Because he is a person of heaven. The celestial ruler himself is a chess piece. Then I have another candidate. Dijun smiled. Then, he began to pinch his fingers with his right hand and used some kind of divine ability. Not long after, his expression became gloomy. He continued to pinch his fingers. The scene shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. Dijun wanted to use him as a chess piece. Fortunately, he didn't accept his dream. This guy's hand even reached into heaven. The celestial ruler was really troubled by both internal and external problems. Han Yan didn't think too much about it. As long as Dijun didn't affect him, it was fine. At the moment, Han Yan did not have the qualifications to offend a saint. If he could avoid it, he would try his best not to. Even if he had to, he could not let the other party discover him. After Han Yan understood the reason, he stopped thinking about it and focused on cultivating. Ever since Tengu had become stronger, the other disciples of the secret order had been stimulated and had been cultivating diligently, including Chu Shiren. This was a good thing. Due to the protection of the dojo, they would relax every once in a while. 7 years later, Li Yao came to visit Han Yan. She rarely took the initiative to look for Han Yan, which surprised Han Yan. After entering the cave, she knelt in front of Han Yan and said seriously, Order Master, I want to become stronger. I want to be as strong as you. Please teach me your Dao arts. I will never betray the Yin order in the future. Her cultivation had already reached the full circle of the primordial unity golden immortal realm, but she was nowhere near the immortal emperor realm. In other words, her cultivation had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. Han Yan asked, You want the cultivation technique? Li Yao nodded and looked at Han Yan uneasily. Han Yan's expression did not change as he said, Okay. Li Yao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yan was satisfied. It seemed that Li Yao was sincerely seeking the Dao. With this favorability, he could do whatever he wanted, Han Yan said, In that case, I will teach you my cultivation technique. This Dao is called the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Dao. You cannot reveal it to a third person, including the other members of the Yin order. Hearing this, Li Yao was pleasantly surprised and quickly promised. This kind of preferential treatment would make anyone excited. Han Yan taught Li Yao the Immortal Emperor Realm chapter of the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Dao. It was enough for her to cultivate to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor Realm. If the Yin order wanted to grow stronger, they had to nurture their own disciples. Han Yan could not always rely on recruiting experts to make himself look good. He could not completely trust Heyu Devil, Vajranu, Duan Hongchen, and Jiang Yi because they had their own origins. Li Yao was different. She had already severed her past and had no other karma. Li Yao began to comprehend the inherited cultivation technique. Han Yan did not disturb her and continued to cultivate. After a full 5 years, Li Yao woke up from her dream. She opened her eyes and saw Han Yan's handsome and perfect face. Under the brilliance of the treasures, he was like a god. No one dared to blaspheme him. Li Yao exclaimed in her heart. What a profound Dao technique, compared to the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Dao. Her previous cultivation technique was like the martial arts manuals of the mortal world. She bit her lips and said, Thank you, Sect Master. I have already comprehended the Dao technique. Does Sect Master need me to do anything? Han Yan did not open his eyes and said, Go out and cultivate. Reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Li Yao nodded and got up to leave. She felt a little awkward. She thought that this time, she also liked Han Yan. Which girl would not like a man like Han Yan? She seemed to be thinking too much. Han Yan did not have such thoughts about her. For a moment, Han Yan's image in Li Yao's heart became sacred. Han Yan obviously knew what she was thinking, but he did not care. He was not a mortal. How could the pleasure of the body be compared to the transformation of the soul? Of course, if Li Yao was as proactive as Xing Hongxian, Han Yan would not reject her. But lust was not his first choice. Han Yan was still looking forward to Li Yao. Li Yao was the first person to receive his true inheritance. The reason why he passed it to her was not only because of her talent, but also because of her personality. Li Yao was too similar to him. After walking out of the cave, Li Yao was surrounded by everyone. "Why is master looking for you? You have been here for so long. You must have received the inheritance. When will it be my turn? Don't tell me you want to eat master. That must be it. I have seen other girls like that. Be quiet. Be careful not to be heard by Grandmaster. Are you kidding? Maybe Sect Master can hear your thoughts. What's the use of being quiet?" In the face of everyone's questions, Li Yao calmly replied, "I'm just seeking guidance on the sword Dao. I'm about to become stronger. Immortal Emperors, you guys do your best." Hey you devil, Jiangyi, Vajranu, and Duan Hongchen were all shocked when they heard this. This woman was going to become a great emperor. Even Jiangyi felt the pressure. Li Yao's talent was indeed terrifying. The most important thing was that she was willing to cultivate. Usually, she was the only one who cultivated and was too lazy to chat with others. "All of you, cultivate well. I will give you pointers based on your performance. The hidden sect is just a hidden sect, not a lazy sect." Han Yan's voice floated out, scaring everyone into dispersing. At the same time, hope rose in their hearts. They also wanted to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies. At the same time, he checked his emails. Recently, heaven had been in chaos again. Moreover, it was besieged by many forces. Han Yan could not help but worry about the celestial ruler. Especially Long Hao. Han Yan felt that it was difficult to deal with him. He wanted to kill Hao Tian, but he was afraid that he would harm the celestial ruler. "I hope you don't do anything rash. Otherwise, I will kill you for your father." Han Yan sighed in his heart, and his eyes became firm. It was difficult to have a perfect solution in the world. Han Yan only needed to follow his heart. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly felt that someone was using the invocation technique. He could not help but feel nervous. Could it be Long Hao, deceive him and then mess with him? "I want to know who's summoning me," Han Yan thought to himself as a black vortex appeared behind him. After this, he had to upgrade the invocation technique so that he wouldn't need to calculate it every time. 10,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. 10,000 years was simply looking down on him. 3 words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Xianxia, this woman. Han Yan was speechless. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it wasn't Long Hao. After hesitating for a moment, he still stepped into the black vortex. In the next second, Han Yan passed through the black vortex and arrived at a magnificent palace. There were all kinds of paintings and jade decorations. A refreshing fragrance filled the palace. Han Yan saw Xianxia sitting at a table filled with fine wine and delicacies. Han Yan couldn't help but fall silent. Xianxia smiled. "Husband, come and sit." "Sit? I taught you a special ability, and this is how you use it. Come on." Xianxia took the initiative to walk over and pulled Han Yan over. Han Yan was helpless. This was a trap. After sitting down, the two of them toasted each other, and the atmosphere gradually became unpleasant. In less than half an hour, Han Yan's robe was removed. A month later, a male voice came from outside the palace. "Saintess, there's an immortal emperor preaching in the holy city today. I have an invitation. Do you want to go?" Xianxia sat on Han Yan and replied, "No, I've been in seclusion recently. This immortal emperor is not simple. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going." "Alright, continue cultivating. If you come out of seclusion, you can look for me anytime." "Okay." After the man outside the palace left, Han Yan couldn't help but ask, "Who is he?" There was a special restriction in this palace. People outside couldn't sense anything inside. Xianxia said disdainfully, "In my husband's words, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Ignore him." Let's continue. Is it still not enough? Not enough, it will never be enough. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yan let out a long sigh. If he hadn't reached the immortal realm, he would have to fly back to the 9 hells purgatory after the art of begging divinity was deactivated. But now, he could directly open the way back. He had left the mark of 6 paths inside the congenital cave, so he could find the spacetime node. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. This woman always treated him as Tang Sanzang. After being tormented for a few months, he could finally relax. Han Yan began to study the invocation of God's technique. 2 years later, Han Yan improved his invocation of the God realm. From now on, he would be able to sense who was calling him. He had already warned Xianxia not to summon him for no reason. After much coaxing and pestering, Han Yan finally allowed her to summon it once every 100 years. After leveling up, Han Yan felt that he should use Dark Nightmare again. This time, he wanted to visit Xue Mingyi in his dream. When Xue Mingyi left the 9 hells purgatory, he happened to be near the hidden sect island. Han Yan had copied his data and knew his face, so it was convenient for him to visit him in his dream. After a while, the dream was a success. Han Yan forcibly created a dream for Xue Mingyi and directly pulled him into the dream. This was a dim world full of volcanoes. Han Yan turned into the dark forbidden lord, which was terrifying. When Xue Mingyi opened his eyes, he was frightened when he saw Han Yan. But then he seemed to realize something and asked carefully, "Are you the dark forbidden lord?" Xue Mingyi could feel that he could directly jump out of the dream, but the other party could forcibly drag him into the dream, which meant that the other party was stronger than him. The strength of the dream only meant that the other party was showing goodwill. This image, the first name that popped up in Xue Mingyi's mind was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan asked calmly, "Is it comfortable to use my name?" When Xue Mingyi heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He knelt down in fear and cupped his fists. "Senior, the Dark Sect and I really respect you. We are willing to serve you." Han Yan asked, "You have the Shura clan. Why do you want to serve me?" Xue Mingyi said with shame, "To be honest, the Shura clan originated from the Blood Sea Shura of the immemorial era. We are a race that the heavenly Tao does not like. I have been looking for an opportunity to break through. I hope you can allow us to serve you. From now on, the Shura clan will be at your disposal. We do not ask for much. We just hope that you can protect us." Han Yan said, "The Shura clan has survived until now. Don't you have a way to deal with the calamity?" Xue Mingyi smiled bitterly. "We do, but we are born with karma. The heavenly Tao's suppression on us is getting stronger and stronger. You secretly control the calamity because you are afraid of the heavenly Tao. We are the same kind of people." Han Yan was silent and did not reply. Xue Mingyi's heart skipped a beat. Did he say something wrong? Han Yan stared at Xue Mingyi quietly. His strange purple eyes made Xue Mingyi feel guilty, and he hurriedly lowered his head. The world was silent. After a long time, when Xue Mingyi was about to lose it, Han Yan said faintly, "I heard that you are working with the heaven." "Actually, I have nothing to do with the heaven. The reason why I don't curse the heaven is because the heaven is an important chess piece of mine." Xue Mingyi raised his head and looked at Han Yan in surprise. "If you want to destroy an overlord, you must first make him arrogant." When Xue Mingyi heard this, he was enlightened. He asked carefully, "Your ultimate goal is to destroy the heaven? Or to reshuffle the heavenly Tao?" Han Yan said, "I am doing it for myself." For himself, Xue Mingyi's imagination immediately ran wild. This answer was also the easiest one for Xue Mingyi to believe. If it was not for himself, what was the benefit of controlling the calamity? Was the other party trying to prove his Tao and become a saint? Xue Mingyi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Yan said, "Continue to help the heaven. Now that the saints are involved in the calamity, the true behemoths have yet to appear. You can rely on the heaven to protect yourself first and observe the changes." "The saints are involved?" Xue Mingyi's eyes widened, and he instantly broke out in cold sweat. He thought of those ancient legends. Any calamity that a saint participated in would destroy the world, and even the celestial world would find it difficult to protect itself. "Xue Mingyi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4, 5 stars. Shui Mingyi said respectfully, this subordinate obeys. His attitude changed very quickly. Han Yan waved his hand, and the dream realm directly shattered. Shui Mingyi returned to reality and thought of everything that had happened just now. This was the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was indeed unfathomable. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan thought about whether there was anyone else he could use. Other than Shui Mingyi, he did not know who else worshipped the Dark Forbidden Lord. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. Han Yan pulled himself together and continued to cultivate. Recently, because of Xianxia, he had wasted a lot of cultivation time, so he had to make up for it. Han Yan's karma absorption speed had been steadily increasing, and now he was not far from 4 Xian God energy. At the very least, he could see signs of it. Time flew. 30 years later. Liu Bei returned, and he was even faster than Han Yan expected. Liu Bei smiled and said, Master, I have found the place you were looking for. It is even better than 9 Nether Purgatory. What is it? Han Yan asked. It's only been a few decades. Han Yan seriously doubted that the place Liu Bei was looking for was within the Netherworld. Liu Bei replied, I found a mysterious barrier entrance in the Netherworld. It's an absolutely dark space. I can't see anything or use my divine sense to spy on it. Once I enter, all my senses will be lost. If I move Hidden Sect Island into it, it will definitely be a good place. He was very excited. In any case, he felt that the place was very suitable. Absolute darkness. Could it be the Dark Forbidden Zone? Han Yan frowned. He had never been to the Dark Forbidden Zone, but he had seen it in the mail. Dark Forbidden Zone and Dark Forbidden Lord. Wouldn't that be a perfect match? No, if he felt that it was a perfect match, others would definitely think so too. That's it for now. I'll look for you when I need to change places. Han Yan nodded. Liu Bei nodded, bowed, and turned to leave. After he left, Han Yan sighed. Relying on this guy to find a place to hide really didn't work. Too cowardly, Han Yan could finally understand how others felt about him. It was maddening. Han Yan was a little uneasy because he couldn't find a place that satisfied him. He could only use the evolution function. He was afraid that the result of his calculation would make him more anxious. Let's try it. I want to know where I will be after this calamity ends. Han Yan thought silently. As soon as he asked this question, he felt that he was very smart. He couldn't find it now, but he would definitely find it in the future. 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? 1 billion years, why is it so much? Han Yan frowned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Continue, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then, his consciousness became dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself under the Fusang tree. The people of the hidden sect were gathered around him. He looked around. Everyone was there. Even Xianxia and Suqi had returned. However, their expressions were very solemn. Han Yan saw himself floating above the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, stepping on the level 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He turned his head and looked in all directions. There were terrifying giant shadows at the end of the island. They were densely packed and surrounded the entire island. What's going on? Dark Forbidden Lord, let's see where you can hide. Even if we can't break through your formation, don't even think about leaving. A domineering shout sounded, followed by a burst of rampant laughter. As expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord, hiding in the 9 Hells Purgatory. So the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't that strong. This island is probably a supreme treasure, which prevents us from deducing the Dark Forbidden Lord's location. Who is he? Who cares who he is? The Dark Forbidden Lord has killed so many creatures. He must pay with his blood. Han Yan was stunned when he heard these angry shouts. He was still in 9 Hells Purgatory after the calamity, and his identity had been exposed. Han Yan felt uneasy. He looked up. Han Yan seemed to have sensed something and lowered his head to look at him. Their eyes met, and with a boom, Han Yan's consciousness was inexplicably impacted. His consciousness followed him back to reality. Warning, you must not interact with your past and future selves. Otherwise, karma will be chaotic, and the heavenly Tao will not tolerate it. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. He couldn't help but frown. The future Han Yan could see him? How was that possible? Even the sages couldn't see him. How could his future self? Was it a coincidence? Han Yan's heart was in a mess. Most importantly, his future self had exposed his identity. No, he had to find the reason. I want to know why my future self exposed his identity. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan's eyes were firm. Next, he didn't enter the illusion. Lines of words appeared in front of him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, Cultivation unknown. Chaos Fiend God, Immeasurable Emperor, former celestial ruler. After losing the calamity, he hid in the river of destiny to comprehend the great Tao of destiny. He saw through karma and fate. After learning about the existence of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he has been observing the heavens, trying to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. At the same time, a profile picture was displayed. This person looked extremely majestic with 3 sharp eyes. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, who was this guy? Why hadn't Han Yan heard of him before? The words Chaos Fiend God were too eye-catching. Legend had it that during the Chaos era, before the heavenly Tao existed, 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods were born in the chaos. The giant god Pangu, who created the heavenly Tao, was one of the Chaos Fiend gods. He killed the other Chaos Fiend gods and turned into the heavenly Tao, immortal and eternal. After the heavenly Tao appeared, the remaining Chaos Fiend gods couldn't enter the heavenly Tao. How did this Chaos Fiend god get in? And he even became the celestial ruler. Han Yan couldn't help but feel a little weak after being targeted by such an existence. Most importantly, this person had been comprehending karma and fate. Could it be that he could predict Han Yan's future? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. No, I have to think of a way to kill this guy. Han Yan didn't want to be surrounded by countless powerhouses. Wait, could this guy be a sage? Han Yan frowned even more. I want to know if any of the people I know are Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's subordinates? Han Yan thought to himself. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Then, one figure after another appeared in Han Yan's mind. Immortal Emperor Samsara, God General, Hao Tian, Grand Marshal Shunpeng, the King of Hell, the Master of the Celestial Palace. So many, Han Yan almost went limp with fright. There were too many forces involved: heaven, the Celestial Palace, and the underworld. Among them, heaven had the most. A total of 12 of his friends were Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's subordinates, most importantly, Immortal Emperor Samsara, the King of Hell, and the Master of the Celestial Palace. Why were they together? The Master of the Celestial Palace was a mighty figure who had been replaced by Zhu Tuesday. After Zhu Tu's death, he hadn't appeared again. However, Han Yan had a deep impression of him. They had met in front of the Taiji Palace. Han Yan suddenly remembered that the underworld had allowed Zhu Tu to release the vengeful spirits of the 9 hells purgatory. Could this be one of the reasons? Han Yan had a headache. The heavenly Tao's waters were too deep. Before this, Han Yan didn't even know about Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's existence. He also didn't expect such a large net to cover the entire universe. This was a mighty figure more terrifying than the celestial ruler, the Goblin Emperor, the Tendo Buddha, and Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu followed Nuwa. Perhaps he didn't even know until his death that the master of the celestial palace he supported was a chess piece of another mighty figure. Han Yan fell into deep thought. What should he do in the face of such a force? The best way was to stop cursing and peacefully avoid calamity. That way, he wouldn't attract Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's attention. But if that was the case, what would happen to the celestial ruler? Also, if Xing Hongxian, Xianxia, Su Qi, Fang Liang, and the others encountered a conspiracy, he wouldn't be able to do anything. There had to be another way, for example, to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. As long as the Book of Misfortune continued to grow stronger, to the point where Jade Emperor Zhou Yan couldn't calculate anything, he should be fine. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. Han Yan rubbed his chin, racking his brains to think of a way to deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He felt an unprecedented pressure, even greater than when facing a sage. This was because Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too mysterious and had such a huge network of connections. It was extremely terrifying. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was powerful and had many experts under his command. He was even stronger than the 4 overlords of the immortal world. He couldn't offend such a person. At least, he couldn't curse him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was at least a boundary emperor. He was definitely stronger than Daluo and might even be a saint. Such an existence couldn't be cursed to death and would even attract his attention. I have to find a way to expose him. Such an existence will definitely cause panic. I don't believe that all the forces in the immortal world are his lackeys. Han Yan thought. If it was true, he could only run. At most, he would run to the dark forbidden zone. If I can't beat him, can't I run? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more relaxed he felt. There was nothing difficult in the world as long as one was willing to give up. There was no strong enemy in the world as long as one knew how to hide. Han Yan pulled himself together and continued to cultivate. He would only be surrounded after the cataclysm ended. There was no sign of it ending yet. Years passed. 9 Hell's Purgatory regained its peace. The Suzaku clan and the Jiejiao seemed to have reached a peace agreement and stopped fighting. What Han Yan worried about didn't happen. No third force infiltrated 9 Hell's Purgatory. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. From the emails, the immortal world was once again in a bloodbath. Han Yan's friends had been decreasing and hadn't increased for many years. The most recent ones were Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. If this continued, Han Yan wouldn't be able to spy on the immortal world situation sooner or later. However, this couldn't be helped. It wasn't suitable to make friends during the cataclysm. Han Yan was getting closer and closer to the 4 profound divine energy. He estimated that he would break through in at most 50 years. This was mainly because the karma in 9 Hell's Purgatory was too dense and endless. No matter how fast Han Yan absorbed it, he could absorb it to his heart's content. Although he absorbed a huge amount of karma every day, Han Yan felt that he didn't affect 9 Hell's Purgatory at all. On this day, Han Yan was cultivating. With a terrifying boom, Han Yan opened his eyes in shock. He wasn't the only one. Everyone from the hidden sect was frightened and stood up. A huge red hole appeared in the darkness above 9 Hell's Purgatory. A terrifying figure slowly descended. This was a 10,000 zhang tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body was covered in a hideous bone armor, and there was a giant pillar floating behind it that was even larger than its body. He opened his eyes, revealing a pair of pale eyes. He looked in a certain direction and revealed a horrifying smile. He raised his right hand, and the giant pillar behind him flew to his palm. Break! The 30,000-meter tall figure roared in anger. He waved his right hand, and a gigantic pillar shot out, stirring up a dragon-like storm. A terrifying impact swept out in all directions, and boundless negative karma surged violently. The hidden sect island was also shaken by this impact. Fortunately, the space array inside the dojo was stable, so the shaking of the island could not be felt from the inside. Han Yan was surprised. Who was that? Due to the distance, he was unable to detect the other party's cultivation and identity. That direction seemed to be targeting the primordial phoenix. Han Yan did not pay much attention to it. It was fine as long as it didn't affect him. He transmitted his voice to everyone in the hidden sect, telling them to calm down. Soon, waves of battle pressure came. Han Yan quietly controlled the hidden sect island to move away from the battle. This battle lasted for several days. When the battle ended, Han Yan checked his mail. Your good friend the primordial essence phoenix was attacked by a mysterious almighty and was severely injured. Hiss, how strong was that guy to be able to injure an existence like the primordial essence phoenix? Was this the heavens? There were countless cultivators like Han Yan hiding in the dark. Eh? Space array, who is it on the island? A surprised voice suddenly sounded and entered the hidden sect island. Han Yan was frightened and quickly checked the surrounding strong enemies. Jiangdugu, cultivation unknown, immeasurable emperor, connate human race. Cultivation unknown, he was at least a Daluo. Han Yan knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he said, I'm a nobody. I hope you won't disturb me. All the disciples were watching, so he couldn't lower his stance. Besides, the array formation was already Daluo level. Ordinary Daluo cultivators wouldn't be able to barge in at all. Even if they could, there was still Lu Bu, the top Deluo. Jiang Dugu's voice sounded. I'm just curious. Naturally, I won't disturb your training ground. May I know your name? Han Yan said, Xingdaorong. Xingdaorong? Which faction are you from? I'm Jiang Dugu from the human race. I'm currently hiding in the human school. The Great Way God dynasty is a mortal realm hidden in the dark. It's not worth mentioning. Are you hiding from the calamity? I've never heard of you. It means that you haven't entered the calamity yet. Why don't you fight for it? I cultivate for myself. Fighting for luck is to surpass others. It's not my Tao. Ha ha ha, not bad. Then I won't disturb you. Jiang Dugu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars. Jiang Dugu's aura disappeared, and Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked Jiang Dugu's information. Jiang Dugu, cultivation level unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, Khanate human race, first batch of Khanate human race members created by Saint Nua. He once obtained great providence during the immeasurable calamity. Now, he is one of the ancestors of the human race. He is currently cultivating in the human school. Due to your rare cultivation attitude, he has a favorable impression of you. Han Yan frowned. Ren school. It turned out that Li Daokong and Li Xuanao were not the only ones in Ren school. There were also Khanate human race members. The current human race was not considered a Khanate human race. They could only be considered a postnatal human race. The Khanate human race was the creation of the saints. They were extremely talented. The reason why the human race could prosper today was not only because of the saints' favor, but also because of the Khanate human race's tireless efforts. After a battle of blood and tears, they had obtained the position of the main character of the Heavenly Tao. Due to the identity of the main character of the Heavenly Tao, under the protection of the Heavenly Tao, killing was a sin. Saving was a kindness. How many Khanate human race members like Jiang Dugu are hidden in the human race? Han Yan fell into deep thought. The people of the hidden sect were also communicating. Jiang Dugu is a sage to be. His seniority is extremely high. Duan Hongchen sighed. Although he was only an immortal emperor, he had lived for a long time and knew countless names. Jiang Yi said angrily, what Xingdaorong? Back then, he lied to me that his name was Sima Yi. I'm so angry. Heyu Ji asked curiously, both of you have the surname Jiang. Do you have a story? Jiang Yi nodded and said, my mother's ancestor was once saved by the human race's Jiang family and raised by them. That's why she has the surname Jiang. I can be considered a descendant of Jiang Dugu. However, our relationship is too distant. He definitely won't acknowledge it, and I don't want to either. Heyu Devil asked curiously, is Jiang Dugu or Zhu Tu more powerful? Zhu Tu, who had been silent all this while, said, no matter how strong Jiang Dugu is, Zhu Tu is bound by the calamity. Jiang Dugu once won a lot of luck for the human race and often listened to the saints of Ren school preaching. Compared to him, Zhu Tu's identity is too shallow. Everyone could not help but sigh. There were indeed many powerful people hidden in the celestial world. Ever since he had Jiang Dugu as a good friend, Han Yan's emails had become lively. This fellow was attacked by mysterious mighty figures every year and was occasionally cursed, but he was fine and had been fooling around. How could such a person admire his philosophy of cultivation? Han Yan felt that it was ridiculous. After meeting Jiang Dugu, Han Yan felt that the Nine Hells Purgatory was becoming more and more unsafe. However, this place was suitable for him to cultivate, so he could still stay. When he reached 6 profound divine essence, he would immediately run. Time continued to pass. 27 years passed. On this day, Han Yan was cultivating when he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, why do I feel uneasy? 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? 1 billion years, something bad was going to happen. Han Yan gritted his teeth and chose to continue. He followed into the illusion. This was a hall burning with red flames. Flaming figures gathered here, all looking at a terrifying 3-legged golden crow in front of him. This 3-legged golden crow was hundreds of thousands of feet tall even when lying down, and there was a huge golden bell on top of its head. The three-legged golden crow chanted a mysterious spell, and the golden bell trembled slightly. Strange words that could be seen with the naked eye appeared and circled around the bell. Ancestor, please bestow the supreme divine power of the Jinwu to suppress all living beings. The three-legged golden crow began to repeat this sentence, and its voice became louder and louder, echoing in the hall. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. What was this, the bell of chaos? It was mentioned in some primeval times that the ancestor of the golden crow, Dong Huang Tai, held the bell of chaos, also known as the Dong Huang bell. However, in the legends, Dong Huang Tai had other identities, all kinds of things. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Dong Huang Tai was definitely an ancient god. A heavy breathing sound came from the golden bell, making one's heart palpitate. The scene shattered, Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He didn't expect that after the fall of the Divine Palace and the Goblin Court, more forces would rise. Why were there more and more people in this calamity? Han Yan secretly rejoiced that he didn't stay in the celestial world. The celestial world was really a chaotic place. At this moment, Han Yan sensed the celestial ruler's telepathic thoughts from the heavenly Dao token. The celestial ruler had told him not to contact him, so why would she take the initiative to contact him? It seemed like the celestial ruler had also sensed that the Jinwu was up to something. Han Yan connected his telepathic thoughts, and the celestial ruler's voice followed. You have to be careful of the golden crow under your command. Dilan Tian of the Jinwu is preparing to summon the immemorial golden crow. When the time comes, the power of the golden crow's bloodline will resonate and go berserk. There was such a method, Han Yan said. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. Will Jinwu target heaven? The celestial ruler's tone was solemn as he said, yes. After all, they created the demon heaven. They must eradicate heaven. There is only one heaven in this world, but I am not afraid. The heaven of the immortals has existed longer than the heaven of the demon race. What have they not experienced? Han Yan was instantly relieved. Although the celestial ruler seemed to be bragging, it was fine as long as he did not lose his confidence. Your Majesty, do you know the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Han Yan pretended to ask casually. Yes, the third ruler of heaven. Why are you asking about him? Nothing, I just heard Di Taibeek mention the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan before. Now that Hao Tian has appeared, will the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan make a comeback? You don't have to worry about that. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has a very good relationship with me. I was able to ascend to the throne thanks to his support. One of us? Han Yan was stunned. He had thought that the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was a mysterious mastermind hiding in the dark. He did not expect him to be the backer of the heaven. The celestial ruler smiled and said, he is very powerful. It is because of him that the heaven is immortal. I see. Then I am relieved. After the conversation ended, Han Yan frowned. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the celestial ruler were both subordinates of the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the celestial ruler were plotting against each other? Zhou Yu beat Huang Gai. Han Yan felt that it was ridiculous and began to use the evolution function. Are the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and the Samsara Immortal Emperor united? 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. I see. The Samsara Immortal Emperor was rebellious. Han Yan continued to evolve. Does the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan have any intention of murdering the celestial ruler? 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, Han Yan's heart was bleeding. Not for now. Han Yan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would calculate his whereabouts in the future, it was fine as long as he could protect the celestial ruler. This way, Han Yan could be at ease and go into seclusion. However, something was wrong. In the previous evolution, the celestial ruler had died a few times, which meant that the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not make a move. Or was the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan also dead? Han Yan could not figure it out and could only put this matter aside for now. Continue to cultivate. I'll break through first. Han Yan's eyes became firm. 15 years later. Han Yan welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to break through to the 4 profound divine essence. 4 years later. He had successfully broken through. For profound divine essence, Han Yan's divine essence and dermic powers began to skyrocket, and his essence became stronger. As he consolidated his cultivation, he opened his stats interface. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 541043999, 99999 9999 9999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, 4 profound divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. There was hope for him to become a Daluo before he was 10,000 years old. Han Yan thought to himself with satisfaction. Of course, this was just his extravagant hope. Perhaps the Daluo realm needed a long time to accumulate. 3 years later, Han Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized. He wanted to celebrate, but he suddenly realized that there were no enemies worth cursing. Li Xuanao had been harassed by Han Yan, and Li Daokong was very warm towards Han Yan. He did not want to kill Li Daokong. What if Li Xuanao died and Li Daokong died as well? Hao Tian could be cursed to death, but he was currently sharing a body with Long Hao, so it was not easy to curse him. He had also investigated Tai Sutian, and he did not have any ill intentions towards him. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too strong, and he could not alert him. Immortal Emperor Samsara still had a good impression of him, so Han Yan did not want to kill him. The other enemies had low hatred towards him, and at most, they did not like or hate him. Sigh. Why do I suddenly feel so empty? Han Yan could not help but miss the Tendo Buddha, the Goblin Emperor, and Zhu Tuesday. He was really despicable. But this was good. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. Forget it, continue cultivating. Han Yan opened his emails while cultivating. Your disciple Su Qi has become the immortal emperor of misfortune. He is invulnerable and his body has turned into karma. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has obtained the war god's inheritance and stepped into the emperor realm. He has become the supreme immortal emperor. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a Jie Jiao disciple, X6. Your good friend Shui Mingyi was attacked by a human expert and was seriously injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a demon expert, X8. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhou Fan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Su Qi and Ji Xianxia had both become immortal emperors. Han Yan was filled with emotions. Once upon a time, immortal emperors were out of his reach. Now, even his disciples had become immortal emperors. Was this the passing of time? Scrolling down, there weren't many emails that caught Han Yan's attention. What he was most interested in was when Li Daokong would be severely injured. He wasn't injured in the face of quasi-sage Jiang Dugu's attack. Perhaps it was a spar between the disciples of the Ren school. Li Daokong wants to take me in as his disciple, but I actually want to see him crippled? Han Yan was secretly ashamed, feeling that his thoughts weren't right. The immortal world was now filled with all kinds of forces. No one could see who could win the immortal tribulation. After reading the emails, Han Yan called out the 8 Calabash brothers. Han 1 to Han 7 were Earth Immortal Calabash spirits. Han 8 was even more talented as he was a Chaos Calabash spirit. The 8 brothers had been cultivating on Hidden Sect Island, but because they had only cultivated for a short time, they couldn't make it to the top 10 in the Hidden Sect tournament. Han 8 was the same. Han Yan wanted to give them some pointers. After all, they had the same surname as him, so they were like his sons. The 8 brothers were very nervous. Han Yan hadn't met them alone for a long time. What divine powers do you want to learn? Han Yan asked. He now had dozens of divine powers and even more Dharma spells. This was under the circumstance that he was too lazy to create them himself. It was enough for him to teach his disciples. Han 8 was the first to speak. I want to learn the strongest divine powers. As soon as he finished speaking, Han 1 glared at him, scaring him into lowering his head. The other Calabash brothers were nervous, afraid of angering Han Yan. Han Yan was expressionless, but he was laughing in his heart. It seemed that the Centennial Tournament had caused the Hidden Sect to start internally. This was a good thing. After all, these guys didn't have any other worries other than who was stronger. If there was no pressure, how could they advance? Han Yen thought for a moment and said, then I'll teach you the 5 elements divine light. When this divine powers is cultivated to the extreme, nothing can't be broken. I hope you can bring this divine powers to greater heights. Hearing this, the 8 brothers were excited. They kowtowed and thanked Han Yen. 6 months later, they left the cave and were surrounded by others. They were all curious about what kind of divine ability they learned. In this regard, the 8 brothers were as mysterious as Li Yao. We'll know in the next competition, Han Wen said in high spirits. Apart from Han 8, the other 6 gourd spirits all had proud looks on their faces. Hei Yuji almost died of anger. When will it be Grandpa Chicken's turn? Grandpa Chicken is the most obedient. Sun Chang'an said in annoyance, Suzaku from before doesn't count as a reward? Zhou Mingyue, the reincarnation of the great sage who pacifies heaven, and Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnation of the great emperor of Ziwei, both nodded. They were the ones who weren't taken care of. However, due to his low seniority, they could not take the initiative to approach Han Yen. Under the Fusang tree, Tengu wagged his big tail and said lazily, let's take it one generation at a time. The 8 brothers are surnamed Han. Are you also surnamed Han? Zhou Mingyue shouted, from today onwards, my name is Han Mingyue. Lu Huaxiu face-bombed. He couldn't be as shameless as Zhou Mingyue. Tu Linger pursed his lips. I'll definitely be next. Golden Crow Ada couldn't take it anymore. Why is it you again? How many times have you been in there already? Of course, most of them were just joking. No one was actually jealous. After all, they were all under Han Yan's protection. Duan Hongchen sat in a corner with his brows furrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. In a crimson flame palace, Di Lan Tian, who had transformed into his human form, sat on the throne. Long Hao led 7 true dragon tribe mighty figures into the palace. On either side of him were the elders of the Jinwu. The dignified Di Lan Tian sized up Long Hao as a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Long Hao stopped and cupped his fists with a smile. I am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Court, Long Hao. Greetings to the leader of the Jinwu. Di Lan Tian scanned the 7 people behind Long Hao and said nonchalantly, you've already received the help of the true dragon tribe. What business do you have with me? Perhaps you want to join forces with me? The Jinwu and the true dragon tribe were at loggerheads. The Golden Crow claimed that it feasted on dragons. How could the true dragon tribe tolerate that? The 2 tribes often fought each other. It could be considered a feud. Long Hao stared at Di Lan Tian and said, the immortal realm is already the chessboard of the heavenly Tao. You and I are both chess pieces. However, if we join forces, we can become the players. I heard that the Jinwu has awakened the imperial ancestral bell. You don't want to be chess pieces, right? Di Lan Tian said contemptuously, since you already know about the imperial ancestral bell, why do you dare to come? He raised his right hand and waved it gently. The terrifying imperial ancestral bell suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like Mount Tai hanging in the air, ready to fall at any time. Long Hao did not seem to see the imperial ancestral bell above his head. He smiled and said, the imperial ancestral bell can suppress the saints. Hearing this, Di Lan Tian's face darkened. I want to overthrow heaven. I want to be the celestial ruler. I'm willing to be the 2 emperors of heaven with you. We'll be like the 4 emperors of heaven. You'll rule the heavens and I'll rule the earth. How about that? Long Hao said with a burning gaze. Di Lan Tian asked, is the celestial ruler not going to be passed down to you? You're already the strongest celestial ruler's son. He's avoiding suspicion and listening to the saints. He thinks that the next celestial ruler should be an ordinary person. Oh? Which ordinary person? The 3 celestial generals are all humans, right? That's right. Since you already understand, you don't have to doubt my motives, do you? But do you have the right? Di Lan Tian shook his head. He did not take Long Hao seriously. In his opinion, Long Hao was too young. He was only a few thousand years old. It was not even enough for him to take a nap. He's not qualified. What about me? A majestic voice came from Long Hao's body. Streaks of golden dragon chi flowed out of his body and quickly condensed into a golden figure. It was Hao Tian. Di Lan Tian was moved. He narrowed his eyes and said, Hao Tian. I didn't expect Senior to still be alive. Hao Tian said, since you still call me Senior, are you willing to cooperate? I want to deal with the one behind the heaven. That's not a problem. Di Lan Tian directly agreed. Hao Tian smiled and said, you talked to him. He then turned into smoke and dissipated. Longhao's tightly clenched fists and his sleeves loosened. He was just pretending to be confident. The pressure from the imperial ancestor bell above his head was not a joke. Di Lan Tian stared at Longhao for a while. He suddenly smiled and asked, I heard that your master is a prodigy nurtured by the celestial ruler. My clan's Xianxia was saved thanks to him. How is your master's cultivation? What is his cultivation level now? Longhao smiled and said, I'm not sure. But I heard from my imperial father that my master should be around 5,000 years old. With his talent, he should be at least a rank 5 immortal emperor. Di Lan Tian's pupils shrunk. He sighed and said, reaching rank 5 immortal emperor at 5,000 years old. This talent is even stronger than Divine Palace's supremacy Dao. No, it should be Heaven's supremacy Dao. Longhao's eyes revealed reverence. He said, my master did not enter tribulation. But his talent is top-notch. In the future, he will become a top-grade expert in the world. He will also become the pillar of our new heaven. Di Lan Tian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Looking at the line of words that suddenly popped up in front of him, Han Yan felt baffled. However, since it was favorability, it was fine. If it was hatred, then Di Lan Tian would be in trouble. Han Yan continued to cultivate. Time flew by. 10 years had passed since he imparted the 8 Han brothers their divine powers. Han Yan got up and walked out of the cave abode, preparing to preach the Tao to the hidden sect. Fang Liang, Su Qi, and Long Hao were breaking through at lightning speed outside. He could not let the disciples on the island fall behind. If that happened, when Su Qi and the other 2 returned, how big of a blow would it be to the disciples on the island? Han Yan would not allow such a situation to happen. Everyone, prepare to listen to the Tao. Han Yan's voice resounded throughout the island, and the nether people scattered all over the hidden sect island became excited. They had always missed Han Yan's Tao preaching. The feeling of an explosion of Tao inspiration was unforgettable. Everyone quickly sat down. Even Fairy Xian and Changyu were walked out of the cave abode. Han Yan began to preach the Tao. He glanced at Changyu. This senior sister had been in seclusion. In the past few hundred years, she had almost never come out except for his Tao preaching. He did not know what she was studying. Changyuer's cultivation could barely keep up. She was already a grand unity heaven immortal. Han Yan was only slightly curious. Usually, he was too lazy to spend time observing her. As soon as Han Yan's Tao preached, everyone entered a state of enlightenment. This Tao preaching lasted for a full 5 years. After the Tao preaching ended, Han Yan directly entered the Khanate cave abode to cultivate. The disciples and the nether people had yet to come back to their senses. Han Yan sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus, lost in thought. His eyes could see through the mountain walls of the cave abode to see everyone's state. Some were crying tears of joy, some were worried, some were impatient, and some looked gloomy. They were all comprehending the Tao for themselves. Han Yan, on the other hand, saw all kinds of people. When the immortal gods were high above and looked down on the mortal world, were they ever moved by the suffering of mortals? Looking back, Han Yan's thoughts drifted to the medicinal garden outside the Yuqing sect in the mortal world, where he followed the servants to farm and take care of the medicinal plants every day. He saw Elder Iron. He was still as cold as ever, giving off a temperamental and imposing feeling. He saw his parents in this life, but for some reason, their faces were blurred. Han Yan had lived 2 lives, so his memory was not ordinary. He remembered everyone except his own parents. Perhaps he didn't want to remember it because he didn't want to admit it in his heart. Time flew by. The faces that Han Yan had seen in this life flashed before his eyes. It was like pressing the speed button in a movie. Everything was like an illusion. Some of them had smiles on their faces, some looked angry, and some looked jealous. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything was gone. Han Yen sighed in his heart. Gradually, his gaze became resolute. Wasn't this what he wanted? He wanted to be immortal and indestructible. He wanted to surpass all cultivators and become the strongest one. This is life and death. Life and death are all living things, and all living things are life and death. Han Yen muttered to himself. His divine essence and dharmic powers resonated, and his cultivation began to skyrocket. This was enlightenment. Sometimes, suddenly comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth and the truth of the great Tao could increase one's cultivation. Han Yen had often seen this in the emails. Unfortunately, the skyrocketing cultivation did not last long. He still had to work hard to break through to the 5 profound divine essence. Han Yen adjusted his mentality and continued to cultivate. 10 years later. Han Yen checked his emails while cultivating. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend the Divine General and was seriously injured. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the True Dragon Race, X10827. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by your disciple Long Hao. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by your good friend Di Lan Tian. Your good friend Di Lan Tian sacrificed his soul to summon the Golden Crow ancestor. Your good friend Di Lan Tian sounded the heavenly Tao's treasure, the imperial ancestral bell, and the providence of heaven was damaged. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed too much and was plagued by bad luck. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was suppressed in a dangerous place. In the end, Long Hao still started a war with the celestial ruler. Han Yen sighed. Father and son fighting. How tragic. Jinwu was something. From the emails, it was on par with heaven, especially Di Lan Tian. He could actually use a treasure to damage the providence of heaven. Han Yen also noticed Jiang Dugu's situation. He had finally failed. What kind of existence was he? If he was a sage, it should be shown. It seemed that Jiang Dugu was not the strongest below the sage. Han Yen read on and could not help but feel his blood boil. Was this the cultivation tribulation? How exciting! It would be great if there was a live broadcast. Han Yen only thought about it. He did not want to go out. This cultivation tribulation was not an era where he could dominate the wind and clouds. He wanted to be invisible. After resting for a few days, Han Yen continued to cultivate. Ever since the end of the Tao lecture 10 years ago, the Yin sect had once again entered seclusion. The main reason was that Li Yao was preparing to become a great arch. She specially went to the back of a mountain to sit alone and not be disturbed. Li Yao was a latecomer. Morong Qi, Sun Chang'an, Heyu Ji, and the others did not want to be left behind by her. Even Jiang Yi was stimulated by Li Yao. This woman's talent was really top-notch. It was worth mentioning that the chaotic gourd spirit, Han Ba, had also risen. Ever since he listened to the Tao lecture, he seemed to have been enlightened and his cultivation progressed rapidly. Even Chu Shiren was very emotional. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Duan Hongchen suddenly visited Han Yen. Han Yen thought about it and let him in. Duan Hongchen, rank 3 immortal emperor, born from the tribulation, the reincarnation of an ancient god. He once participated in the immeasurable tribulation and died. His remnant soul was suppressed in the netherworld together with the karma of heaven and earth. After countless years of evolution, the karma gave birth to a physical body and the remnant soul gave birth to intelligence. He can absorb the karma and become stronger, but he cannot digest it. Current favorability, 5 stars. After coming to the Hidden Sect Island, his cultivation increased by 2 ranks. It could be said to be extremely fast. However, he seemed to be quite dissatisfied. After all, he was also a tribulation taker. Duan Hongchen knelt in front of Han Yen and said with gritted teeth, Sect Master, I want to enter the tribulation. Recently, a mental demon appeared in my cultivation. I'm afraid it's caused by the heavenly Tao. If I don't enter the tribulation, my Tao heart will not be stable. I swear, as long as I'm alive, I'll always be a disciple of the Yin sect. I will not expose any information about you and will not harm the Yin sect. He obviously mustered up a lot of courage to say these words. After all, he was once a prisoner and did not have the right to make any requests. Han Yen stared at him and did not immediately reply. the atmosphere was silent. Duan Hongchen could not help but panic. Oh no, the sect master was angry. Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and did not dare to look at Han Yan. If this continued, he would be killed by the mental demon. He might as well fight it out. Go ahead. Han Yan's voice suddenly sounded. Duan Hongchen was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly. He raised his head to look at Han Yan and found that Han Yan had a smile on his face. He was completely different from before. Duan Hongchen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Thank you, Order Master. If I manage to survive this calamity, I'll definitely return to accompany you on the path of cultivation. Without your permission, I'll never ask to leave again. Duan Hongchen replied excitedly and immediately kowtowed to Han Yan. Han Yan replied, this is your fate after all. If you still think that you belong to the Yin Order, you can return at any time. However, don't think that I'll save you or help you. At least, I won't do anything during the calamity. This is my responsibility to myself and the entire Yin Order. Duan Hongchen nodded heavily and replied, I understand. Actually, I've been living very well in the Yin Order. You've never mistreated me and I've always been grateful. I'll never cause trouble for the Yin Order. If I manage to obtain great fortune in the future, I'll definitely repay the Yin Order. Han Yan closed his eyes and waved his sleeve, indicating that Duan Hongchen could leave. Duan Hongchen rose and bowed before leaving. Han Yan did not teach him the invocation of the gods technique. Although Duan Hongchen had a 6-star favorability towards Han Yan's favorability towards him was limited. Furthermore, this fellow was a tribulation taker. There was an 80 to 90% chance that Duan Hongchen would die during the calamity. Out of so many tribulation takers, how many would survive in the end? Han Yan could not help but worry about the celestial ruler, Xianxia, Feng Liang, Zhou Fan, and the others. Many of his good friends had become tribulation takers. He reckoned that a few of them would die. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Han Yan hoped that they would all survive. If they were to die, he could only mourn in silence. Based on Han Yan's current level of cultivation, he could not risk everything for the sake of others and even sacrifice his own life. Even if it was the celestial ruler, it was the same. Although the celestial ruler had treated Han Yan very well, Han Yan would only help him if his own life was not threatened. If he had to choose between his own life and the celestial ruler, Han Yan would only choose himself. Regardless of who the celestial ruler was, it would be the same. If he died, then what was the point of all this? In his long years of cultivation, Han Yan had always been vigilant of himself, never forgetting his original intentions. Perhaps when he reached the end of his cultivation, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, including making up for the regrets of the past. Duan Hongchen's departure caused quite a commotion in the Yin Order. After all, they had been together for a long time and they still had feelings for each other. Hence, they began to discuss the savior. Chu Shiren, as the revered Buddha, knew the most. He explained to everyone what a tribulation taker was. Han Yan didn't pay attention to what they were talking about and focused on cultivating. Life was like this. There would always be people coming and people leaving. Han Yan devoted himself to cultivation and set his sights on the Daluo realm. The four profound godly essence was indeed halfway to the Daluo realm. Time flew by. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xianxia used the spirit invitation technique to summon Han Yan once. After half a year, Han Yan finally returned. It couldn't be said that it was torturous. To Han Yan, it was a rare moment of relaxation. Xianxia always had a way to please Han Yan. She always had a passion for Han Yan. Han Yan had no choice but to teach her mystical abilities and help her become stronger. Relationships were like this. There had to be a reciprocal. If there was always one person who gave one-sidedly, it would be wrong and unfair. On this day, Han Yan stopped cultivating, took out the Book of Misfortune, and casually cursed Li Xuanao. He casually checked his emails. Your good friend Duan Hongchen has joined the dark sect. His luck has increased greatly. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao has been cursed by your good friend Xue Mingyi. He has been plagued by misfortune and has developed a mental demon. Your good friend Zhou Fan has broken through between life and death. He has comprehended the great Tao of killing and attained the Arch Realm. Your good friend Li Daokong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Di Lan Tian has been attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and has been seriously injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has been enlightened by Jia Jiao's luck. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has become a tribulation taker. Your disciple Su Qi has returned to the heavenly Tao with misfortune and has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Duan Hongchen had actually joined the dark sect. It seemed that his relationship with Shui Mingyi was not shallow. Shui Mingyi was very sensible. He was really helping the celestial ruler seriously. However, when he saw Long Hao encounter misfortune, Han Yan felt upset. He continued to read. Zhou Fan had become the Arch. This was the most shocking thing for Han Yan. This realistic person was the main character. Han Yan had met him a long time ago. His aptitude was average, but he always came back from the jaws of death. This experience was definitely a fantasy male protagonist. Moreover, after this guy ascended, his momentum increased instead of decreasing. He was like a hot knife through butter. He counterattacked all the way and actually became the Arch. If this guy survived the calamity, his future would be limitless. However, Han Yan still could not understand how Zhou Fan could be so awesome. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's favorability towards him had not decreased, so he would not pose a threat to him. Di Lan Tian had been seriously injured by Li Daokong. Han Yan could only admire Li Daokong. This guy had really never tasted defeat. Jiang Dugu had already fallen, but Li Daokong was still fooling around. Huang Zuantian had become a tribulation taker. It could only be said that it was unfortunate. There was also Su Qi. He had returned so soon. Was he trying to stir up trouble and make the calamity even more chaotic? Han Yan watched for a long time and only had one feeling in his heart. The calamity was intensifying, danger, it was getting more and more dangerous. Han Yan had to become a Daluo as soon as possible. That way, he might be able to trigger an upgrade in the system or the dojo. That way, he would be safer. With this thought in mind, Han Yan immersed himself in cultivation after cursing Li Xuanao. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. The immortals and gods were gathered. It was as noisy as a market. Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, the Divine General, the Martial Divine General, and the Celestial General were all there. The Celestial ruler's gaze fell on the Celestial General. The Celestial General's aura was the strongest among the three Divine Generals. He had started the War God's Providence battle in the Heavenly Gate. After so many years, no War God had defeated him. Until now, no one dared to challenge him. With Providence filling his body, the Celestial General was already recognized as the strongest War God in the Heavenly Tao. The Martial Divine General noticed the Celestial ruler's gaze and secretly curled his lips. Li Xuanao was also sizing up the Celestial General with a mocking smile. Celestial General, how does it feel to become a Daluo? The Celestial General's expression remained unchanged. You might not understand if I tell you. Li Xuanao's face instantly turned ashen. Li Daokong smiled. Let's spar when we have time. I'll teach you how to fight as a Daluo. The Celestial General's eyes burned with battle intent as he faced Li Daokong, but he didn't reply. The Celestial ruler suddenly said, the Dragon Court and the Jinwu have joined forces, but they have already been defeated and won't be able to make a comeback anytime soon. However, the heaven is facing new enemies. What do you all think about the human race? All of the gods fell silent upon hearing this. They all looked up at the Celestial ruler with different expressions. Ever since the beginning of the calamity, all of the holy dynasties of the human race had been gathering together. They didn't believe in gods or saints, and they claimed that they would fight for the human race. As the main character of the Heavenly Tao, the human race's greatest advantage was their numbers and countless connections. Almost all of the major powers had members of the human race. Li Daokong was the first to speak. Even though the human sect is based on the human race has been bewitched and messed up. They should be taught a lesson. They are the main characters of the Heavenly Tao, but they still want to control the Heavenly Tao. They cannot be forgiven. After the eldest disciple of Ren School finished speaking, the other immortals spoke one after another. Some supported suppressing the human race, while others suggested sending immortals to persuade the human race. There were all sorts of opinions, causing the Xianxia treasure hall to be in an uproar again. The celestial ruler listened quietly. He was also thinking about that problem. If he were to deal with the human race, there would be too much trouble. Most of the immortals in heaven were from the human race. Once they targeted the human race, it would definitely cause a commotion. However, if the human race was allowed to grow stronger, these immortals might abandon heaven and return to the human race. This was a choice that should be difficult to make. After a long while, the celestial ruler raised his hand and pressed it down. All the immortals in the Xianxia treasure hall quietened down. He slowly said, warning the human race. If you insist, heaven will show the power of the immortals to the world. The expressions of the gods changed when they heard that. They each had their own thoughts. 7 years later, Han Yan was cultivating when 4 lines of words suddenly popped up in front of him. It has been detected that heaven has declared war on the entire human race. You have the following choices. 1. Support the human race and fight for Providence for the human race. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Support heaven and fight for Providence for the immortals. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. 3. Cultivate in a low profile and never enter the calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Heaven is at war with the human race. Han Yan could not help but recall that more than 4,000 years ago, when heaven surrounded the mortal world, he had also fought for the human race against the immortals. Although Han Yan was indebted to the celestial ruler, Han Yan would not forget the high and mighty attitude of the celestial ruler. If he had not displayed his potential, the reroll world would have been gone long ago. The celestial ruler would not have treated him so well. That was reality. Hanju thought as he silently chose the third option. He did not care about the entire human race. He only cared about the human race in the reroll world. He did not have the ability to protect the human race in the various worlds. He remembered the kindness of the celestial ruler, but he did not have a good impression of heaven. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to take the risk. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the myriad Bodhi tree. Myriad form Bodhi tree, a primordial divine tree. Cultivating under the tree can increase one's enlightenment and at the same time, it can induce Connate Chi. This tree is not bad. Han Yan took out the myriad form Bodhi tree, which was still a sapling. He stood up and walked out of the cave abode with the myriad form Bodhi tree. When the members of the secret sect saw him, they could not help but stand up. Han Yan ignored them and walked towards the middle of the mountain. The others followed, and more people gathered. Halfway up the mountain, Han Yan planted the myriad form Bodhi tree. Chusharan sized it up and exclaimed, "This is a Bodhi tree? Furthermore, it's of a very high grade. Even in Buddhism, there isn't such a high-quality Bodhi tree." The others could not help but stare at the myriad form Bodhi tree curiously. Han Yan said, "This tree can induce Connate Chi that is suitable for immortal realm cultivators to cultivate. It can also enhance your enlightenment. All of you have to protect it well. This is a supreme treasure for your cultivation. As long as it grows healthily, it will be of great help to all of you. However, before it fully grows, no one is allowed to cultivate beside it and snatch its spirit chi. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded and looked at the myriad form Bodhi tree with burning eyes. Who would not be tempted by such a divine tree? Han Yan did not say anything else and turned to leave. Everyone surrounded the myriad form Bodhi tree and pointed at it. They were very surprised that Han Yan could take out such a supreme treasure. Han Yan was usually in seclusion. How did he obtain such a supreme treasure? Did the heavens give it to him? Impossible. In Chusharan's words, the heavens did not have such a foundation. The myriad form Bodhi tree was a supreme treasure of any overlord in the immortal world. Heiyuji smiled proudly. "I already said that Master is the reincarnation of Daozu." Chusharan shouted, "Do not talk about Daozu. Whether Grandmaster is or not, you can't. Be careful of the wrath of heaven." The others were shocked. Even the Buddha thought that Han Yan was the reincarnation of Daozu. Han Yan was shocked on his way back. How did he become Daozu? fortunately, Chu Shiren stopped them in time. He could not let such rumors spread. At most, they would chat casually in the training hall to strengthen Han Yan's image in the hearts of the Yin sect members. However, they could not spread it out. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Han Yan came to the Fusang tree and asked with a smile, "How's your cultivation recently?" The Fusang tree shook slightly and answered, "Pretty good. They would occasionally give me guidance, but I can't transform." Its tone was full of regret. It wanted to be like the others and move freely. However, it was a heavenly Tao divine tree and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. It could not transform at all. If it could, then wouldn't the legendary Buzhou divine mountain be able to transform as well? Under the heavenly Tao, not all existences could transform as long as they cultivated. Han Yan smiled and said, "This is actually a good thing. It can let you stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. One day, you will be able to break the shackles and transform into a human form to enjoy freedom." The Fusang tree could only think like this and find joy in suffering. After chatting for a while, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He continued to cultivate. Time flew by. Another 20 years passed. During Han Yan's cultivation process, the human race of the celestial world and heaven fought. Even Xianxia was attacked by the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Long Hao and Di Lan Tian seemed to have disappeared and there was no movement. The dark religion had been helping heaven. Heaven was getting stronger and stronger thanks to them. Shui Mingyi really wanted heaven to expand. Han Yan thought it through. There were too many forces targeting heaven. If the celestial ruler wanted to survive this calamity, he could only face the difficulties and win Providence. If heaven won, they would not be so enthusiastic about killing the human race. Therefore, he did not stop Shui Mingyi and let him make the best of it. If the celestial ruler won the calamity, Han Yan would have repaid his kindness and no longer owed him anything. As for whether to join heaven in the future, he had to think about it again. Heaven was too good at causing trouble. Joining heaven would affect Han Yan's Tao heart. Han Yan was still a distance away from the 5 profound divine energy, but he was getting more and more motivated. On this day, Han Yan suddenly felt a terrifying aura descending on 9 Hell's Purgatory. "I am the Jinwu clan leader, Di Lan Tian. From today onwards, Jinwu will enter 9 Hell's Purgatory. I hope the Jiejiao and Suzaku clan will not cause trouble for us." Di Lan Tian's voice resounded throughout 9 Hell's Purgatory, extremely arrogant. Han Yan was speechless. Where did you get your confidence from? He also became nervous. Why did Di Lan Tian come? Could it be that Xianxia tipped him off? Han Yan immediately called Xianxia in. After Xianxia entered the cave, he said, "First, it has nothing to do with me. I did not reveal that the Yin sect is in 9 Hell's Purgatory. After coming here, I have not communicated with Jinwu." For some reason, Xianxia was inexplicably nervous, afraid that Han Yan would take his anger out on him. Han Yan asked, "Then what's next?" Xianxia said, "I will pretend that I don't know about this. I will not go out to find Jinwu. They are too arrogant now. I am afraid of being implicated." Xianxia behaved so sensibly that Han Yan was too embarrassed to pursue the matter. Han Yan did not want to expose his whereabouts, even if the other party did not know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan asked, "If Jinwu wants to call you back, will you go back?" Xianxia answered without hesitation, "No, I want to cultivate. I don't live for Jinwu." He had been on Hidden Sect Island for some time and discovered the opportunities here. The Fusang tree and the nature Bodhi tree were sacred objects for cultivation. There was also a simulation trial that could quickly improve one's combat ability without any cost. They did not need to pay anything, do missions, or make contributions. Han Yan would occasionally preach about Tao. It was such a blessing to be here. Anyway, Xianxia did not want to go back. In Jinwu, he did not feel the pressure of competition among his peers. However, he felt the pressure on Hidden Sect Island. This made him full of fighting spirit and did not want to be weaker than others. Han Yan smiled with satisfaction, "You're worth teaching." Xianxia pursed his lips. What was going on? Unknowingly, he felt that he was a generation lower than Han Yan. He used to treat Han Yan as a little brother that needed to be taken care of. Now, he was afraid of Han Yan's emotions. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it was unbelievable. However, this also showed how terrifying Han Yan's shrewdness was. It was not scary to be strong. What was scary was to be strong and to be patient. Han Yan said, Jinwu is already in trouble. No matter what method they use to contact you, ignore it. Even if Jinwu is destroyed, as long as you, Ada, and Xiaoer survive, won't Jinwu have hope? You're avoiding trouble now because you're working hard for Jinwu's future. Xianxia nodded heavily. Shameless, even Xianxia himself felt a little less guilty towards the Gold Crow Divine Clan when he thought about it so boldly and confidently. Of course, this was just Xiangyi's mental activity. He did not dare to say it out loud. Han Yan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. Xiangyi wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he chose to leave. He wanted Han Yan to tell him the story, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The Jinwu's intervention broke the silence of the Nine Hells Purgatory. The Golden Crows could not stay idle and wandered around. From time to time, golden crows would fly across the sky of Hidden Sect Island. Every time Audette and Small Air looked at the Golden Crow, their expressions were complicated. They were all Jinwu crows who had been exiled from their clan. They had complicated feelings towards the Jinwu clan. After a few years, Jinwu stopped going out. Another 32 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation had improved a lot. The karma whirlpool around Hidden Sect Island was quite vast. Fortunately, there were no living creatures nearby. The Suzaku clan, the Jinwu clan, and the Jiejiao clan had been very harmonious recently, as if they were really here to avoid a calamity. On this day, Han Yan was cultivating while checking his email. Suddenly, he saw an email. Your good friend Di Lan Tian has been bedeviled. His luck has changed. Bedevilment? What's going on? Han Yan frowned. Di Lan Tian was not a mortal. He was a divine golden crow. How could he be bedeviled? Could this demon be related to demons? Han Yan immediately asked in his heart, why did Di Lan Tian become bedeviled? Di Lan Tian was in the Nine Hells Purgatory. Han Yan had to be careful. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan had not used the evolution ability for a long time, so he did not feel bad at all. Then, his consciousness entered the evolution illusion. This was a dark and mysterious space. Di Lan Tian turned into a three-legged golden crow that was bigger than a mountain. He was like the sun, bringing the only light in this space. Han Yan stood in front of Di Lan Tian and had to look up at him. What is this guy doing? Han Yan noticed Di Lan Tian's gaze. He turned around and saw a pair of eyes in the darkness. They were cold and terrifying. This pair of eyes was even larger than Di Lan Tian's main body. They were filled with oppression. For some reason, Han Yan thought of a name. The Fiend Ancestor. This big shot had entered Han Yan's field of vision a long time ago. Previously, in the reroll world, the Fiend Ancestor had also set up a trap and caused heaven to massacre the world. In the following thousands of years, the Fiend Ancestor and the demon seemed to have stopped. Di Lan Tian said slowly, do I need to cooperate with you? Yes, even if you joined forces with Hao Tian, you would still suffer a crushing defeat. You can't even defeat the eldest disciple of Ren School. How can you win the calamity? Although the Imperial Ancestral Bell is strong, your cultivation level is not high enough. You can't unleash its full power. His cold eyes answered. No emotions could be heard in his tone. Di Lan Tian was silent. It was obvious that the battle with heaven had dealt him a heavy blow. The cold eyes spoke again, the calamity has already lasted for thousands of years. The karma of the immortal world has accumulated to a certain extent. Next will be the real battle. Ordinary Daluo do not have the right to fight. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan behind heaven will appear. The Palace of Empress Hua behind the human race will also take action. You have to choose a backer. Although I have been banished by the heavenly Dao, I am an existence that can compete with the Daozu. Di Lan Tian stared at him and asked in a low voice, but how do I know that the Jinwu will not become the demon's puppet? It was indeed the Fiend Ancestor. Han Yan was secretly shocked. Even the demon was about to enter the calamity. The demon ancestor snorted, the heavenly Dao has experienced so many calamities. Don't you understand? No race can completely dominate the heavenly Dao, including the human race. The human race seems to be the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, but in fact, they are slaves that the saints earn faith. They are animals that the immortal gods raise to ensure their own status. What the heavenly Tao really wants is for all living things to be harmonious. The demon and the Jinwu can control the immortal world together, attack the ruins of End Immortal Realm, and develop the dark forbidden zone. Instead of fighting among themselves, it is better to be eternal allies. As long as you agree, I can lend you my power first and let you become an invincible existence below the saints. Di Lantian's gaze changed. The scene shattered. Han Yen came back to his senses and frowned. Di Lantian had already become a demon. It meant that he had agreed to the demon ancestor. From the demon ancestor's words, it could be inferred that the peak of the calamity was about to arrive. In other words, the real slaughter was about to begin. Han Yen could only pray to heaven. Previously, heaven had been opposing the demon and had defeated Di Lantian. Di Lantian would definitely find trouble with heaven. Han Yen thought about it and decided to use the dark nightmare to send a dream to the celestial ruler. He used the image of the dark forbidden lord. The dream was a sea of clouds. Han Yen and the celestial ruler stood opposite each other. The celestial ruler was in a daze for a moment. His gaze fell on Han Yen. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Dark forbidden lord?" He did not seem surprised. Han Yen did not admit or deny it. Instead, he said, "Di Lantian has obtained the power of the demon ancestor." The celestial ruler frowned. His heart was filled with fear. It was not aimed at Di Lantian, nor was it aimed at the demon ancestor. It was the mysterious existence in front of him who was suspected to be the dark forbidden lord. It could actually forcefully drag him into a dream. Such a method was unimaginable. Either this divine ability was extremely brilliant, or the other party's cultivation was far above his. No matter what, the celestial ruler had to be careful. "What is your attitude towards heaven?" the celestial ruler asked expressionlessly. Although this dream came suddenly, it could not trap him. This was his confidence. Han Yen said, "Heaven is insignificant to me. Heaven's foundation is still too weak. The reason why I'm reminding you is because heaven can attract the attention of all living beings. I don't want heaven to fall for the time being." Other than showing off, there was no real meaning to his words. Han Yen purposely said this. Whatever it meant in the celestial ruler's ears had nothing to do with him. As long as the celestial ruler did not think that he was the dark forbidden lord, then it was fine. Hearing this, the celestial ruler frowned again. These words could mean many things, but he could not rule out the possibility that the other party would never become enemies with heaven. Han Yen then shattered the dream. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Back in reality, Han Yen did not receive the notification that the celestial ruler's favorability towards him had decreased. He had been thinking that if the other party had a good impression of him but hated his other identity, how would he judge? From the looks of it, the system would choose between the two to choose the impression the other party had of him. Han Yen continued to use the evolution function and asked in his heart, "I want to know if the celestial ruler can survive this calamity? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted." Continue? Continue, temporarily yes. Temporarily meant that according to the current trajectory, the celestial ruler could survive. Han Yen sighed in relief. He felt that the celestial ruler owed him. In the previous catastrophes, the heavenly emperors had all died. For the sake of the celestial ruler, how many years of lifespan did Han Yen give up? It was hard to estimate. Han Yen did not think too much and continued to cultivate. Next, he would try his best to minimize the evolution of the future to prevent any changes. Of course, if it was about his own safety, Han Yen would still desperately evolve to find a way out. 20 years later. Boom, Hidden Sect Island suddenly trembled as if it had been hit by a huge monster. Han Yen was awakened. He opened his eyes and saw a giant golden bell surrounded by black gas outside the Hidden Sect Island. There was a figure standing on top of the giant bell. It was Di Lantian. "Why is this guy here?" Di Lantian looked down and muttered, "All the negative karma in the surroundings is pouring into this place. There's actually a formation that can resist the Daluo. Could this be someone's dojo? Or a mystic realm?" Han Yan's voice followed, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" His tone was very impolite. This was not the time to be humble. Han Yan also didn't want to use Jiangyi to reconcile, as that would expose his identity and cultivation. Dilan Tian asked in astonishment, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in Nine Hells Purgatory alone?" "I am Dilan Tian of the Jinwu. I am now in charge of the Nine Hells Purgatory. If you are willing to join the Jinwu, I will welcome you with open arms. If not, please leave." "Leave?" Han Yan smiled and asked directly, "Can I continue to cultivate if I join?" Dilan Tian smiled. "That's from," a figure suddenly rushed out from the hidden sect island. It was the guard Lu Bu. He sent the imperial ancestral bell flying with a palm strike. Dilan Tian squatted down and used his own power to stabilize the imperial ancestral bell. He looked at Lu Bu and his eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Zhu Tu. Why is it you?" Lu Bu was expressionless. Dilan Tian smiled and said, "So it's you hiding here? Then there's no problem. Treat it as if I've never been here. You can continue to cultivate." With that, he turned around and left. Lu Bu followed him back to the hidden sect island. Heyu Ji looked at Jiang Yi and cursed, "Is everyone in the Jinwu so rude?" The others were also quite dissatisfied. Jiang Yi said awkwardly, "It's him. Not me." He seemed to have forgotten that he was also this arrogant and unscrupulous in the past. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan began the simulation trial with Dilan Tian. He wanted to see if Dilan Tian's imperial ancestral bell could break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. After an incense's time, he opened his eyes. In terms of magic treasures, the imperial ancestral bell could not break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, and vice versa. However, Dilan Tian's cultivation was too strong and could kill Han Yan. "I can't beat this guy." Han Yan felt a strong sense of danger. No, the Nine Hells Purgatory was not safe anymore. Although Lu Bu could stop Dilan Tian, he might not be able to stop the entire Jinwu. Han Yan controlled the hidden sect island and began to escape to another place. He did not plan to leave the Nine Hells Purgatory for the time being because he did not have a better place to go. If Dilan Tian really wanted to get rid of him, he would have to let Jiangyi do it. A few months later, a war broke out in the Nine Hells Purgatory. The Jinwu fought against Suzaku and Jiejiao. Han Yan saw in the mail that Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were constantly attacked. It seemed that the battle was very dangerous. Dilan Tian was really crazy. He wanted to take over the Nine Hells Purgatory. Han Yan could not help but curse Dilan Tian. If Dilan Tian succeeded, he would definitely find trouble with him in the future. 10 days later, the battle in the Nine Hells Purgatory stopped abruptly. Han Yan's lifespan had dropped by 2 billion years, and Dilan Tian did not have an inner demon. No, this guy was already a demon. How could he have an inner demon? However, it seemed that Han Yan's curse was successful and forced Dilan Tian to stop the war. Jinwu. In a flaming palace. Dilan Tian was alone. His face was gloomy. Next to him was the shrunken imperial ancestor bell. The power of the curse just now was so strong. It must be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why would the Dark Forbidden Lord target me? Is the rumor true? Is the Dark Forbidden Lord hiding in the Nine Hells Purgatory? Or is the Dark Forbidden Lord a member of the Jiejiao? The more Dilan Tian thought about it, the more likely it was. He had been in the Nine Hells Purgatory for a while. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord curse him when he started the war with the Jiejiao? As for Zhu Tu, it could not be him. Zhu Tu was cursed to death by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Even his divine palace was destroyed. Could it be a self-directed act? The price of this self-directed act was too high. Damn it. I have to merge with the demon ancestors' Dao fruit first. I can't act rashly. Dilan Tian's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of something and smiled. On the other side, in the Jiejiao, dozens of Jiejiao's higher-ups gathered in a palace. Huang Zuantian was among them. Jing Tiangong laughed. Dilan Tian's aura was not right during the battle. The Dark Forbidden Lord must be cursing him. I told you that the Dark Forbidden Lord is watching us. He will support the Jiejiao. The Jiejiao's people looked at each other. They did not believe it before, but after the previous battle, they believed it. Originally, they could not defeat De Lantian. However, De Lantian's dermic powers suddenly exploded, and he was surrounded by the aura of misfortune. If it was not a curse, what was it? Huang Zuantian frowned. He was secretly shocked. This deputy sect master really hooked up with the dark forbidden lord. Was the Jiejiao saint not angry? Jing Tiangong said. De Lantian is ambitious. He wants to occupy the 9 hells purgatory. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate this. We must find a way to destroy the Jinwu. The Suzaku clan and us alone are not enough. We must invite other forces. Han Yan didn't know what was going on in Jinwu and Jiejiao. After moving to another place on Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan returned to his cultivation state. In order to prevent being discovered again, Han Yan had to absorb the karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world-destroying Black Lotus. After sparring with De Lantian, Han Yan felt the pressure. Although De Lantian was a Daluo and had obtained the power of the demon ancestor, Han Yan felt that it was impossible to be killed by him. Look at Li Daokong. Even when he had just entered the Daluo, he had never been seriously injured no matter what kind of big shots he faced. No, I have to be stronger than Li Daokong, Han Yan set another goal for himself. Surpass Li Daokong in terms of combat power. Li Daokong was the only one among Han Yan's good friends who had never been defeated, and he was also the most unrestrained person. What did this mean? It meant that Li Daokong was extremely strong. His talent was stronger than all of Han Yan's good friends. The eldest disciple of the human sect only had 2 disciples. The sage's vision was definitely sharp. With a goal, Han Yan's fighting spirit became even stronger. 7 years later, Han Yan suddenly discovered that there were more and more living beings in the 9 hells purgatory. Han Yan saw an email and realized that something was wrong. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has entered the 9 hells purgatory. Could it be that the new living beings are divine palace cultivators? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more likely it was. De Lantian saw Lu Bu and mistook him for Zhu Tuesday. The divine palace was leaderless and had been scattered by the heaven. When those divine palace cultivators heard that Zhu Tu was in the 9 hells purgatory, how could they not come to seek refuge? Didn't De Lantian want to dominate the 9 hells purgatory? Why did he reveal this information? Han Yan felt that something was wrong. It was time to run. Han Yan immediately controlled Hidden Sect Island to break through the space of the 9 hells purgatory and forcibly return to the netherworld. The space of the 9 hells purgatory was now so weak that ordinary immortal emperors could enter and exit at will. Han Yan sent a voice transmission to Liu Bei, asking him to bring Hidden Sect Island to find the so-called dark area. Liu Bei immediately did as he was told. Hidden Sect Island was only the size of a pebble. After being grabbed by Liu Bei, it instantly fell into darkness. The Hidden Sect's disciples felt that it was moving quickly. What's going on? We seem to have left the 9 hells purgatory. The Black Hell Demon Lord asked in shock. The Black Hell Chicken rolled its eyes at him and said snappily, Big brother, do you have a dog's brain? There are more and more people looking for trouble with us recently. We must run. To lead. 2. On. Tengu said angrily, don't insult a dog. Li Yao sighed in relief. She had long felt that the 9 hells purgatory was not safe. Fortunately, Han Yan also realized this. Jiang Yi asked curiously, where do you think we'll go next? Was there a place quieter than the 9 hells purgatory? The others also guessed. Han Yan heard their conversation but did not say anything. He kept his divine will on the outside, afraid that Liu Bei would encounter misfortune. Not long after Hidden Sect Island left the 9 hells purgatory, another major force arrived. The 9 hells purgatory was in chaos. 5 years later, Liu Bei finally brought Hidden Sect Island to the mysterious space. Han Yan asked Liu Bei to return to the island. After entering the island, Liu Bei sighed in relief. He had been very nervous in the past 5 years, afraid that he would encounter a strong enemy. The netherworld was now very chaotic. Other than ghosts, there were also living beings from the immortal world. Yama did not seem to be able to control the order. Liu Bei saw many killings. Han Yan controlled Hidden Sect Island to continue forward. At the same time, he thought to himself, is the dojo safe in this dark forbidden zone? There were 2 questions. First, is this dark forbidden zone? Second, is it safe? temporarily safe. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. It seemed that he did not need to evolve. Han Yen sighed in relief. He could finally hide again. To prevent people from entering through the entrance that Liu Bei found, Han Yen controlled Hidden Sect Island to turn left and right in the dark forbidden zone. At the same time, he checked for strong enemies. There were no strong enemies, there was not even a living being. It seemed that there was really no one in the dark forbidden zone. Han Yen was very curious as to why there were no living beings. He spread out his divine will. He found that the moment his divine will left the island, it dissipated. His senses could not pry into the dark forbidden zone. This was very frightening. Han Yen had to stop. He was afraid that he would not be able to find the way out in the future. No, he had the ability to evolve. It was not difficult to get out. Han Yen transmitted his voice to the people of Hidden Sect. We have arrived at the dark forbidden zone. Continue cultivating. Most of the disciples had never heard of the dark forbidden zone. They could not help but be curious. Morongchi sighed. Grandmaster is really bold to come to the dark forbidden zone to avoid a calamity. Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnation of great Emperor Ziwei, asked curiously, is the dark forbidden zone very dangerous? It's not dangerous. On the contrary, there's nothing here. It's actually not dark. It's just that we can't pry into it. It's like facing darkness, so it's called the dark forbidden zone. There's not even a mortal energy here, so it's not suitable for cultivation. However, our island produces immortal energy, so we don't have to worry about this. Morongchi shook his head. King Kong said angrily, I've also heard of the dark forbidden zone. This place belongs to the heavenly Tao. It's said that if you stay here for too long, you can't even return to the heavenly Tao. You will be expelled by the heavenly Tao. When Han Yen heard this, he could not help but ask in his heart, if I stay in the dark forbidden zone for too long, will I be expelled by the heavenly Tao? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? He had to spend his life again. Han Yen gritted his teeth and chose to continue. No, the dojo can isolate the corrosion of the dark power. The dark power? What kind of power is this? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 5 billion, Han Yen thought about it and decided to forget it. Anyway, he would not be in danger for the time being. Just like that, Han Yen began to cultivate again. 20 years later. Han Yen checked his emails while cultivating. When he saw them, he was very happy. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X14. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by Jinwu, X3900. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jinwu, X478. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X8766. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by Buddhist cultivators, X744. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. The Great Battle of the Nine Hells Purgatory. Han Yen admired his sense of crisis. He left at the right time. He had only left for a few decades, but the Nine Hells Purgatory was already in chaos. The Divine Palace, the Ren sect, and other mysterious forces had intervened. The Nine Hells Purgatory had become the second battlefield of the calamity. Han Yen happily absorbed the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Although he had left the Nine Hells Purgatory, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had accumulated a lot of negative karma. It was also inexhaustible for him. Dong, Han Yen vaguely heard the sound of a bell. It was very weak, as if he was hallucinating. He immediately thought of Di Lantian's imperial ancestral bell. This bell was indeed a treasure of the heavenly Tao. Its sound could actually be transmitted to the dark forbidden zone. It was not afraid of the obstruction of the dark power. From the male, Di Lan Tian and Jinwu were being beaten up. Han Yen did not care about their lives as long as they did not affect him. Han Yen did not think about the bell and focused on cultivation. Next, it was time to break through to the 5 profound God essence. After a while, the imperial ancestor bell rang from time to time. 30 years passed in a flash. Han Yen was very close to the 5 profound God essence. It had not been 200 years since his last breakthrough. Thanks to the enlightenment of life and death, he had saved dozens of years of cultivation. After coming to the dark forbidden zone, Hidden Sect Island was not disturbed again. The disciples entered the cultivation stage again to prepare for the next 100 years competition. Although there were no rewards in the 100 years competition, they fought for face and a sense of existence. Those who improved significantly would be noticed by Han Yan and receive guidance. This was more attractive than the rewards. Han Yan looked at the mail. Most of them were about being attacked, there were very few of them about obtaining fortuitous encounters. The benefits of the heavenly Tao were more or less distributed, it was time for the tribulation invaders to go crazy. Han Yan could not help but admire the heavenly Tao. This kind of willpower made people rush in without hesitation despite knowing the danger. Fortunately, he did not fall too deep into the heavenly Tao, otherwise, he would have died sooner or later. Since ancient times, how many people had surpassed the heavenly Tao? Han Yan continued to cultivate. 5 years later, Li Yao succeeded in becoming an emperor and reached rank 1 immortal emperor. There was no need to undergo tribulation in the Tao field. This caused quite a stir in the hidden sect. Heyu Devil, Jiang Yi, and Vajranu felt a sense of danger. These juniors' aptitudes were too strong, they had no choice but to work hard. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan called Li Yao into his cave residence. Li Yao had just stabilized her realm, her temperament was even colder. But she was very excited and expectant. She was looking forward to Han Yan's praise. Han Yan said, "Rank 1 immortal emperor is not enough, you cannot be arrogant, understand?" Li Yao nodded. Han Yan said, "I will teach you another divine ability to increase your strength. I hope you can grow quickly and protect the hidden sect's Tao field." "Thank you, sect master. I won't let you down." Li Yao spoke very firmly. Even though she was cautious by nature, she had stayed in the secret order for a very long time and had completely integrated into it. She felt a sense of security that she had never felt before here, and she did not wish for any mishaps to befall the secret order. Han Yan began to impart the theurgy to him. 1 year later, when Li Yao left the innate cave, the others gathered around her and asked her what she had learned. "You will know during the centennial tournament," Li Yao said. Everyone rolled their eyes. This woman looked indifferent, but in fact, she was extremely competitive. As expected of a woman, 8 years later, Han Yan, who was cultivating, sensed that Xianxia was using the God-inviting technique. He stepped into the black whirlpool and arrived at Xianxuan's bedroom. There was only Xianxia in the palace. Han Yan walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Xianxia. This time, Xianxia did not come up to him without saying anything. Instead, she had a serious look on her face. "What's wrong?" Han Yan asked. Xianxia bit her lips and said, "The human race is rushing to the 9 heavens and preparing to attack the heaven." Han Yan nodded. He was not surprised as he had already seen the general idea. The current great emperor of the human race has gathered all the cultivators above the immortal realm. I have to go too. However, the heaven seems to have a close relationship with my husband. Do you think I should go? Xianxia asked. Compared to the human race's will, she was more concerned about Han Yan's attitude. Han Yan rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Why are you asking me? I asked you to come back, but you won't come back, right?" Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "I just want to grow on my own. If I stay under you, I will always be a burden to you. If you care about the heaven, I won't go against the heaven." Han Yan fell into deep thought. He only cared about the celestial ruler, not the heaven. If Xianxia did not go, she would definitely be ostracized by the human race. Han Yan said, "The heaven has a strong foundation. If you participate in the battle, it's best to take advantage of the situation. Don't be too serious. Protecting your own life is the most important." Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, "Actually, there is another way to avoid it. It's just that I have been worried." "What is it?" "Go and try the secret realm left behind by the goddess Nuwa. If I can succeed, the human race will treat me well and not let me take risks easily." Xianxuan's voice was full of anticipation. Han Yan frowned slightly. He instinctively rejected this idea. However, he had previously thought that the goddess Nuwa only wanted to establish good karma with him. For a mortal like Xianxia, could there be a greater inheritance than the goddess Nuwas? Xianxia seemed to have seen through Han Yan's worries and said, "This is a secret realm that has been passed down for a long time. It did not appear recently." Han Yan asked, "You want to go?" Xianxia nodded seriously. She also wanted to become stronger. Han Yan said, "Then I will teach you some mystical powers." Xianxia immediately beamed and jumped into Han Yan's arms. She giggled and said, "Husband is so good. Teach me next month. Let's kneel." "Yes, husband." A year later, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and thought, "I want to know what happened to Xianxia after the end of the calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Why did it increase to 1 billion years? This was the price of the Daluo." Han Yan immediately chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the illusion of evolution. Han Yan opened his eyes again and came to the city streets. People came and went, and it was very prosperous. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Han Yan looked up and was shocked. Countless silver-armored soldiers floated in the sky. They were all extraordinary, like heavenly soldiers. There were also many powerful cultivators meditating. Han Yan's gaze passed through the countless silver-armored soldiers and saw a golden bench above the sea of clouds. A blue-robed woman was leaning on the bench. It was Xianxia. Xianxuan's blue robe was embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Her face was exquisite, and she wore a crystal crown inlaid with pearls. She looked down at the world with disdain, joy, and vigor in her eyes. What's going on? This woman is the human empress." Han Yan was dumbfounded. Although the reincarnated Xianxia had a good aptitude, he never thought that this woman could really rise up. Han Yan was about to continue watching when the image shattered and his consciousness returned to reality. "That's it? I didn't see clearly. Is it her?" Han Yan complained in his heart. He was very dissatisfied. Then, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. It was Xianxuan's introduction. Xianxia, cultivation level unknown. Immeasurable emperor, human empress, disciple of the sage, Tao companion of the hidden sect master. So gorgeous? Did the immeasurable emperor mean that Xianxia was going to enter the calamity and won? Han Yan frowned, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. This should be the introduction of the future Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia would definitely succeed in the Nuwa mystic realm. Achieving Daluo in one calamity, was the sage's inheritance so powerful? Han Yan was shocked by the future Xianxia. This improvement was too exaggerated. However, Han Yan noticed one thing. What did it mean to be the Tao companion of the hidden sect master? At that time, Han Yan's status could already be compared to the immeasurable emperor, the sage's disciple, the human race's empress, and other identities. He might even be stronger. Thinking of this, Han Yan revealed a smug expression. As expected of the woman he had taken a fancy to. It was Han Yan's first time seeing someone around him win great providence in the calamity. Moreover, it was not those prodigies or unparalleled almighties, but Xianxia, whom he had always thought to be mediocre. In that case, I don't have to worry. Han Yan shook his head and laughed, then entered a cultivation state. He must not let Xianxia catch up to him. If even the people around him could catch up to him, that would be incredible. Time flew. 50 years passed very quickly. Ever since moving to the dark forbidden zone, Hidden Sect Island did not encounter any disturbances. The outside of the island was terrifyingly quiet. There was nothing. Han Yan cultivated wholeheartedly and finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. Before Han Yan broke through, he looked at the mail. He had not read the mail for 20 years and almost forgot to pay attention to the situation in the celestial world. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Di Lan Tian. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by the Jinwu god, X3072. Your good friend Ji Xianshen was attacked by the Qilin clan, X14097. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by a mighty figure from heaven. Your good friend Xianxia obtained the sage's inheritance and her providence increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi trespassed the heavenly Tao domain and suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao. He was seriously injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu entered the origin deity realm. The great battle had begun. Han Yen noticed that the celestial ruler had been attacked by a powerful being from heaven. Which traitor was behind this? However, since the celestial ruler was not seriously injured, Han Yen could not be bothered to care. After all, the celestial ruler was the celestial ruler. He did not need him to be a nanny. Han Yen could not help but feel helpless when he saw Su Qi's actions. Why does this brat always want to come back? He hadn't been attacked either. He had been counterattacked by the heavenly Tao. Who asked you to go out and come back after going out? Han Yen didn't want to help Su Qi. He didn't have the ability to do so. After arriving at the Dark Forbidden Zone, the commotion in the immortal world could hardly be transmitted to the Dark Forbidden Zone. Only Di Lantian's imperial ancestral bell could transmit its sound, but it was still very weak. Han Yen did not know the specific situation in heaven from the email. As long as the celestial ruler did not die, everything would be fine. Han Yen had already paved the way for heaven. It was time to rely on himself. After reading the email, Han Yen started to break through. After about 4 years, Han Yen successfully broke through. Name, Han Yen, lifespan, 567166999, 99999999999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, 5 mysterious divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. 5 mysterious divine essence. His lifespan had increased by nearly 1/3, Han Yan's divine essence dermic powers had transformed, and the strength of his spiritual force had also skyrocketed. He started to consolidate his cultivation and spent another 3 years. After stabilizing his cultivation, Han Yan did not waste his lifespan. Instead, he improved his various divine abilities and increased his strength. He realized that after arriving at the Dark Forbidden Zone, he could no longer enter the Sword Dao River. However, his Sword Dao divine abilities could still become stronger. In other words, in the Dark Forbidden Zone, he could bypass Li Daokong and improve his divine abilities to the limit. The first thing he comprehended was the unparalleled sword qi. Every time he broke through, Han Yan's understanding of Dao would deepen. With his top-notch Sword Dao comprehension, he could always break through the limits of his Sword Dao divine abilities. At the same time, everyone in the Yin sect turned to look at the Khanate cave abode. They could all feel a powerful pressure. It was extremely powerful. Jiangyi was secretly shocked. What is he doing? Did he break through? Chu Shiren was deep in thought. The others also had different expressions. Heiyuji looked at Wu Daojian and said with a smile, in the past, Master would chase you out when he broke through. Now, it's difficult for you to even enter. Who told you to move out of Master's cave abode? Wu Daojian glared at him and said angrily, what do you know? I'm just afraid of disturbing Master. I think you're just greedy for Li Yao. Nonsense. Wu Daojian glared at Heiyuji. Li Yao's eyes also became unfriendly. Tu Ling'er sighed and said, if it were me, I would definitely not leave. Morongqi looked at Chu Shiren and asked, do you see anything? Chu Shiren closed his eyes and said, I can't see anything. 2 years later, Han Yan had improved all his divine abilities to the limit. His Sword Dao divine abilities had all reached the level of Daluo's divine abilities. Han Yan could use the unparalleled sword qi in an instant. It could be seen how terrifying Daluo's divine abilities were. Han Yan began the simulation trial. He would challenge Li Xuanao first, 10 breaths later. Han Yan opened his eyes and was quite dissatisfied. He couldn't kill Li Xuanao instantly, no way. He wasn't strong enough. Although Li Xuanao's sword was not simple, Han Yan's Dharma treasure was also very powerful. If he couldn't kill all the enemies in the immortal state in an instant, how could he compare to Li Daokong? Han Yan deliberately ignored whether Li Daokong could kill all the immortal state experts in an instant before entering Daluo. He had to set a goal for himself and spur himself on. Han Yan challenged Li Daokong again. Li Daokong was not as strong as he was now during the Taiji Palace lecture, but he still caused a lot of trouble for Han Yan. It took Han Yan a full hour to win. Han Yan was annoyed. If it weren't for the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Daokong. No way, he had to defeat Li Daokong. Han Yan was full of energy and began to challenge Li Daokong crazily. After tens of thousands of battles, Han Yan won some and lost some. He found Li Daokong's fatal weakness. This guy was too arrogant. He didn't use his full strength at the beginning and liked to show off to his enemies with fancy swordsmanship. If Han Yan used his full strength at the beginning of the battle, his chances of winning would be higher. In the past, most of the simulation trial targets used their full strength at the beginning. Li Daokong was a rare exception. However, Han Yan didn't think that he had really caught up with Li Daokong. Since the end of the Taiji Palace lecture, Li Daokong's strength had been skyrocketing. Before Han Yan broke through to the Daluo, he shouldn't be a match for him. Daluo's divine powers are indeed powerful, but my Dharma power can't keep up. Han Yan thought silently. He had the stellar primordial body. If even he couldn't use the Daluo's divine powers, other creatures couldn't use them. The Daluo realm was an incomparably mysterious and profound realm. Whether it was Dharma power or divine powers, once one stepped into the Daluo realm, it would be completely different. Han Yan had fought with Daluo before. The most obvious characteristic of Daluo experts was that they were mysterious and unpredictable. It was as if there was no way to hurt them. Daluo didn't even need to raise his hand to use his divine powers. With just a look, all Dharma power was unleashed. After learning Daluo's divine powers, Han Yan was even more eager to enter the Daluo realm. I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to become a Daluo within 1,000 years. No, 1,000 years is too long. Let's do it within 2,000 years. Han Yan thought. After Han Yan confirmed his cultivation goal, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. He was only separated from Daluo by the 6th profound divine essence. He was already very close, while Han Yan was constantly becoming stronger. The disciples of the hidden sect were also constantly becoming stronger. About 7 years later, Tu Ling'er succeeded in becoming the arch. As expected of the hope of shamanism. The 2 female disciples were the first to become the arch, which greatly stimulated the other male disciples. The other disciples began to cultivate with all their might. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Hao Tian and Li Xuanao. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mighty figure in heaven and was severely injured. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X14. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the true dragon race, X403322. Your good friend Zhou Fan was suppressed by your good friend Di Lan Tian and imprisoned in the Sun Star. Your grand disciple Feng Liang received your good friend Celestial Ruler's inheritance and learned a peerless divine power. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jinwu, X689. Your good friend Pan Xian has become a tribulation taker. Han Yan frowned. Internal strife in heaven. Why did Feng Liang receive the celestial ruler's inheritance? Was this considered handing over the baton? Zhou Fan was actually suppressed by Di Lan Tian and not killed. It seemed that the current Zhou Fan was not simple. And Pan Xian, wasn't this guy very timid? How did he become a tribulation taker again? This guy was the immeasurable arch and had won great providence in the immeasurable calamity. How did he become a tribulation taker again? Han Yan looked at Pan Xian's attribute panel again. Pan Xian, cultivation unknown. One of the first living beings after the creation of the world. He experienced the immeasurable calamity and played in the mortal world. Because he was afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he specially snuck into the Sword Dao River. Due to your nature, he has developed a slight interest in you. Current favorability, 1 star. Oh. So it wasn't the immeasurable heavenly emperor, but the immeasurable great tribulation. Like I said, how could a coward like him win the immeasurable calamity? Han Yan no longer paid any attention to Pan Xian. Even if Pan Xian died, he would remain indifferent. Half a month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, I want to know if the celestial ruler can survive this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. No, these 2 simple words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Han Yan's heart. Han Yan frowned. Why can't I do it all of a sudden? What exactly happened? Han Yan asked. I want to know who the biggest winner of this immeasurable calamity is. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 3 billion years, he was at least a quasi-sage. Han Yan's heart trembled. Continue. Han Yan's consciousness followed the dizziness and quickly entered the illusion. Above a dilapidated hall, a figure floated in mid-air, surrounded by colorful lights, like a dragon or a snake. Wasn't this Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Han Yan frowned. This guy really did make a move. Wasn't he the celestial ruler's backer? If he won, how did the celestial ruler die? Could it be that the celestial ruler was sacrificed by him? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. A figure suddenly walked into the hall. This was a heavenly general with an extremely strong aura. It was the heavenly god general. Han Yan didn't recognize the heavenly god general. The heavenly god general walked to Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and knelt down. He cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Immortal Emperor Samsara has been killed." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't even open his eyes. He said, "Clean up the heavenly Tao and kill all living beings. I want to create a new heavenly Tao world. But the heavenly Tao, I have already blocked the heavenly Tao. Go ahead and do it." All right. The heavenly god general stood up and left. Han Yan was going crazy. Why did he want to massacre the world again? Did these powerhouses who won from the immeasurable calamity all have mental problems? The illusion he created shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. I want to know why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wanted to kill the celestial ruler. Han Yan asked in his mind. He learned to be smart and asked 2 questions at the same time. He could confirm whether the celestial ruler was killed by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. If so, what was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's motive? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It was just a drizzle. Han Yan entered the illusion again. It was that palace again, but it wasn't broken. Han Yan guessed that this was the Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler sat on the high throne. Dozens of immortals gathered in the palace. The divine general, Ji Xianxia, Feng Liang, Li Daokong, and Li Xuanao were also there. The celestial ruler was expressionless. His eyes were extremely cold and flashed with killing intent. Celestial ruler, are you really going to betray me? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's voice suddenly sounded in the hall. It was difficult to find the source of the voice. The celestial ruler said coldly, I didn't betray you. You betrayed the heaven and the heavenly Tao. The immortals in the hall looked around, most of them terrified. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sneered. Is the heaven of Daozu's heaven or the heaven of the heavenly Tao? Is the heaven that you control really all for the heavenly Tao? The celestial ruler said, your thoughts are too crazy. I won't destroy all living beings and help you create a new heavenly Tao world that belongs to you. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said coldly, the saints have already tacitly agreed. Are you going to be stubborn? I only listen to Daozu. Daozu is long gone. He has already merged with the heavenly Tao and is inseparable. Then I should protect the heavenly Tao. You're courting death. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said angrily. The Lingxiao treasure hall began to tremble violently. The scene shattered. Han Yan frowned. It turned out that the celestial ruler and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had fallen out because of a difference in ideals. Although he had learned that information from the previous evolution, Han Yan did not feel that he had lost out. At the very least, he knew that the celestial ruler had died at the hands of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Next, he could target him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too much like a villain. The standard of a villain was to destroy the world. Han Yan felt that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan should not be taking revenge on all living beings. He was just creating a heavenly Tao world for his own selfish desires. Wouldn't he be the heavenly Tao? Dream on. Han Yan caught a glimpse of something. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said that the saints had tacitly agreed. If that was true, it would be terrifying. Could this be a game between the saints and Daozu? Everyone knew that Daozu was a mighty figure who spread the Tao of cultivation to all living beings. He was also the first saint in the world and the guide of all living beings. Han Yan guessed that the reason why Daozu disappeared was to break through and merge with the heavenly Tao. Overthrowing the heavenly Tao meant overthrowing Daozu. The more Han Yan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This immeasurable calamity was becoming more and more dangerous. No, Han Yan had to hurry up and become a daluo. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token and contacted the celestial ruler. Soon, the spiritual connection was successful. Your Majesty, how have you been recently? Han Yan went straight to the point. The celestial ruler replied, it's all right. There's some trouble in heaven, but it doesn't affect me much. There was a hint of fatigue in his tone. By the way, I've decided to choose your grand disciple, Fang Liang, as the next celestial ruler. I'm prepared to nurture him. The celestial ruler's words were shocking. Han Yan was so frightened that his hand trembled, and the heavenly Dao token almost fell. Fang Liang is the next celestial ruler, what's going on, isn't it the divine general? Han Yan was greatly surprised. Things were too out of his expectations. If Fang Liang became the celestial ruler, then it would be even more difficult for the Yin sect to cut ties with heaven. The celestial ruler wanted to trick him. The celestial ruler said, heaven needs a new celestial ruler. It's best if it's a weak puppet that can make the other forces relax their vigilance. I will retreat behind the scenes and continue to support heaven. The reason why heaven has always been in trouble internally and externally is because I have always been in the open. You only know now. Han Yan wanted to complain, but he held back. He asked curiously, you only gave up your position. How can the enemy relax? I will fake my death. Die in whose hands? Han Yan had a bad feeling. The Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan almost cursed out loud. Why is it me again? Why am I the scapegoat? Han Yan suppressed his anger and asked, won't this benefit the Dark Forbidden Lord? Too many mighty figures have died in his hands. I want to support the Dark Forbidden Lord. The celestial ruler's tone was full of pride, making Han Yan speechless. Han Yan didn't dare to speak up for the Dark Forbidden Lord. He was afraid of exposing himself, so he could only acquiesce. The celestial ruler said, I'm telling you so that you won't worry after knowing that I'm dead. I understand. Your Majesty, be careful. Okay. His spiritual will was cut off. Han Yan put down the heavenly Dao token and fell into endless worry. He didn't want to enter the calamity, but it was fate. Although Han Yan was cautious and even timid, he would not be merciful to anyone who threatened his life. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was preparing to slaughter the world. This would definitely threaten Han Yan. Although Han Yan had already hidden in the Dark Forbidden Zone, his disciples and Taoist companions were still in the immortal world. Besides, with the myriad worlds gone, who could guarantee that the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would not set his sights on the Dark Forbidden Zone? After slaughtering all living beings, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's cultivation would definitely increase. With the providence of the entire heavenly Tao pouring into his body, how could he not be strong? I must kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Yan's eyes became firm. But before that, he must first become a daluo. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the dark and mysterious universe, a huge sun was burning fiercely. On the surface of the sun, there was a human figure. He was like a grain of sand, incomparably tiny. He was entangled by chains and was unable to struggle free. This person was Zhou Fan. His body was naked, his muscles bulging. His face was sinister as he endured an unimaginable torment. Di Lantian's voice suddenly sounded, have you thought it through? Zhou Fan roared angrily, *CK off, I will not submit to you. Di Lantian laughed mockingly. It's very easy for me to kill you. I just need to blow a breath, and you will die. Your life is full of ups and downs. Are you really willing to let go of everything that you worked so hard for? Zhou Fan's eyes were red as he scolded, what do you know? I'm just fighting for my pride. Di Lantian was silent. At this moment, the true sun fire on the sun star increased in intensity. It burned Zhou Fan crazily, causing Zhou Fan to roar in pain. There was no fear in Zhou Fan's eyes, only endless anger. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Han Yan at this moment. If it was Han Yan, would he submit? No, Han Yan was a very determined person. In the past, no one could shake Han Yan's will. He used to think that Han Yan was just a coward. Later, when the immortals descended to the mortal world to clean up the mortal world, Han Yan stepped forward bravely. At that moment, he understood something. Han Yan was never a coward. He just had his own ideas. I can't let him look down on me. I still want to surpass him. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth as he thought. Strange red patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and he actually began to absorb the true sun fire. Time flew. 40 years passed. Han Yan had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to break through to the sixth profound divine essence. Until this day. Dark Forbidden Lord, you cursed the heaven and plotted to kill me. I am willing to curse you with the providence of the celestial ruler. Even if I die, I will not hesitate. The celestial ruler's voice suddenly sounded, his tone full of anger. Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. What a good actor. He then saw a message. Your good friend the celestial ruler committed suicide and died. Fortunately, a trace of his soul was left in the supreme treasure. A big shot was indeed a big shot. He had deceived everyone. Han Yan guessed that it would start to rain gold again in the myriad worlds. It was the phenomenon of Daluo's death. Soon, Han Yan saw another message. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has become the celestial ruler of heaven. He has obtained the providence of the celestial ruler and has been enlightened by the heavenly Tao merit. He had really become the celestial ruler. Han Yan had mixed feelings. He never thought that the next celestial ruler would be Feng Liang. In his opinion, it was either the divine general or Hao Tian. Could it be that the divine general was seriously injured not long ago? Han Yan didn't think too much about it. After confirming that the celestial ruler's portrait was still there, he continued to cultivate. At the same time, the people of the Yin sect were also discussing this matter. The impact of the celestial ruler's death was too great. It was also related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. This Dark Forbidden Lord is too strong. He challenged the entire celestial world alone? Heiyuji exclaimed. Morongqi sighed. The celestial ruler is very strong. The Dark Forbidden Lord is indeed not simple. Li Yao asked, could it be an act? Is he trying to avoid danger? Chu Shuren said, not necessarily. If he's acting like this, the providence of the heaven will also be damaged. Aren't you afraid that the enemy will take advantage of you? The others were also discussing, and everyone had different opinions. Han Yan had made up his mind to cultivate, so he didn't pay attention to the movements in the celestial world. He didn't even visit Feng Liang in his dreams. Feng Liang didn't want to come back. He had already expressed his will. Even if Feng Liang died outside, Han Yan wouldn't care. He didn't owe Feng Liang anything. On the contrary, the person he saved the most was Feng Liang. He was more troublesome than a woman. If Han Yan didn't help, Feng Liang would have died countless times. About 17 years had passed. Han Yan, who was cultivating, was suddenly moved. Someone was summoning him from the chaotic domain. Han Yan thought about it and decided to meet the Supremacy Tao. After not seeing each other for so many years, could it be another fortuitous opportunity? When he came to the dark chaotic domain, Han Yan saw the Supremacy Tao's figure. The two of them couldn't see each other clearly. Apart from the Supremacy Tao, there was another figure. A newcomer? The Supremacy Tao said, this is a fellow Taoist who has just awakened the chaotic physique. He's from the human race. Han Yan sized up this figure. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, nor could he see their true appearance. Han Yan nodded slightly and didn't say much. This human prodigy didn't seem to be good with words and didn't speak. This time, the Supremacy Tao said, is it another fortuitous opportunity? Han Yan interrupted him and asked. The Supremacy Tao was embarrassed. Han Yan's eyelids twitched. Really? He directly left the chaotic domain. The Supremacy Tao was silent. The human prodigy couldn't help but say, why is he so disrespectful to you? Who is he? He's too arrogant. The Supremacy Tao faked a cough and said, I've looked for him twice before, but he rejected me both times. In the end, I had to rely on him to escape. He thinks that my fortuitous opportunities are all dangers. The human prodigy was silent. After a long time, the human prodigy said, sorry, fellow Taoist, I'm not going either. The Supremacy Tao was speechless. He faked a cough and said, "There won't be any danger this time." "What if there is?" "We can use the chaotic domain to ask that fellow Taoist just now to save us." "Are you serious?" After returning to reality, Han Yen thought to himself, who was the person who awakened the chaotic physique just now? He had to find out more about him first. If he was an enemy, he would kill him as soon as possible. If he was not an enemy, he could keep an eye on him in the future and not offend him easily. 80 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, it was only 80 million years. It seemed that this fellow was not strong. He was at most a deity. A line of words popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Zhao Xianyuan, 3 mysterious divine essence, descendant of the human emperor, disciple of the saint. When he was born, he fused with the soul of a human emperor. After being modified by the human race, he evolved into the chaotic physique. He is strong Providence and is the destined emperor of the human race. Disciple of the saint, his background was not simple. It seemed that this fellow would become the big shot of the next era. Han Yen thought to himself silently. He did not feel anything special. 3 mysterious divine essence was average. As long as one's cultivation was weaker than his, it was impossible to surpass him. After cultivating for so long, Han Yen still had some confidence. What was the chaotic physique? He had the primordial physique. It was very difficult to compare to a big shot. What was there to be afraid of? In the same realm, Han Yen was the one with the fastest potential and cultivation speed. Unless the heavenly Tao opened a back door, Han Yen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He had to reach the 6 mysterious divine essence within 300 years before breaking through to the Daluo realm, on the other side. The situation in the celestial world changed. The fall of the celestial ruler caused the heaven to be in turmoil. Many immortals and gods betrayed the heaven. After so many years, the newly appointed celestial ruler, Feng Liang, became a joke because he was only an immortal emperor. For a time, more and more living beings looked down on the heaven. The dark forbidden lord once again became a hot topic in the heavens. 17 years was a long time in the mortal world, but it was still very short in the celestial world. Feng Liang had just taken office and was troubled about how to be the celestial ruler. In the Lingxiao Palace, the immortals gathered and looked at Feng Liang, who was sitting on the emperor's throne. He had already put on the robe of the celestial ruler, and his aura had become very oppressive. Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, Ji Xianshen, Huang Jihao, divine generals, divine generals, divine generals, divine generals, divine generals, and so on. There were hundreds of figures standing in the hall. Ji Xianshen looked at Feng Liang encouragingly. Feng Liang said slowly, "This is my first time as the emperor, and the cultivation tribulation is coming. From now on, I'll have to discuss everything with the immortals and deities. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. The heaven will always be the enforcer of the heavenly Tao, and it will always take the responsibility to protect all living beings." The immortals and deities all knelt down, praising His Majesty's wisdom. Only the 2 disciples of Ren School did not kneel. Previously, when they faced the celestial ruler, they did not kneel either. After all, they were not from heaven. They were only helping heaven. Now, heaven should stabilize the existing territory. The battle with the human race should stop for the time being. The immortals should protect the human race. No matter what the reason is, they should not be enemies with the entire human race. The immortals are not tyrants or butchers. Feng Liang continued. His words caused a commotion. It was the order of the previous celestial ruler to start a war with the human race. Feng Liang had overthrown it as soon as he ascended to the throne. It seemed that he was not a kind person. Li Daokong smiled. It was unknown what he was thinking, but many immortals looked at him. In the war against the human race, Li Daokong was the first supporter. "I think it's fine. The warning to the human race is enough. Ren School will support the celestial ruler's arrangements," Li Daokong suddenly said. His words shocked many immortals. Why did Ren School suddenly change sides? Wait, could it be? The immortals looked at Feng Liang and Li Daokong differently. No wonder Feng Liang could ascend to the throne. It turned out that he had Li Daokong behind him. The celestial ruler probably wanted to tie Ren School and heaven together. Was that why he chose Feng Liang? At that moment, the immortals did not dare to underestimate Feng Liang. Feng Liang was expressionless, but he was also very surprised. He had thought that Li Daokong was difficult to deal with. He did not expect Li Daokong to support him. What happened? Was it the celestial ruler's arrangement? 30 years passed. Han Yan suddenly had an idea and gave the celestial ruler a dream. He felt that the celestial ruler was testing him by telling him the truth about his fake death. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. The celestial ruler did not panic at all when he saw the dark forbidden lord again. Han Yan pretended to mock him and said, "Do you think you can hide it from me by faking your death?" The celestial ruler asked, "How did you deduce it?" "Back then, Zhu Tu also faked his death, but I made him really die," Han Yan said mysteriously. The celestial ruler frowned slightly. He did not doubt Han Yan's words. With Zhu Tu's cultivation level, it was indeed suspicious that he had been cursed to death. However, after so long, Zhu Tu's fate had not been determined. It was very likely that he had died. It was said that Zhu Tu's figure had appeared in the Nine Hells Purgatory, but he thought that it was a trick by the Jinwu to lure the Divine Palace in. That was the truth. After the cultivators of the Divine Palace entered the Nine Hells Purgatory, they never came out. According to the disciples of the Jiejiao, they were all suppressed by the Jinwu. The celestial ruler narrowed his eyes and said, "You want to target me? You're not targeting me? Then what do you want?" "I want you to be my pawn." This was the idea that Han Yan came up with. If he did not give a motive, the celestial ruler would associate him with the dark forbidden lord sooner or later and would continue to harm him. The celestial ruler frowned, his eyes burning with anger. Han Yan said, "Actually, I'm the same as you. We both want to protect the heavenly Tao prosperity created by Daozu. It's better for you to be my pawn than to be a pawn of a saint." The celestial ruler's expression changed drastically. After saying that, Han Ju ended the dream. Sometimes, the existence behind you can't be trusted, especially when it comes to facing the heavenly Tao. Back in reality, Han Yan was smug. Daozu was definitely the celestial ruler's weakness. For Daozu, the celestial ruler dared to fight Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. This time, the celestial ruler should have reached some kind of agreement with the dark forbidden lord, right? Daozu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes, causing him to tremble in fear. He hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Daozu's profile picture was pitch black. It was unique among his friends' profile pictures. Daozu, cultivation unknown, chaos fiend god, creator of the Tao, will of the heavenly Tao, saint ancestral master, eternal god, transcendent Tao, immeasurable lord, billions of Dharma manifestations. A trace of the will of the heavenly Tao heard that you are plotting for him and has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yan's breathing quickened when he saw this series of titles. That's too amazing. Even Han Yan's dream could be predicted by Daozu. Could it be that everything was in Daozu's eyes? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. This was just a trace of his will, but it was already so terrifying. What about his true body? Fortunately, Daozu had a favorable impression of him, not hatred. Speaking of which, Daozu liked to listen to flattery. No, Daozu should have been paying attention to the celestial ruler and happened to hear his heartfelt words. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, everything Han Yan did was indeed to protect the heavenly Tao and the force that Daozu had created. After thinking this through, Han Yan no longer felt pressured. He didn't murder Daozu, so what was there to be afraid of? In the future, he couldn't let his disciples talk nonsense. Daozu was still alive, even if it was only a trace of his will. It was an unimaginable existence. I still have to be careful. Try not to involve Daozu in the future. The more I say, the more mistakes I make. Han Yan thought to himself. He couldn't be deceived by this 1-star favorability. If he made Daozu unhappy, he might just be gone. However, Daozu shouldn't be like that. The saint's plan was clearly targeted at Daozu's absence. If Daozu was unhappy and destroyed someone, he wouldn't merge with the heavenly Tao, let alone create heaven and create the concept of immortals and gods. Han Yan didn't think too much and didn't take action anymore. He continued to cultivate. Perhaps Daozu was staring at him, the Dao field could block the saint's spiritual will, but Daozu wasn't a saint. But then again, Daozu was actually a chaos fiend god. That meant that he was of the same generation as giant god Pangu. Back then, he didn't die under Pangu's hands, so he must have been defeated or didn't participate in the battle at all. However, he caught up later and was indeed worthy of being Daozu's teacher. 10 years later. Han Yan checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the true dragon race, X102980. Your grand disciple Feng Liang received guidance from your good friend Li Daokong. His cultivation has improved greatly. Your good friend Supremacy Dao entered the origin deity realm. Your good friend Zhou Fan absorbed the true sun fire. His physical body transformed and he became immortal. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Duan Hongchen was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by your good friend Di Lan Tian. Your good friend Daozu's providence has declined. Your good friend Supremacy Dao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. He was seriously injured and trapped in a supreme treasure. Zhou Fan was counterattacking again. Han Yan no longer ridiculed his experience. Instead, he was looking forward to how high he could grow. The decline of Daozu's providence was something worth pondering over. Daozu's providence was the providence of the entire heavenly Dao. However, compared to Daozu's providence, this drop was negligible. Han Yan looked down and saw the Supremacy Dao getting beaten up again. Serves you right. You dog, you still want to drag me down with you, Han Yan gloated and even wanted to laugh out loud. Serves you right. Then, he began to worry again. This guy wouldn't ask him for help again, right? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He continued to read the emails. The situation in heaven was not too bad. After the celestial ruler was replaced, heaven was not besieged. On the contrary, Jinwu and Longhao's royal court seemed to have become the target of public criticism. It was also possible that they were the aggressors. Ever since the celestial ruler faked his death, Han Yan was much more relaxed. At the very least, the celestial ruler could be considered to be halfway through his tribulation. After reading the emails, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Staying in the dark forbidden zone was really satisfying. It had been a long time since Hidden Sect Island had encountered trouble. The disciples of the Hidden Sect did not feel bored either. They were all secretly competing. An invisible competition surged in Hidden Sect Island. What was worth mentioning was that the reroll world in the depths of Han Yan's soul had been developing. As Han Yan became stronger, the connection between the reroll world and the heavenly Dao weakened. Han Yan's divine essence Dharma powers would be used to support the reroll world. Unknowingly, Han Yan seemed to be suppressing the heavenly Dao's effect on the reroll world. One day, the reroll world would completely belong to him. Under the management of the white-robed Buddha, the reroll world had always been thriving. Its world was also expanding. It was all thanks to Han Yan's divine essence Dharma powers. The white-robed Buddha rarely looked for Han Yan. He also understood that unless there was something important, he should not disturb Han Yan. After so many years, Yuqing had already become the #1 sacred land in the reroll world. Jioding Jinren had already abdicated. There had already been 7 sect masters. Some had died, and some had only retired to cultivate. In the entire reroll world, only Yuqing and Han Yan had greater karma. The white-robed Buddha was very sensible. 20 years later. Han Yan was cursing Li Xuanao when he suddenly sensed that someone was summoning him in the chaos domain. He did not know if it was Zhao Shenyuan or the Supremacy Dao. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and sent his consciousness into the chaos domain. He wanted to hear how miserable the Supremacy Dao was. The Supremacy Dao and Zhao Shenyuan were both there. Han Yan smiled and asked, "The celestial ruler has been replaced in heaven. Who do you want me to find to save you?" The Supremacy Dao flew into a rage. "What do you mean? Do you really think I need you to save me? You don't need me?" Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. The Supremacy Dao snorted. "Who do you think I am? I discovered the Dao runes left behind by the Daozu in the ruins of N Divine Realm. This is a huge opportunity." Han Yan said, "I'm not going." "It's true. Daluo's technique is recorded on it." "I'm not going." I'm not going. Do you think I'm lying to you? Then do you need me to save you? No need. The Supremacy Dao was furious. Han Yan was looking down on him. Zhao Xianyuan, who had been silent all this while, could not help but say, Dao brother, stop pretending. I can't hold on any longer. Ask for help. He looked at Han Yan and said, we did discover the Dao runes. The restrictions were too strong. We wanted to go back and call for help, but we were stopped by the Daluo on the way. He calculated that we had karma with the Dao runes. There was no need to say anything else. It was nothing more than an interrogation. Han Yan said, you should tell me. I can't do anything. The current heaven could not save the Supremacy Dao. The Supremacy Dao said, you can think of a way to contact Li Daokong. He'll definitely be interested. Han Yan said, you can't always ask me for help. You have to give something in return. The Supremacy Dao was silent. Zhao Xianyuan said, if we're saved, we're willing to share the Dao runes with you. Can we share it directly in the chaotic domain? Yes, but not now. We haven't had the time to comprehend it. Okay. After Han Yan agreed, he hurriedly left the chaotic domain. Back in reality, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Dao token and began to activate his magic power. After the celestial ruler stepped down, this token should have been given to Feng Liang. Soon, his divine will connected. A familiar voice sounded, Grandmaster. It was Feng Liang, his voice was trembling. He was obviously nervous. Han Yan asked, how does it feel to be the celestial ruler? Feng Liang smiled bitterly, not good. It's stressful. Actually, I don't want to be, but, sigh. He had a lot of bitterness and difficulties in his heart. Han Yan was too lazy to ask. He directly told Feng Liang about the Supremacy Dao's request and asked him to tell Li Daokong. As for whether Li Daokong would go or not, it was up to him. Han Yan could not control it. No problem. Feng Liang agreed readily. He paused and asked, what's your relationship with Li Daokong? He highly admires you and hopes to see you again. Han Yan replied, thank him for his kindness. I'm avoiding a calamity. After the immeasurable calamity is over, I'll visit him personally and go to heaven. Feng Liang smiled and said, all right, when the time comes, I'll give you the title of Master of the Celestial Emperor. Don't mess around. I don't want that. That's it. Han Yan hurriedly cut off the connection and continued to cultivate. Heaven. Feng Liang came to Li Daokong's palace and told him about Han Yan's request. Li Daokong asked curiously, where's your Grandmaster avoiding a calamity? Why can't I divine it? Could it be in the 9 Hells Purgatory? Or the Dark Forbidden Zone? Feng Liang shook his head, I'm not sure. It shouldn't be in the 9 Hells Purgatory. The 9 Hells Purgatory is already in chaos. As for the Dark Forbidden Zone, is it suitable for cultivation? Han Yan didn't know if Li Daokong had agreed to save the Supremacy Dao. Even if Li Daokong didn't go, he wouldn't do anything. To be honest, people like the Supremacy Dao deserved to die. His talent was one of the best in the celestial world, but he still wandered around. His death was not to be regretted. Xianxia had turned over a new leaf. When would the Supremacy Dao turn over a new leaf? He still had to come to Hidden Sect Island to change. Han Yan decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would kidnap the Supremacy Dao and educate it so that it would become a member of the Hidden Sect. The chaotic physique was qualified to enter the Hidden Sect. Dark space, on the Sun Star. Zhou Fan was crazily absorbing the true sun fire. His entire body had turned into a flaming man, but his eyes were still clear as he stared at the darkness. Just a little more. Almost there. Almost there, Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and panted. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. You can actually absorb the true sun fire? How is that possible? Wait, why do you have the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron in your soul? Di Lantian's voice was filled with fear. Zhou Fan said coldly, what? Are you afraid? Who are you? Di Lantian asked angrily. He appeared and looked down at Zhou Fan on the surface of the sun star. He was obviously very nervous and his body was trembling slightly. He was the leader of the Jinwu clan, a Daluo. For him to be so nervous, It was obvious that the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron was not simple. Zhou Fan roared, "I'm just a mortal." "What? You're afraid after seeing the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron? Are you scared?" Dilan Tian was so angry that his expression changed. Zhou Fan tried to calm his emotions. His face became sinister as he laughed. "You want to resolve the karma? Then give this sun star to me. I want more sun stars. Otherwise, you can forget about resolving this karma. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Dilan Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He asked, "Really?" Zhou Fan smiled and did not reply. All of a sudden, Dilan Tian raised his hand. Endless sun true fire condensed in his palm and quickly transformed into a giant three-legged gold crow. He waved his hand, and the gold crow, which was much larger than the sun, swooped down and swallowed the sun. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan opened his eyes and began to check his emails. "Your good friend Zhou Fan has awakened his soul and obtained the providence of the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron. His cultivation has increased tremendously. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a immortal state mighty from Jinwu and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended the Dao rune and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Hao Tian has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend the Supremacy Dao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured." Only Zhou Fan had piqued Han Yan's interest. The other emails were not surprising. The heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron sounded very impressive. Since the name of the Dharma treasure appeared in the emails, it might be a heavenly Dao treasure. Han Yan asked curiously, "Why can Zhou Fan keep obtaining fortuitous opportunities? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted." "Continue?" 5 billion years, what the hell, this is even higher than the price of the Jade Emperor Zhou Yin. Could it be that this guy is a sage? Forget it. Han Yan was shocked, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to evolve. "I want to see what this guy is hiding." Zhou Fan, rank 3 immortal emperor, one of the sage Dharma forms. He turned into a mortal during the reincarnation cycle, and his providence is hidden in the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron. During his ascension, the heavenly Tao merged the heaven-earth mystic yellow cauldron into the depths of his soul. No one can see him without the heavenly Tao's divine consciousness. His true form is Shikido Sei. Han Yan was stunned. Zhou Fan is actually a sage Dharma form? No wonder his luck is so ridiculous. Wait a minute. Shikido Sei, isn't this my good friend? Previously, after the Tao hearing in the Taiji Hall, 4 existences who were at least sages had a favorable impression of Han Yan. Patriarch Shi Tian, Di Jun, Jade Bodhi, and Shikido Sei. Han Yan immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Shikido Sei, cultivation unknown. Great Tao Divine Spirit, controls 7 Great Tao, has experienced the Great Tao calamity, and has lived in the origin deity realm for a long time. Because you were praised by Patriarch Shi Tian, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. No wonder Shikido Sei's favorability towards him was higher than Patriarch Shi Tian and Jade Bodhi. Could it be that it was related to Zhou Fan? Han Yan fell into deep thought. Since Zhou Fan's background was not Han Yan's enemy, Han Yan was not worried. In the past, Shikido Sei had never appeared in the future. A great Tao divine spirit sounded stronger than ordinary sages. He probably couldn't be bothered to compete for the providence of the great Tao calamity. This fellow had experienced the great Tao calamity. What was a mere heavenly Tao calamity to him? It seems that those fellows who can't die no matter what have great origins. However, it shouldn't be a coincidence that they landed in the same mortal realm as me. Han Yan thought silently. I want to know if Shikido Sei has any intention of harming me? 5 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, continue cultivating. The higher the level of contact, the greater the sense of urgency Han Yan felt. Han Yan's curse for an existence like Shikido Sei was definitely scraping sand. Not only did his cultivation have to become stronger, but the Book of Misfortune also had to improve. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Jie Jiao. In a Taoist temple, Huang Zuantian respectfully knelt in front of Jing Tiangong. Jing Tiangong revealed a gratified smile and said, "You've worked hard during this period of time." Huang Zuantian forced a smile and said, "I won't hesitate to serve the Jiejiao." He felt bitter in his heart. This Jiejiao was too good at stirring up trouble. He thought that he could avoid the calamity by coming to the Nine Hells Purgatory. He didn't expect that they would start fighting again. It was even more dangerous than the battle in the celestial world. Jing Tiangong said, "We have already reached a peace agreement with the Jinwu. Next, I will return to the celestial world and ask for help from the ancient powerhouses of the Jiejiao. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the Jiejiao in the Nine Hells Purgatory. Use this sword of mine as your command. The disciples of the Jiejiao will not dare to disobey." He waved his right hand, and a bronze sword fell in front of Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian held the sword and frowned. He asked, "Do you plan to continue fighting with the Jinwu?" Jing Tiangong said matter-of-factly, "Of course. If we can't even fight with the Jinwu, how can we fight for the destiny of the calamity?" Huang Zuantian's heart skipped a beat. It was too uncomfortable. "It was not over yet," Jing Tiangong said meaningfully. "This calamity is unusual. It might reshuffle the heavenly axiom. We must seize the opportunity. Besides, other than the Jiejiao, I have also contacted the Dark Forbidden Lord. We cannot lose." "Didn't they just lose once?" Huang Zuantian cursed in his heart. He felt that Jing Tiangong had gone mad. The reason why they could reach a peace agreement with the Jinwu was that the Jiejiao had given most of the Nine Hells Purgatory to the Jinwu. Now, the disciples of the Jiejiao had to squeeze into a small area. How could the Saint sect have any face? "All right, you can leave now." "I will leave in a few days." Jing Tiangong closed his eyes after saying this. Huang Zuantian bowed. He got up and left the Taoist temple. After leaving the Taoist temple, Huang Zuantian's face became gloomy. Although his power had skyrocketed, he was also in more danger. This was not a good thing. 5 years later, Han Yan, who was cultivating, sensed that Xianxia was using the invocation technique. He got up and stepped into the black vortex. What followed was another tumultuous period that lasted for half a year. Han Yan tidied up his clothes and sat down at the table. He asked, "How's the situation in the celestial world recently?" He didn't dare to rashly send out his divine perception in case there was a mighty figure of the human race overseeing it and capturing him immediately. Xianxia replied, "Negative karma is everywhere, and the people have no way of making a living. Not to mention the human race, the other races are also extremely chaotic. They kill each other and return to the barbaric era." Speaking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. She had long heard that the immeasurable calamity was terrifying, but she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. She had once gone out with a group of human cultivators and seen a real mountain of corpses and sea of blood. This was not an exaggeration. Han Yan asked, "Is the human race going to continue fighting with the heavens?" "No, but the human race is obviously ambitious. I don't know who the next enemy will be." Xianxia sighed and frowned worriedly. She walked to Han Yan's side and sat down, pouring tea for him. This tea was not simple. It contained Kanei. Xianxia was still a grand unity golden immortal and only needed immortal qi. How extravagant was it to use Kanei qi to cultivate it so early? The human race really valued Xianxia. "By the way, do you know Zhao Xianyuan?" Han Yan asked. Xianxia asked in surprise, "Haven't you been in seclusion?" "How do you know Zhao Xianyuan?" "He's a hidden peerless genius of the human race. Like me, he has obtained the inheritance of a saint. Moreover, he has the world-shaking chaotic physique. In my master's words, he's the most promising person under the current heavenly Tao." Han Yan shook his head and laughed. "The supremacy Tao of heaven also has the chaotic physique. He hasn't matured yet." Xianxia smiled. "Indeed, I think he's exaggerating too much. Compared to my husband, Zhao Xianyuan is nothing. You don't know how arrogant he is usually. He doesn't even look us in the eye." Was he that arrogant? Han Yan thought about Zhao Xianyuan, who was in the chaos domain. Why did he feel so wronged? Han Yan stopped thinking about him. Instead, he stared at Xianxia and said, "Try not to enter the calamity later. You can use the name of the saint's disciple to cultivate in peace. The human race will not make things difficult for you." "I know. Husband, what do you think of Mother Nuwa?" Xianxia changed the topic and asked curiously. Han Yan scolded, "Don't talk nonsense about the saints. You should be grateful to be able to obtain their inheritance." Xianxia stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, "That's true." She was not stupid and instantly understood what Han Yan meant. She didn't believe that Han Yan really respected anyone. Even when he was a mortal, he dared to fight against immortals. Han Yan was definitely afraid of the sage's power. Xianxia playfully winked at Han Yan. Han Yan stood up and said, "I'm leaving. Be careful. If there's any danger, use the God-inviting technique at any time." Xianxia nodded, her heart filled with joy. She was not happy about Han Yan's promise, but his attitude. "Chang Yuer, Mo Zhu, how can you compare to me?" After Han Yan left, Xianxia smiled proudly. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan did not cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the cave and prepared to preach the Tao to the Yin sect. Seeing him walk out, the disciples all stood up. Heiyuji suddenly shouted, "Master, why do you have the smell of a woman on you?" "I think it's Xianxia. She had the same smell when she came out of your cave." Han Yan glanced at it coldly, causing it to tremble in fear. With a thought, the aura on his body turned into nothingness. The others pretended not to hear. "Prepare to listen to the Tao." Han Yan's words excited everyone. Another Tao preaching. This time, the Tao preaching lasted for several years. Every time Han Yan preached, everyone in the Yin sect would have an epiphany because his speed of improvement was much faster than the others. After the Tao preaching, Han Yan continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 32 years passed. Han Yan was getting closer and closer to the sixth profound divine essence. The momentum of heaven and earth was becoming more and more intense. Han Yan's uneasiness also increased. He was not in the celestial realm, but he could feel it. Perhaps, he had already entered the tribulation. On this day, the Yin sect island suddenly shook as if something had hit it. Han Yan was shocked. He opened his eyes and looked. There was absolute darkness outside the Yin sect island and he could not see anything. His spiritual force didn't work outside either. Boom, the Yin sect island shook again. This time, even the Yin sect people panicked. "What's going on? Enemy attack?" "Don't panic, the sect master is still here." Martial Ancestor did not immediately make a move. Could it be a strong enemy? Senior Lubu did not make a move. "Don't worry." Han Yan asked in the cave, "I want to know who is attacking the Yin sect island." 2 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? 2 billion years, Han Yan gritted his teeth and chose to continue. He was not stingy, but nervous. 2 billion years was at least a Daluo, ominous evil. The mysterious power of the dark forbidden zone is condensed from the resentment of the ancient chaos demon god. It covers the chaos and turns into darkness. If you can hold on for an hour, the ominous evil will retreat. An hour? Han Yan frowned. Could the dojo withstand it? He could only wait patiently. At present, the ominous evil had not invaded the Yin sect island. It was just that the Yin sect island was shaking and seemed to be in danger. Han Yan transmitted his voice to everyone, telling them to calm down. Hearing Han Yan's words, everyone was relieved. In the long years, Han Yan had become the pillar of support in everyone's hearts. As long as he did not panic, they would not be afraid even if the sky fell. The collision continued. Minutes and seconds passed. Finally, an hour passed and the ominous evil left. Han Yan was secretly surprised. This ominous evil was just power and did not have consciousness. Previously, when he read the email, he saw that someone was attacked by the ominous evil. He really did not know how that guy survived. Perhaps there were strong and weak ominous evil. Until now, Han Yan had not sensed the ominous evil. He only knew of its existence. This power was too mysterious. Even the immortal state could not detect it. The more Han Yan thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. How many unknown and strange mysterious powers were hidden under the Great Tao? In order to prevent being attacked by the ominous evil again, Han Yen had to move the insect island. No wonder no one comes to hide in the dark forbidden zone. It's dangerous here too. Han Yen thought silently. After the insect island moved for a while, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yen. Detected innate providence, check its origin. Innate providence? Han Yen had not seen this prompt for a long time. He thought that the system had abandoned this function. He immediately chose to check it. Strange deity, unknown existence. Inherited the providence of the chaos demon god. After countless eras, it is about to become a spirit. Inherited the providence of the chaos demon god, how incredible. However, this name sounded very dangerous. Han Yan's first reaction was to stay away from it. Han Yan originally wanted to run away from this place, but then a bold idea popped up in his mind. This eerie divinity still hasn't fully formed and doesn't have sentience. Can I tame it for my own use? Wait a minute, if it was that easy, why didn't the saints do it? Han Yan cautiously used the evolution function and asked in his mind, if I tame this eerie divinity, will there be any danger? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue. None at the moment. These words popped up in Han Yan's mind. If I tame this eerie divinity, will there be any other karma involved aside from the eerie divinity? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue. So this is how I spend my life. Han Yan's heart began to bleed. But the more it was like this, the more cautious he had to be. After all, he had a long lifespan. No other karma involved. Han Yan sighed in relief. He began the simulation, detected the eerie divinity, and fought against it. 1 second later. Han Yan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. The eerie divinity had no fighting ability at all and was instantly killed by him. I can tame it. As soon as Han Yan found the eerie divinity's location, he used his inner sight to bring it into the cave. This was a mass of black smoke that was as tall as a person, hovering in front of Han Yan. It was extremely eerie. As soon as it came in, the temperature in the cave plummeted. The red spider lilies quickly wilted. Han Yan was shocked and hurriedly used the 36th stage reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus to suppress the eerie divinity, preventing the red spider lilies he raised for thousands of years from dying. Right after that, Han Yan found that the eerie divinity was also able to absorb karma just like him. How incredible! Han Yan began to look forward to its talents after it took human form. But before that, Han Yan had to use the samsara seal to control the eerie divinity. Since the eerie divinity didn't have sentience, it couldn't resist Han Yan's samsara seal at all. Why didn't anyone else notice the eerie divinity? Han Yan thought in surprise. No one noticed the existence of the eerie divinity. So impressive, the system's the best. Han Yan silently thought. Han Yan thought to himself and called Wu Dao Jian in. Do you see what's in front of me? Han Yan asked. There was a strange god spirit between the two of them. The evil light of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus shone on the strange god spirit. Wu Dao Jian replied, Is your lotus seat glowing? What else? There's nothing. Wu Dao Jian looked confused. He did not understand what Han Yan was asking. Han Yan chased her out and then let the others come in one after another. Soon, he learned something. Apart from him, no one else could see the strange god, let alone sense its aura. To the members of the Yin sect, it was as if the strange divine spirit did not exist. Even the immortal emperor could not capture its existence. That was amazing. Han Yan stroked his chin and pondered, is it because of my stellar primordial body, or the system? The system is only a support, not a divine ability. You're even more awesome than a divine ability, Han Yan cursed inwardly. In other words, it was because his identity as a primordial chaos demon god was higher than that of the mysterious gods. But then again, what kind of existence was the system? Han Yan asked in his mind, is the system stronger than Daozu? The system's strength is based on your growth. The stronger you are, the stronger the system will be. Currently, the system is still unable to resist Daozu's power. Han Yan was even more curious. Was the system a manifestation of some kind of great Tao? If the system did not answer this question, he would not know. If he wanted to truly understand the truth of the system, he had to continue to become stronger. Han Yan refocused his attention on the strange god spirit. 10 years later. Han Yan's 6 paths mark was completely imprinted in the depths of the strange god spirit. It could not be erased. He continued to cultivate. As for the strange god spirit, it was enveloped by his divine essence as if it was wearing a layer of clothes. It would no longer affect the red spider lilies. At first, the strange god spirit did not wander around. As time passed, it began to move. First, it floated slowly. Then, it approached Han Yan and looked at the 9 heavens galaxy water. It became more and more like a curious baby. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years passed. Han Yan was already very close to 6 profound divine essence. It had been more than 200 years since his last breakthrough. His breakthrough speed had always been very good. After reaching 6 profound divine essence, the Daluo realm would not be far away. Han Yan was very excited. The strange god spirit seemed to have sensed his emotions. It approached and rubbed his back. Han Yan was happy. This guy was massaging him, not to mention, it was quite comfortable. Massage. Han Yan felt that he could nurture the strange god spirit and let it develop in this direction. In the future, it could serve him outside of cultivation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. At this time, Han Yan felt that someone in the primal chaos domain was summoning him. Other than the supremacy Tao, who else could it be? Han Yan shook his head helplessly. Then, his consciousness entered the primal chaos domain. Arriving at the primal chaos domain, Han Yan was shocked to find that the strange god spirit had also come. It was also equivalent to the primal chaos physique? No, this guy had a higher physique than the primal chaos domain, so it could enter the primal chaos domain. Han Yan began to wonder if the supremacy Tao and Zhao Xianyuan could see it. The supremacy Tao and Zhao Xianyuan were both there. As soon as they saw Han Yan, they immediately surrounded him. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Zhao Xianyuan was the first to speak, his tone excited. Han Yan was vigilant. How many years have you been saved? Why are you acting like you've just been saved? There must be a trap. The supremacy Tao coughed and said, I owe you another favor. With your cautious personality, it seems that I will never be able to repay you. Han Yan smiled and said, how can that be? Come and be my disciple. The supremacy Tao was silent. He could accept being a subordinate of heaven, but if he were to be a subordinate of Han Yan, wouldn't he be a generation lower? He saw Han Yan as his opponent. Seeing that this guy didn't answer, Han Yan couldn't help but develop 2 stars of hatred for him. Ingrate, Zhao Xianyuan said, fellow Taoist, Senior Li Daokong wants to see you. Do you have time? Han Yan said, then invite him in. Zhao Xianyuan. The supremacy Tao couldn't help but chuckle. He's not qualified to come in. Although he couldn't defeat Li Daokong, in terms of talent, he was qualified to look down on Li Daokong. Han Yan chuckled in his mind. No wonder you were severely injured by Li Daokong. You really know how to talk. You're looking for me because of this? Han Yan asked. He couldn't help but think in his heart. These two really couldn't see the creepy god. The creepy god had the potential to be an assassin. If everyone couldn't see it, then wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted? The dark forbidden lord and the creepy god, wouldn't that be a perfect match? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more excited he became. Your grand disciple, celestial ruler Feng, is holding the first heavenly peach banquet. Aren't you going to come and help? The supremacy Tao asked. Han Yan said, no. Why? I'll definitely be beaten if I go. If nothing happened at this heavenly peach banquet, Han Yan would write his name upside down. The supremacy Tao said helplessly, you must have reached the immortal state by now. What are you afraid of? If the 3 of us work together, no one will be a match for us except for Daluo. You want to team up again? Han Yan couldn't help but think of Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou a long time ago. They were also as naive. Don't drag me down with you when you get beaten up. Ask yourselves, have you really lived a carefree life all these years? Han Yan said bluntly. There was no need to show mercy to these 2 rascals. Especially the supremacy Tao. He used to think that it was quite cold, but why was it now chasing after him like a piece of sticky candy? Crazy. Han Yan was about to leave. The Supremacy Dao suddenly said, "If you beat me, I'll join you." Han Yan glanced at it and said, "If you can find me, then you win." With that, Han Yan left with the strange god. Back in reality, Han Yan asked the strange god to stay aside while he continued to cultivate. Next, it was time to break through to the sixth profound divine essence. After that, it was the Daluo realm. 20 years later, Han Yan finally had the opportunity to break through. He adjusted his emotions and checked his emails to understand the recent events. Your good friend Zhou Fan has mastered the true sun fire and turned into a heavenly Tao divine spirit. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons. X14009. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Di Lan Tian and was severely injured. Your Dao partner Xianqing obtained a supreme treasure by chance and her providence has skyrocketed. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and died. Heavenly Tao Divine Spirit, so awesome, as expected of a sage Dharma idol. Han Yan had a feeling that Zhou Fan would become a dark horse in this immeasurable calamity. Li Daokong was seriously injured for the first time, and it was under the joint attack of the Celestial Ruler and a mysterious mighty figure. The Divine General had actually died. Han Yan seriously suspected that the mysterious mighty figure who injured Li Daokong was the same person who killed the Divine General. Han Yan sighed with emotion as he read the email about the death of the godly general. The Divine General could be said to be the most hardworking Divine General in heaven. He rushed to the front for everything. Han Yan could not help but ask, who was the mysterious mighty figure that killed the Divine General and severely injured Li Daokong? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan felt that this might be a threat to him, so he had to do some calculations. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, a name popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Below it was the introduction of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. It was the same as what he had seen before. As expected, it was this guy. Han Yan asked, did Jade Emperor Zhou Yan attempt to murder the Celestial Ruler? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan frowned. No, he had to deal with this guy. With Li Daokong heavily injured, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's next target might be Feng Liang. Furthermore, this fellow wanted to slaughter all living beings and create his own heavenly law world. I can't let him succeed, I'll break through first. Han Yan immediately began to break through. After about 4 years, he successfully broke through. 6 profound divine essence, Han Yan's dharmic powers transformed and broke through to the perfect realm. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his stats interface. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 593299999, 99999, 9999, 9999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, 6 profound divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. 9 billion years, who else but me? Han Yan was filled with pride. Next, it was time to break through to the Daluo realm. 5 years later, Han Yan's cultivation had completely consolidated. He was not in a hurry to improve his mystical abilities. Instead, he sent a dream to the Celestial Ruler. After entering the dream, Han Yan saw the Celestial Ruler. He realized that the Celestial Ruler's hair was messy and his dragon robe was tattered. He looked like a prisoner. Han Yan asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing the appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Celestial Ruler's eyes lit up. The Celestial Ruler said, "You guessed that he had the heart to rebel against the Daozu?" Han Yan said, "That's right. Otherwise, why didn't he help you subdue the chaos of the heavenly Tao?" The Celestial Ruler couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the reason why he was in such a sorry state was because of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the Celestial Ruler. His figure was gray, and like Han Yan, his true appearance could not be seen clearly. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, Han Yan instantly guessed the other party's identity and was secretly shocked. How could this guy enter his dark nightmare? Could it be that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had already controlled the Celestial Ruler? "You are the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked calmly. Han Yan did not reply. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan ignored the celestial ruler and stared at Han Yan. Join forces with me. In the future, I will be the Daozu, and you will be the celestial ruler. Han Yan felt that he was too arrogant. Did he really think that the Daozu was gone? Somehow, the Daozu might have already developed a two-star hatred for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Yan pretended to sneer and said, "What right do you have?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said, "If you refuse, you will be my enemy. Coincidentally, I also want to compete with others. In this world, no one is qualified to compete with me." Too arrogant, how could Han Yan tolerate him? Han Yan asked, "How are you going to deal with the celestial ruler? You care about him a lot." "No, I care about Li Daokong." "You injured Li Daokong. This matter will not rest. Li Daokong is not dead, but he will die in my hands sooner or later. As for the celestial ruler, I still have a use for him." The two of them seemed to be old friends as they chatted casually. The celestial ruler stood at the side without saying a word. Soon, Han Yan and the Dark Forbidden Lord fell silent. Both sides stared at each other. Han Yan suddenly exited the dark nightmare. "Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 3 stars, very good." Han Yan directly took out the Book of Misfortune. Since the other party had already seen the Dark Forbidden Lord, Han Yan would not wait. He suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously, "Did Jade Emperor Zhou Yan see through my true identity?" No, this time, his lifespan was not deducted. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief and began to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Give him 30 billion to play with. Han Yan was no longer the same as before. Consuming 30 billion years of lifespan at once should not be his limit. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He opened his stats panel and stared at it carefully. His lifespan decreased far faster than before because the strength of his curse was also far greater than before. Facing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, he had to give it his all. 5 billion years, 10 billion years, 20 billion years, 30 billion years, 40 billion years, Han Yan had no choice but to stop. His face was covered in blood, and his soul was dizzy. He could not take it anymore. He checked his emails and did not see any emails about Jade Emperor Zhou Yan being cursed. He was secretly depressed. This guy is really stubborn. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds, there was a crooked tree. A person was meditating under the tree. It was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered with a frown, "I underestimated you. No wonder those Daluo were forced to their deaths by you." He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. In the face of the Dark Forbidden Lord's terrifying curse, he almost could not stabilize himself. Fortunately, his mystical power was powerful and boundless. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan became even more fearful of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Was the curse just now the Dark Forbidden Lord's full strength? Other than saints, this was the first time he had encountered an existence that he could not deduce at all. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Seeing this notification, Han Yan's gloominess was swept away. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't affect Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, why would his hatred increase? If his 40 billion years of lifespan didn't even break the other party's mood, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Han Yan adjusted his state of mind. He was now hiding in the Dark Forbidden Zone, so Jade Emperor Zhou Yan shouldn't be able to find him. However, he couldn't expose his identity to prevent Jade Emperor Zhou Yan from using the people around him to threaten him. A few days later, Han Yan recovered and began to improve his mystical abilities, allowing his strength to reach the current limit. A year later, Han Yan began the simulation trial and fought Li Xuanao. Instant kill, he fought Li Daokong and killed him in 10 breaths, he fought the celestial ruler and killed him in an hour, he fought Shui Mingyi and killed him in 5 minutes. Han Yan challenged all the audience members in the Taiji Palace. No one in the immortal state was his match. Some of the weaker Daluo were also killed by him. Daluo mystical abilities, the stellar primordial body, and the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, this was the reason why Han Yan could cross realms to kill enemies. The difference between the 6 profound divine essence and the 5 profound divine essence was huge. It wasn't just the amount of dermic powers, but also the essence of dermic powers. Han Yan had vaguely come into contact with the Daluo realm. The Daluo realm was to comprehend the Great Tao. Although the 12 ancestral magi didn't have essence souls, their physical bodies each cultivated a Great Tao origin. They could still reach the Daluo realm or even stronger. Han Yan was prepared to comprehend the Great Tao of life and death and break through to the Daluo realm. However, because of the karma Great Tao imparted to him by Patriarch Shitian, he had to wait. If Patriarch Shitian had evil intentions and cultivated the karma Great Tao, wouldn't he become his puppet? Wait, why can't I create a brand new Great Tao? Han Yan suddenly had a bold idea. However, he quickly gave up on this idea. He couldn't rely on himself unless he gathered all 9 Tao fragments. Currently, he had only accumulated 1 grand Tao fragment. Who knew when he would be able to accumulate 9 grand Tao fragments? 6,000 years old and Daluo's realm should be able to give you one. Han Yan silently thought. Before that, he still had to rely on the Great Tao of life and death. Just like that, Han Yan began to comprehend the Great Tao of life and death, attempting to break through to the Daluo realm. While he was in seclusion, a storm was brewing in the immortal world. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, the former celestial ruler, appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the heaven, controlling the 9 heavens. He personally appeared to suppress the various forces. The Dragon Court was defeated. The true dragon race had been defeated. The dark religion was defeated. The Qilin race was defeated. The human dynasty was defeated. Everyone was in an uproar. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan used his supreme dharmic powers to bring despair to all living beings. In the dilapidated celestial ruler palace, Feng Liang was meditating on a futon with 2 figures half-kneeling in front of him. They were the Sky God Generals and Martial God Generals. Feng Liang stared at them and said, "Do you still recognize me as the celestial ruler?" The Martial God General said solemnly, "Your Majesty is the celestial ruler. This was personally appointed by the previous celestial ruler, so it is legitimate." The Sky God General said, "You are the celestial ruler." Feng Liang looked at them and felt very emotional. Thinking about the divine general, his heart became heavy. "Now that I am Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's prisoner, only you can look at me." Feng Liang smiled bitterly. He had not even warmed up to his position as the celestial ruler before being suppressed, so he was very unwilling. The Martial God General said solemnly, "Jade Emperor Zhou Yan is too much. He is humiliating the heaven." The Sky God General was expressionless and did not reply. Feng Liang took a deep breath and said, "I need you to do something." The Martial God General asked, "What is it?" "Go to Kunlun and tell the saint about the situation in the heaven." "Okay." The Martial God General agreed. In a dark and gloomy cave, Shui Mingi was nailed to the ground by 7 white jade swords and could not move. Countless members of the dark cult gathered in the distance. Duan Hongchen, Xianxia, and Mo Fuzhou were among them. Everyone looked at a figure. That person was surrounded by clouds and sat on a dragon throne. His posture was arrogant, his eyes were disdainful, and his black robe fluttered slightly. It was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned. He had calculated for a long time but could not calculate the relationship between Shui Mingi and the Dark Forbidden Lord. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's gaze landed on Shui Mingi. Shui Mingi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fear. Although he worshipped the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was even more afraid of death. He said solemnly, "I really don't know where the Dark Forbidden Lord is." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said, "Do you want to live?" "Yes." "Let your followers curse the human race." "What?" Shui Mingi turned pale with fright. The human race was the main character of the heavenly Tao. It was fine to curse some people, but cursing the entire human race was courting death. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's eyes turned cold. The temperature in the cave dropped to freezing point, and everyone was terrified. Shui Mingi could only bite the bullet and agree. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan dissipated in the air, leaving only a sentence. "There are 3,000 great Taos, and only a chance of survival is left. It depends on whether you can grasp it." The 7 white jade swords on Shui Mingi's body disappeared. He cursed inwardly. "Dog, if it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you," he could only pray that the Dark Forbidden Lord would help him take revenge. It had been 19 years since he started comprehending the great Tao of life and death. Han Yan was still immersed in comprehending the Tao when he was suddenly interrupted by a system notification. Detected that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to forcefully push forward the tribulation and endanger the providence of the heavenly Tao. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and announce that you want to compete with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, bringing hope to all living beings. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical ability inheritance, a chance to upgrade your dojo, a supreme treasure inheritance, a random natural treasure, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Yan cursed inwardly. The first choice was completely demonic. However, how could he dare to compete with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Wouldn't that be courting death? Han Yan could only choose the second choice. However, it was not a loss. They were all what he needed. You choose to continue cultivating. You will obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Yan put the strange god into the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Tao spirit stone. As long as he was cursing, he would lock up the strange god just in case. Since you're so arrogant, I'll fight with you. Han Yan thought to himself. He was going to be the savior again, and no one would know about his contributions. Thinking about it, he was really lonely. Han Yan began to fuse the two treasures. The Book of Misfortune was a deity realm supreme treasure before. After being upgraded, it could reach the Daluo level. At that time, the power of the curse would increase by leaps and bounds. Han Yan was looking forward to it just thinking about it. He fused while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and was seriously injured. Your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and was seriously injured. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and was seriously injured. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and was seriously injured. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and was seriously injured. Han Yan continued reading and frowned. Is this how this fellow advances the tribulation? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan attacked the leaders of the various factions so brazenly. It was obvious that he had negotiated with the saints. Han Yan fighting against him was equivalent to fighting with the saints. It had to be said. It was very exciting. The Tao field could now block the prying eyes of the saints. What was Han Yan afraid of? He was not going to fight to the death with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan face to face. However, the most important thing now was to become a Daluo. Myriad worlds, heavenly Tao, all living beings, wait for me to break through. Han Yan thought proudly and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death, on an island outside the immortal world. Li Daokong sat under a tree and meditated, healing his injuries. Two figures stood beside him. They were Li Xuanao and Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao looked at Li Daokong's pale face and was secretly shocked. This was the first time he saw Li Daokong injured. Previously, in his heart, Li Daokong could be said to be an invincible existence. Even his master, Li Xuanao, was suppressed by Li Daokong. Li Xuanao asked, Senior brother, are you returning to Kunlun? Li Daokong did not even look up and said, why should I return? Li Xuanao frowned and said, heaven is controlled by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. There's no need to support him. Now, it's not for heaven. It's for Ren School. What do you mean? You still want to fight with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? He's a quasi-saint. How long has it been since you stepped into the Daluo realm? Why not? But, if he hadn't controlled the celestial ruler to ambush me, how could I have lost? Li Daokong opened his eyes, and his gaze became unprecedentedly sharp. Li Xuanao wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Daokong glanced at him and said, I know what you want to say. I also know that it is the immeasurable calamity now. If I am not careful, my body and soul will be destroyed and I will be consigned to eternal damnation. However, I still want to fight. Who does Jade Emperor Zhou Yan think he is? Li Xuanao said helplessly, Senior brother, put away your arrogance. We are really no match for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Li Daokong closed his eyes again and said, Junior brother, do you know the biggest difference between you and me? what is the difference? You knew you could do it, so you did it. I knew I couldn't do it, so I did it. Li Shuana frowned. Am I inferior to you? Li Daokong said nothing more. Li Shuana glared at Huang Jihao and asked, Disciple, what do you think? Huang Jihao groaned inwardly. Although he admired Li Daokong's heroic spirit, he did not think that Li Shuanao's path was bad. He had seen people who were more cautious than Li Shuanao. He even felt that Li Shuanao was not worthy of Li Daokong's evaluation. Huang Jihao organized his words and said, each has their own merits. Li Shuanao snorted coldly in displeasure. He turned to look at Li Daokong and frowned. Worry flashed in his eyes. He knew that he could not persuade Li Daokong. Since they were young, no one could change Li Daokong's will. Even their master, the saint, could not. At that moment, Li Shuanao was a little dazed. He suddenly understood why Li Daokong was the eldest disciple and why he was always ahead of him. He could not help but be confused. Could it be that he was wrong? Another 20 years passed. Han Yan stopped comprehending the Tao and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Every 5 years, he would curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to prevent him from successfully slaughtering the world. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Zhou Fan has fused with the blood of the Golden Crow ancestor. He has obtained the Golden Crow Dharma form and obtained Jinwu's Providence. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul has traveled to the primordial era. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Pan Xian has awakened a mystical ability. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X13. Your good friend Li Daokong was seriously injured. Fortunately, the saint helped and his soul escaped. Han Yan was secretly shocked. Li Daokong had entered a calamity. He could not defeat Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, but he was still fighting crazily. Of course, there was another possibility. He was being chased by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Yan also noticed that Feng Liang's soul had traveled to the primordial era once again. What did this kid do every time he went back? Han Yan did not continue thinking about it. He cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan first. He directly offered 20 billion years of his lifespan. Half a month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, I want to know what Feng Liang did when he traveled to the primordial era. 10 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? 10 billion years, so much, what was this guy planning? Han Yan was shocked. He had to continue, it involves too much karma and cannot be deduced in one go. Cancel the deduction of lifespan. It still could not be calculated. Han Yan had to change his method. Will Feng Liang's soul travel to the primordial era harm me? 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, it will not harm you. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be careful. Although Feng Liang's favorability toward him had not decreased, it had been so many years. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. He had to be careful. Han Yan stopped deducing and focused on breaking through. With the stellar primordial body and the primordial Tao cultivation technique, the primordial Tao of reincarnation, Han Yan's comprehension speed was very fast. He estimated that he would not be far from attaining the Daoyuo realm. If he did not attain the Daoyuo realm, he would not be qualified to compete with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Immortal world, human race. Countless human cultivators gathered in a vast martial arts square. Xianxia was among them. She was surrounded by female cultivators, all of whom had extraordinary auras. All the cultivators looked at the sky. A huge scroll hung upside down above the sea of clouds. In the scroll was a vivid landscape. All kinds of immortal birds flew past in pairs. It was like an immortal realm. Children of the human race, the immortal world is facing a great calamity. All living beings are in danger. How can we cultivators stay on the ground? We should fight in the heavens and save the trapped immortals. An ancient voice sounded, making most of the human cultivators' blood boil. Xing Hongxian frowned, thinking that something was wrong. they were courting death again. She had also heard about what had happened in the heavens. The primordial celestial ruler had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the immortals. How could the human race defy the powerful primordial celestial ruler? Previously, they were enemies with the heavens. Now, they wanted to save the heavens. Xianxia could not understand the thoughts of the human race's leaders. She had to think of a way to avoid this. 20 years later, Han Yan had successfully comprehended the Tao and began to fuse the great Tao of life and death. He imprinted it in his dermic powers, causing them to transform and sublimate his soul. When everything about him fused with the great Tao, he would condense the Daluo Tao fruit and become a Daluo. According to the primordial reincarnation great Tao, the Daluo realm was above the laws of the heavens. It could pierce through time and space, and it would be indestructible. The tribulation here referred to the heavenly tribulation. If he encountered an even more powerful existence, that would be his fate. A mysterious existence has been detected that is affecting your fate. Do you want to resist? Han Yan was stunned. He subconsciously chose yes. But then, he thought about it and asked, is it good or bad? I don't know for now. Resist. Han Yan immediately made his choice. Begin to resist the mysterious existence's influence on your destiny. Successful resistance. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw these 2 lines of words. Although he didn't know if the other party had good intentions or evil intentions, it was better to resist first just in case. Han Yan was quite satisfied with his current situation and didn't want to change. Who is affecting my destiny? Han Yan asked in his heart. If it was an enemy, he was dead meat. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, a figure appeared in Han Yan's mind. It was actually Feng Liang. Han Yan frowned. He could only see Feng Liang's appearance, but he didn't know what he had done. The system couldn't detect whether Feng Liang had good intentions or not. Could it be that Feng Liang was setting up a trap in the primordial era? Han Yan remembered that his soul had previously traveled to the primordial era and had yet to return. It was very likely. Han Yan changed his approach and asked, does Feng Liang have any intentions of harming me? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued to comprehend the Tao. More than a year later, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Detected that you have reached 6,000 years old. Your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the tribulation and fight for great providence and fame. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Temporarily do not enter the tribulation and cultivate in a low profile. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical ability inheritance. Han Yan didn't make a choice immediately this time. He asked silently, I'm not considered entering the tribulation yet? Yes, but you haven't fought for great providence and fame. You need to let everyone know of your true existence. Then he had no choice. Han Yan chose the second option. You chose not to enter the tribulation for the time being. You have obtained a great Tao fragment and a mystical ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao mystical ability, Tai Freedom Dharma form. Tai Freedom Dharma form, a mystical ability formed from the convergence of the great Tao. It can condense the Dharma form of 3,000 chaos fiend gods. A great Tao mystical ability. Han Ju was stunned and hurriedly inherited this mystical power. An unprecedented amount of memories flooded into Han Yan's mind. The Dharma forms of the 3,000 chaos demon gods were not their physical bodies, but their Taos. Han Yan would only know about the appearance of the Dharma forms after he succeeded in cultivating them. A few days later, Han Yan finally digested the enormous amount of memories. The first chaos demonic god that he cultivated was extremely ferocious. He cultivated it step by step according to the divine power inheritance. However, a great Tao divine art was still a great Tao divine art. After cultivating for a month, Han Yan had yet to condense his first chaos demon god Dharma idol. How long would it take to condense all 3,000 chaos fiend gods' Dharma appearances? Han Yan had no choice but to give up and continue cultivating. He had to become a Daluo first. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Although the Book of Misfortune was already a Daluo spiritual treasure, Han Yan still had to raise his cultivation level to the Daluo realm before he could affect Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Yan cursed as he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong has fused with a mysterious Dao rune. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended a heavenly Dao divine art. It's shocking. Your good friend Xianxia has been attacked by an immortal emperor. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He has been severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong has been attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Li Daokong has been attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X6. Your good friend Tai Sutian has been enlightened by the heavenly Dao and has stepped into the arch realm. Your good friend Han Ming has received the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. Li Daokong was crazy. Han Yan could imagine the dangerous scene of Li Daokong fighting Jade Emperor Zhou Yan just by looking at the emails. Looking at the emails, only Li Daokong dared to keep fighting Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. After Dilan Tian was done in by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, there was no news of him. As expected of the eldest disciple of Ren school. Brotherly, don't panic. With me helping you, you are definitely not alone. Han Yan thought silently and began to increase the power of the curse. He noticed that Han Ming had obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. He didn't plan on doing so. This kid had already reincarnated, so what did it have to do with him? The enemy could forget about using Han Ming to threaten him. 5 days later, Han Yan began to consume his lifespan. 10 billion years, 20 billion years, 30 billion years, 40 billion years, Han Yan stopped cursing. He was dizzy and bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was extremely miserable. However, his external injuries were weak and would recover quickly. I wonder how that fellow is now. Han Yan was secretly looking forward to it. Then, he put away the Book of Misfortune and released the strange god from the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The strange god floated in the air and kept circling around, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. After staying with Han Yan, its intelligence had been growing. Although they could not communicate yet, Han Yan could already sense its emotions. Go away, don't bother me. Han Yan waved his hand and pushed the strange god away with his dermic powers. He continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. The strange god stared at him and stopped flying. It seemed to be deep in thought, in the dark universe, above the sea of clouds, under the old tree. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was circulating his energy. His expression changed. He was clearly not feeling well. Damn it, is he done yet? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's heart burned with anger. Not long ago, when he was fighting with Li Daokong, the Dark Forbidden Lord suddenly cursed him and almost caused him to fall. On average, the Dark Forbidden Lord would curse him once every 5 years, and each curse would be more ferocious than the last. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was not afraid of curses, it was really annoying if this continued. He had thought of contacting the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he could not. Even the celestial ruler could not take the initiative to contact the Dark Forbidden Lord. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. His entire body shone with divine light, and his figure was tall and sturdy. He did not reveal his true appearance. Jade Emperor, you're too presumptuous. Some saints are already dissatisfied. The divine light figure spoke in a very rude tone. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not even open his eyes. Dejiotian, are you here to stop me? The divine light figure known as Dejiotian snorted. The sect master supports you, so I naturally support you too. However, I hope that you won't cause more trouble for the sect master. Saints are unpredictable, and their emotions are even more difficult to understand. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan opened his eyes and asked, I want to know which saint is supporting the human race? Dejiotian shook his head and said, we don't have the right to know. Be careful in the future. Before fighting for the Providence, don't go against the will of the heavenly Tao too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Dejiotian disappeared. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned and snorted in his heart. When this calamity is over, I will be the will of the heavenly Tao. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred notification towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, Han Yan, who was cultivating, saw this notification and did not care. They would not rest until one of them was dead. It had been 4 years since the last curse. In another year, he could mess with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan again. As Han Yan was thinking, he suddenly felt something attached to his back. It was the strange god. Han Yan was shocked to discover that the strange god was touching his dermic powers. What was he trying to do? The strange god crawled on Han Yan's back as if it wanted to fuse into his body. At first, Han Yan was very nervous, thinking that it was going to devour its master. But soon, he realized that was not the case. When the strange spirit came into contact with the magic power in his body, his magic power instantly boiled and began to grow stronger. As if it was some kind of resonance, even the life and death great Tao in Han Yan's body began to resonate, speeding up the fusion with his magic power. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the strange god to have such an effect. He always thought that the strange god was an assassin. He didn't expect it to be a support. Han Yan remained cautious and continued to observe. The strange god was indeed helping him strengthen his magic power and even fusing with the life and death great Tao. Helping him become a Daluo? The strange god had such an effect, Han Yan asked in his mind, will it harm me by doing this? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Not even the word temporarily. Even so, Han Yan still maintained his rationality and continued to observe seriously. Time continued to pass. Half a year later. The strange god had completely fused with Han Yan's body, becoming one with him. Although they were fused together, Han Yan could still feel the existence of the strange god and could expel it from his body at any time. It formed a strange bridge in Han Yan's body. With its help, Han Yan's magic power was rapidly fusing with the life and death great Tao. At this rate, becoming a Daluo was within reach. Han Yan was very excited as he thought about it. He now had a favorable impression of the strange god. It seemed that his decision to subdue the strange god was right. Just like that, Han Yan focused on becoming a Daluo and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The Celestial Realm. Inside an ancient stone palace. Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, and Huang Jihao walked forward. There were stone statues on both sides. They were the human emperors of the human race, each of them extraordinary. Huang Jihao walked at the back and looked around curiously. Li Xuanao asked in a low voice, they don't seem to respect us. Li Daokong's expression did not change as he said, it's fine. Let them take a look. It's a good opportunity for them to gauge their own strength. The three of them continued forward until they arrived before a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet was thousands of feet tall, and it was engraved with all kinds of red patterns, as if it was a record of the human race's development. Just by glancing at it, one could feel that it was magnificent, as if it was an epic. Li Daokong stopped. Li Xuanao and Huang Jihao stopped as well. Rays of light burst out from the stone tablet, and silhouettes walked out from it. The leader was a white-haired old man with long eyebrows that covered his eyes. He chuckled and said, greetings, immortal masters of Ren School. Humph, Li Xuanao said coldly, not only did you not welcome us personally, you even spied on us in secret. Did you think that we wouldn't notice? Or are you afraid of us? Of course it's fear. The two of you have awed the entire universe, so how could we mortals not fear you? Humph. Li Xuanao's expression softened. Li Daokong said, the human race can join forces with Ren School to deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The white-haired elder asked, what about Chan School and Jie Jiao? Clearly, he did not believe in Li Daokong and Huang Jiao's strength. That was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, a primordial mighty figure who had recently suppressed the immortal world. Li Daokong stomped his right foot, and a sword appeared behind him out of thin air. It emitted a dazzling purple light, and a terrifying sword might spread out. All the human emperor stone statues in the hall began to tremble violently, including the 10,000-foot stone tablet in front of them. All the mighty figures of the human race were moved. What a terrifying sword chi! No wonder he can become the eldest disciple of Ren School. Looks like the rumors are true. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan can't do anything to him. What's the origin of that sword? My Dharma powers are uncontrollable and attracted by it. This aura. Did he really just step into the Daluo? The mighty figures of the human race communicated with their spiritual will. Most of them were terrified. The white-haired elder smiled and said, "The human race is willing to join forces with Ren's school." Li Xuanao snorted in disdain. He really knows how to change his expression. Huang Jihao looked at Li Daokong in admiration. His uncle master was much more capable than his master. The longer he interacted with Li Daokong, the more he admired Li Daokong. In his opinion, Li Daokong was definitely the person he wanted to be. His master, Li Xuanao, was not good. He bullied the weak and talked too much. If not for Li Daokong, Li Xuanao would have died thousands of rounds. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to slaughter all living beings. The human race can spread the news, Li Daokong continued. The white-haired elder asked in surprise, "Is that true?" Li Daokong said calmly, "So what if it's true?" The white-haired elder fell silent. 10 years later. Han Yan's dermic powers had completely fused with the great Tao of life and death. In his body, the new dermic powers began to condense the Daluo Dao fruit. As long as he succeeded, he would step into the Daluo realm. However, condensing the Daluo Dao fruit required time. The Daluo's dermic powers were extremely vast. Naturally, it could not be completed in a short time. Fortunately, Han Yan did not need to control it personally. The Daluo Dao fruit condensed automatically. Han Yan stood up and walked out of the cave abode. "Prepare to preach the Dao." Han Yan's voice resounded throughout the island, causing everyone to become excited, including the 10,000 Nether people. The Nether race could not reproduce, so their population had not changed. Their aptitudes were not bad, and the weakest had already reached the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Han Yan sat down under the Fusong tree. Wu Daojian came to his side and asked curiously, "Master, your eyes." The others also looked at Han Yan in surprise. When Han Yan heard this, he could not help but feel carefully. He found that his pupils had turned purple. It was not temporary. Instead, it was permanent. It made him look even more mysterious. Not only his pupils, but there were also fine black lines between his eyebrows. They fluttered slightly like tentacles. Han Yan said, "It's just a realm. You don't understand." Hearing this, Wu Daojian did not say anything. Han Yan noticed that Li Yao and Tu Linger were looking at him with strange expressions. It was as if they wanted to eat him. Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yu also walked out of the cave abode. When they saw Han Yan, they could not help but be dazed. Han Yan began to preach the Tao. As soon as his voice rang out, everyone's soul was immediately shaken, and they entered a state of enlightenment. The voice of the Daluo, although Han Yan had not completely stepped into the Daluo realm, his voice already contained the Tao of the Daluo. Even the Nether people were mesmerized by his words. Time quickly passed during the preaching. In the blink of an eye. 8 years passed. Han Yan's Daluo Dao fruit had yet to condense successfully. He planned to continue preaching the Dao. During the process, he could sort out his Dao. At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. A sage has entered the world. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the tribulation and challenge the sage. If you win Great Providence, you can obtain a great Dao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Temporarily do not enter the tribulation and cultivate in peace. You can obtain a great Dao fragment. A sage has entered the world. Han Yan immediately chose the second option and obtained a great Dao fragment. He thought to himself, "I want to know which sage has entered the world. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted." Continue? Continue. When Han Yan chose to continue, lines of words quickly popped up in front of his eyes. Fushi Tian, cultivation level unknown. Heavenly Dao Saint, human ancestor, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the 8 trigrams. Due to the summoning of the human race, he entered the world with his Dharma idol to avoid the heavenly Dao and try to help the human race obtain great providence. Fushi Tian, the heavenly emperor Fushi in Chinese mythology, since it was to help the human race, Han Yan was relieved. At least Xing Hongxian was fine. Perhaps the Fushi Tian would even deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Yan was looking forward to it. After understanding it, Han Yan continued to preach. Time flew. Another 10 years passed. After Han Yan finished preaching, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed under the fusang tree and faced the east. The other disciples were still in a state of enlightenment and could not extricate themselves for a long time. More than half of the Daluo Dao fruit in Han Yan's body had condensed. The strange god flew out of his body and looked at the fusang tree. It was quite happy and flew around the tree trunk. No one could sense the existence of the strange god, including the fusang tree. After the strange god left his body, the black pattern between Han Yan's eyebrows disappeared, but his pupils were still purple. Han Yan did not stop the strange god. After this fusion, the strange god already had Han Yan's Dharma power. They could use this Dharma power together. Han Yan used his Dharma power to isolate its strange power and prevent the fusang tree from being damaged. Han Yan's gaze fell on the strange god. He could feel that he had completely controlled the strange god. From now on, he could erase the strange god's intelligence at any time, absorb it, and turn it into his own power. However, the strange god had helped him a lot, so he naturally would not be so heartless. I wonder how strong this little guy will be in the future. Han Yan thought expectantly. The current strength of the strange god was unpredictable. It was not that strong. It was not that strong. Apart from the primordial physique, no one could spy on it. No matter what, the potential of the strange god was absolutely terrifying. After all, it had inherited the providence of the chaos fiend god. Since he had nothing to do, Han Yan checked his email. Recently, he had been condensing his Daluo Dao fruit. Han Yan did not dare to use his dermic powers to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He did not know what the situation in the celestial world was like. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons, X189900. Your disciple Su Qi has absorbed the power of darkness. His cultivation has improved greatly. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by your enemy, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Sacrifice your soul and ring the imperial ancestral bell. Your good friend Daozu's luck has decreased. Your good friend Tai Sutian has received guidance from the sage and his cultivation has increased greatly. Along the way, the celestial world was relatively peaceful, and the battles weren't that intense. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan seemed to have stopped recently. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. The avatars of the friends he cared about were still there. When I become a Daluo, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, I will directly give you 100 billion years of my lifespan. Let's see if you can bear it. Han Yan thought silently. He suddenly remembered the celestial ruler. He could visit the celestial ruler in his dreams and ask about his situation. He did not need to consume any dermic powers to cast the dark nightmare. Soon, Han Yan created a dream. When he saw the celestial ruler again, the celestial ruler looked much thinner, and his eyes were dim. The celestial ruler saw Han Yan, who had transformed into the dark forbidden lord, but he was not moved. He slowly sat down and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" He began to tidy up his dragon robe, and the celestial ruler's temperament quickly recovered. Han Yan asked, "Other than Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, do you have no other backing?" He remembered that the celestial ruler had been to Kunlun. Previously, in front of the Taiji Palace, the celestial ruler had chatted and laughed with many mighty figures. The celestial ruler smiled. "You want me to deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan?" Han Yan did not answer. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Jade Emperor, why aren't you showing yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan appeared. Han Yan cursed inwardly. "Dog, he is indeed here," Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "have you thought it through?" In the past few decades, the Dark Forbidden Lord had not cursed him. He had thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was afraid. Han Yan asked, "Do you know that a saint has descended into the mortal world?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was silent. The celestial ruler was moved. The reason why Han Yan said this was to intimidate Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and prevent him from slaughtering all living beings in advance. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had the intention to slaughter the world, the various races of the celestial world had powerful backgrounds. He did not dare to act rashly. In front of a saint, he was still very weak. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Which faction?" Han Yan teased, you'll have to identify it yourself. You still don't have enough chess pieces. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars, very good, he would not rest until he was dead. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan hated the Dark Forbidden Lord. The reason why Han Yan gave him a hint was because they had seen each other in the dream. As long as Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not know that the Dark Forbidden Lord was him, he had nothing to fear. This was a little. Han Yan inexplicably thought of how high-spirited he was when he was surfing the internet in his previous life. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, can we really only be enemies? Han Yan said, if you don't threaten me, I won't threaten you. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan smiled. Han Yan also smiled and did not say anything. The atmosphere fell silent again. After a long while, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said, the power of your curse is too weak. Could it be that you are not even Daluo and are only relying on a treasure to curse your enemy? Han Yan said, I'm waiting for the opportunity. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan fell silent again. What opportunity? It must be the opportunity for him to fight a powerful enemy. Han Yan suddenly dispelled the dream and returned to reality. After confirming that the celestial ruler was fine, he could also mess with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's mentality. It was about time. After that, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan should not dare to cause trouble again. Han Yan could peacefully attain the Daluo realm. After a period of time, the disciples of the hidden sect woke up one after another. Han Yan returned to his cave abode. Year after year passed. 20 years later. Han Yan's Daluo Dao fruit had completely condensed. All his Dharma powers were absorbed into the Daluo Dao fruit. Rumble, the entire Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain began to shake violently. A vast pressure swept through the Dao hall, shocking everyone on the island. Chu Shiren widened his eyes and muttered, Daluo. It was too fast. How long had it been? Han Yan had been hiding on the island, but he could still break through at such a fast speed. Although his voice was soft, everyone heard it clearly. Sun Chang'an, Heyu Ji, and the others, who had been following Han Yan since the beginning, couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration and yearning. How old was Han Yan? What? He's already a Daluo? Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. When they first met, Han Yan wasn't even an immortal emperor. He was still in the Arch realm, but Han Yan had already surpassed the immortal realm and reached the Daluo realm. What a joke, could this guy really be a Daozu? That stinky chicken wasn't joking, at the same time. Inside the cave abode, Han Yan was drowned by a purple pillar of light. His soul began to transform. The Daluo realm, transcending the heavens, Han Yan felt the miraculous changes in his body and soul. He was extremely happy. The Daluo realm was finally here. When Han Yan condensed the Daluo Dao fruit, he understood a lot. In the Daluo realm, one could control the heavens, space, and fate with a single thought. After reaching the Daluo realm, one could exist eternally under the heavenly Dao. Of course, if he was attacked by a stronger force, the Daluo realm would also die. Only a Daluo or an existence that surpassed the Daluo realm could defeat the Daluo realm. The heavenly Dao's rules could not directly kill the Daluo realm. This was the Daluo realm. A few days later, Han Yan's dermic powers fused into the Daluo Dao fruit. A mysterious power of the great Dao enveloped Han Yan's body. Breakthrough successful. Daluo realm, Han Yan felt the transformation in his body and almost wanted to roar. It felt so good. The last time he felt so good was when he was in the extraordinary stage. The changes from the sixth profound divine essence to the Daluo realm were unimaginable. In terms of dermic powers, Han Yan felt that they were thousands of times stronger than before. It was the same for his spiritual force. However, he still could not pry into the dark forbidden zone. Han Yan looked at his stats interface while consolidating his cultivation. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 66210999999999999999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, early stage Daluo golden immortal realm, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Dao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Dao, life and death great Dao, karma great Dao. The Daluo realm, also known as the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, only had one major realm. It was divided into early stage, mid stage, late stage, and perfected. Han Yan was extremely happy when he saw the words Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. His lifespan had increased by 2 digits, billions of years, almost eternal. Han Yan wondered if the heavenly Tao had existed for so many years. Detected that you have reached the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. System upgrading. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised when he saw this line of words. Even though he did not obtain the Great Tao Shard or the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, the upgrade of the system meant that the training ground would be upgraded as well. After becoming a Daluo, Han Yan could be considered to have the ability to protect himself. He was no longer a weakling that could be bullied by others. Han Yan spent 7 years consolidating his cultivation. He locked the strange divine spirit in the 36th grade reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The first thing he did was take out the Book of Misfortune to curse the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Didn't you mock me before that my curse power wasn't strong enough, that it wasn't even as strong as a Daluo? Now that I've become a Daluo, are you ready to bear the wrath of 100 billion years? The corners of Han Yan's mouth curled up into an incomparably frivolous smile. The 6,000-year-old Daluo had the qualifications to be arrogant. Daluo channeled his dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune, causing it to emit a black light that illuminated Han Yan's face. The black light shone inside the congenital cave, making it look terrifying. 5 days later, Han Yan began to reduce his lifespan. He opened his stats panel and carefully looked at his lifespan. It was decreasing so quickly. In less than half an hour, his lifespan had decreased by 10 billion years. After reaching the Daluo realm, he didn't feel any discomfort at all and continued to curse. In a palace, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sat on the main seat. All the factions were gathered here. Feng Liang, Long Hao, Shui Mingyi, Di Lan Tian, King Yama, Mighty Buddha, and others were all the leaders of the various factions. They were discussing the division of the celestial world's territory. Only the human race hadn't come. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't interrupt. His expression was rather ugly. Shui Mingyi noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" With that said, everyone looked at the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. It was the first time they saw the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan reveal such an expression. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan replied, "I'm fine. You guys continue." He was circulating his dermic powers to resist the strange curse power. He understood that the Dark Forbidden Lord was starting to exert its power. This curse power was far stronger than before. However, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't dare to dispel it directly. That would expose a flaw. You can't be cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, right? Shui Mingyi pretended to be terrified and asked. He was extremely excited. The Dark Forbidden Lord had finally made its move. When the others heard this, they all had strange expressions. If this was true, it would be a good thing for them, but they didn't dare to show it. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan snorted coldly. The Dark Forbidden Lord is just a worm hiding in the dark. His curse power can't hurt me at all. These words were equivalent to a disguised admission. Shui Mingyi almost cheered, but he restrained himself. Not only him, but Jing Tiangong, who represented the Jia Jiao, was also excited. In the current celestial world, who below the sage could resist the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, other than the Dark Forbidden Lord? Who else could it be? Boom, a terrifying pressure came from outside the palace. The door turned into ashes, and a figure stepped in with a sword. Sword shadows appeared under his feet. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked handsome. Who else could it be but Li Daokong? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, our battle is not over yet. Li Daokong's eyes were cold, and his tone was filled with killing intent. The leaders of the various factions in the hall were all moved. What a powerful aura! They had heard that Li Daokong was fighting to the death with the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes today. Ba, the Ren school has really accepted a good disciple. His talent is peerless. The mighty Buddha sighed. Everyone was stunned by Li Daokong's aura. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sneered. Li Daokong, you are not my match at all. If not for the saint protecting you, you would have died long ago. Li Daokong continued forward, staring at the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. A great battle was about to erupt, inside the congenital cave. Han Yan cursed as he stared at the stats interface. He had already lost 50 billion years of his lifespan. He still didn't feel any discomfort and continued to curse. 60 billion years, 70 billion years, 80 billion years. Han Yan's breathing began to quicken. It wasn't a backlash from the curse, but his heart ached. This was the first time he had lost so much lifespan. Most importantly, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan hadn't been cursed yet. Continue, I don't believe it, Han Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. 90 billion years, 100 billion years, boom, a rumbling sound came from the Book of Misfortune, as if a primordial beast was roaring. Wisps of visible black gas seeped out and wrapped around Han Yan. Han Yan was surprised. What is this? This black gas is somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't this the black gas of a strange god? Could it be that the strange god is related to the curse? The speed at which his lifespan decreased increased. 110 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's dermic powers have gone berserk. Misfortune has surrounded him and he has developed mental demons. The curse has finally caused problems. Han Yan quickly stopped. The black gas around him was absorbed by the Book of Misfortune, and the black light disappeared. Hanju hurriedly checked his condition to see if the black aura had affected him. Fortunately, it didn't affect him at all. Perhaps he had stopped in time, or perhaps it had something to do with the fusion of the strange god. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has developed mental demons. That means he's not far from death. The outcome of the calamity should change, right? Han Yan thought. He began to hesitate. Should he calculate the outcome of the calamity? What if things didn't go smoothly again? Apart from him, the saints could also change the calamity. Forget it, I'll calculate it. At least I can avoid certain risks. I want to know who is the biggest winner of this calamity. Han Yan thought. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan wanted to see what changes there would be in the future. After the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan collapsed, would a new overlord appear? Han Yan entered the illusion. He arrived at a beautiful forest. There were peach trees around him, and the fragrance of peach blossoms filled the air. Looking along the path in the forest, there was a Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. For some reason, Han Yan felt that the forest looked familiar. Could it be the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? Wait, I'm the final winner? Han Yan was about to move forward when he saw two people walking out of the Taoist temple. One of them was Han Yan, and the other was Li Daokong. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed him. That's good. The future Han Yan stopped and said, I'll send you here. Li Daokong turned around and smiled. Master is leaving. Aren't you going to address me respectfully? You are the next eldest disciple of Ren school. You have to know etiquette. Han Yan frowned. What the hell, am I going to become the eldest disciple of Ren school in the future? The future Han Yan said helplessly, yes, master. The biggest winner is not Han Yan, but Li Daokong. Han Yan was dumbfounded. There was something wrong with the script. Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and said, why? Isn't it fate? I didn't force you to join Ren school back then. Who asked you to offend the saint? The future Han Yan asked, did that saint really let it go? As long as the saint of Ren school is still around, he won't dare to do anything rash. All right. The scene shattered. Hanju returned to reality, his brows furrowed. After the calamity ended, he had no choice but to join Ren school because he had offended the saint. That was not a good thing. Han Yan did not want to join any saint's sect. That would cause him to bear great karma and lose his freedom. Most importantly, a saint was secretly watching him. How could he be at ease? No, I have to be more careful in the future. Could it be that because he had attained the Daluo Dao fruit, he had become arrogant and offended the saint? Han Yan wanted to prevent this from happening. I want to know who the saint I offended is. Han Yan asked inwardly. Unable to evolve the saint's karma that has never happened. It will alarm the saint. Han Yan frowned again. Were the saints really that amazing? Forget it. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and waited for the system to finish upgrading first. He put away the Book of Misfortune and released the eerie deity. Next, he began to improve his various divine abilities, raising all of them to the limit, spending a year's time. Han Yan did not directly enter the simulation trial. Instead, he cultivated the Supreme Freedom Law. After reaching Daluo's level, he should be able to cultivate a Dharma idol. Even if it was just one, it could still increase his combat strength. The Tai Izai Dharma form was extremely profound. Fortunately, Han Yan had already completely understood the cultivation method of the first Dharma form. A full 10 years had passed. Han Yan had finally cultivated the first Dharma idol of Chaos Fiend God. The celestial dipper demon god Dharma idol had boundless strength, and its fists could shatter the great Tao. Of course, this was the limit of his strength. Han Yan was only a Daluo, so his celestial dipper demon god Dharma idol was naturally not that terrifying. After succeeding, Han Yan immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged Li Daokong. After entering the battle, Han Yan directly used the celestial dipper demon god Dharma idol. A pitch-black and terrifying figure condensed above his head and punched out. Li Daokong was destroyed, instant kill, awesome. Han Yan felt the domineering pleasure of breaking through all Dharma idols with one blow. He continued the simulation trial. No immortal state existence could withstand the celestial dipper demon god's fist. Daluo cultivators below the late-stage golden immortal realm could not withstand his fist unless they had the protection of supreme treasures. Celestial ruler, Daluo mid-stage golden immortal realm, had a Dharma treasure, but he died after taking 10 punches. Shui Mingi, Daluo early-stage golden immortal realm, was instantly killed with one punch, after fighting for a few days. Han Yan had been familiarizing himself with the celestial dipper demon god's fighting style. In short, Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. The Grand Freedom Dharma idol was too powerful. Just the first Dharma idol was so domineering. If all 3,000 Dharma idols appeared, how terrifying would it be? Could he destroy the entire Great Tao alone? Han Yan felt excited just thinking about it. Next, Han Yan began to comprehend Daluo's realm. After becoming a Daluo Golden Immortal, Han Yan could clearly sense the power of laws that were difficult to see with the naked eye, such as space-time. Now, he could easily step into space-time and travel to the past and future. However, his intuition told him that doing so would result in great karma, so he could not act rashly. Not only could Han Yan travel through space-time, but he could also see the River of Destiny. It hung high above all living beings and did not exist in the myriad worlds. It was on another level that Daluo's eye could see at a glance. This space was extremely mysterious and could not be inferred with common sense. Under Daluo's realm, one could not directly pry into it. Han Yan was very curious about how those who were not Daluo entered the River of Destiny. The River of Destiny did not seem that weak. While Han Yan was still comprehending Daluo's realm, the celestial world was stirred up again. The rise of the human race. At some point in time, the geniuses of the human race had broken through one after another. Their auras were like rainbows, causing the overall luck of the human race to skyrocket until it alarmed the myriad worlds. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. Feng Liang sat on the emperor's throne. There were less than half of the immortals in the palace than before, and he looked rather carefree. At the front were the heavenly god general, martial god general, Ji Xianxia, Li Daokong, and the others. A white-haired old immortal bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the rise of the human race and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan is in seclusion. This will be a good opportunity for heaven to rest and recuperate. We must not enter the calamity again." The other immortals nodded. After experiencing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's calamity, heaven's vitality was greatly damaged. They were all afraid. Feng Liang said calmly, "I know what I'm doing. However, I can't rest completely. The immeasurable calamity is always fleeting. I've decided to recruit immortals from overseas. What do you think, my beloved subjects?" Overseas, the immortals were in an uproar. The heavenly god general praised. Previously, the overseas region was dominated by the Jiejiao and the true dragon race. Now, the Jiejiao is hiding in the 9 nether purgatory. After the true dragon race joined the dragon court, there are indeed no forces overseas that can make decisions. Since ancient times, there have been many reclusive cultivators overseas. As soon as he spoke, the heavenly generals expressed their support. The literature immortals looked at each other, but no one jumped out to refute. In the calamity, the heavenly generals had more authority. Feng Liang looked at Li Daokong and asked, "What do you think, fellow Daoist?" Li Daokong smiled and said, "The human sect supports heaven. If your Majesty finds it inconvenient, I can personally go overseas and use my sword to recruit immortals." He said it very casually, but the immortals could feel his domineering aura. No one doubted it, because Li Daokong was a powerful existence who had defeated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. That's right, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was in seclusion because he was defeated by Li Daokong. Although Shui Mingyi said that it was the Dark Forbidden Lord's credit, on the surface, it was indeed Li Daokong who defeated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. After this battle, Li Daokong's name shook the celestial world, and he became the #1 sword immortal of the celestial world. Fang Liang ordered, "Then I won't trouble fellow Daoist Li Martial God General, Ji Xianxia, the two of you lead 5,000 heavenly soldiers. You can choose literature immortals to assist you." Han Yan was unaware of the situation in the immortal world. He was focused on comprehending Daluo's Dao. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. The system's upgrade was finally successful, interrupting Han Yan's attention. System upgrade successful, training hall upgraded. Array upgraded to quasi-sage level. Expanded internal space of the training hall. Immortal Qi in the training hall increased 10-fold. Connate Qi increased 5-fold. Training hall can block divine sense of heavenly Dao. The system has added a new guard. It can completely replicate a Daluo powerhouse from the simulation trial as a guard. It will obey your orders. The guard cannot leave the training hall for more than an hour. Otherwise, it will melt away. It took decades for the upgrade to succeed. Hanju looked at it and was pleasantly surprised. The quasi-sage array greatly increased the safety of the training hall. Not only that, it could also block divine sense of heavenly Dao existences. Han Yan felt a strong sense of security. In this case, as long as he did not go out, he would not die in the cataclysm. Han Yan began to choose the template of the second guard. At the same time, the spirit Qi and Connate Qi in the training hall began to surge. The disciples thought that Han Yan was using his divine sense and were not shocked. After all, this was not the first time. After hesitating for a long time, Han Yan decided to choose Zhu Tu as the template. After all, Zhu Tu was once the strongest person in the cataclysm. He was equivalent to the strongest Daluo. If this goes on, will I create an army of Zhu Tu? Han Yan thought mischievously. Zhu Tu might be dead, but he was still alive. Replicating the guard also required time. Han Yan continued to comprehend Daluo's Dao. Ever since he broke through, he had not started cultivating. He had been sensing Daluo's Dao fruit. Daluo's Dao fruit was all-encompassing. It contained countless true meanings and heavenly Dao rules, causing people to sink into oblivion. Daluo Golden Immortals did not just have powerful dermic powers. They also had many other profound advantages. If one could fully comprehend them, they would be omnipotent to a certain extent. 5 years later, the second guard was successfully replicated. Han Yan named him Ma Chao. Lu Bu of the former 3 kingdoms, Ma Chao of the latter 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu of the former 3 kingdoms, Ma Chao of the latter 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu of the former 3 kingdoms, Silver Ma Chao, Chi Hua. When Ma Chao walked out of the cave, everyone was stunned. They finally realized that Lu Bu was really not Zhu Tuesday. Zhu Tu had really fallen. It was Han Yan who used some kind of powerful magic to create a new Zhu Tuesday. Not only did Ma Chao look exactly like Zhu Tu, but his aura was also terrifying. Chu Shiren, Morong Qi, Li Yao, Tu Ling and other talented disciples were all in a daze. They felt that they might not be important to Han Yan. Han Yan was already able to create subordinates who were far stronger than them, so why should he nurture them? In other words, Han Yan treated them with sincerity. Thinking of this, they felt even more grateful to Han Yan. After Ma Chao left, Han Yan received several notifications that his favorability had increased. He couldn't help but feel baffled. He didn't mind and continued to meditate on the Daluo Dao fruit. Han Yan opened his eyes again. Xianxia had used the invocation technique to summon him again. He checked his status panel and found that another 43 years had passed. He couldn't help but sigh. The legendary dream of 3,000 years was real. For the Daluo Golden Immortals, the human world could have gone through several dynasties while they were taking a nap. Han Yan stepped into the black vortex and arrived at Xing Hongshuan's palace. He found that Xing Hongshuan's palace was filled with Connate Qi, and it was very rich. Seeing Han Yan appear, Xing Hongxian immediately came over and smiled. "Husband, you're finally here. She pulled Han Yan to sit at the table. She noticed Han Yan's purple eyes and was secretly shocked. Her husband had broken through again. She didn't ask about this. Instead, she started to talk about her experiences. 100 years ago, the human race welcomed a holy ancestor. Under the holy ancestor's powerful abilities, the human race's fortune increased drastically. The immortal qi in the region continued to increase explosively, causing the human cultivators to experience a period of explosive growth. Now, the human race was even more ambitious. The human race wanted to eradicate all the clans and sects. They wanted to rule over the heavenly Tao. Han Yan was speechless upon hearing this. The human race had also become arrogant. Han Yan thought back to the Goblin Court, Heaven, Divine Palace, and Dragon Court. If this continued, wouldn't the cataclysm be endless? Xianxia asked, Husband, do you think I should take over the heavenly Tao? Han Yan asked, What heavenly Tao? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, The authority of the human emperor. She looked at Han Yan nervously. She knew that this was a very bold idea. No one would believe her, especially Han Yan. He was so afraid of trouble, so would he cut ties with her because of this? However, Han Yan was not surprised. In fact, he was even indifferent. It's up to you. Husband, you're not worried about me? What do you have to worry about? Even if you die outside, I won't be sad. TCH, you're so stubborn. I told you to come back a long time ago. If you don't come back, I can respect your will, but don't even think about dragging me to my death. Although Han Yan's words were heartless, Xianxia was not sad. She was not stupid. If Han Yan was really heartless, she would have been reincarnated a dozen times in the cycle of reincarnation. Xianxia smiled and said, Don't worry, husband. If I die, I won't implicate you. If I succeed, in the future, whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. I can even make the entire human race work for you. Han Yan snorted. Be careful. The battle for the heavenly Tao is not that easy. I know what to do. Seeing her smile so confidently, Han Yan couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Nuwa had said something to her? It was very likely. Although Xianxia was bold, she would never do anything that she wasn't sure of. After Han Yan thought it through, he didn't stop her. As long as Nuwa didn't have any ill intentions towards her and him, so what if he accepted this favor? Saints also needed good karma. Han Yan began to guide Xianxia in her cultivation, imparting his own experience. A year later, Han Yan returned to inside the congenital cave. He walked out of the Khanate cave and prepared to preach the Tao for the Yin sect. The strange spirit followed behind him like a shadow. Hearing that Han Yan was going to preach the Tao, all the disciples gathered and waited anxiously. Han Yan began to preach the Tao, leading everyone into a state of enlightenment. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan didn't answer the questions of the disciples one by one. Instead, he turned around and returned to inside the congenital cave. He locked the strange spirit in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took out the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. I haven't cared about you for a long time. This time, I care twice as much. Han Yan thought silently. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred towards him had already reached 6 stars. He had to kill him, or there would be endless trouble in the future. He had also paid attention to the emails before. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had been quiet for decades. In recent years, he had become active again. Not long ago, he had attacked Li Daokong. Han Yan had previously used the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord to say that he cared about Li Daokong. He had to complete the act and use this as an excuse to kill the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. 5 days later, Han Yan began to consume his lifespan. 10 billion years, 20 billion years, 50 billion years, 80 billion years, 100 billion years. This old man was still fine. Continue cursing him. 110 billion years, 120 billion years, Han Yan's Tao heart began to waver, and his lifespan consumption broke the record once again. Was it really necessary? Yes, he had to kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, only this time, there would be no next time. Han Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. When his lifespan was close to 150 billion years, he finally saw an email. Your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's Dao heart has collapsed because of your curse. His dharmic powers are in chaos, and misfortune is attacking him with endless negative karma. Han Yan immediately stopped. After cursing for so long, Han Yan did not feel uncomfortable at all, but his breathing was a little chaotic. As expected of the Daluo realm, he was as steady as an old dog. Han Yan hoped that he could consume a few years of his lifespan at most, but he did not dare to think too much. He was afraid that he would become addicted. No matter how long his lifespan was, it could not withstand hundreds of billions of years of consumption. Han Yan warned himself that he could not become addicted. Even as a golden immortal Daluo, he could not rashly provoke a strong enemy. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and released the strange god. He began to cultivate. After so many years, he finally began to cultivate. He actually had a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. As he cultivated, he began to check his emails. Your disciple Long Hao and the golden immortal Daluo have begun to fuse. Your disciple Su Qi accidentally entered the fiend god vortex. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by human cultivators, X1092. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friendly Dao Kong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was seriously injured. Your grand disciple Feng Liang received a dream from the Daozu when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan swallowed the true sun fire and obtained the approval of the imperial ancestral bell. Your good friend Huang Zuantian listened to the saints' preaching and his cultivation has increased greatly. Long Hao and Hao Tian fused. Who knew what kind of trouble these two fellows would stir up? Ever since Long Hao began to oppose the celestial ruler, Han Yan had no good impression of him and no longer cared about his life or death. A person's heart would always change. Han Yan noticed that Li Daokong had been attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. He was already a Daluo Golden Immortal, so the mysterious mighty figure must be stronger than the Daluo Golden Immortal, or at least a sage to be. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had a quasi-saint by his side. Han Yan realized that he had underestimated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's connections. There was also Zhou Fan. Did he inherit Di Lantian's legacy and want to control Jinwu? As expected of the reincarnation of the sage Dharma idol, the destined protagonist, generally speaking, the atmosphere of war was much weaker, at least in his circle of friends. It had been relatively peaceful in the past 10 years. Han Yan focused on cultivating after reading the email. Even if he became a Daluo Golden Immortal, Han Yan could still absorb negative karma to become stronger. The 36th grade reincarnation Black Lotus of World Destruction contained an enormous amount of negative karma, accumulated over countless eons. It could be said that it was inexhaustible. Time flew by, and the years flew by. Han Yan was concentrating on cultivating. The immortal world had been constantly changing due to the calamity, and various geniuses had emerged. Among them, the human race was getting stronger and stronger, and more hidden experts appeared. Only then did everyone realize that the human race, the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, no longer needed the protection of the various sage sects and immortals. Mortals were comparable to immortals, and even surpassed them. Years passed. About 17 years had passed. Hidden Sect Island shook again. This time everyone was very calm. Han Yan sensed that the dark energy was surging. Fortunately, the dojo had been upgraded, so there was no need to worry. After half an hour, Han Yan suddenly felt a familiar aura pass by. Su Qi, what a coincidence. Han Yan knew that Su Qi was in the Dark Forbidden Zone, but the Dark Forbidden Zone was so big. Could it be a conspiracy of some mysterious existence? I want to know who schemed to meet Su Qi here. Han Yan asked in his heart. In the future, he would offend a sage. It was impossible for him to be so cautious. He could only be schemed against by others, so he had to be careful. 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? So much, there was indeed a trap. Continue. A burly figure appeared in Han Yan's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Jinan, Cultivation Unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage, Immeasurable Emperor, one of the Jiejiao's Golden Immortals. Because he calculated that Su Qi has karma with you, he deliberately led Su Qi to wander around the Dark Forbidden Zone in order to meet you. Heavenly Tao Sage, Han Yan was stunned. He thought that there was only one sage in the Jiejiao, and that was the Grandmaster of Heaven. After all, he had read the investiture of the gods. Moreover, the Jiejiao in the immortal world was really lousy. They always suffered defeat. Disciple, I'll have to trouble you first. Han Yan thought silently. Then, he continued to cultivate and waited for Su Qi to pass by. Sage Jinan couldn't spy on the dojo. As for Su Qi, he was the one who insisted on leaving. Now, all of this was his karma. After a while, Su Qi's aura disappeared. Han Yan couldn't spy on the Dark Forbidden Zone, but Su Qi didn't belong to the Dark Forbidden Zone. In the Dark Forbidden Zone, he was like a bright light in the dark, very eye-catching. However, Su Qi also lost his senses in the Dark Forbidden Zone. He couldn't spy on everything around him. He didn't know how this kid had survived all these years. After Su Qi left, peace returned to Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan entered a state of cultivation again. 3 years later, the Hidden Sect's 100-year competition began again. Li Yao was still the strongest among the disciples. However, compared to the other immortal emperors, he was still no match. Xianxia wasn't bad. He actually defeated Heyu Devil. This provoked Heyu Devil. Xianxia was in high spirits. He finally straightened his back. This guy overestimated himself and wanted to challenge Han Yan. Han Yan didn't refuse. He used the Big Dipper Demon God avatar to kill him with one punch. Although it was a simulation trial, Xianxia was still depressed. The others were curious about what Xianxia had experienced. Haha, he couldn't have been killed by Master's punch, right? Heyu Ji mocked and laughed loudly. The others couldn't help but laugh. Han Yan wasn't shamanism. How could he be so violent? Xianxia roared, shut up. Seeing him so angry, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the stinky chicken was right, above the sea of clouds, under the old tree? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan stood opposite Dejiotian, who was emitting divine light. Have you thought about it? Dejiotian asked. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, I haven't failed yet. Previously, I was repelled by Li Daokong because the Dark Forbidden Lord suddenly cursed me. Otherwise, Li Daokong would definitely not be my match. Dejiotian shook his head and said, a loss is a loss. You, a quasi-saint, can't kill Daluo. It's ridiculous. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was silent, his face ashen. Dejiotian sighed and said, this is the saint's intention, but I have a plan. What plan? Kill Li Xuanao of the human sect and replace the role of the human sect. When Jade Emperor Zhou Yan heard this, he almost cursed out loud. This was definitely a falling out with the human sect. He was no match for the saint, Dejiotian said meaningfully, if you lose this opportunity, you know best what will happen to you. I'm doing this for your own good. The current heavenly Tao calamity is just a side dish. The real calamity is still coming. At that time, everyone below the saint is an ant. 30 years later. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned. The difficulty of cultivating in the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm was beyond his imagination. Although he absorbed the negative karma quickly, he did not accumulate much cultivation base. He was still far from reaching the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Han Yan had no choice but to look at the Grandee's avatar. The Grandee's avatar was currently the easiest way to increase his strength. Although it was safe in the dojo, Han Yan had to increase his strength as much as possible. He began to cultivate the second avatar. The second avatar was different from the celestial Dipper Demon God. Its power was extreme, strange and terrifying. Han Yan was very careful when cultivating this avatar. He was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. It took Han Ju nearly 20 years to cultivate this Dharma idol. The 9 demon god, power, soul-devouring technique, was extremely powerful. It could even devour the great Tao. After Han Yan succeeded, he immediately went through the simulation trial. With the 2 avatars, no one below the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm could defeat him. Even if the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm was in the late stage, Han Yan could still fight. After reaching the Daluo realm, other than magic power, the real test was one's ability and magic treasure. Every Daluo Golden Immortal had their own powerful magic treasure. However, not everyone had a heavenly Tao treasure like Han Yin. This is too powerful. This is only 2 avatars. When I have 100 avatars, won't I be invincible in the Daluo realm? Han Yin was very excited. He continued to cultivate the 3rd avatar. However, he was shocked to find that he could no longer cultivate the 3rd avatar. The Grandee's avatar seemed to have closed the door to him. The huge memory also disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that he could only cultivate 2 avatars? Han Yin sensed carefully. The memory of the Grandee's avatar was still there. However, it was sealed in the depths of his soul. He could not open it by force. There was a strange force hindering him. Han Yin's heart tightened. Could the Grandee's avatar be part of the sage's plan? Everything given by the system is 100% harmless. Han Yin laughed at himself. He was being overly cautious. Then I want to know why it can't continue? Han Yin asked inwardly. Your cultivation level is not high enough. Your mystical abilities contain great Tao restrictions. Han Yin was suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. It seemed that the path of cultivating the great freedom Dharma idol was not feasible. He had to increase his cultivation first. Han Yin sighed and could only begin the long and boring process of devouring negative karma. Only then did he realize why the Daluo Golden Immortals were so unrestrained. Even cultivating the stellar primordial body was so troublesome, let alone others. Another 10 years passed. Han Yin took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. Your friend celestial ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Su Qi has devoured the ominous evil and transformed the power of misfortune. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has reversed the fate of heaven and revived your good friend, the divine general. The providence of heaven has begun to recover. Your good friend Xianxia has been attacked by human cultivators, X122287. Your good friendly Dao Kong has been attacked by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friendly Dao Kong has been attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and is seriously injured. Your Dao companion Xianxia has entered the void returning deity realm. Your disciple Long Hao has created a heavenly Dao mystical ability, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods cry. Han Yin could not help but be shocked when he saw Su Qi devouring the ominous evil. This kid seemed to have walked on an evil path, and the more he walked, the stronger he became. No matter how he looked at it, Su Qi had the momentum of becoming an evil villain. The Dark Forbidden Lord had a successor, and Feng Liang could actually reverse the fate of heaven. What kind of method was this? In any case, Han Yin was frightened. He could even revive a dead person. Could this kid be the reincarnation of Daozu? The more Han Yin thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. I want to know Feng Liang's most hidden true identity, Han Yin asked in his heart. 5 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Han Yin cursed in his heart. Why did the people around him all have big backgrounds? Could it be that there was a big hand pushing all of this in the dark? Han Yin gritted his teeth and chose to continue. Feng Liang, rank 3 immortal emperor, Daozu's inheritor, Lord of Heaven. Daozu preached the Tao to the heavens and shared the providence for the sons of heaven and earth of each world. Because Feng Liang's continuous rise and has a great karma with you, he was chosen by Daozu as his inheritor. Daozu's inheritor, so impressive? Han Yin was shocked. How was it related to him? Daozu was paying attention to him, not only Daozu, but also Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, Sage Jinan, Ancestor Shitian, and so on. Han Yin realized that he was being watched by many sages. Most importantly, these sages did not directly target him. Instead, they used others to get close to him. Could it be because he transmigrated from primordial chaos? The more Han Yin thought about it, the more likely it was. If the sages wanted to harm him, they would definitely hate him. Currently, it seemed that the sages were only slightly paying attention to him. That's right. The saints looked down on all the worlds in the universe. How could they easily have emotional fluctuations for an insignificant living being? Most importantly, the sages did not know where he was hiding. Han Yin did not need to worry at all. After thinking about this, Han Yin felt relaxed. No matter what, Feng Liang had the identity of Daozu's inheritor. He should be able to avert danger in the future. This cultivation tribulation is really getting more and more interesting. Even Daozu is involved. Han Yan thought silently. Thinking about it now, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wanted to ban Daozu. It was simply a joke. Zhu Tu challenging Niwa was even more ridiculous. Everything was planned by the sages. Wait, this cultivation tribulation can't be related to me, right? When Han Yan thought about this, he was terrified. He was also very helpless. Was this fate? Even the sages could not escape. Heaven, Imperial Garden. Feng Liang sat in the courtyard and drank with the divine general. Feng Liang smiled and asked, "How do you feel, my dear subject?" The divine general said emotionally, "Thank you, your majesty. Your majesty is really remarkable. I have never heard of such remarkable abilities." He was not flattering. The matter of reviving souls was really unimaginable. Feng Liang's face was a little pale. He smiled and said, "Among the three divine generals, I trust you the most." Divine generals are hard to predict, while divine generals are eager for quick success. Don't act recklessly in the future. I will arrange a new identity for you. It's all up to your majesty. The divine general said seriously. He changed the topic and asked, "How is the previous celestial ruler?" Feng Liang smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine. It seems that His Majesty did not misjudge you. You are so loyal. If you become the celestial ruler, it will be a blessing to heaven." The divine general shook his head and said, "I know myself. I'm suitable for war, not politics." Feng Liang smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. Purple clouds filled the sky, and strange phenomena appeared. Fairy scattered flowers, and the three flowers gathered above. It was dazzling. The divine general frowned and muttered, "Another Daluo." Feng Liang asked, "Do you want to become a Daluo?" Hearing this, the divine general looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he meant. Feng Liang said calmly, "Although I am only an immortal emperor, I have a way to help you become a Daluo quickly. However, you will pay a terrible price." Feng Liang's words made the divine general fall into deep thought. He finally understood why Feng Liang wanted to revive him. That was the real reason. But when he thought of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, the divine general was furious. He had to take revenge. "Okay, I'm willing," the divine general replied. Feng Liang revealed a pale smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Daluo is a realm that everyone can't reach in their lifetime. However, this process is a bit long and will take 1,000 years." The divine general nodded. He knew that this was true. Although he was the most accomplished general in heaven, he knew that he was too far away from Daluo. He wasn't confident that he could become a Daluo. How many Daluo were there in heaven? 20 years later. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He couldn't be at ease as long as Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't die. Until today, Han Yan only cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. There were fewer and fewer enemies, and he cherished it. Of course, it was best if there were no enemies. 5 days later, Han Yan was about to continue cultivating when the strange spirit came in front of him. It kept swaying as if it wanted to take Han Yan somewhere. Han Yan hesitated. He could read the strange spirit's emotions. This fellow wanted to take him away from Hidden Sect Island. What a joke, it's so dangerous outside. How can I go out? Han Yan pressed down on the strange spirit, indicating that it shouldn't go out. The strange spirit started to be stubborn. Han Yan found it annoying and imprisoned it in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Han Yan thought about it and used the simulation trial to test the strong enemies around the dojo. There must be something that could make the strange spirit so agitated. It better not be a living thing. Greater 9 heavens, cultivation unknown. Disciple of a saint, venerable of Chan sect, cultivation unknown, then it must be a quasi-sage, another disciple of a saint. Chan sect was indeed amazing. Han Yan had always thought that the Chan sect was unfathomable. They had even invited all the geniuses of the celestial world to gather. They had a strong foundation, and even the celestial ruler often visited them personally. Han Yan waited patiently. After he couldn't detect the 9 heavens, Han Ju started the simulation trial. An hour later, Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned. This guy was quite something. Han Yan gave it his all, but he could only barely fight to a draw. Not only did this fellow possess remarkable abilities, but his Dharma treasure was also very powerful. Fortunately, Han Yan had the 36th grade reincarnation world annihilation Black Lotus. Han Yan decided that he would set the 9 heavens as his goal in the future. Although the greater 9 heavens were strong, it was still very difficult to kill Han Yan. Han Yan's goal was to kill him instantly. After De Jiutian left, the strange divine spirit calmed down. Han Yan released it. Han Yan asked curiously, what was it that made the strange god so agitated? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, such a high lifespan price must be something big. Secondary strange god, unknown existence. Inherited the providence of a chaos fiend god. After countless eras, it is about to become a spirit. Another strange god, but it was secondary. Han Yan thought curiously, what's the difference between the two strange gods? Your strange god inherited the providence of all the chaos fiend gods. The secondary strange god only inherited the providence of one chaos fiend god. Oh, isn't that the difference? Han Yan was relieved. As long as what he had was the best, it would be fine. Then, Han Yan stopped thinking about it and continued to absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world annihilation Black Lotus. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds, under the old tree, a divine light figure arrived in front of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. It was the greater 9 heavens. The greater 9 heavens asked, "Are you cursed again?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan opened his eyes and nodded with an ugly expression. The dark forbidden lord was like a nightmare, cursing him once every 10 years. Because he knew the time, he felt even worse. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. This feeling was just too aggrieved. During this period of time, the Dark Forbidden Lord had been deducing fate. He wanted to find the Dark Forbidden Lord but to no avail. The greater 9 heavens raised his right hand and said, "Do you see what I have in my hand?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was confused. "There's nothing. What are you talking about?" The greater 9 heavens said, "This is a mysterious existence born in the Dark Forbidden Lord. It contains the power of the legendary Chaos Fiend God. If it is nurtured, it will definitely be able to overturn the calamity and even rule the calamity of the Great Tao." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned. "You don't believe me? Then feel it." The greater 9 heavens smiled. He waved his right hand. Shortly after, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan felt an evil aura close to him. It made his hair stand on end and he jumped up. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan observed carefully and confirmed that there was nothing. He looked at the greater 9 heavens in shock. The greater 9 heavens said, "This is a transcendent existence. Even a quasi-saint like you can't capture its existence. If it wants to kill you, how will you resist it?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned and asked, "Then, how did you see it?" The greater 9 heavens smiled and said, "My eyes have to be cast by the sect master." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was silent. "Next, we will think of a way to make it stronger. Don't find trouble with Li Daokong anymore. He has the backing of a saint." "I can't kill him personally," the greater 9 heavens said seriously. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said in a low voice, "I'm not the one looking for him. He's the one who keeps looking for me." At the mention of Li Daokong, he was angry. This fellow clearly couldn't defeat the two of them, but he insisted on courting death. However, when he thought of the Saint of Ren school, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan felt helpless. He was far from qualified to challenge the saint. "No matter what, hide from him," the greater 9 heavens said unquestionably. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sighed. 8 years later. Detected that a mysterious mighty figure is controlling the evil beings rejected by the heavenly Tao to sweep through the heavens. You have the following choices. 1. Come out of seclusion immediately and kill the evil beings. You can obtain great merit from the heavenly Tao, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Continue to cultivate in seclusion and keep a low profile. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Han Yan did not hesitate and chose the second option. He had accumulated 5 great Tao fragments and was getting closer and closer to fusing 9. This evil being should be the second-level strange god. Han Yan thought silently. The strange god had yet to grow, so the second-level god would probably take time. It could not threaten Han Yan. Han Yan stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Half a year later, Morongqi stepped into the arch realm. At this point, among the disciples of the hidden sect, Li Yao, Tu Ling Fang Liang, Morongqi, Long Hao, and Su Qi had stepped into the arch realm. This was the calamity. The heavenly Tao took care of it, and the cultivation speed of those with Providence was very fast. What Han Yan had to do was to stabilize their Tao hearts and not allow them to go out and die. Han Yan called Morongqi into his cave abode and taught him mystical abilities. Even Morongqi, who was at his peak in his previous life, was far from being comparable to the current Han Yan. Therefore, Han Yan's guidance was enough to benefit him greatly. About 3 years passed. Chu Shiren came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan could already look down on the Supreme Buddha. He had fought with the Tendo Buddha in the simulation trial and could kill him. The Supreme Buddha seemed to be inferior to the Tendo Buddha. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Chu Shiren knelt down respectfully, without the posture of a Buddha. Han Yan smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Shiren raised his head and looked at Han Yan, secretly shocked. Was he really a newcomer to the Daluo? Han Yan's aura made him feel that he was stronger than the veteran Daluo. In addition, after entering the Khanate cave abode, he had a creepy feeling, as if there was an evil creature staring at him in the dark, pouncing on him at any time. This feeling was indescribable, and it made him uneasy. This feeling made Chu Shiren respect Han Yan even more. Chu Shiren adjusted his emotions and said softly, "Grandmaster, can you teach me a great divine power?" In the recent centennial competition, he found that his divine power was not as good as Li Yao, Tu Ling and the others. As a Buddha in his previous life, he learned Buddhism. Although his cultivation level was high, his divine power was not good. Compared to the divine power taught by Han Yan, the gap between his divine power and the divine power taught by him was huge. Han Yan smiled and said, "If you become an immortal emperor, I'll teach you a supreme divine power." Chu Shiren raised his head and asked, "Really?" "Yes, I've always had expectations for you." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Chu Shiren hurriedly left after bowing. Han Yan glared at the strange god next to him. This guy had been lying beside Chu Shiren just now, and it obviously made Chu Shiren very uncomfortable. Han Yan was very gratified by Chu Shiren's change. If this guy didn't have a different philosophy, he would probably be the strongest of the 5 Buddhas. After Chu Shiren left, Han Yan continued to cultivate. The strange god was lying on his back. Ever since it helped Han Yan become a Daluo, the strange god often helped Han Yan absorb karma. With its help, Han Yan's absorption speed was much faster than if he cultivated alone. Not only that, the strange god was also getting stronger. Han Yan had a simulation trial with it not long ago, and this guy already had the battle strength of a Daluo Golden Immortal. However, it was ignorant and didn't use any fancy divine arts in battle. It was all straightforward and clumsy. Han Yan and the strange god seemed to be in a strange state of symbiosis. In this symbiotic state, the stronger Han Yan was, the stronger the strange god spirit would be. And Han Yan could completely control the life and death of the strange god spirit. It was as though Han Yan inexplicably thought of the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. Martial spirit? How interesting. With the help of the strange gods, Han Yan would be able to use his clones in battle in the future. In addition, he had the 3,000 demon god Dharma idol. One man as an army, Han Yan was overwhelmed with emotions. He was determined to be invincible in the same realm. Daluo was like this, and he would be like this even after confirming his Tao. Time flew by. 50 years passed in a flash. Han Yan maintained the frequency of cursing once every 10 years. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was fine, but he did not cause any trouble recently. Recently, the immortal world was incomparably harmonious, so harmonious that even Han Yan thought that the calamity was over. That was until he saw an email. "Your grand disciple Fang Liang has obtained the inheritance of your enemy, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. His cultivation has increased greatly." "What the hell is this?" Fang Liang has defected to the enemy, and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has bowed down to him. Han Yan wanted to use the evolution function to understand, but on second thought, there was no need to. Anyway, the outcome of the calamity had changed. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would not have the last laugh. Why should he care about Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's current situation? 6 stars of hatred. No matter what, he had to curse him to death to prevent future troubles. I can't let him have the chance to rise again or clear his name. Han Yan thought silently. Recently, his cultivation had increased a lot. It was a good time to squander his lifespan and celebrate. He locked the strange god spirit in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and then took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. Immortal World, 9th Heaven, Imperial Garden. Feng Liang, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and De Jiutian were sitting around the stone table. De Jiutian revealed his true appearance. He looked like a scholar, but his figure was extremely burly. I only have one request. Let go of the celestial ruler, Feng Liang said. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan shook his head and said, he faked his death. I didn't torture him. He's fine now. If you're worried, I can let you interact with him. Feng Liang nodded slowly. He looked at De Jiutian and said, can you represent Chan School? De Jiutian said, of course. The rise of the human race is unstoppable. This calamity is already clear. It will definitely be a battle between humans and gods. Other saints of the human race have already taken the lead. Heaven is also a faction supported by the Tao sect. We have no other choice. Feng Liang's eyes flickered. He was suffering. After all, he was also a human. De Jiutian continued, His Majesty has the help of the two of us. Heaven will definitely be powerful. If the human race wins, how do you think the human race will treat heaven? Heaven can tolerate the human race, but the human race can't. Feng Liang frowned. That was very realistic and also the truth. He had floated in the human world and knew the evil of human nature. If the human race defeated heaven, the immortals and gods would no longer exist. Even if they survived, they would only live in misery. If the immortals and gods were slaves to the human race, would they still be considered immortals and gods? If heaven wins and obtains great luck, Your Majesty, the human race will also have a chance of survival, De Jiutian continued to persuade. Feng Liang sighed. He knew that the other party was plotting something, but he could not refuse. The current heaven was not as good as before. The various factions of the immortal world were overthrowing the rule of the immortals and gods. If this continued, even if they did not encounter a strong enemy, heaven would only exist in name. As the celestial ruler, Feng Liang had to do something. Just as Feng Liang was hesitating, Jade Emperor Feng Liang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The stone table instantly turned into ashes, shocking Feng Liang so much that he stood up and retreated. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan hurriedly meditated and circulated his energy to suppress the powerful curse. De Jiutian frowned and asked, or the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's face was pale as he replied, who else could it be other than him? His tone was filled with helplessness. He did not even have any anger now. Because he was used to it. Feng Liang asked, can't Chan School deduce who the Dark Forbidden Lord is? De Jiutian and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan were silent. That's right, even the saints could not deduce it, that was the most terrifying part. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan could not help but feel despair. Being pestered by the Dark Forbidden Lord like this, he might die one day. Suddenly, an even more powerful curse power attacked. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, quickly use your Dharma powers to help me suppress the Tao fruit. When De Jiutian heard that, he flashed behind Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and pressed his palm on his back. Soon, De Jiutian could not help but be moved. He had never been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord before, so he had always been suspicious. Was the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord really that terrifying, now that he felt it, so powerful? That fellow is definitely using his lifespan to curse. Could it be that he sacrificed the lives of countless living beings? Is that why it happens once every 10 years? De Jiutian frowned as he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. What a Dark Forbidden Lord, he was truly evil and intolerable. The Dark Forbidden Lord became evil and cruel in De Jiutian's heart. Feng Liang watched from the side and noticed the changes in their expressions. An idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that the two of them were at their wits' end and deliberately deceived him? Han Yan didn't know that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was in front of Feng Liang. He cursed with all his might. He was prepared to heavily injure Jade Emperor Zhou Yan this time. He wanted to prevent this fellow from harming his grand disciple. Han Yan cursed while staring at the stats panel. His lifespan had already dropped by 80 billion years, 80 billion years, many stars didn't have that much lifespan. Continue, 90 billion years, 100 billion years, 110 billion years, 120 billion years, 130 billion years, 140 billion years. Han Yan's heart began to bleed, and he hesitated whether to continue. Damn it, I'll go all out. I've already sacrificed so much, how can I give up? I'll succeed if I persevere a little longer. I can't waste all my previous efforts. Han Yan persisted in cursing. Wisps of strange black energy wrapped around his body. It was very strange and terrifying. Soon, his lifespan dropped to 150 billion years. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was still holding on. Han Yan was almost angered to death. He could only grit his teeth and continue. When Han Yan's lifespan was close to 170 billion years, he finally saw an email. Your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's Dao fruit has cracked because of your curse. His inner demons are causing trouble, his magic power is rioting, and he has lost his mind. Han Yan hurriedly stopped cursing. Nearly 170 billion years of lifespan, Han Yan's heart was bleeding. It hurt too much. As expected of a quasi-sage. Such a curse only made him lose his mind. It seemed that he had underestimated the quasi-sage if he wanted to use a curse to kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. All Han Yan could do was mess with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's mentality. After putting down the Book of Misfortune, Han Yan began to think hard. How could he kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Han Yan suddenly thought of Xue Mingyi and had an idea. He immediately used his divine ability, Dark Nightmare, to send a dream to Xue Mingyi. Then, he entered the dream and saw Xue Mingyi. On a mountain peak, Xue Mingyi was still meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see Han Yan. He quickly got up and knelt in front of Han Yan. Greetings, Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and said in a low voice, I want Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to die. Xue Mingyi raised his head and said without hesitation, what do you need me to do? Just say the word. He was present when Li Daokong defeated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The reason why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan retreated was clearly because he was cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. After that, Xue Mingyi firmly believed that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was no match for the Dark Forbidden Lord. After being humiliated by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, Xue Mingyi had been waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity had finally come. Zhou Yan, the Jade Emperor wants to slaughter all living things and replace Daozu's influence on the Heavenly Dao. He wants to control the Heavenly Dao alone. Spread this news, Han Yan said. His tone was calm, and it was hard to guess his emotions. Xue Mingyi immediately said, I'll get the Dark Cult and Azura clan to spread the news right away. He didn't care if what Han Yan said was true or not. Even if it was false, he had a way to make it true. Okay. Han Yan stared at Xue Mingyi and stopped talking. Xue Mingyi felt his gaze and felt nervous. He didn't know what Han Yan was going to say next. After a long time, just as Xue Mingyi was about to collapse, Han Yan suddenly dispelled the dream. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was depressed. Why was Xue Mingyi so obedient and didn't ask for anything? Should he calculate his true thoughts? Forget it. It didn't mean much. Even if Xue Mingyi was disobedient, it wouldn't affect Han Yan. Han Yan felt that he couldn't become addicted to using his life. After reaching the Daluo realm, it would take a long time to break through again. He didn't want to use up his lifespan before it refreshed again. Even if he used half of it, it wouldn't be good. Habits were too scary and difficult to change. Han Yan appeared in the dream again. This time, he chose to appear in the dream to Jie Jiao and Jing Tiangong. He told him the same thing as before. Jing Tiangong also readily agreed. However, unlike Xue Mingyi, he asked Han Yan about his attitude towards Jie Jiao. Han Yan's answer was ambiguous. He said that if Jie Jiao didn't become his enemy, he wouldn't target Jie Jiao. Jing Tiangong was relieved. He said that he would definitely smear Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's reputation. Han Yan was unhappy when he heard this. What smear? This was the truth. After appearing in the dream twice, Han Yan didn't cause any more trouble and continued to cultivate. After a few decades, he would visit the celestial ruler again. Recently, the celestial ruler seemed to have become more peaceful. He didn't cause any more trouble and no one cursed him. That's right, everyone thought that the celestial the arch had already fallen. Celestial ruler, wait a little longer. Wait until I kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Then you will be saved. Han Yan thought silently. Killing a quasi-sage required time. After all, Han Yan wasn't a quasi-sage. Immortals gathered in the Lingxiao Palace. An old immortal said shakily, Your Majesty, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to kill everyone and replace the heavenly Tao. This matter has spread throughout the heavens. Heaven can't cooperate with him. On the contrary, we have to declare war on Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The divine general stood up and said, That's right. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan must die. Li Daokong's eyes were cold as he stared at Feng Liang. The hall was very noisy. Hearing that Feng Liang wanted to make Jade Emperor Zhou Yan the Emperor of Heaven, the immortals and gods were shocked. The heavenly court was on the decline because of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Now that they were cooperating with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, where did heaven's backbone go? Feng Liang said expressionlessly, I have heard your opinions. From now on, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan will be heaven's eternal enemy. At the same time, I will abolish Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's Emperor Throne Tablet and cut off his karma with heaven. Hearing that, the immortals and gods all cheered. Li Daokong smiled. Li Xuanao said in amazement, cutting off karma, how ruthless. A moment ago, he was talking about making Jade Emperor Zhou Yan the emperor. The next moment, he cut off Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's path of retreat. Li Xuanao didn't know whether to say that Feng Liang was a fence-sitter or decisive. No matter what Feng Liang thought, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan could forget about getting into heaven. Feng Liang looked at Xianxia and asked, How is the situation overseas? Xianxia replied, We have already recruited 100,000 immortals and gods. Half of them are above heaven immortal. The literature immortals were shocked. So many? Feng Liang smiled and said, Can we continue to recruit? Yes, but those cultivators are worried about using the investiture of the gods. They hope to have the luck of the immortals and gods. Xianxia nodded and said. The investiture of the gods was a shackle to some immortals and gods, but to most people, it was a guarantee to enter the immortal realm. Immortals and gods were not self-proclaimed. They needed to be recognized by the heavenly Tao, regardless of race. Under the heavenly Tao, immortals and gods were treated better than all living beings. Because of that, immortals and gods didn't dare to kill easily. They were afraid of violating the heavenly Tao and provoking terrible karma. Feng Liang asked, Did the human race get involved overseas? Xianxia shook his head and said, No, the human race is integrating internally. At that moment, a literature immortal stood up and said, Your Majesty, the human race threatened to destroy the Lingxiao Palace and must be suppressed. They shouted that the human race is higher than the immortals and gods to incite people. This is not a good sign. The human race is higher than the immortals, Feng Liang couldn't help but frown. The immortals and gods were the same. The immortal gods included many races. After becoming an immortal god, they would become a collective of interests. If heaven was defeated, their fate and providence would decline. Therefore, even the immortal gods of the human race were furious when they heard that the humans wanted to overthrow the immortal gods. They had worked hard for countless years to become immortal gods. How could they allow others to surpass them? The humans are too arrogant. Our heaven of heaven protects them, slays demons for them, and adjusts the weather. How dare they treat us like this? That's right. Previously, the Goblin Court caused trouble for the human race because of our heaven of heaven. Ingrates. Do you think you can go against the immortal gods with the support of a saint? Our heaven of heaven is an orthodox orthodoxy. Why would we be afraid of a saint? That's right. We can also get the support of a saint. The immortal gods discussed animatedly, sharing a common enemy. Feng Liang was a human and did not want to see humans and immortal gods become mortal enemies. However, he had to make a choice now. Perhaps this was the calamity. It was not only a battle, but also a choice between life and death, Tao and righteousness. Fang Liang's eyes gradually became firm. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. All the immortal gods looked at him. Fang Liang said, "Prepare to declare war on the human race. Since the calamity requires a decisive battle between humans and gods, the heaven has no choice but to fight." As soon as he said that, the immortal gods agreed. Even if heaven had declined, the bottom line of the immortal gods was not something that mortals could touch. 15 years later, Han Yen was still absorbing the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus in the cave abode when 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the battle for Providence of the immeasurable calamity is about to begin. You have the following choices. 1. Join the human race and slay gods and immortals. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Join heaven and spread the dignity of the immortal gods. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random treasure. 3. Cultivate in a low profile and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Han Yen was stunned. The battle for Providence was about to begin? Could it be that the final battle of this calamity was between the human race and the heaven? Wait. Could it be that everything was predestined? The more Han Yen thought about it, the more he shuddered. If all of this was destined, then the Goblin Court, the Divine Palace, the Buddhist sect, the Jinwu, the Royal Court, and the Underworld were all cannon fodder. Han Yen immediately chose the third option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Boots of Constitutionalism, Daluo's supreme treasure, a supreme treasure derived from the aura of chaos. It can ignore the nomological power and has a restriction that can resist the spiritual will attacks of golden Daluo immortals. This treasure is not bad. He had also accumulated 6 great Tao fragments. Han Yen took out the boots of constitutional law and began to make it recognize him as its master. His thoughts drifted. The master of heaven was his grand disciple Feng Liang, and the future human sovereign was Xianxia. The 2 overlords would be his men. Unknowingly, Han Yan's influence was so great. Now that he stopped and looked back, he couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Back then, he only wanted to have more means to survive, so he took in a disciple. He didn't expect that step by step, he would be where he was today. I really became the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yen muttered to himself and smiled helplessly. But he didn't regret it. So what if he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? As long as he could continue to live and pursue the great Tao, he was willing to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Of course, he was only willing in his heart. He couldn't admit it verbally. Too many bastards poured their sins on the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was simply shameless. Until today, many people in the celestial world were still cursing their enemies. Many of Han Yan's friends had been mysteriously cursed, including Fang Liang, Ji Xianxia, Zhou Fan, and others. He had to survive this calamity first. The next morning, Han Yen put on the boots of constitutionalism and then used the dark nightmare to visit Xianxia in a dream. In the dream, the 2 of them were alone in the mountains. Han Yen sat next to her and whispered, "The real calamity is coming. This time, the main characters of the calamity are the human clan and the heaven. There must be a winner between the 2 sides. You have to be careful." Xianxia nodded and said, "Don't worry. I won't participate in the war if I can." Han Yen asked, "Who do you think will win?" "I don't know. I don't know much about the heaven. But the human clan elders are full of confidence. I saw the incarnation of the saint. It's really powerful. Just by looking at him, I felt inexplicably nervous." Speaking of the Fushi Tian, Xianxia was full of emotions. The saint was too far away from her. She used to think that the saint was just a cultivator with stronger magic power. Until she saw the Fushi Tian, she realized that was not the case. In the face of the saint, she couldn't even have a trace of rebellion or blasphemy. Even her soul was trembling. Han Yen secretly guessed that the heaven would also have the help of the saint. Otherwise, the heaven would definitely be defeated. They might not even be able to achieve the cleansing effect that the heavenly axiom expected. The so-called calamity, in Han Yan's view, was a great reshuffling of the heavens. When the number of living beings reached the limit, the heavenly axiom's fate would change. It would lead to the killing of all living beings and return the world to its original state. Xianxia asked curiously, "Husband, will you support the heaven?" She heard that the current celestial ruler was Feng Liang. She had seen Feng Liang's talent. Han Yan had a good relationship with the celestial ruler. It couldn't be a coincidence. They must be the same person. Han Yan said expressionlessly, "I don't support anyone." Xianxia smiled and said, "As expected of you." Why does this sound wrong? Xianxia did not continue on this topic. Instead, she began to talk about her experiences during this period. Apart from cultivation, she also followed the human race to fight everywhere. More and more ancient races were conquered by the human race. During the battle, the cultivation of the human race's elites was constantly increasing. It was extremely magical. Xianxia guessed that it was done by the saints, while Han Yan thought that it was caused by the calamity. During the calamity, breakthroughs and cultivation were faster than during peacetime. The heavenly axiom was pushing everything. Xianxia continued to talk. Han Yan listened most of the time. This dream lasted for a long time. After returning to reality, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had already lost his mind. However, there had been no movement recently. He could not let his guard down. This fellow was probably recuperating in a corner. He had to kill him while he was sick. This time, Han Yan cursed him for 50 billion years. He would slowly torture him to death. A few days later, Han Yan released the strange god and continued to absorb negative karma. At the same time, under the Fusang tree, everyone surrounded Lu Huaxiu. His body emitted wisps of purple energy, and his long hair fluttered. A terrifying and oppressive aura was brewing. "What's wrong with him?" Sun Chang'an asked curiously. Morongqi narrowed his eyes and said, "He's awakening the power of his previous life." This aura, Chu Shiren said firmly, one of the 4 extreme thearchs in heaven, the great Emperor Ziwei. Morongqi glanced at him, secretly unhappy. "Why does this fellow always interrupt? Do you think you know?" Wu Daojian asked curiously, "Is the great Emperor Ziwei very powerful?" Chu Shiren said, "He's called an emperor alongside the celestial ruler. Don't you think he's powerful?" When the disciples of the hidden sect surrounded Lu Huaxiu and discussed, Han Yan also noticed Lu Huaxiu's situation. He could feel that a powerful force was awakening in the depths of Lu Huaxiu's soul. The 4 extreme thearchs of the heaven were all Daluo existences. Han Yan pulled up his interpersonal relationships again and checked Lu Huaxiu's profile picture. Lu Huaxiu, early stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm, Emperor Star, reincarnation of Daluo. He was once one of the 4 extreme thearchs of the heaven and reincarnated with the heavenly Dao Ziwei spear. The Ziwei spear is the soul, and the two are inseparable. He has great talent and reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm in less than 300 years. He has awakened the Emperor Star Dao fruit. Current favorability, 5 stars. As the latest disciple to enter the sect, he had already reached the early stage of the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. It could be seen how talented the disciples of the hidden sect were. Han Yan saw that Lu Huaxiu's realm had not changed, so he was not too worried. Even if Lu Huaxiu completely awakened and became the great Emperor Ziwei of the Daluo Golden Immortal, Han Yan was still afraid. Not to mention that Han Yan was already an expert among the Daluo Golden Immortals. The 2 guards in the training hall were no joke. Lu Bu and Ma Chao, the 2 guarding war gods. Han Yan paid attention while absorbing negative karma. About half a year later, Lu Huaxiu woke up. After waking up, Lu Huaxiu did not seem to have changed. When everyone asked him, he only smiled and did not say anything. After that, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, leaving everyone speechless. After Morongqi and Chu Shiren, another mighty figure had awakened. Under Chu Shiren's explanation, everyone knew that Lu Huaxiu was one of the 4 extreme thearchs of the heaven, the great Emperor Ziwei. This was definitely a mighty figure in the myriad worlds. However, with the Supreme Buddha as a precedent, everyone would not change their attitude towards Lu Huaxiu because of this. They would treat him as they should in the past, especially Heiyuji. This fellow took the lead to bully Lu Huaxiu. It seemed that the more powerful Lu Huaxiu's identity was, the more excited it was. Lu Huaxiu's rise once again intensified the internal competition within the hidden sect. In the boring years, there had to be some competition to make it interesting. In the dark universe, under the cloud sea tree, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was recuperating. His face was extremely pale and his brows were tightly furrowed. At this time, the 9 heavens appeared before him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not open his eyes. He snorted and said, "Why are you looking for me again?" He was filled with resentment towards the greater 9 heavens. De Jiutian said calmly, "Cult Master has orders for you to bow down to the celestial ruler and enter the investiture of the gods." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly opened his eyes and was furious. "What do you mean? Humiliate me?" He used to be the celestial ruler and suppressed the heaven. Now, he was asked to be the subordinate of the celestial ruler. It was an insult to him, De Jiutian said, "You have already failed. The saints have divined that the main characters of this immeasurable calamity are the human race and the immortal gods. If you want to fight again, you can only enter heaven and become an immortal god." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Why can't I join the human race?" De Jiutian didn't reply. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was extremely furious. He knew that this was all part of the saint's plan. He was just a pawn in the sage's hands. How could he have the right to choose? Damn it, he was so close. If not for the dark forbidden lord, how could he have ended up like this if he had followed his plan and devoured the heavenly Tao step by step? The more Jade Emperor Zhou Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. He hated the dark forbidden lord to the core. De Jiutian disappeared from where he was, leaving behind only one sentence. "This is the only path you can take. If you disobey the sect master's will, you should know the consequences." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He did not say anything harsh and gritted his teeth. "You forced me." A black light flashed across Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's eyes. 20 years later. Han Yan cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while cultivating and checking his emails. "Your good friend Zhou Fan has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Han Ming has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Duan Hongchen has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has obtained the primordial god body and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xianxia has joined heaven and is an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly." Han Yan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? More than half of his friends have joined heaven? Where did Feng Liang's appeal come from? Han Yan looked carefully and realized that Xue Mingyi had led the dark sect to join heaven. The originally weak heaven suddenly became strong. Are they taking sides? Han Yan frowned. Could it be that Xue Mingyi had misunderstood? Han Yan immediately contacted Xue Mingyi in a dream. When they met in the dream, Xue Mingyi said excitedly, "Forbidden Lord, you already know?" Han Yan said, "Yes." Xue Mingyi said, "The main characters of the calamity are the human race and heaven. You have always supported heaven, so I led the dark sect to join heaven. I shouldn't be wrong, right?" Han Yan was speechless. He didn't expect that the greatest backer in heaven was him. At this moment, Han Yan didn't dare to refute. Whether it was the human race or heaven, he had his people. It was not easy to help either side. Although Han Yan was a human, he didn't have a sense of belonging to the human race here. After all, he had lived in Yuqing all his life and didn't know many people. "Did anyone contact you?" Han Yan asked. Xue Mingyi said, "Yes, the saint told me in a dream and asked me to enter heaven. It was exactly what I wanted, so at this point, he suddenly became nervous. Wait. Would the Forbidden Lord misunderstand that he was a traitor? He immediately knelt down in fear and said, "My heart is with the Forbidden Lord. As for that saint, I don't know who he is." Han Yan asked, "Do you know how many saints there are?" Xue Mingyi thought that Han Yan was testing him, so he replied, 9 heavenly Tao saints, eternal and unchanging. However, since ancient times, there have been many mighty figures who have transcended the heavenly Tao. I'm not sure how many saints there are. The saints all live outside the 33 levels of heaven or in the origin deity realm. Han Yan asked, what about Daluo? It's difficult to guess the number of Daluo. After all, there have been more than 10 calamities. Then do you know the origin deity realm? I know. It's the beginning of the heavenly Tao in the primordial era. Because of a calamity, the saints attacked and shattered the world. Daozu isolated the primordial world and left the various races in the current celestial world. Only mighty figures can head to the origin deity realm and stay away from the heavenly Tao calamity. How much more powerful is the origin deity realm than the celestial world? It's hard to say, but they are all controlled by the saints. Han Yan did not ask any more. Shui Mingyi became nervous and could not help but rethink Han Yan's words. Could it be that the Forbidden Lord was beating him up and telling him that there was always someone better? It was very likely. In the future, he could not make decisions on his own and had to wait for the Forbidden Lord's arrangements. That's it. From now on, you will listen to the celestial ruler until I give you new orders. After saying that, Han Yan cancelled the dream realm. After returning to reality, Han Yan no longer cared about the matters of heaven. However, 18 years later, Han Yan learned through email that Long Hao and Di Lan Tian had joined heaven. The human race was in danger. After the Dragon Court joined heaven, heaven became the #1 power in the celestial world. With the support of the Dark Sect, the Azura Tribe, the Dragon Court, the Ren Sect, and the Chan Sect, it could even be said that heaven had reached an unprecedented level of power. It was even more powerful than the Goblin Court that swept through the celestial world. How long had it been? Han Yan was shocked by the power of the sage. However, Han Yan had a feeling that the more powerful heaven was, the more likely it was to be defeated. The battle of the calamity was not a one-sided battle. Either the two sides were evenly matched and both sides suffered great losses, or the tables turned. The heavenly Tao wanted a few living beings to survive. I'll just be a spectator and watch them rise and fall. Han Yan thought to himself. The celestial ruler was no longer here, and heaven was rising again. He had repaid his debt. If he had not been secretly helping, heaven and the celestial ruler would have been long gone. Now, he had another goal. That was to kill the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and save the celestial ruler. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. A few days later, he continued to cultivate. The Daluo realm was extremely difficult to cultivate. Han Yan's Daluo Dao fruit was like a bottomless pit. When the negative karma of the 36th stage reincarnation Black Lotus of Destruction poured into the Daluo Dao fruit, it could never be filled. Han Yan could not estimate when he would be able to break through to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. The path of the Great Tao was long and arduous, time passed by slowly. While the hidden sect was cultivating in seclusion, the war between humans and gods in the celestial world finally began. The human race was extremely fertile. In just a few decades, there were billions of people. This was because the human race was constantly fighting. The human race in the celestial world had an extremely large population, not to mention the human race in the other worlds. They were the main characters of the heavenly Tao. In the face of the powerful heaven, the human race suffered heavy losses at first. However, the human race's characteristics were also revealed. They were indomitable and would never give up. The more defeats the human race suffered, the more united the human race became. Their will was like an impregnable fortress. Cultivators from other mortal realms rushed to the immortal world to provide support. A world-shaking war was brewing. About 30 years had passed. Han Yan walked out of the cave and prepared to preach the Tao to the disciples of the secret order. Lu Huashu suddenly came before Han Yan and bowed. He asked, Grandmaster, the investiture of the gods is summoning me. What do you think I should do? Han Yan said, Don't go, you'll die. Lu Huashu's eyelids twitched. Although he had already awakened the memories of Great Emperor Ziwei, his reverence for Han Yan was even deeper. This was because, like everyone else, he felt that Han Yan might be the reincarnation of Daozu. Looking at the disciples of the hidden sect, they could all form a powerful force. In the past, there were only 5 Daluo in heaven. Now that the Four Poles Great Emperor was not in heaven for a long time, the Yin sect already had 3. Lu Bu and Ma Chao were Zhu Tu's illustrious images. One had to know that Daozu Tu alone could fight against the 4 extreme emperors. Everyone, sit down and prepare to listen to the preaching. Han Yan walked around Lu Huashu and sat down in front of the Fusang tree. When everyone was in position, he began to preach the Tao. Han Yan did not wish to stay in the dark forbidden zone forever. When the calamity ended, he would still head to the celestial world. However, before that, he had to make the hidden sect stronger. This way, he could cultivate in peace and let the disciples protect the hidden sect. Other than the hidden sect, the reroll world was also becoming stronger. One day, the reroll world would surpass the mortal world and evolve into a great world. Han Yan was also looking forward to that day. The white-robed Buddha's cultivation level had increased quite quickly. He had already reached rank 3 Immortal Emperor. It was all thanks to the increase in providence of the reroll world. 7 years later. Han Yan's preaching ended. This time, he did not return to his cave abode directly. Instead, he waited for the disciples to wake up. A year later. All the disciples woke up and saw that Han Yan was still there. They continued to wait for him to speak. Han Yan said, "The true battle of this calamity is about to begin. It will be the battle between the human race and the heaven." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Morongqi asked in surprise, "What about the divine palace? The Buddhist sect? The goblin court?" Tu Linger added, "What about Jinwu?" At the mention of Jinwu, Jiang Yi's expression became unnatural. Could it be that Jinwu had already perished? Chu Shiren pinched his fingers to deduce, and his expression changed drastically. Sun Chang'an noticed his expression and asked, "What did you deduce?" Sun Chang'an still could not change his attitude. He was still concerned about Chu Shiren. After all, he was born in the Buddhist sect, and Chu Shiren was Buddha. All the major factions in the world have joined the heaven to suppress the human race. Someone wants to overthrow the human race's identity as the heavenly Tao's protagonist. What a huge move. Chu Shiren's expression was ugly. He was the supreme bodhisattva. His philosophy was that all living beings were peaceful. His Buddhist Tao was focused on the human race, so he naturally did not want the human race to be massacred. When the disciples heard this, they were all shocked. "How could the heaven be so powerful?" Han Yan said, "Do you see? This is the calamity, this is fate. The once high-spirited and arrogant behemoths may become stepping stones. The Yin sect does not strive for luck or power. What they strive for is the great Tao. You all should cultivate well and don't think about going out. After the calamity is over, we will return to the celestial world." Tengu shouted, "You still want to go back? Why don't you stay here forever?" Heiyuji patted its wings and scolded, "How dare you go against your master's will?" The others' eyes lit up. Not everyone wanted to live in seclusion forever. Sometimes, cultivation was just to be a level higher than others. Before this calamity is over, I hope that all of you will reach the Emperor realm. Can you do it? Han Yan asked. All immortal emperors, hearing this goal, everyone's heart surged. Even the major factions in the celestial world did not have many immortal emperors. Definitely. Lu Huashu said in high spirits. Everyone else agreed. Heyu Devil, Jin Gang knew, and Jiang Yi looked at each other and were secretly shocked. They felt Han Yan's ambition. Could it be that Han Yan was plotting the next calamity? It was very possible. Wasn't this the same way as the Celestial Palace in the past? The Celestial Palace rose after the calamity. Taking advantage of the chaos in the world and before order was restored, they came out and recruited geniuses. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction, then turned and returned inside the congenital cave. The strange deity also pounced over. Han Yan waved his hand and motioned for it to go away. The strange spirit seemed to be very anxious and kept pushing Han Yan. Han Yan frowned and immediately checked the strong enemies around the training hall. There were no strong enemies. Then what was going on? At this time, the strange spirit suddenly drilled into Han Yan's body, and a huge amount of memories poured into Han Yan's mind. A vast memory that was incomparably old. It was a misty void with raging winds, and all of them came from one direction. In Han Yan's vision, the clouds parted and he saw a majestic figure that was even larger than the primordial phoenix he saw before. Even Han Yan, a golden immortal of the Daluo continent, was shocked when he saw this figure. There was no limit to it, For some reason, Han Yan thought of Pangu in Chinese mythology. Pangu, why did the strange spirit let him see this memory? At this time, Han Yan suddenly felt a terrifying gaze on him. Although he did not see that gaze, he could feel the pressure. It was a pressure that made his soul tremble. Faced with this mysterious gaze, Han Yan could not help but feel uneasy and looked up. Han Yan's gaze pierced through the layers of chaotic clouds and saw a pair of eyes. This pair of eyes was very similar to a human's eyes, incomparably indifferent as if there were no emotions. Boom! Han Yan's consciousness exploded. In the unseen world, he witnessed a great battle. Countless terrifying figures rushed towards the largest and most imposing figure like moths to a flame. That imposing figure stood on a lotus and held a giant axe. The top of his head shone brightly and his divine might was vast and mighty, causing Han Yan to tremble. What kind of spirit was this? Words could not describe it. Han Yan did not see the end of this great battle. When he came back to his senses, he was still in the chaotic void, but the imposing figure in front of him was no longer there. The heavenly Tao is like a dream, everything is like an illusion. Mortal, jump out of this illusion as soon as possible and you can be considered to be truly alive. A boundless voice sounded in Han Yan's ears. It was like the sound of the great Tao, lingering in the air. Han Yan was stunned. What did these words mean? Immediately after, this memory image shattered and Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. The strange god was floating in front of him. Han Yan asked in his heart, who was the one who spoke just now? 100 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue, 100 billion years, Han Yan was shocked. Such a high value, what kind of existence was this? He had to calculate it. Continue, the cause and effect is too great. It involves a realm that the system is currently unable to reach. Unable to evolve. Lifespan deduction cancelled. So ridiculous? Han Yan was shocked. The system could even calculate Daozu. This guy was more powerful than Daozu. Could it really be the giant god Pangu? Han Yan felt uneasy and asked, currently, other than the hidden sect, who knows my exact location? 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, location not exposed yet. Han Yan sighed in relief. That's good. Just in case, he still controlled the hidden sect island to move away from this place. Half an hour later. Only then did he stop. His gaze fell on the strange god. Why could the strange god give him such a memory? Could the previous memory be the war between the chaos demonic gods in the chaos era? The strange god seemed to have forgotten what had just happened and began to wander around aimlessly. Han Yan thought for a while and continued to cultivate. To put it bluntly, it was because his cultivation level was too low, and he was unable to see through everything. Immortal world, beside the heavenly river. Feng Liang stood above the clouds with his hands behind his back. His expression was dignified, and beside him stood an immortal god that looked exactly like him. After so many years, Feng Liang had completely transformed into the celestial ruler. His eyes were dignified and he was extremely shrewd. The divine general suddenly appeared beside Feng Liang. He glanced at the immortal god beside Feng Liang and then looked at Feng Liang. He cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, the Jiang family of Ren school has chosen to support the human race. Jiang Dugu has returned. He brought the primordial essence phoenix and swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Heaven has suffered heavy losses. Feng Liang narrowed his eyes and asked, Does Li Daokong know about Jiang Dugu? The divine general replied, Li Daokong has already gone to battle. Feng Liang fell into deep thought. After a long time, Feng Liang said, Send the immortal god to the extreme north and invite the Feng family. The Feng family? The divine general was stunned and asked in surprise, Are you related to the Feng family? Feng Liang nodded slightly. The divine general was secretly shocked. It turned out that the celestial ruler had chosen Feng Liang because of this. He immediately accepted the order and left. Feng Liang turned to look at the immortal god beside him and muttered, I'll rely on your divine power for this battle. The immortal god, who looked exactly like Feng Liang, did not change his expression. He was like a puppet. Time flew by. 20 years passed quickly. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune again and cursed the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has joined the human race. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by human cultivators. X170098, your good friend Ji Xianxia has been attacked by human cultivators. X390221, your good friend Pan Xian has joined the human race. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has been attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Han Ming has been attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and has been seriously injured. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has been attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and has been seriously injured. Jiang Dugu and Pan Xian have joined the human race, very powerful. Looking down, Pan Xian had obviously used his ultimate move and seriously injured several of Han Yan's good friends. Why did this coward enter the calamity? They were all taking sides. Han Yan was full of curiosity about the war in the celestial world. I want to know which race won this calamity? Han Yan asked silently in his heart. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, heaven. Han Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. The human race will be annihilated. Han Yan felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Subconsciously, he still thought of himself as a human, so he always felt that the human race would definitely exist forever. Han Yan asked, what will the human race's outcome be? Complete annihilation. All living beings born as humans will die, including human immortals and gods. This time, there was no deduction of lifespan. It should be related to the previous deduction. Complete annihilation, including human immortals and gods. Han Yan frowned. What was going on? Will I die after the calamity ends? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that only humans in the celestial world would die. What should he do now? Han Yan decided to visit Xianxia in her dream and ask her to come back. He immediately used a divine ability and pulled Xianxia into the dream. Above the clouds, the two met. Xianxuan's expression didn't look right. She didn't directly pounce on Han Yan. Han Yan frowned. What's going on? Could it be that Xianxia couldn't enter the dream now? A figure appeared beside Xianxia. It was a woman who looked exactly like Wu Daojian. Tai Sutian, damn it, one careless mistake. The next time he visited her in her dream, he had to calculate the other party's situation in advance. Han Yan scolded himself for being careless. Tai Sutian stared at Han Yan and said, I beg you to save the human race. Save the human race? Han Yan said helplessly, does the human race need me to save them? Tai Sutian replied, yes. 6 out of the 9 heavenly sages chose to support heaven and eradicate the human race. Only Saint Nuwa and Saint Fuxi chose to protect the human race. The celestial ruler of heaven is your grand disciple. Although you don't have much karma, you have a close relationship with many people facing the calamity. Maybe you can reverse the situation. Han Yan said, but my cultivation isn't enough. I heard from the sages that you are at least a deity. Hearing this, Han Yan felt that something was wrong. Saint Nuwa was staring at him. The human race was a deep pit. Han Yan didn't want to rashly enter it. Even if he wanted to help the human race, he couldn't do it openly. He didn't want to attract too much karma. Tai Sutian continued, if the human race can survive this calamity, the sages will bestow you with great opportunities, including the method of Tao confirmation. The method of Tao confirmation? What was Tao confirmation? Wasn't it sages? Han Yan asked in surprise, aren't there only 9 sages? Tai Sutian replied, Saint Nuwa is about to give up her heavenly Tao sage position. Listening to Tai Sutian's words, Han Yan couldn't help but think of the outcome of the calamity. Zhu Tu went to Emperor Hua's palace and claimed that he was used and deceived. He wanted to seek revenge from the sage. This matter had always been a thorn in Han Yan's heart. It made him unable to fully trust the sage of Emperor Hua's palace. Moreover, he didn't want to become a heavenly Tao sage. The 9 heavenly Tao sages were obviously puppets of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, there wouldn't be existences like transcending Tao experts, eternal God spirits, and great Tao God spirits. Han Yan couldn't judge them based on the desolate era and myths he had seen in the past. After all, there had been more than 10 immeasurable calamities since the establishment of the heavenly Tao, and countless experts were born. In any case, he couldn't agree to Tai Sutian's request. Han Yan pondered and said, "This is a serious matter. I have to think about it." Tai Sutian nodded and said, "That's true. Once you've thought about it, let me know through Xianxia. N. The two fell into silence, not knowing what to say for a while. Han Yan faked a cough and said, "Can you let us have a private chat?" Xianxia was overjoyed when she heard this. The title of husband and wife made her extremely happy. Tai Sutian quickly disappeared and didn't say anything else. Han Yan asked in his heart, "Will a third party spy on this dream? This is a great Dao divine ability. Only those who enter the dream or reach the level of a great Dao can spy on it." Han Yan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, "What do you think of her words just now?" Xianxia looked left and right and transmitted her voice, "Not reliable." Han Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This lass had also become cautious. She even transmitted her voice in the dream. Han Yan also transmitted his voice. Then, "Why aren't you coming back? What's going on? Where can I find you?" "Go to the void. I'll find a way to find you." "Okay. Don't alert the enemy. Find an opportunity and an excuse to leave Tai Sutian's sight. Don't worry. I'm familiar with this kind of thing." After the two discussed, they started to ask each other about their past, as if someone was really spying on them. Returning to reality, Han Yan's brows furrowed. In the future, he couldn't so easily. The sage could plot against him at any time. Fortunately, it was only the Grand Plainness Heaven. If it was a sage, Han Yan wouldn't be able to refuse. This cataclysm won't turn into a war between the sages, will it? Han Yan muttered in his heart. If that was really the case, then the immortal world would be finished. Could the next immortal realm be the Nine Hells Purgatory? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Nine Hells Purgatory had become a place for many forces and living beings to avoid calamities. The saints only needed to pour out the negative karma in the Nine Hells Purgatory to create their own world. Han Yan shuddered and stopped thinking about it. It was better for him to just focus on his cultivation. In the following days, some of his friends joined the human clan or heaven from time to time. 20 years later, other than the people from the Yin sect, all of Han Yan's friends had chosen sides. They were all from the human clan and the heaven faction. Now that the factions had been arranged, the next step was the great battle. Han Yan cursed inwardly. Wasn't the cataclysm supposed to last for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years at most? It had only been a few thousand years, and the ultimate showdown was about to begin. It shouldn't affect the dark forbidden zone, right? Han Yan had no choice but to use the evolution function to ask. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no. Done. There wasn't even the word decisive. Han Yan was relieved. He actually felt like he had survived a disaster. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing it. At the same time, he checked his mail. He suddenly saw an email. "Your good friend Celestial Ruler has been possessed by a strange inferior divine spirit. His soul has been suppressed." Han Yan was furious. He still remembered that the inferior divine spirit was picked up by someone called Dejiotian. That guy was a quasi-sage. Could it be that the mysterious expert helping the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was Dejiotian? "You're courting death." Han Yan couldn't take it. Before he grew up, the celestial ruler was obedient to him. Whatever he wanted, the celestial ruler would give him. How could he let the celestial ruler suffer such humiliation? First, he gave the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan 200 billion years of lifespan. He gave Dejiotian another 300 billion years of lifespan. A mere 500 billion years of lifespan was nothing to Han Yan, who had a lifespan of hundreds of billions of years. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He stared at the stats panel. 100 billion years of lifespan was being consumed very quickly. In a mysterious hall, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sat on the ground, his expression extremely ugly. Dejiotian and the celestial ruler stood at the side. The celestial ruler was in a strange state. His eyes were pitch black, his hair was white, and he was motionless like a puppet. Dejiotian circled around the celestial ruler. No one knew what he was thinking, but he nodded from time to time. At this moment, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Save me!" Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, burning a large hole in the ground. De Jiutian turned to look at him, frowning. His eyes were filled with annoyance. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had been cursed more than once, and he needed his help every time. De Jiutian wished that this fellow could just die, a dog that can't accomplish anything but spoils everything. De Jiutian cursed in his heart, but he still went behind Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to heal him. Very quickly, De Jiutian's expression changed. What a powerful curse power, he could clearly feel the other party's anger. The power of the curse was like a stormy sea, as if it wanted to drown the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Not good, Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to death, although it was very difficult for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to be cursed to death. If this continued, his Dao fruit would be unstable, and his Dao would definitely decline. He might even go berserk and become a heavenly demon. The great nine heavens helped with all their might. However, the power of the curse was still increasing, he couldn't block it. Oh no, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was finished. De Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. This howl spread throughout the universe, and all living beings could hear the resentment in his voice. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's body directly exploded, and his soul turned into a black fog. De Jiutian's expression changed drastically and he cried out in shock, "Fiendish energy! How is this possible?" Immediately, his expression turned furious. This bastard had actually sided with the fiend ancestor, he was courting death. The black fog that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had transformed into suddenly rushed towards De Jiutian and roared, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. De Jiutian! You will die a horrible death." De Jiutian cursed at this fellow for being crazy and raised his hand to block. "Your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's body was destroyed because of your curse, and his soul was devoured by the fiend ancestor." Seeing this email, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was in a daze. He had actually consumed 300 billion years of his lifespan. His hand holding the Book of Misfortune was trembling. "What a waste, Your Majesty Celestial Ruler, I have really tried my best." Han Yan's gaze became sharp. It was not over yet, next was De Jiutian, but before that, Han Yan had to rest. A few days later, Han Yan picked up the Book of Misfortune again and cursed De Jiutian. On the other side, De Jiutian had just finished the battle and expelled Jade Emperor Zhou Yan from the hall. He was meditating to heal his injuries when he felt a powerful curse power. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. That damn Dark Forbidden Lord had targeted him. Facing the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, De Jiutian didn't panic. He wasn't Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He raised his hand and summoned a green lotus seed, which landed below him. Beside him, the celestial arch was meditating and cultivating. Wisps of strange black chi revolved around his body as if he were possessed by evil spirits. 5 days later, De Jiutian frowned as he felt the power of the curse increase. Why was it always 5 days later? Could there be some mystery? De Jiutian had accompanied Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to resist the curse and captured this detail. He thought as he resisted the power of the curse. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan stared at his stats panel. 110 billion years, 150 billion years, 200 billion years, 250 billion years. Because De Jiutian didn't have any emotions towards Han Yan didn't know his exact situation. "Who cares, I'll send him 300 billion years first," Han Yan continued to curse. Han Yan only stopped after deducting 300 billion years of lifespan. After consuming 600 billion years of lifespan in succession, although Han Yan was fine, he felt inexplicably terrified. To be precise, it was guilt. He felt that he had let down his soul and his Dao heart. But Celestial Ruler was in trouble, so he had no choice but to help. "I wonder if that fellow is injured," Han Yan thought worriedly. Should he calculate it? Forget it, he was a quasi-sage. If he calculated, he would have to deduct a large amount of lifespan. Han Yan began to adjust his emotions and prepared to continue cultivating. In the hall, De Jiutian was still meditating and healing. His expression changed. Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was afraid, and sometimes he was gloomy. It was as if he had multiple personalities. Celestial ruler stood at the side and stared at him. After a long time, De Jiutian opened his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly as he muttered, "Damn it. Why is this fellow's curse power so terrifying? How many lives has he sacrificed?" He was certain that the Dark Forbidden Lord sacrificed living beings to curse the enemy. Using lifespan to curse the enemy was the most powerful curse. No one would sacrifice their lifespan to curse the enemy, not even the golden immortal Daluo. Daluo golden immortals were said to be immortal, but that was only defined by all living beings. No Daluo golden immortals had lived from the beginning of the world to the present day. They had either died or broken through to a higher realm, and their life essence had improved again. In addition, if he cursed with his own lifespan, he would definitely attract karma. This was a taboo for golden immortals like the Daluo. Even demi-saints were wary of it. The more De Jiutian thought about it, the more he felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a huge hidden danger. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. This matter must be reported to the sage. De Jiutian thought silently. At this time, his inner demon went berserk, shocking him to the point where he hurriedly used supreme magic power to suppress it. However, the inner demon was too powerful, causing his magic power to run amok, injuring his Tao fruit, causing his cultivation to fall back a bit. Damned Dark Forbidden Lord, if he did not take revenge for this, he would not be a quasi-sage. Suddenly, the celestial ruler, who had been standing quietly at the side, attacked De Jiutian. With a palm strike, countless black gas wrapped around De Jiutian like dragons and snakes. De Jiutian turned his head and widened his eyes. He shouted angrily, "You!" The celestial ruler pulled with his right hand, and countless black gas interweaved with lightning, tearing De Jiutian's body apart. "Humph! An evil being like you wants to rebel? You overestimate yourself." De Jiutian's voice sounded, his tone filled with anger. Another 10 years had passed since cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and De Jiutian. To mortals, 10 years was a long time, but to Han Yan, it was like yesterday. He took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. The human race and heaven had already started a full-scale war. Most of the emails were attacked, and there were even many emails that were heavily injured. Tragic, the human race was not the demon race. Once this war started, they would either win or be wiped out. They would continue to fight. Han Yan was waiting for Xianxia to return. As long as Xianxia went to the void, she would use the invocation technique. However, after so many years, she had not used the invocation technique. Although Han Yan was a little worried, he still waited patiently. Recently, he did not see any emails about Xianxia being in danger. Her profile picture was still there. She was probably waiting for an opportunity. After Han Yan finished reading the emails, he made up his mind that he must not enter the calamity. From now on, no matter who looked for him, he would not go out. He had to survive this calamity first. 10 days later, Han Yan's curse ended. He began to visit Feng Liang in his dreams. Before that, he first asked, "Will I attract the attention of others if I visit Feng Liang in his dreams? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted." Continue? Continue. Fortunately, it was only 100 million years. It was not expensive, not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief and immediately visited him in his dreams. The two of them came to the Lingxiao Palace. This Lingxiao Palace was the scene that Han Yan had seen when he had visited it before. It was dilapidated and bleak, just right for what Han Yan wanted to say. The scene of the dream was all decided by Han Yan. He felt that the atmosphere was very important. Feng Liang could not help but be stunned when he saw Han Yan. Han Yan was using his real body, not the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. After coming back to his senses, Feng Liang hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Even as the celestial ruler, Feng Liang did not forget Han Yan's kindness to him. He knew very well that without Han Yan, he would not be where he was today. Han Yan smiled and asked, "How have you been recently?" Is it great being the celestial ruler? Fang Liang smiled bitterly and said, I'm just a chess piece, a puppet. Facing Han Yan, he did not pretend to be strong. He began to talk about the internal and external troubles of heaven. Heaven seemed to be powerful, but as more and more forces joined, there were many internal conflicts. As the celestial ruler, due to his insufficient cultivation, he could not suppress the various forces. Every time there was a meeting in the Lingxiao Palace, there would be a quarrel. If Li Daokong was not present, there would probably be a fight. In the eyes of the outside world, heaven was unprecedentedly powerful, but in Fang Liang's eyes, this alliance was very fragile and could be destroyed at any time. After Fang Liang finished speaking, Han Yan asked, Are you willing to come back? Fang Liang smiled bitterly and said, I also want to retreat, but I have no choice. If I resign as the celestial ruler, I'm afraid I will die as soon as I descend the ninth heaven. Han Yan was silent. This was not Fang Liang scaring himself. After all, the sages were watching. How could they allow Fang Liang to destroy the chess game they had set up? In addition to the sages, there were also enemies in heaven who would be targeting Fang Liang. After becoming the celestial ruler, Fang Liang had offended too many people. During this period of time, the enemies that the heavenly court had offended would all blame him because he was the heavenly emperor. Han Yan said, Then you can only be careful. Next, I will completely seal the Yin sect to avoid the immeasurable calamity. Fang Liang was not surprised. Instead, he smiled and asked, Grandmaster, what is your cultivation level now? With your talent, you should be at least in the divine state, right? Han Yan replied, Yes, I'm at Yixuan divine origin. Fang Liang praised, Grandmaster's talent is really unprecedented. Even in the ancient times, you are a genius, and can even compete with Daozu. Han Yan smiled but did not say anything. If other people said this, Han Yan might not believe it, but since it was Fang Liang, he believed it. Han Yan and Fang Liang chatted for a while before ending the dream. Although Fang Liang was helpless, Han Yan could clearly feel that he wanted to fight for luck. He wasn't being coerced by others, he wanted to fight for it himself. Everyone had their own fate, Han Yan couldn't force it. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan hesitated whether to contact Xianxia again. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he did it too often, it would alert the enemy. Next, Han Yan visited Xianxia in a dream. Xianxia had helped him a lot in the early stages, giving him all kinds of resources. The kindness she showed him was the most important. In the dream, he was in a cave. The light was dim. When Xianxia saw Han Yan, she couldn't help but be stunned. Come back. The immeasurable calamity is about to erupt. The human race will definitely lose. Even immortals and humans will die, Han Yan said solemnly. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything. She fell into deep thought. Han Yan waited patiently. After a long time, Xianxia said, Thank you for your kindness, but I want to fight for it. Sorry. She looked at Han Yan with a particularly tender gaze. She believed in Han Yan. If Han Yan could reveal the heavenly secrets to her, it meant that he really cared about her. Han Yan was silent. Xianxia said, My aptitude isn't good enough. Even if I avoid the calamity, how long can I live? After this calamity ends, I probably won't be able to survive the next calamity. I can't rely on you to continue living. Han Yan understood that this was the truth. Just the immortal emperor realm was not something that anyone could reach. Although the Yin sect wanted all members to be immortal emperors, those who reached the immortal emperor realm were all geniuses. Han Yan said, As long as you don't regret it. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Han Yan thought for a while and said, If that's the case, I'll teach you some mystical powers. Xianxia had already received the inheritance of a powerful person from Jie Jiao, but this was Han Yan's kind intentions, so she didn't refuse. Han Yan began to impart the theurgy to him. Soon, Xianxia was shocked. This divine ability. It was stronger than all the divine abilities she had mastered. What was the kid's cultivation level now? Xianxia suddenly couldn't understand Han Yan. Could it be that this man had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal world? Thinking of this, Xianxia was inexplicably absent-minded. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Han Yan. At that time, she only thought that Han Yan was the most handsome and the only one who could move her heart. She didn't expect him to be an almighty figure from the immortal world. Could this kid be the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Absolutely. Back in the real world, Han Yan was filled with emotions. Was this the immeasurable calamity? Except for Xianxia, the others knew that it was extremely dangerous, but they didn't come back. Xianxia was willing to come back because she had already obtained the sage's inheritance and was qualified to avoid the calamity. Han Yan continued to visit Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, and Ji Xianxin in their dreams. The three of them rejected his good intentions. Zhou Fan and Ji Xianxin even challenged him. He didn't give them a chance and directly cancelled the dream realm. Han Yan thought of Mo Zhu again. That girl hadn't made any moves for a long time. He immediately visited her in her dreams. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't do so. He hurriedly tapped on Mo Zhu's face. He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. How did this girl reach the grand unity perfected immortal realm, with her talent? How could she be so fast? Han Yan immediately calculated. I want to know why I can't visit Mo Zhu in her dreams? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. The Sage's Dojo has a great Dao restriction that blocks your theurgy. The Sage's Dojo. Han Yan was shocked. Why was Mo Zhu chosen by the Sage? Han Yan continued. I want to know which sage it is. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Li Mui, cultivation level unknown. Transcendence Dao cultivator, sect master of Ren school, creator of Sword Dao. Illusory. Because you refuse to protect the Sword Dao River, my impression of you has worsened. I think that you are not worthy of being a Sword Dao cultivator. Current hatred points, 1 star. The sect master of Ren school, Han Yan frowned. Didn't this fellow look down on him? Why did he take Mo Zhu away? It was definitely not a coincidence. The sage could see through karma. The moment he saw Mo Zhu, he knew that she was related to Han Yan. I want to know why Li Mui accepted Mo Zhu. Han Yan continued to ask in his heart. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. I didn't even blink when I had 600 billion years of lifespan. What's 10 billion now? Continue, Han Yan thought in frustration. He was really unhappy to be targeted by the sage. Moreover, there was more than one of them. Han Yan's consciousness entered the illusion. It was a vast and boundless hall. An old man was meditating on a praying mat. He seemed incomparably tiny here, like a firefly in the dark night. Li Mui, he was dressed in a Taoist robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. He had an immortal aura that was very similar to Patriarch Shi Tian's. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, Ren school has a tribulation. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Li Mui immediately stood up and bowed. Han Yan frowned. Who is this person? He can actually make Li Mui bow. He's not simple. Could it be Daozu? No, Daozu is long gone. He didn't disappear recently. How old is Mo Zhu? The timing doesn't match. If Ren school wants to transcend the tribulation, they need to rely on variables. Are you still paying attention to that variable? The figure asked. His voice was ethereal. Li Mui said, Master, I've been paying attention to him. This child has a weak personality and only cares about immortality. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to change the heavenly Tao, let alone the great Tao. Can we rely on him? The figure replied, the variable is something that even saints like us can't predict. If we want to break the situation, we can only rely on him. The 3 sects of Tao will cease to exist before the great Tao tribulation. Li Mui frowned. He pondered and said, Dao Kong is very concerned about him. He wanted to take him in as a disciple, but he rejected him. He's not easy to get close to. The figure said, this child doesn't have much karma, but he values relationships. You can take this woman in as your disciple. He waved his right hand, and Mo Zhu's figure appeared beside him like a projection. Li Mui frowned even more and said, this mortal's aptitude is too poor. She's not worthy. Humph, you don't listen to me? All right. Li Mui agreed helplessly, and the scene shattered. Han Yan opened his eyes, which were filled with worry. Just how many powerful figures were watching him from the unseen world? I want to know who Li Mui's master is. Han Yan continued to think. That fellow sounded so impressive just now. How powerful was he to take a saint as his master? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Yan gritted his teeth and made a choice. Curiosity killed the cat. The saint had made him too obsessed. Laozi, cultivation unknown, transcendent Taoist, Daozu's eldest disciple, founder of Ren school, immeasurable emperor, sword supremacy Dao. Hiss, the legendary Laozi, this person's status in Chinese mythology and history was quite high. He didn't expect him to exist. It seemed that Laozi was not as simple as a heavenly Dao saint. He was stronger. Could it be that he had reached the level of the great Dao? How strong was Hong Jun? Han Yan cursed. If this was really the background of the primordial world, wouldn't he have come to an era that was countless eras later than the journey to the west? Perhaps the primordial world and myths were the projections of these saints. They asked all living beings to pass on their legends. Other than Laozi, there were also Di Jun, Nuwa, and other characters who had left their mark in Huaxia's mythology. Now, Nuwa was about to break away from her identity as a heavenly sage. She was much more powerful than Han Yan had imagined. Han Yan felt that the existences above were more and more unfathomable. He was also curious about what kind of impression he had in the eyes of the sages. He could clearly feel that Li Mui was very disdainful of him. Although Nuwa wanted to rope him in, she did not have a good impression of him. Could it be that the sages were really fair and heartless? Impossible. How were they fair? Ever since the calamity, Han Yan felt that the sages were fighting for their own interests. They did not even care about the lives of the common people. They were extremely selfish. Han Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Immediately, he thought of Huang Zuentian and Su Qi. Should he visit them in their dreams? Su Qi was in the dark forbidden zone. She should be fine. Huang Zuentian's identity was sensitive now. Han Yan could not visit him in his dreams. In addition, there was the existence of Jing Tiangong. If he was associated with the dark forbidden lord, it would be bad. Han Yan did not continue to visit him in his dreams and continued to cultivate. This was all he could do. Next, he would wait for the calamity to come and go. Time passed, and 40 years passed in a flash. Han Yan still maintained the curse once every 10 years. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had become a heavenly demon, his portrait was still there. Therefore, Han Yan had to keep cursing him. In these years, he did not leave the cave. He cultivated in peace and improved a lot. Han Yan did not know much about the celestial world because the human race and the heavenly realm were fighting. The news of the war was filled with emails. Other than the war, he could not see any other news. On this day, Han Yan finally felt that Xianxia was using the invocation technique on him. To be safe, Han Ju still did a calculation for himself. After using 100 million years of his lifespan to confirm that Xianxia was not being watched, he rushed to the celestial world. After passing through the dark vortex, Han Yan saw Xianxia. She was dressed in a white dress, and her body was radiant. Her celestial appearance was dazzling, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing Han Yan appear, Xianxia immediately flew over and smiled. "Let's go." Han Yan nodded and put Xianxia into his sleeve. Then, he stepped into the black vortex and returned inside the congenital cave. After Han Yan released Xianxia, he began to move the hidden sect island. Although the dark forbidden zone was very safe, it was always better to be careful. Xianxia wandered around the cave inside. After so many years, this place hasn't changed at all. The strange god looked at Xianxia curiously. He was very surprised that Xianxia had come out of Han Yan's body. "You still have your cave abode. Go ahead." Han Yan ordered the guests to leave. Xianxia came over, her beautiful eyes full of splendor. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Husband, I'm not free." "All right." Xianxia pouted and could only leave. Han Yan was busy running away. How could he have the time to do those things with her? After Xianxia walked out of the cave abode, she attracted the attention of everyone. After reincarnating, Xianxia had changed her appearance. No one could recognize her. However, Heiyuji was the first to recognize her. He remembered Xing Hongshuan's aura. To be precise, it was the aura of her soul. After Xing Hongshuan's identity was exposed, everyone was shocked. After some understanding, they muttered in their hearts. She could increase her aptitude like this, Chu Shiren guessed. It shouldn't be as simple as reincarnating. He guessed that it might be Goddess Hutu. Otherwise, how could she reincarnate so quickly? King Kong Nu and Tu Linger came from shamanism. It was reasonable for Goddess Hutu to help Han Yin. Heiyuji looked at the three-headed Wyrm king and said, "Do you want to reincarnate too?" The three-headed Wyrm king flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I don't need it." He was already at the bottom of the hidden sect. He had guessed that Heiyuji was going to mock him. Xing Hongxian did not stay for long and quickly left. The others continued to chat. An hour later, Han Yen stopped at Hidden Sect Island. He heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in his heart finally subsided. Xing Hongxian had returned from the human race. Even if the human race was defeated, it would have nothing to do with Han Yen. As for his other good friends, Han Yen had already advised them. If they really died, Han Yen could only pray for them in the endless and boring years. If it's a battle between saints, it's best to come later. If not, it's best to go earlier. Han Yen thought silently and continued to absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Half a year later, Han Yen, who was cultivating, suddenly saw a line of words appear in front of him. Goddess Nuwa has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Han Yen was not surprised. He pretended not to see it and continued to absorb the negative karma. Goddess Nuwa has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Again, Han Yen did not reject or accept. In the next few days, Goddess Nuwa would speak to him in his dreams from time to time. It was even more frequent than Dijun back then. It was not easy to pull Xing Hongxian out. Han Yen did not want to be involved in a calamity. If Goddess Nuwa asked about it in the future when he attained the Tao, he would pretend not to know. The signal in the dark forbidden zone was not good. 10 days later, Goddess Nuwa finally gave up. Han Yen did not receive any hatred from her. As expected of a saint, she would not rashly develop emotions without knowing the truth. Since he had nothing to do, Han Yen checked his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Li Daokong has been attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and has been seriously injured. Your good friend Divine General has been attacked by the human race's deity and has been seriously injured. Your good friend Pan Xian has been attacked by a mighty figure from heaven. Your disciple Su Qi has broken through his limits and created his own Tao technique. Your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's killing intent soared because of your curse. He slaughtered the human race and was suppressed by the human race's saint. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the human emperor's inheritance and joined the human race. His luck has transformed. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has joined the human race. His luck has transformed. Han Yen was amused when he saw Jade Emperor Zhou Yan being suppressed by the Fushi Tian. Bastard, serves him right. Han Yen also noticed that Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou had actually joined the human race. 2 traitors. He was not the only one. Some immortals and gods had also defected. If not for the outcome of the calamity, Han Yen would not have believed that heaven could win. After all, there were too many traitors in heaven. He continued reading. Han Yen noticed another email. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has fused with a strange subgod and regained control of his body. He has devoured the subgod and transformed into a chaotic evil spirit. Was the Celestial Ruler saved, or had he turned evil? Han Yen pulled up the Celestial Ruler's profile picture and found that the Celestial Ruler was facing a strange and sinister smile. It was evil and terrifying. He looked like a villain who wanted to overthrow all living beings. Han Yen had no choice but to use the evolution function. He asked in his heart, I want to know what the outcome of the Celestial Ruler's calamity is. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan's consciousness fell into the illusion. He arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. The hall was clean and bright, filled with faint golden light. The celestial ruler, dressed in a black dragon robe, sat on the throne and stared at the sky outside the hall. Han Yan turned his head and saw that the sky outside the Xianxia palace was pitch black. There was no night in the ninth heaven. End of chapter. Just as Han Yan was wondering why there was night in the ninth heaven, the celestial ruler suddenly stood up and laughed maniacally. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Are you afraid of me? Han Yan was secretly nervous. The outcome of the calamity had changed again. Who would appear next? It would be fine if it was someone he knew, but he was afraid that a new unknown person would appear. There were countless powerful beings in the universe, and there were countless powerful beings hiding in the dark. Han Yan had been in seclusion all this time, so he did not understand the celestial world, let alone the heavenly axiom. A ball of flames appeared in front of the Xianxia palace. The flames parted, and a figure appeared. Han Yan took a closer look. This person was dressed in black armor and had a cape on his back. His hair was disheveled, and he was murderous, as if he was a demon general from hell. Han Yan took a closer look. This person looked familiar. This guy is Zhou Fan. Han Yan was stunned. The calamity had just ended, and Zhou Fan was already so powerful, his aura was no weaker than Zhu Tu's. The celestial ruler laughed contemptuously. If you weren't a Saint Dharma form and had the saint's protection, you would have died in my hands. Zhou Fan said calmly, I've lost to many people in my life, but as long as I'm alive, I can surpass them, including you, celestial ruler. During the war between humans and gods, you went around devouring the resentment of all living beings, preventing countless souls from reincarnating. If the heavenly axiom can't suppress you, then let me. Are you ready to bear the blood debt of billions of humans? Han Yan frowned. The celestial ruler had turned evil, and the human race was still going to be destroyed. The celestial arch roared with laughter. You? Mortal, you're just a pawn. Do you know why I can still be the celestial ruler? He raised his right hand, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Even though it was an illusion, Han Yan could not help but tremble in fear. I've already surpassed the heavenly axiom. So what if you're a Saint Dharma form? You're still not a saint. The scene before Han Yan's eyes shattered, and his consciousness returned to reality. His furrowed brows relaxed. Although the celestial ruler had turned dark, it was fine as long as he could survive this immeasurable calamity. The so-called blackening itself was subjective. In this chaotic era, what was wrong with trying to survive with all his might? Moreover, the celestial ruler was not the cause of the war between humans and gods, but the manipulation of those high and mighty sages. A single thought from a saint could cause billions of living beings to die. Wasn't that a sin? Han Yan decided to visit the celestial ruler in a dream. He used the image of the dark forbidden lord. After entering the dream, Han Yan saw the celestial ruler. He looked very similar to the celestial ruler in the illusion. His imperial robe had turned dark black, and his entire body was emitting an evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. This evil energy was exactly the same as the strange god spirit, but it was not as mysterious as the strange god spirit. Seeing Han Yan appear, the celestial ruler was not surprised. Instead, he smiled. Before Han Yan could speak, the celestial ruler smiled and said, I was right. Han Yan, you've become a Daluo, haven't you? Han Yan's heart trembled, but he did not panic on the surface. How did the celestial ruler know his true identity? He must be tricking him. Ever since you came to me, the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan began to decline. I had just merged with the evil spirit, and you appeared. You really care about me, the celestial ruler said with a faint smile, his expression gloomy. Han Yan was not used to his face. He asked in his heart, is the celestial ruler tricking me? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 100 million years for a lie detector, stupid system. Continue, Han Yan cursed in his heart. He's testing me. It's a trap. Han Yan was no longer nervous. Although the celestial ruler's favorability towards him did not decrease, the dark forbidden lord's identity was too important. He had to be careful. You don't have to admit it. I understand. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid my body and soul would have been destroyed. The celestial ruler smiled and said, I plan to use the karma here to prove my Tao. Since I need a new identity, how about I become the emissary of the Dark Forbidden Lord in the future? Han Yan said, put down your guesses. There are many people who act in my name. Moreover, you're the celestial ruler. How can you escape the heavenly secret? The celestial ruler said indifferently, I've already transformed. In the eyes of the 9 heavens, I've already been possessed. The former celestial ruler no longer exists. Only you know that I'm still the original me. When I prove my Tao, I'll protect you so that you don't have to hide in the dark anymore. You can help me curse some existences. How about that? Han Yan was silent. This was King leading him into a calamity. It was fine if the celestial ruler didn't know his identity, but now he forcefully guessed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. If he followed the celestial ruler's plan, would he be accidentally divined by the saint? I know what you're worried about. In the calamity, the saint can't deduce the person in the calamity, let alone the karma on me. This is because I have the supreme treasure left behind by the Daozu. The celestial ruler said confidently. Han Yan was still worried and projected the supreme treasure that the celestial ruler mentioned. 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, wealth was sought instability, creation jade disk fragment, broken chaos supreme treasure, left behind by the Daozu. It can block the heavenly secret and all karma deductions. There really is one? It looks so awesome. Are you sure it's on the celestial ruler? Confirm. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief and said, who do you need me to curse? The celestial ruler said, curse De Jiutian and the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to death first. They might expose my current background. Yes, they schemed against Li Daokong. I won't let them off. Han Yan responded and dispelled the dream. Back in reality, Han Yan felt regretful. I was almost exposed. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't be scared by others. As for cursing De Jiutian and the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, it was exactly what Han Yan wanted. The celestial ruler had the creation jade disk fragment, and the saint couldn't deduce it. As long as he didn't say it, Han Yan wouldn't be exposed. Han Yan could still trust the celestial ruler. As long as he didn't admit it personally, the celestial ruler wouldn't force him to take the blame of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan shook his head and continued to cultivate. He used the boring cultivation to dilute his frustration and uneasiness. 20 years later. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has entered the primordial forbidden ground. Your grand disciple Feng Liang inherited the destiny of the ancient races and fused with the ancient divine body. His cultivation has increased tremendously. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the deity realm in heaven and was severely injured. A remnant soul luckily escaped. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Tai Sutian inherited my Dao and his destiny has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Li Daokong went crazy again. This fellow seemed to be chasing after whoever he was defeated. He was simply crazy. Han Yan was speechless. Jiang Dugu was a terrifying existence that suppressed the primordial essence phoenix. Moreover, he belonged to Ren school, internal strife in Ren school. After Han Yan sighed, he turned his attention to Feng Liang. His expression became strange. Feng Liang's cultivation level had already risen to rank 5 immortal emperor. Too fast. How long has it been since he became a great emperor? Cheating, definitely. Han Yan fell into deep thought. Feng Liang's rapid improvement must be related to his soul transmigration to the immemorial era. This kid definitely set up a trap in the immemorial era. I don't know why he could escape the eyes of the saints. Perhaps it was Daozu's help. If this continues, this kid might be able to become a Daluo before the end of the calamity. I don't care, I can't care. Han Yan could only wish that his grand disciple could survive this calamity. I'll break through to the mid-stage golden immortal Daluo first. I'm too weak now. I couldn't even curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to death. Han Yan shook his head and continued cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. In a cave abode, Xue Mingyi looked at a black-robed man opposite him with a smile. The black-robed man was Celestial Ruler. Are you really not the Celestial Ruler? Shui Mingyi asked with a smile. Celestial ruler replied, the celestial ruler is already dead. I only occupied his body. You can calculate my karma. I plan to impersonate the celestial ruler. When the celestial ruler is defeated, I will control heaven in one fell swoop and obtain the power of the heavenly Tao for the Dark Forbidden Lord. At the mention of the Dark Forbidden Lord, Shui Mingyi's expression became serious. It was as if the Dark Forbidden Lord was secretly staring at him. Celestial ruler said, I need you to help me spread the news that Chan School is secretly guiding a war between humans and gods. Not only Chan School, but Jia Jiao is also possible. Shui Mingyi frowned and said, what about Ren School? Although the three Dao sects are no longer glorious, they are still the sects of the saints. The three sects are on the same side. If we rashly disrupt their plans. Celestial ruler interrupted him and said, the Dark Forbidden Lord is related to Ren School. He cares a lot about Li Daokong. Shui Mingyi was stunned. Didn't the Dark Forbidden Lord set his sights on heaven, so that was how it was? No wonder Li Daokong supported heaven wholeheartedly. If Fang's celestial ruler did not have Li Daokong's support, how could he sit on the celestial ruler's throne? Shui Mingyi was suddenly enlightened. Everything made sense now. How could a peerless almighty like the Dark Forbidden Lord suddenly appear in this world? If it came from the most mysterious Ren School, it would make sense. Shui Mingyi had no enmity with Ren School, so this matter would only make him more confident. No problem. Leave it to me. I'm best at this kind of thing. Shui Mingyi smiled smugly. He had contributed greatly to Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's downfall. The celestial ruler nodded and said, I still need your support in heaven. From now on, I will help the Forbidden Lord win over more followers and unify the heavenly Tao to create a new golden age. Shui Mingyi smiled and said, good. As long as you need my help, just let me know. He cursed in his heart. Bastard, he wants to compete with me for credit. Shui Mingyi was determined to be the most trusted subordinate of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He could not let this guy surpass him. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Xianxia realized that even if she obtained the sage's inheritance, she could not become the strongest prodigy of the Hidden Sect. Especially Li Yao. Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. This woman was too similar to Han Yan. If Han Yan were to choose a Dao companion, he would definitely choose a woman like Li Yao. Xianxia could only work hard secretly and did not dare to relax. She thought that she could relax after returning, but she did not expect to work even harder than when she was in the sacred land of the human race. From the looks of it, the hidden sect was stronger than the sacred land of the human race. Xianxia shook her head and laughed. She felt that she was thinking too much. Xianxia was not the only one who felt the pressure. He also brought pressure to others. The celestial world was constantly in conflict, and the hidden sect was no longer relaxed. Fortunately, it was a healthy competition. Time passed year after year. About 50 years had passed. Han Yan's cultivation level improved a lot. He finally felt that the mid-stage golden immortal Daluo realm was not far away. He actually had the urge to cry. How many years had it been? This was the first time he had not broken through after so many years. However, this not far was not as close as a few decades. On this day, the strange spirit approached Han Yan again and wanted to enter his body. Han Yan did not stop it. The spirit's intelligence had not increased for a long time. It was like Han Yan's pet. Ever since he obtained the ancient god's memory from the strange spirit, Han Yan felt that it still had some special function. It was just that the current system could not detect it. Could it be that there was some sign or reaction this time? Han Yan was looking forward to it. The strange spirit completely entered his body. Then, Han Yan's eyes suddenly widened and he muttered, "Are you King kidding me?" The strange spirit sneaked into his soul universe and swam around freely. It was incomparably happy and did not bring any help to Han Yan. Han Yan sealed the reroll world to prevent the strange spirit from harming this world. The strange spirit could easily destroy a mortal world. After a period of time, Han Yan suddenly sensed something. He began to look inside and realized that the strange spirit had stopped in the sea of stars. It had split into two balls of black fog. These two balls of black fog were condensing. At first glance, it looked like the strange spirit had laid two eggs. Oh, Han Yan seemed to have thought of something. He immediately executed the Taizai Dharma idol and condensed the Dharma idols of the Heavenly Dipper Demon God and the 9 Nether Demon God on the 2 balls of black fog. The Demon God Dharma idol began to fuse with the black fog. Could it be? Han Yan's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. The strange spirit had inherited the providence of all the Chaos Demon Gods. Han Yan might be able to create 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods with the mysterious power of the Taizai Dharma idol and the strange spirit. Han Yan became excited the moment this thought appeared. If he could control 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods, wouldn't he be invincible? For a moment, Han Yan had a good impression of the strange spirit. The strange spirit was completely under Han Yan's control. Everything it produced was naturally under Han Yan's control. Han Yan began to observe the 2 balls of black fog. Unfortunately, the fusion did not succeed. Han Yan continued to try. After hundreds of times, the 2 balls of black fog had the power of a demon god remaining. At least, it was a good start. If Chaos Demon Gods were so easy to create, they would have been everywhere long ago. As long as it worked, it was worth it even if it took a long time. A few months later, the strange spirit left Han Yan's body. The 2 balls of black fog were still in the universe. Han Yan named them Demon God Aura. The Demon God Aura was slowly absorbing the nebulous aura in the universe as if it was cultivating. Han Yan stopped paying attention to them and continued his cultivation. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace. Feng Liang sat on the emperor's throne expressionlessly. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao stood below him. Li Xuanao said impatiently, "Heaven can no longer cooperate with Chan School and Jia Jiao. Otherwise, Ren School will withdraw. Now, all the living beings in the immortal world think that the 3 sects of the Tao sect caused the calamity. However, Ren School is only taking advantage of the situation. We did not plan to harm all living beings." Li Xuanao was really angry and spoke rudely. Li Daokong was expressionless. He stared at Feng Liang and waited for Feng Liang's answer. Feng Liang said calmly, "Do you really think that Ren School is not involved? Jiang Dugu even dared to attack you. Is Ren School really united? Although the 2 of you are orthodox twins, have you ever thought about why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan dared to attack you without restraint?" Upon hearing Feng Liang's words, Li Xuanao's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been hit in his sore spot. He had actually questioned it before, but he did not receive a response, so he could only give up. Li Xuanao and Li Daokong had already entered the tribulation. Even if they wanted to retreat, it was too late. Li Daokong slowly said, "I wonder if your majesty is fighting for yourself or for the saints." Feng Liang chuckled. "Why do you have to ask so clearly? The 2 of you have always been under the protection of the Ren School and have grown up before experiencing anything. Actually, you can feel what I want for yourself." Li Daokong frowned. Li Xuanao was furious. He drew his sword and said, "Feng Liang, you're really arrogant. Do you really think that the 2 of us are your subordinates?" Feng Liang shook his head and said, "Do I not respect the 2 of you enough? It's just that I have no right to talk about the saints' plans." Li Daokong turned around and left. "Junior brother, let's go." Li Xuanao glared at Feng Liang and left. After the 2 of them left, the smile on Feng Liang's face disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. No one knew what he was thinking. 10 years later. The Hidden Sect's century-old competition had just ended. Among Han Yan's disciples, no one could defeat Li Yao. Jiang Yi and Li Yao fought for a long time. After this battle, Jiang Yi could not remain calm. He was the top elite of Jinwu. How could he be caught up by a junior? Most importantly, his opponent was only a woman. Xianxia did not participate in the competition, but she was amazed by the simulation trial. She was very curious about Han Yan's cultivation level. She had never seen such a mystical power in the human sacred ground. She had heard that Han Yan had already become a Daluo. This speed, it was too ridiculous. Xianxia was already a genius, but she knew that Han Yan was younger than her. When the 2 of them first met, Han Yan was still a teenager. Han Yan did not pay attention to the Centennial Tournament. This event was organized by Murongqi and there were no prizes. However, everyone in the Yin sect was looking forward to it. On this day, Han Yan stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune. As he cursed, he checked his mail. The war between the human race and heaven was still ongoing. For the time being, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Li Daokong was still fighting Jiang Dugu to the death. He had also been seriously injured once. Han Yan could not understand the thoughts of the cultivators over in school. It seemed that they were more excited to hit their own people. This time, Han Yan planned to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan with 50 billion years. As a result, when Han Yan's lifespan dropped to 40 billion years, he saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's soul was attacked by negative karma. His dharma powers went berserk, and his last trace of will was devoured by the heavenly demon. He died and his Tao disappeared. He's finally dead. Han Yan hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. The Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's profile picture had completely disappeared. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Another 6-star enemy had been killed by him. This was the path of cultivation. A Taoist would rather die than himself. Han Yan chanted the Mahabhairakana incantation as an expiation for the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Although the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's body and soul had been destroyed, Han Yan would feel better if he did that. After all, this was a mighty figure, the immeasurable emperor, a terrifying existence that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Han Yan felt that he had let him down by dying without anyone knowing. His guilt did not last long. There was one more person. The 9 heavens. Continue cursing. 5 days later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating to break through to the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. At the same time, the 2 balls of fiend celestial qi in his body were still absorbing the primordial qi in the universe. Apart from the reroll world, these planets had yet to give birth to living beings. They were like warehouses of dharma powers. Han Yan had an idea. If this universe of stars became a universe of living beings, wouldn't he become the heavenly Tao? Was it possible that the so-called chaos itself was in the body of an unimaginable existence? Han Yan could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of this possibility. How powerful was such an existence? As a Daluo Golden Immortal, Han Yan was not just powerful. He could also see through many heavenly Tao rules, karma, and fate. However, he could not sense what was outside the heavenly Tao. It was like the dark forbidden zone. Once it involved something outside the heavenly Tao, he could not sense anything. This was the difference in cultivation realm. Perhaps when he attained the Tao and became a sage, he would be able to sense existences outside the heavenly Tao. It was said that the origin deity realm was hidden in the dark forbidden zone. Han Yan had yet to encounter the origin deity realm. Immortal world, human race. On an altar, Zhou Fan stood proudly. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, forming a magnificent and terrifying vortex. Mo Fuzhou and a group of human prodigies stood below the stage and discussed. Brother Zhou is really impressive, to actually be able to trigger the heavenly Tao. It's said that he already obtained the human emperor's inheritance. I wonder which human emperor it is. This is the human race's golden age. With the inheritances of past human emperors coming out together, we'll definitely be able to surpass heaven. Sigh, 10 million people just died in the 7th heaven battlefield. It's too tragic. Could it be that both sides can't talk? Can't talk. It's said that the sage wants to change to a heavenly Tao protagonist. Our human race was abandoned. Hearing the discussions of the prodigies, Mo Fuzhou could not help shaking his head. The great battle between the human race and heaven, he could not say who was right and who was wrong either. But both sides had their own ambitions. Already fighting to this extent, who was right and who was wrong already did not matter. Zhou Fan suddenly turned his head to look at Mo Fuzhou and said with a smile, Brother Mo, what do you think of the power of heavenly Tao? Can it beat Han Yan? Only to see him raise his right hand. Heavenly Tao lightning interweaved in his palm. At this moment, he was like a god. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, Why are you always thinking about beating him? You've obtained so many fortuitous encounters while he's been in seclusion. If you keep thinking about him, you'll be bullying him. Zhou Fan was already an immortal emperor. There were few in the immortal emperor realm who could match him. No matter how talented Han Yan was, he was always in seclusion. How could he compare to Zhou Fan? I don't know why, but I feel that I'm still not his match. Zhou Fan shook his head and smiled. He felt that he had been abused until he went crazy. Other than Han Yan, no matter who he faced, even if it was an ancient powerhouse, he was full of confidence. But every time he thought of Han Yan, he felt inexplicably unconfident. Mo Fuzhou did not reply. Instead, he looked at the rolling thunder clouds above with envy in his eyes. He also wanted to be like Zhou Fan. But his luck was not as good as Zhou Fan's. He was also not as ruthless as Zhou Fan. Once, an opportunity appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them suffered together. He was the first to retreat. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and endured. In the end, he obtained the inheritance. After that, Mo Fuzhou understood that he would never be able to catch up to Zhou Fan. He was also full of expectations for Zhou Fan. As long as he survived this immeasurable calamity, Zhou Fan would definitely rise up. At that time, the two of them would be able to realize their ambitions. At this moment, a figure flew over on a sword. His powerful aura directly dispersed the heavenly Tao lightning clouds. Everyone turned to look. It's Zhao Xianyuan. Someone exclaimed. When this name came out, everyone became nervous. Zhou Fan turned his head and frowned. Zhao Xianyuan was handsome and elegant, like an immortal in the mortal world. He arrived above Zhou Fan's head and said condescendingly, "You, come with me. I'll give you an opportunity." Fortuitous opportunity? What fortuitous opportunity? Zhou Fan frowned and asked. He had not interacted much with Zhao Xianyuan, so he did not dare to trust him easily. Zhao Xianyuan said expressionlessly, "I can't say for now. There are other peerless geniuses following. You barely qualify. If not for the leader telling me to bring 10 people, I wouldn't have taken you seriously." Zhou Fan almost died of anger. This guy was too pretentious. However, he was very tempted by fortuitous opportunities. He had relied on one fortuitous opportunity after another to get to where he was today. He did not want to miss any fortuitous opportunity. Zhou Fan saw that Zhao Xianyuan was so arrogant and did not seem like a swindler. Swindlers were usually very attentive. Zhao Xianyuan's attitude was clearly that he did not care whether he came or not. Zhou Fan said, "Okay, I'll go." Zhao Xianyuan left after saying that. 7 days later, "I'll see you at the eastern wasteland gate." Mo Fuzhou jumped onto the altar and said in a low voice, "You're already so powerful. Why do you still want to take the risk?" Zhou Fan said calmly, "Brother Mo, I can't stop on this path. When I get a great fortuitous opportunity, I'll definitely share it with you." Mo Fuzhou sighed helplessly. Zhou Fan said this every time, and he kept his promise to him every time. Therefore, Mo Fuzhou was really worried that something would happen to him. The two of them had fought their way from the mortal world to the celestial world. They had experienced too many things together. Now, they were the most important people to each other. Mo Fuzhou could only look forward to Zhou Fan. He did not even dare to follow, afraid that he would drag Zhou Fan down. Zhou Fan had been dragged down by him many times and even died in his hands. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan was cursing the 9 heavens. He had not broken through for almost 600 years, but he could not miss out on his fixed mission. He estimated that he would reach the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Daluo realm in less than 100 years. After reaching the mid-stage, would the late stage be far away? After reaching the late stage, would the perfected stage still be a problem? Wouldn't the quasi-sage be there soon? Han Ju tried his best to motivate himself. On this day, he suddenly felt that someone was calling him in the chaotic domain. He ignored it and cursed first. For the next 3 days, there were people constantly calling for Han Yan in the primal chaos domain. After Han Yan's curse ended, he entered the primal chaos domain. Zhao Xianyuan and the Supremacy Dao immediately rushed over. "Fellow Daoist. Brother, you've finally come." Facing the two of them, Han Yan snapped, "Asking me for help again?" The Supremacy Dao said, "Brother, you've already helped me more than once. If you help me again, I'll never forget your kindness. If you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely agree, no matter what it is." Zhao Xianyuan sighed and lowered his head. Han Yan asked, "How can I help?" The Supremacy Tao said, "Send a message to the celestial ruler for me. Tell him that we're trapped in the boundless blood ocean and that we've discovered a great conspiracy that threatens all worlds." Han Yan said, "What benefits can I get? Where's the Tao one from last time?" The Supremacy Tao said helplessly, "The Tao one is too profound for us to comprehend for now. If we can meet face to face, I can give it to you, but I can't explain it to you now. How about this? If you help us, we'll give you a supreme treasure. It's a piece of jade that's extremely mysterious. Even our telepathic thoughts can't break through the restrictions inside. If we give it to you, you might be able to." Hearing this, Han Yan could only say, "Okay, this is the last time. Don't do it again." The Supremacy Tao smiled. "Why? We're not asking you to take risks, and you won't be affected by karma. Isn't it good to get the benefits directly? We can fight for opportunities without any scruples." Zhao Xianyuan added, "This time, it's not just us. Many human geniuses have been suppressed too. This is a serious matter." Han Yan glanced at Zhao Xianyuan and said angrily, "You're following him. Why don't you learn the good things and only learn the bad things? I think you should be my disciple and let me teach you well." Zhao Xianyuan coughed awkwardly and said, "You're so funny." He was always nervous when facing Han Yan. For some reason, he felt that Han Yan was very strong. He might even be stronger than the Supremacy Tao. The Supremacy Tao was so powerful, but it still had to rely on Han Yan to save its life. The most important thing was that the Supremacy Tao didn't know Han Yan's true identity. The Supremacy Tao had heard the celestial ruler mention it before. Anyway, the celestial ruler was very protective of Han Yan and didn't reveal anything. Han Yan's status must be very high. That's it. Give the treasure to the celestial ruler after this. Han Yan waved his hand and went offline. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yan took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted Feng Liang. He told him about the Supremacy Tao's request. Feng Liang agreed without asking where the endless blood sea was. The heaven must have a way to find it. Han Yan put down the Heavenly Tao token and released the strange deity. The strange deity jumped into his arms and rubbed against him intimately. Han Yan chuckled. "Don't be like those two guys in the future. They don't have the ability but still love to roam around." The strange deity tilted its head, as if thinking about what Han Yan was saying. Han Yan continued to cultivate. The endless blood sea. Even the seawater was blood red. At the bottom of the sea, there was a huge light barrier. Dozens of people were meditating inside. The Supremacy Tao, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, and the others were among them. Zhao Xianyuan suddenly stood up and said, "Everyone, we've already asked for help. The heaven will come to save us soon." A human prodigy asked in surprise, "Isn't divine sense unable to penetrate the barrier?" The Supremacy Tao smiled. "Don't forget, we have the chaotic physique. This physique has our domain. Don't worry. The person I asked is very reliable." Another person asked, "We're human prodigies. Will the heaven?" The Supremacy Tao interrupted, "Feng's celestial ruler is also human. The battle between humans and immortals is a battle of Providence. You're all pawns. They won't target you." These words sounded very sarcastic, but the human prodigies all heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Fan nodded. He trusted Feng Liang a lot. He asked curiously, "Who's the person you asked for help?" Zhao Xianyuan shook his head. "That person might be a senior. You won't be able to understand." Zhou Fan cursed in his mind. F***CKU. They swore that there would be great fortuitous opportunities, but they were all suppressed here. The Supremacy Tao closed its eyes. Continue cultivating. There will be a fierce battle soon. The prodigies couldn't help but look at each other. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the 9 heavens. He also checked his emails. He suddenly saw 2 emails. Your good friend the Supremacy Tao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His physical body was destroyed, and only a wisp of his soul was left. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His physical body was melted, and his soul was tortured. Mental demons were born. So tragic, Han Yan frowned. Feng Liang didn't send anyone to save them, Han Yan could only mourn for them. In any case, he had already done what he could. He couldn't waste his lifespan for these two. Zhou Fan would definitely be able to survive. On the other hand, the Supremacy Dao looked like he could get a bento box at any time. It was a pity that Han Yan hadn't seen the Supremacy Dao's domineering attitude when he grew up. As long as a prodigy like the Supremacy Dao survived, he would definitely become a mighty figure like the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He might even have a chance of attaining his Dao. Han Yan looked at his interpersonal relationships and confirmed that Zhou Fan and the Supremacy Dao were still there. Then, he stopped caring. Everyone had their own fate. If they were reckless, they would die. Han Yan focused on cursing the Dejiotian. It had been so long. He didn't know how the Dejiotian was doing. However, if the Dejiotian died, Han Yan's curse would fail. He would sense it, so the Dejiotian was still alive and well. This fellow might be even stronger than Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He wouldn't be cursed to death so easily. Most importantly, this fellow had yet to enter the celestial world. Han Yan couldn't lead him on. All living beings didn't know about the existence of the Dejiotian. A few days later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and continued to cultivate. About 57 years had passed. Han Yan finally had an opportunity to break through. He released the strange god and began to break through. Previously, the strange god had helped him break through. He didn't know if it would work this time. The process of breaking through also required time. After a full 9 years, Han Ju finally broke through. The dermic powers in Daluo's Dao fruit began to surge. Han Yan could clearly feel his body and soul transforming. This feeling was extremely wonderful. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his stats panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 66773004999999999999 race, primordial chaos and celestial cultivation, Daluo mid-stage golden immortal cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Dao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique great Dao, life and death great Dao, karma great Dao. His lifespan had increased by nearly 3 times. Looking at the long string of 9s, Han Yan felt extremely lonely. With such a long lifespan, who can step on the great Dao with me? I'll give the Dejiotian 500 billion years of lifespan later. I'll take it as a celebration for my breakthrough. 500 billion years was far from a fraction of his lifespan. Han Yan even wanted to give the Dejiotian 1 trillion years. But as soon as this thought appeared, he discarded it. He couldn't act recklessly. Once it became a habit, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the Dejiotian was only a potential danger. He couldn't harm Han Yan for the time being. 3 years later, Han Yan's cultivation base was stable. Daluo Golden Immortal Intermediate Stage, he began to improve his various Sword Dao Divine Arts and spent another year. Han Yan continued to cultivate the Tai Freedom Dharma form. As expected, the inherited memories were loosened, and a surge of divine ability memories surged into Han Yan's mind. The third demon god Dharma idol. Demon god of wind, the grand Tao of wind swept through all before it. Each demon god Dharma form represented a great path. However, Han Yan could not directly cultivate the great path through the demon god Dharma form. He could only obtain its power. 5 years later, Han Yan completely grasped the wind-shaking demon god. With the support of the 3 demon gods, Han Yan felt that he was invincible. Demon god Heavenly Dipper, Demon god Nine Yin, Demon god Windshock, Han Yan began the simulation trial. Against Celestial Ruler, instant kill. Against Li Dao Kong, instant kill. He had defeated Shui Mingyi in an instant kill against the Goblin Emperor, hit the Tendo Buddha, insta-kill. He had defeated the Master of the Divinity Palace in an instant kills all the way, too satisfying. Once the 3 demon god Dharma idols appeared, who else could it be but me? The Daluo Golden Immortals could fight for tens of thousands of rounds within a breath of time. The so-called instant kill was actually not necessarily a one-hit kill. In the Daluo realm, other than a few almighties, Han Yan could instantly kill all of them. Facing existences with unknown cultivations, Han Yan was having a hard time. Every quasi-sage had their own great abilities and supreme treasures. It was hard to kill them in a short period of time. The battle would often exceed an hour, and Han Yan was too lazy to continue. In his opinion, if he could not defeat the enemy after an hour, it was no different from losing. If he really encountered such a situation, wouldn't he be in trouble if the enemy had an accomplice? Han Yan would not allow himself to encounter such a situation. Han Ju tried to challenge Patriarch Shitian. In the end, Patriarch Shitian shouted and he died immediately. Below the sage, everyone was an ant. Han Yan did not shut himself off. He occasionally tried to use transcendent powers to keep an eye on himself. After that, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse the 9 heavens. Heaven, Imperial Garden. De Jiutian and Feng Liang were discussing the Great Tribulation in the pavilion when his expression suddenly changed. Feng Liang asked, "What's wrong?" De Jiutian said, "Nothing." He did not dare to say that he was cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. If that was the case, how could he persuade Feng Liang? A few days later, De Jiutian was in his room. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries, but the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord was getting stronger and stronger. Why did this guy's curse power become stronger again? De Jiutian frowned. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. In the past, the Dark Forbidden Lord would only curse for 5 days. This time, it was so aggressive that it had already exceeded 5 days. When he thought of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's miserable ending, he felt even more uneasy. "No, I can't sit still and wait for death." De Jiutian immediately jumped out of the 9th heaven and flew toward the 33rd heaven. Puff, De Jiutian suddenly spat out blood. This blood was formed by dermic powers, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. Not good. I have to be faster. De Jiutian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pierced through the layers of heavenly Dao restrictions at full speed. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan saw that 300 billion years of his lifespan had been deducted and couldn't help but stop. No, I can't curse blindly like this. Han Yan decided to visit De Jiutian in a dream and make him hate him. Only then would he know his exact situation. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. When the pale De Jiutian saw the black shadow in front of him, his face instantly darkened. Dark Forbidden Lord. When he saw the other party's appearance, he instantly guessed his identity. He looked around and realized that this was a dream. What kind of mystical power is this? I didn't sense it beforehand and was forcefully pulled in. De Jiutian was terrified. From the looks of it, the Dark Forbidden Lord was only stronger than him. He had to be eliminated. De Jiutian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. When Han Yan saw this line of words, he directly dispelled the dream. In a huge palace, De Jiutian suddenly woke up. A figure sat in front of him. His entire body was shining with a strong light, and his true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. What happened just now? Why were you in a daze? The figure asked. De Jiutian replied, "The Dark Forbidden Lord visited me in a dream." Wait, the sage didn't notice this just now. The reason why the Dark Forbidden Lord directly dispelled the dream was because he sensed that there was a sage beside him. In an instant, De Jiutian's heart trembled. What kind of terrifying existence did he provoke? Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a sage? The reason why he didn't dare to appear was not because he was afraid of causing endless trouble, but because it would damage the dignity of a sage. The more De Jiutian thought about it, the more flustered he became. A dream? The figure began to calculate with his fingers. The dream just now was too short, and the two of them didn't communicate before, so the figure didn't catch Han Yan's mystical power. If he tried to calculate now, he wouldn't be able to calculate anything. He didn't suspect that De Jiutian was lying. This could only mean one thing. The Dark Forbidden Lord was very strong. Which saint is behind this? The glowing figure muttered to himself. When De Jiutian heard this, his soul almost dissipated. He really was a sage. Thinking of the terrifying scene of the Dark Forbidden Lord being cursed, De Jiutian completely panicked. After removing the dream, Han Yan continued to curse the 9 heavens. As it had just ended not long ago, the curse continued to decrease his lifespan. 100 billion years of lifespan, 200 billion years of lifespan, 500 billion years had already been consumed, but the 9 heavens were still fine. Han Yan didn't believe it and continued to curse. After consuming another 50 billion years of lifespan, Han Yen saw an email. Your enemy, the Nine Heavens, has developed mental demons because of your curse. Fortunately, the saint used the Tao voice to protect his mind. Saint, Han Yen immediately put down the Book of Misfortune. No wonder the curse didn't cause any problems. This fellow was actually hiding beside the saint. Very good. I want to see if you can hide for the rest of your life. Han Yen thought silently, but his heart was bleeding. 500 billion years. How many times could he calculate the heavenly secrets? Very good, Han Yen thought silently. I want to know which saint is protecting the Nine Heavens. He didn't dare to curse the saint directly, but if he met the saint in the future, he would definitely stay far away and not be deceived by him. The saint spoke without emotion, making it difficult for people to guess their emotions. It was easy to scare people. 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, Heavenly Venerable of the South Pole, Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao Saint, Sect Master of Chan School, Immeasurable Emperor. The Sect Master of Chan School, Han Yen was not surprised. After all, the Nine Heavens were from Chan School. Chan School had always been very mysterious. They were located in Kunlun and did not participate in the disputes. Occasionally, they could organize grand events and stir up the celestial world. Such a force was not easy to measure. At least, it was stronger than Jiejiao. Previously, Jiejiao had invaded heaven and suffered a crushing defeat. The two could not be compared. Han Yen stood up, stretched, and walked out of the cave abode. He had just broken through, so he naturally had to reward the people around him. Han Yen decided to preach the Tao for 10 years. Golden Immortal Daluo preaching the Tao was very rare even in the celestial world. Heaven, Imperial Garden. Fang Liang and the Divine General sat opposite each other. Xianxia was cultivating his mystical abilities not far away. The Divine General glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Where's the supremacy of Chan School? He hasn't appeared recently. Could it be that he's regretting it?" Fang Liang said, "I don't know what he's doing. We can't completely trust the demon sect. I've received information that the Endless Blood Sea is hiding a powerful demon. I'm worried that the human race and the heaven will fight to the end, and the demon will reap the benefits. What does your Majesty want me to do? Call the heavenly divine generals to lead 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to support the 3 great emperors. Then heaven, don't worry, the 2 from Ren School are here." "All right." Fang Liang nodded and motioned for the godly general to leave. The great god general immediately disappeared from his original position. Fang Liang looked at Xianxia and said, "Zhou Fan, do you still remember that this kid is trapped in the Endless Blood Sea?" "He is a traitor," Xianxia said indifferently. "Why should I remember him?" Fang Liang shook his head and laughed. "I can't say that he's a traitor. If heaven loses, you can join him. I've already agreed with him." Hearing that, Xianxia stopped and turned to look at Fang Liang. He frowned and asked, "Heaven is so powerful. How can it lose?" "Heaven is indeed powerful, but it's not an iron plate. I don't have sole authority. Do you understand?" "That's true. When the cornerstones of the tall buildings are all scattered, won't the tall buildings collapse? The people living at the top of the tall buildings will fall even more miserably." Fang Liang looked melancholic. He no longer had his previous domineering aura. He felt that he, the celestial ruler, was definitely the weakest celestial ruler in history. It was not that his aptitude was not good, but that he had ascended too early and was facing the immeasurable calamity. If he was given time, he was confident that he could become the strongest celestial ruler. Xianxia said, "If you really can't do it, go back and find your grandmaster. He will definitely have a way to protect you." Fang Liang smiled. "I know, but I want to fight. I don't want to be homeless. We know the pain we have suffered. Don't you want to stand at the top of the world?" Unknowingly, he no longer called himself I, but I. It was as if he had returned to the old Fang Liang. Xianxia clenched his fists and scolded, "Of course I want to. If we were lucky and given 1,000,000 years, we would be invincible." To be honest, except for Han Yen, Xianxia looked down on everyone else, including Fang Liang. He felt that he was not as good as him, he should be the strongest existence. Unfortunately, he encountered the immeasurable calamity. Let's wait and see. If the two of us can succeed, we will be the chess players in the next immeasurable calamity. Fang Liang said in high spirits. His eyes were burning as if he saw his grand plan being realized. Xianxia smiled like a spring breeze. It was rare that he was not so overbearing. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. On this day, Han Yan had just finished cursing the 9 heavens. He walked out of the cave abode and arrived in front of the Fusang tree. Recently, he had sensed that the speed at which the Fusang tree produced connate energy was getting faster and faster. Something was wrong. How do you feel? Han Yan asked. The others opened their eyes and looked at him. They didn't sense Han Yan walking out of the cave abode and couldn't help but be surprised. The Fusang tree replied, I don't know why, but my entire body has been warm recently, as if it's about to break open. It didn't sound pained, just puzzled. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. After this Fusang tree matured, it could connect to the myriad worlds. Could it be that it was about to succeed? Didn't it take 1,000,000 years? Could it be that during the 1,000,000 years in the mortal world, the spiritual energy on Hidden Sect Island doubled and accelerated the growth of the Fusang tree? Han Yan used the evolution function to speculate. 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Fusang tree is about to mature. The space-time rules are brewing. Han Yan's eyes lit up. He was very curious about which worlds the Fusang tree would connect to. Han Yan said, You're about to mature. At that time, you will connect to other worlds. You have to control yourself a little. Don't open the space-time door rashly. The Fusang tree shook its branches and said, Am I that powerful? The others gathered around. Chu Shiren touched his chin and said, The Fusang tree needs 1,000,000 years to grow, but the spiritual energy on the island is denser than that of the celestial world's holy land. It can indeed speed up its growth. Morongqi asked curiously, Is it connected to other mortal worlds? Chu Shiren shook his head and said, Not necessarily. It might be an unknown world. Other than the myriad worlds below the celestial world, there are actually countless mysterious and unknown worlds hidden, just like the origin deity realm and ancient desolate world that mighty figures often mention. Everyone began to talk at once. Han Yan was worried that it would attract a mighty figure and asked in his heart, I want to know if there will be an existence stronger than me in the world that the Fusang tree is about to connect to? 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan's eyelids twitched. Hammer, wasn't that sending the enemy to his door? As long as it was stronger than Han Yan, it could be an enemy and threaten his safety. Han Yan had to be on guard. Han Yan asked, Can you control the power in your body? The Fusang tree replied, No. When Han Yan heard that, he immediately transferred Lu Bu and Ma Chao over to guard in front of the Fusang tree. Seeing that Han Yan had called Lu Bu and Ma Chao over, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. It was rare to see Han Yan in such a state. Could it be that the Fusang tree was connected to another world? Everyone was on high alert. Li Yao asked, Leader, is it dangerous? Should we cut down the tree? Hearing this, the Fusang tree shook crazily. No. No. It cried out in fear. It felt that Li Yao was so scary that he wanted to cut it down. Han Yan was deep in thought. Heiyuji glared at Li Yao and scolded, If we cut it down, where will we live? Golden Croada and Shower nodded. Their nest was still on the Fusang tree. They couldn't cut it down. More and more disciples gathered. Han Yan asked in his heart, How long until the Fusang tree connects to another world? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, 3,890 days, can it be accurate to a day? Han Yan let out a sigh of relief. He left Lu Bu and Ma Chao on the Fusang tree and returned to his cave residence. Wu Daojian suddenly followed. After the two entered the cave residence, Han Yan asked, What's the matter? Wu Daojian followed behind and laughed, Master, shouldn't you give me some advice? I feel that I'm just one step away from the Emperor realm. After learning the Heavenly Sword principle, Wu Daojian's cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. She was already very talented and was very close to the Emperor realm. Han Yan sat on the 36th rank reincarnation Black Lotus of world destruction and looked at Wu Daojian. Your heavenly sword principle is very strong, but it's not strong enough. If you become the strongest person below the Emperor realm in the Centennial Tournament, I'll help you achieve the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Wu Daojian's expression changed slightly, but she didn't refute. Instead, she promised, okay. I'll definitely do it. Han Yan waved his hand and motioned for her to leave. Wu Daojian stood up and looked at Han Yan. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she still left. Han Yan touched his face and murmured, I almost forgot that my skin is peerless. This grass has grown up and actually has improper thoughts about me. It seems that my Tao of charm has increased. Han Yan smiled and continued to cultivate. 10 years later, Han Yan could no longer sit still. He felt that the Fusang tree could connect to other worlds at any time, so Han Yan couldn't cultivate in peace. Since it wasn't time yet, he would curse the 9 heavens. It's been so many years. Is this guy still by the saints' side? Didn't the saints find it annoying? Han Yan slowly cursed. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. Because he did not inject much magic power, the strength of the curse was average, so the rate at which his lifespan decreased was also slow. Finally, as the Fusang tree matured, Han Yan hurriedly put down the Book of Misfortune and teleported to the Fusang tree. The disciples of the secret order raised their heads and looked over. All of them were very nervous. Han Yan had transferred Lu Bu and Ma Chao over previously. It was obvious that he was prepared. Han Yan's gaze landed on a branch of the Fusang tree. This branch was located in the middle of the Fusang tree. It was connected to a dazzling silver vortex. It's there. Han Yan immediately brought the 2 guards to the silver vortex. He probed it with his divine will. After passing through a long space-time tunnel, his divine will broke through a cloud and saw a vast world. This world was in absolute darkness. It was like the sun, emitting endless light. Han Yan sensed many powerful auras and quickly retracted his divine will in fear. Han Yan asked, can you close this world? The Fusang tree replied, no. Li Yao couldn't help but say, cut it down. The others agreed. Of course, most of them were joking. The Fusang tree trembled in fear and shook off many leaves. Han Yan asked in his heart, can the dojo cover this entrance? The dojo could block the prying of heavenly Tao. If it could cover this entrance, then how could the living beings on the other side possibly discover it? Yes, when Han Yan saw a word jump out in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But he was still worried. He looked at Ma Chao and said, from today onwards, you'll guard here. Don't let anyone in, and don't let anyone in. Ma Chao immediately received the order. Lu Bu was called back by Han Yan and continued to guard the beach of Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan started to instruct the others not to probe their divine will into the space-time vortex normally. There are many powerhouses hidden in that world. There are even my enemies. Once they discover us, we'll all die, Han Yan said in a serious manner. Everyone guaranteed one after another. Chu Shiren muttered to himself, could it be the origin deity realm? Heyu Ji shouted, Master, Chu Shiren might act recklessly. Lock him up. Swoosh, everyone looked at Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren's expression changed drastically as he waved his hand and said, I'm just guessing. How can I act recklessly? Han Yan looked at him suspiciously. This guy wouldn't be very interested in the origin deity realm, right? Feeling Han Yan's gaze, Chu Shiren's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. He hurriedly said, Grandmaster, don't listen to Stinky Chicken's nonsense. I don't want to go out. Really? If you don't believe, let Ma Chao keep an eye on me. Han Yan nodded his head, then turned around and left. Chu Shiren heaved a sigh in relief and looked at Heyu Ji fiercely. Heyu Ji hid behind Heyu Devil and said smugly, who asked you to always like to interrupt, making it seem like you know the most? Chu Shiren said angrily, you haven't gone out before either. Isn't it good that I let you gain some knowledge? The others hooted one after another, feeling that Heyu Ji was too deserving of a beating. One had to admit, Han Yan's gaze just now was too intimidating. Even Xianxia thought that Han Yan wanted to suppress Chu Shiren, just in case. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yen sat in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He asked curiously in his heart, which world is the Fusang tree connected to? 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, a mere 100 million years is really affordable. Major Kiliacosm, the heavenly Tao world was established by the Saint of Ren school. Due to the storm of the calamity, it was separated by the saint and hidden in the dark forbidden zone. Its providence is strong and it is far away from the heavenly Tao calamity. It was not the origin deity realm, but the major Kiliacosm created by the Saint of Ren school. Han Yen was puzzled. Since Ren school had its own world, why did they have to fight for providence in the immortal world? Could it be that the immortal world has some kind of restriction on the heavenly Tao saints? Thinking about it carefully, Patriarch Shi Tian, Di Jun, and other transcendental existences did not seem to be interested in the immortal world and the heavenly Tao. Han Yen secretly rejoiced that he did not agree to Nuwa's request. This might be a trap, of course, to most living beings. Wanting to become a heavenly Tao saint was a luxury. It was all a fantasy. Han Yen was still confident in himself. Given time, he would surpass the heavenly Tao saint sooner or later. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Li Mui was the current sect master of Ren school, but he was not a heavenly Tao saint. Why did he appear in my dream? Could it be because Han Yen had sent his spiritual will into the major Kiliacosm? Han Yen pretended not to see it. An hour later. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Ignored, the next morning. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Han Yen was speechless. Don't these saints care about their reputation? They're so persistent. Li Mui appeared in Han Yan's dreams dozens of times before giving up in the end. Li Mui's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 2 stars. What a willful saint. Han Yen cursed in his heart, but he did not take it to heart. 2 stars of hatred was still considered a bad impression and annoyance. It did not reach the level of killing intent. Han Yen made up his mind that he could not easily establish a relationship with a saint. It was too dangerous. He would wait until he attained Tao. Time continued to pass. Year after year. After the first space-time whirlpool grew, the Fusang tree's cultivation speed became faster and faster. It also produced more and more Kanate Qi, benefiting the entire Tao field. In a short time, the Fusang tree would not grow a second space-time whirlpool, but according to the system's introduction, it would connect to the myriad worlds sooner or later. At that time, Han Yen could use the Fusang tree as a hub to cross the myriad worlds and even establish a sacred land that surpassed the myriad worlds, just like the Tao field of the saint in the 33 layers of heaven. This was a very long plan. Before attaining Tao, Han Yen could not establish a sacred land. It would cause countless troubles. Other than the Fusang tree, a third ball of demon god Qi had appeared in Han Yan's body. Like the previous 2, it was still in the process of being nurtured. Who knew how many years it would take to nurture a chaos demon god? This was definitely a long wait. Who knew, it might even be the next immeasurable calamity. Han Yen once again entered his cultivation schedule. Every day, he absorbed the karma of the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. 100 years passed like a dream. Not long ago, Wu Daojian stepped into the Emperor realm after obtaining Han Yan's inheritance. It could not be helped. Below the Emperor realm were He Yuji, Sun Chang'an, and the others. It was normal that she could not defeat Wu Daojian. Han Yan was equivalent to opening a back door for her. After stepping into the Emperor realm, Wu Daojian could be said to be in high spirits. Chu Shiren was stimulated and began to cultivate desperately to break through to the Emperor realm. In these 100 years, the war between the human race and heaven became more and more tragic. Looking at the male, there were heavy injuries and attacks everywhere. Who knew how long these 2 forces would fight for? Fang Liang's cultivation level had been rising steadily. He was now a rank 5 immortal emperor. It was an absolute cheat. Perhaps this was the benefit of the War of Providence. No wonder so many living beings went crazy over it. On this day, Han Yen suppressed the strange god spirit within the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the 9 heavens. 100 years had passed, the saints of the greater 9 heavens should have already left, right? Do some calculations, 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, if he left, he would have to invest 500 billion years of his lifespan. 2 billion was nothing to him, the saint is still beside him. Bastard, was he going to hide there for the rest of his life? Han Yen silently cursed the great 9 heavens for being shameless. Within the boundless palace, De Jiutian, who was meditating, couldn't help but frown and grit his teeth. The dark forbidden lord is never done. Wasn't he tired? Where did he go to capture so many living beings? Could it be that they were raised in captivity? De Jiutian cursed in his heart. He was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would never have provoked the dark forbidden lord. Which saint was it? Don't you feel that this kind of behavior is degrading? De Jiutian's heart was filled with resentment. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable asked, "Is the dark forbidden lord cursing you again?" De Jiutian sighed and said, "That's right. I don't know what to do either." The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said faintly, "Among the saints, only the one from the Western Buddhist sect is so stingy." De Jiutian widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "But I didn't target the Buddhist sect." Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had challenged the Buddhist sect before, he had informed the Buddhist sect's saints beforehand. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said calmly, "Perhaps he just had to agree because of his feelings. A long time ago, the saints had a bet. Chan School won and obtained a chance to win Great Providence for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. For some reason, the saints seemed to have changed their minds. The Fushi Tian even personally entered. It's strange." De Jiutian didn't reply. He didn't dare to express his opinion on matters between saints. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable waved his right hand, and a ray of light appeared in front of him, condensing into an old figure. "Daozu, how difficult has this tribulation become?" The South Pole Heavenly Venerable asked. De Jiutian hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, not daring to look at Daozu. Daozu replied, "The saints have entered the tribulation. The heavenly Tao is in danger." The South Pole Heavenly Venerable frowned. He immediately waved his hand, and Daozu's illusion disappeared. De Jiutian raised his head and asked carefully, "Is Daozu?" The South Pole Heavenly Venerable replied, "This is Daozu's Dharma idol. It can guide the saints, but it can only ask about the general situation. It can't determine the fate of the saints and all living beings." De Jiutian was enlightened. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said, "From today onwards, you will stay in the Tao field. I will arrange for others to enter the tribulation." De Jiutian felt relieved and hurriedly thanked him. He indeed didn't dare to enter the tribulation again. The dark forbidden lord was still staring at him. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable stood up and said, "I have to find the one from the Western Buddhist sect." De Jiutian asked nervously, "When will you be back?" The South Pole Heavenly Venerable glanced at him and said, "When meeting the saints, you have to greet them with your true body. In the Tao field, the dark forbidden lord won't dare to kill you. As for the curse, the Tao field will help you isolate it. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." De Jiutian could only nod. Inside the congenital cave, 5 days had passed since the curse. Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He looked worried. If De Jiutian kept hiding in the South Pole Heavenly Venerable's Tao field, wouldn't he never be able to kill him? No. His hatred points were already very high. Moreover, this fellow would harm the celestial ruler. He had to die. Should I calculate again? What if he just happens to leave? Han Yan thought so. Even if it was just once, no, he could only put it aside for now. Thus, Han Yan spent another 2 billion years of his lifespan. The saint is not beside him. Han Ju's eyes suddenly widened as they lit up. "My chance is here, I'll kill you right now." Han Yan immediately cursed with all his might. The speed at which his lifespan decreased suddenly increased. De Jiutian, who was far away in the saint's Tao field, was shocked. Not good, this fellow is definitely a saint. The moment the South Pole Heavenly Venerable left, he started cursing him. If he wasn't a saint, what was he? De Jiutian hurriedly circulated his energy to resist. A strong wind blew in the Dao field. Countless waves surged into De Jiutian's body, turning into a mysterious force to help him resist the power of the curse. However, the power of the curse this time was more ferocious than ever before. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to kill him. Oh no, De Jiutian shouted, Master! Save me! Although the South Pole Heavenly Venerable had left, he believed that the South Pole Heavenly Venerable would be able to hear him as long as he called. I'm surrounded by the saints and can't help you for the time being. Do your best. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable's voice sounded, his tone filled with anger. De Jiutian's face instantly turned pale. No wonder the South Pole Heavenly Venerable had left for so many days. It was all a scheme. The saint deliberately lured the South Pole Heavenly Venerable out to kill him. Why, this didn't make sense. 200 billion years, 300 billion years, 400 billion years, 500 billion years, Han Yan's eyes were red. This time, he was determined to kill the Greater Nine Heavens. Because of the Greater Nine Heavens, the celestial ruler was possessed by a strange god. Now, he was neither a god nor a ghost. It was also this fellow who helped Jade Emperor Zhou Yan win the Providence and slaughter all living beings. If Han Yan had not changed the tribulation, the people around him might have died in the hands of the Greater Nine Heavens. He had to die. Han Yan did not have many direct enemies, but as long as the lives of him and the people around him were threatened, he would not let them go. This time, he wanted to break the limit of his curse. 600 billion years, your enemy, the Greater Nine Heavens, has a mental demon because of your curse. The Greater Nine Heavens' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars, 700 billion years. Han Yan finally felt a little dizzy, but it was nothing. Your enemy, the Greater Nine Heavens, has a mental demon because of your curse. Daluo's Dao fruit has shattered, 800 billion years, are you going to die? Han Yan was about to go crazy. Why was this guy so hard? How much lifespan did it take to curse Daluo? Could it be that this guy was the number one quasi-sage? 900 billion years, your enemy, the Greater Nine Heavens, has a mental demon because of your curse. His Dao heart has collapsed and he has died. His body and Dao have disappeared. Han Yan immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even a golden immortal Daluo was sweating. If word got out, he would be a laughingstock. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. The Greater Nine Heavens profile picture had disappeared. He was really dead. He put down the Book of Misfortune and let out a long breath. 900 billion years. Although Han Yan's heart ached, he felt that it was worth it. If this potential enemy was not killed, there would be great trouble in the future. Han Yan did not want powerful enemies to appear in front of him. He wanted to kill them before they appeared. An enemy that could appear in front of him must be someone he could kill instantly, otherwise, it would be unstable. The Greater Nine Heavens is dead. The calamity will definitely change in the future, but I don't need to calculate it. I'm far away from the calamity now. I can wait until the world changes. Han Yan thought silently. He had been constantly changing the tribulation, so the outcome of the tribulation would always change. Unless he stopped, the future would continue to change. What Han Yan needed to do was to wait for a future that he was satisfied with to appear. However, it was obvious that there was a saint pushing the tribulation. Previously, there had been a future that he was satisfied with, but it still changed. Now, Han Yan no longer hoped to foresee the future. He only hoped to eliminate potential enemies through foresight. With De Jiutian dead, Han Yan did not know who to curse for a moment. Hao Tian was originally on his cursed list, but ever since Hao Tian and Long Hao fused, he could no longer curse him. Anyway, Hao Tian did not have any hatred towards Han Yan, so he was no longer a threat to the celestial ruler. Forget it. It's good that there's no curse. I can cultivate in peace. Han Yan thought silently. De Jiutian's death didn't cause any commotion because he was a nobody in the immortal world. A quasi-saint had silently fallen without anyone knowing. It was sad and lamentable. With no enemies to curse, Han Yan focused on cultivating. 23 years later. There was a response in the chaotic domain. Someone was calling out to Han Yan. Han Ju realized that he had jumped into the chaotic domain, and the strange deity followed. Han Yan discovered that there was one more person in the chaotic domain. Apart from the Supremacy Dao and Zhao Xianyuan, there was another person. This person was somewhat familiar. Wait, Han Yan hurriedly checked the email. Your good friend Zhou Fan has absorbed the origin of the endless sea of blood. His body has transformed and he has obtained the chaotic physique. How is this possible? Even if you're a saint, you can't cheat like this, right? Why didn't the heavenly Dao send down a bolt of lightning to strike him? Han Yan cursed in his heart. The three from the Supremacy Dao hurriedly came over. He took the lead and said, "This is the strongest prodigy who often saves us." What a strong prodigy! Han Yan did not dare to accept this title. There must be a trap. He did not acknowledge Zhou Fan. The four of them could only see each other's figures and could not see each other's true appearances. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, Zhou Fan naturally could not recognize Han Yan. After all, Han Yan's Dharma treasures had changed. Coupled with his clothes, his figure looked very different from before. "Greetings, Senior," Zhou Fan said respectfully. His tone was a little excited. This was the supreme domain, under the heavenly Dao, only the four of them had the chaotic physique. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the four most talented people. How could Zhou Fan not be excited to be in such a circle? Han Yan nodded slightly and asked in an indifferent voice, "Did something happen again?" Zhao Xianyuan lowered his head awkwardly. Han Yan's heart skipped a beat. "That's true. Aren't you afraid of death?" The Supremacy Dao faked a cough and said, "After the endless blood sea, we followed the traces of the demon race and found the primordial demon ancestors' creation of heaven and earth. After the calamity failed, the primordial demon ancestor did not die. Instead, he learned from the giant god Pangu and created heaven and earth." "We were trapped by a formation," Han Yan interrupted. "What about the supreme treasure fragment you mentioned last time?" "I've already given it to celestial ruler Feng. You can take it at any time." "What about this time?" "We found a lotus seat. It's one of the supreme treasures of the heavenly Dao. We can give it to you." "So generous? Could it be that you can't use it?" "I'm sorry. We can't use it, but we can't give it to the primordial demon ancestor. Otherwise, the all heavens will be in trouble." "Haha, you're quite righteous," Han Yan secretly complained, then said, "All right, I'll help you pass the message to celestial ruler Feng." "Thank you." The Supremacy Dao thanked him. Han Yan went offline. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "Who is the senior?" For some reason, Han Yan gave him a sense of familiarity. The Supremacy Dao said calmly, "I'm not sure either." The former celestial ruler hid him very well, and the new celestial ruler Feng is also very respectful of him. He must be a peerless powerhouse with supreme magic power and the chaotic physique. Back then, I looked down on him a little. I didn't expect him to save me so many times. How ironic. Zhou Fan heard this and became even more curious about Han Yan. Zhao Xianyuan said, "Brother, what do you think if I join this senior sect after I return?" The Supremacy Dao glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Xianyuan smiled bitterly. "I'm a little powerless. You guys are too." The Supremacy Dao was audacious, and Zhou Fan was a complete lunatic. Zhao Xianyuan felt that he was different from them. He was so talented and had a great background of the human race. There was no need for him to risk his life. However, he was very interested in Han Yan. He had a feeling that joining Han Yan's sect would be the greatest opportunity. "Do whatever you want after this is over." The Supremacy Dao snorted, quite dissatisfied. Han Yan took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Feng Liang. Feng Liang was shocked when he heard this. Are they crazy? They actually provoked the primordial demon lord. No immortal in heaven has the ability to save them. So they can't be saved? Yes, it's okay. Let them die. Han Ju shook his head. This was called asking for too much. However, with Zhou Fan here, these three probably wouldn't die. Feng Liang said, "The Supremacy Dao has brought you the treasure. Do you want to come and take it? I'll invite you with the invocation technique. Don't worry, it won't delay you." Upon hearing Feng Liang's words, Han Yan did not immediately agree. He asked cautiously in his heart, "Will my life be in danger if I go to Feng Liang's place now?" There would definitely be danger, as long as it did not involve his life. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yan immediately replied, okay. Feng Liang began to use his mystical abilities. Soon, a black vortex appeared in front of Han Yan, and he stepped into it. Immortal World, Heaven, Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Feng Liang stood up and looked at the black vortex floating in the hall. He could not help but feel nervous. After not seeing Han Yan for many years, Han Yan's image in his heart became more and more mysterious. A figure stepped out of the black vortex. He was wearing a heavenly constitutional Great Dao robe, a golden seal domain blood belt around his waist, and a pair of constitutional Dao secret boots. His body was wrapped in heavenly envious cloud silk, and his expression was imposing. Who else could it be if not Han Yan? Even Feng Liang, who was already the celestial ruler, could not help but be stunned when he saw Han Yan. As expected of his grandmaster. Even though his soul had passed through the primordial era, Feng Liang had never seen a man more handsome than Han Yan. It was no exaggeration to say that under the heavenly Dao, even the most beautiful woman could not compare to Han Yan. When Han Yan landed, Feng Liang hurriedly bowed. Where's the item? Han Yan asked directly. He was expressionless, but he was a little nervous. He directly tested the strongest person nearby. Li Daokong, late-stage golden immortal Daluo, eldest disciple of Ren School. This fellow has reached the late-stage golden immortal Daluo realm, that's too fast. Han Yan was secretly shocked. At the same time, he copied Li Daokong's cultivation level so that he could be his opponent in the simulation trial later. Feng Liang raised his hand, and a white jade fragment appeared in his hand. Han Yan took the treasure and put it in his sleeve. Then, he turned around and walked towards the black vortex. Grandmaster, aren't you going to sit for a while? Feng Liang hurriedly called out. This was too fast, Han Yan said, what's the matter? Feng Liang said helplessly, this is heaven, and I'm the celestial ruler. How can there be danger here? If there's danger here, wouldn't heaven be destroyed? I just want to have a chat with Grandmaster. Han Yan looked at his tired face and agreed. An hour at most. No problem. Feng Liang was pleasantly surprised. He quickly took out a throne and placed it beside the celestial ruler's seat. The two of them sat down, and Feng Liang began to talk about the development of heaven over the years. Heaven had always been fighting with the human race. At the same time, it recruited immortals overseas. After so many years, the number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals did not decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. There were countless living beings in the immortal world. As the cataclysm went on, more and more living beings could no longer protect themselves and were forced to enter the cataclysm. Feng Liang said, now the entire immortal world is full of negative karma. I don't know how long it will last. The real cataclysm is coming. Han Yan asked, if heaven loses, will you? Feng Liang shook his head, perhaps, but heaven will not lose. Because there are more powerful beings supporting heaven. The defeat of the human race is already inevitable. Even if heaven wins, I may not be able to hold the position of celestial ruler. Feng Liang knew very well that his position as the celestial ruler was only a temporary shield. Han Yan was silent. He could not give an opinion on Feng Liang's choice. He could not go into the cataclysm for Feng Liang. At this moment, Han Yan felt two powerful auras approaching. He immediately got up and said, someone's coming. I'll leave first. Han Yan immediately walked towards the black vortex in midair. A terrifying gust of wind blew. Where do you think you're going? It was Li Xuanao's voice. Han Yan quickened his pace and stepped into the black vortex. In the blink of an eye, Li Xianxia suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed at him. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. This guy only has 6 profound divine essence. How can he be so fast? Ren School's mystical power. Han Yan raised his hand and used the great carefree heaven imprisoning palm. Li Xuanao's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously raised his sword to block. Wait, we mean no harm. Li Daokong's voice sounded. Han Yan instantly understood his entire sentence. Han Yan stopped. The great carefree heaven-imprisoning palm stopped in front of Li Xuanao. The terrifying pressure blew Li Xuanao's hair into a mess. He looked dazed. So powerful, Han Yan narrowed his eyes. Li Daokong turned into a shadow and flew into the hall. Fang Liang was stunned. He knew that Han Yan was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that Li Xuanao was so panicked. Li Daokong stopped and kept a distance from Han Yan. He looked at him with shining eyes and said, "You're already a Daluo Golden Immortal. Did you receive guidance from a saint?" He still remembered Han Yan. Other than Han Yan, he didn't want to accept a second person as his disciple. Han Yan smiled and said, "Senior Li, long time no see." He didn't answer Li Daokong's question. If he said no, he would be suspected. If he said yes, he would have to ask which saint it was. There would be endless trouble. Han Yan said, "You guys continue talking. I'll go back first." "Wait, we're not enemies. What are you afraid of?" Li Daokong stopped Han Yan. Han Yan said, "I haven't been out for many years. I'm afraid of strangers." Li Xuanao stared at Han Yan as if he wanted to eat him. Fortunately, he didn't increase his hatred for Han Yan. Otherwise, Han Yan would definitely teach him a lesson when he returned. Li Daokong smiled and said, "Join our Ren school. You don't have to be my disciple. We'll be brothers. My master is very interested in you." "Li Mui, that narrow-minded person," Han Yan said, "we'll talk about it after the calamity. It's too dangerous now. I don't dare to have any interaction with any of you." Li Xuanao couldn't help but say, "The calamity won't affect the foundation of our Ren school. We're a saint sect. It's your opportunity to join us." Han Yan glanced at him and asked, "How have you guys been all these years?" Li Xuanao snorted and said, "How could it not be good?" He felt bitter. Actually, it wasn't good. It was torturous. Han Yan looked at Li Daokong and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Li, goodbye." With that, he suddenly entered the black vortex. Li Daokong's eyes flashed and he rushed into the black vortex. A sword chi suddenly swept out and directly sent Li Daokong flying. The sword chi rushed out of the Lingxiao palace and cut the sea of clouds in the sky into two. The black vortex also shrank. Li Daokong landed in the palace and was slightly moved. Fang Liang's eyes widened. Li Xuanao turned around and asked, "Senior brother, you can't catch up with him?" Li Daokong didn't answer. His right hand was trembling slightly. What a domineering sword chi. This kid has already caught up with me. Li Daokong was careless just now. However, Han Yan could defeat him with one sword. That was very impressive. Fang Liang noticed Li Daokong's right hand and his heart was in turmoil. How strong is Grandmaster, inside the congenital cave? After the black vortex shrank, Han Yan spent 100 million years of his lifespan to ask if anyone had followed him to discover the hidden sect island. The answer was no. Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Why did his favorability increase? Han Yan was surprised. He thought that Li Daokong was a person with strong self-esteem. Once he lost face, he would frantically try to get it back. After adjusting his state of mind, Han Yan began the simulation trial. His target was naturally Li Daokong. The Li Daokong in the simulation trial was the Li Daokong in front of the Taiji Palace. He was far less powerful than he was now. After half an hour, Han Yan opened his eyes. He exclaimed, "Li Daokong, I'm willing to call you the #1 Daluo." This guy was really strong. In addition to his terrifying swordsmanship, he also had the protection of a supreme treasure. If Han Yan didn't have 3 demon god Dharma Laksana, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. Not only was Li Daokong difficult to fight, but he could also injure Han Yan during the battle. This was different from his previous battles. The current Han Yan couldn't find a match below the quasi-sage level. Even a quasi-sage would be able to put up a fight against him. In the end, a quasi-sage wasn't a sage. It was just a word with a difference between heaven and earth. Han Yan continued the simulation trial. He wanted to find a way to kill Li Daokong instantly. Different fighting styles naturally required different amounts of time. Everyone had flaws, regardless of their cultivation level. A few days later, Han Yan still couldn't find a way to kill Li Daokong instantly. It would take him at least 3 minutes. Han Yan was full of fighting spirit. His goal was to kill Li Daokong instantly. The speed at which Li Daokong became stronger was visible to the naked eye. While Hanju was becoming stronger, he was also becoming stronger. It could even be said that he was becoming stronger rapidly. Han Yan stopped the simulation trial. Instead, he took out the jade slip that Feng Liang gave him. Could it be Daozu's creation jade disc fragment? Han Yan thought expectantly. This was the Supremacy Dao's gift in return for asking for help from the Supremacy Dao. He probed the jade slip with his divine consciousness and felt a powerful restriction blocking him. He tried his best but still couldn't break through. No wonder the Supremacy Dao was given to him. It turned out that he couldn't use it. Han Yan had to use the evolution function to calculate. Need to deduct 3 billion years of lifespan, continue? 3 billion years, this caught up to the value of a heavenly Dao saint, impressive. Must calculate, the words in front of Han Yan's eyes changed, and an introduction appeared. Ruins of End Divine Jade, an incomplete Great Dao Cardinal Treasure. It is said that the Ruins of End God Realm is evolved from the Great Dao. In order to control the Ruins of End God Realm, the Dao ancestor used the Heavenly Dao to suppress the Great Dao. This Great Dao transformed into 7 pieces of Ruins of End Divine Jade. If one obtains one can freely travel through the Ruins of End God Realm without being affected by the restrictions of Khanate restrictions. N was of God, of it was of it currently. Hanju was a little disappointed and could only put down the Omega Divine Jade. Regarding Origin Deity Realm, he had heard many times before, but his interest was not great. To put it bluntly, it was another immortal realm. And if Hanju cultivated to the Saint Realm and became invincible in the immortal world, he would definitely stay in the immortal world and not go to the stronger void returning deity realm. It was not easy to cultivate to the max level in a map. Before enjoying it, he went to a higher level map. Wasn't that looking for abuse? In the past, every time Han Yan watched fantasy, he would keep jumping to the map, making him mentally tired. How could there be so many forced circumstances in life? 'Cause less trouble and stop when you want to. Han Yan cultivated while letting his imagination run wild. When he was old, it was always easy to recall some trivial things from his previous life. Perhaps it was because he did not have much experience in this life, it was dull and boring. It was not as exciting as a mortal's life. But he did not regret it. He was even very glad that he took every step. Nothing was more important than living, numinous heaven palace. Immortals and gods gathered, the atmosphere solemn. Feng Liang sat expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the hall. The heavenly god general broke the silence and said, Fushi Tian's Dharma idol is quasi-sage. If you want to deal with him, you must ask the saints for help, or ask the deputy sect masters of the various sects to take action. The immortals and gods spoke one after another. Fushi Tian is a saint in vain, to actually take action personally. Damn it, he's the Dharma idol of a saint. Ordinary quasi-sages are not his match. It's indeed too much. Doesn't heaven have the support of the saints? If you want to get rid of the human race, you have to suppress the Fushi Tian. Hearing the immortal's words, Feng Liang did not reply. He looked at Li Daokong. Li Daokong said calmly, Junior brother, go to Ren's school and ask the seniors to help. Li Xuanao frowned and was displeased, but he still turned around and left obediently. Li Daokong always ordered him around in public. He did not give him any face. Why don't you invite him? After Li Xuanao left, the immortals relaxed. Since Ren's school had taken action, they did not have to send themselves to their deaths. The front line is not to attack anymore. Wait for the mighty figures of Ren's school to arrive. Feng Liang said and waved his sleeve. The immortals bowed and retreated. Soon, only Feng Liang and Li Daokong were left in the hall. Feng Liang looked at Li Daokong with a puzzled expression. Li Daokong asked, Where is your grandmaster? How did you invite him? Feng Liang remained silent. Li Daokong continued, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to spar with him. I have a good impression of him. To be honest, it's rare for me to be so interested in someone. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we can become close friends? Feng Liang cursed secretly. Beautiful, my ass. Do you think I want to climb up the social ladder of Ren school? Fang Liang smiled helplessly and said, I really don't know. I used a mystical ability that can only summon Grandmaster. I can't sense him. I can't control his will whether he comes or not. Li Daokong frowned. He could not forget Han Yan's sword. It was extremely casual, but it was filled with oppression. In terms of sword Dao, apart from saints, Li Daokong rarely met such an opponent. He was very excited because Han Yan wanted to study the sword Dao more. Fang Liang said, visit my grandmaster after the calamity ends. You should know that my grandmaster is avoiding the calamity and doesn't dare to come into contact with you. Li Daokong could only give up, turn around, wave his hand, and leave. After he left, Fang Liang's eyes were filled with confusion. What kind of existence is grandmaster? Back then, I wanted to give him an opportunity, but I was blocked by the great Tao of fate. Could it be that he can already control his past and future? Fang Liang thought silently. He had transmigrated to the primordial era several times and changed many mighty figures. He had even affected saints, but he could not affect Han Yan. What did that mean? Han Yan was at least a saint, or even stronger. Fang Liang could not help but question his Tao heart. Was it really necessary for him to barge in like this? Would it be better to follow Han Yan? If Han Yan had not changed his fate for him, how could he have become the son of heaven and earth and even caught the eye of a saint? The more Feng Liang thought about it, the more confused he became. He thought of Murong Qi and wondered who would be stronger the next time he met Murong Qi. Another 30 years passed in Han Yan's cultivation. On this day, Li Mui has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Again, Han Yan chose to ignore it. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Next, this notification popped up crazily, 1 per minute. Han Yan was convinced. Was this old guy trying to fool him? But then again, if he only accepted the dream, would he expose the dojo? Han Yan decided to evolve it. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The dojo is located in the dark forbidden zone. Saints cannot lock onto it, even if you connect with the dream. Oh, the dark forbidden zone could even isolate saints. However, Han Yan did not immediately accept Li Mui's request. The 2-star hatred points were there. Once Li Mui entrusted him with something and he rejected it, his hatred points would definitely increase. Instead of that, he might as well ignore it. If he were a saint, he would only suspect himself and not the other party. How could anyone resist the mystical abilities of a saint? Han Yan was not a saint. After thinking it through, Han Yan was relieved. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Even if Han Yan closed his eyes, he could still see the system notification. That was why he was very annoyed. How is this a saint? He's too unreasonable. Even Nuwa and Dijun did not do it so frequently. Han Yan could only endure it. After more than half a year, Li Mui finally gave up. Han Yan cursed him in his heart. Saints don't look like saints. How did the founder of Ren school teach them? I want to know why Li Mui is looking for me, Han Yan asked in his heart. 4 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, I have to understand it, just in case. Han Yan's consciousness entered the illusion. He arrived at the saint's palace. The saint's Tao field had a special characteristic, it was huge. The hall was endless, as if it was a world of its own. 3 figures were gathered here, and one of them had a portrait of Li Mui. The other 2 figures were also immortal-like and unfathomable. Han Yan felt that these saints looked similar. They were all dressed in Taoist robes, had white hair, and had extraordinary auras. One of them was the sect master of Chan School, the South Pole Heavenly Lord. Han Yan remembered him. He was the backer of the 9 heavens. The South Pole Heavenly Lord said, the Fushi Tian personally entered the calamity. This is already a very strong signal. I suspect that Fushi and Nuwa have colluded with that person from the Western Buddhist sect. I have been suppressed by 3 saints, but I don't know who attacked. Li Mui frowned and asked, they are all saints. Why don't you know their identities? The South Pole Celestial Venerable said coldly, their bodies are surrounded by chaotic aura, concealing their fates. The third sage, who had remained silent all this while, said, let's prepare for battle. It's time for the three sects of Taoism to join forces. It's obvious that someone is behind this cultivation tribulation. They want to overthrow the three sects of Taoism and even the fate of Daozu. The South Pole Heavenly Lord snorted and said, Chan sect, Jia Jiao, and Ren sect were all created by Daozu's direct disciples. These saints really know how to scheme. Daozu has only disappeared for a few eons, and they already want to overturn his orthodoxy? Stop dreaming. The leaders of the three sects began to discuss countermeasures. Han Yan listened from the side. There were many unknown names involved, so he couldn't understand them. In any case, they were all scheming. Li Mui talked about Han Yan. The other saints also want to form good karma with this variable. We have to act quickly. Senior brother Li, your disciple has the most karma with him. Let's contact him again, said the Jiajiao's leader. Li Mui nodded, but his expression didn't look good. The South Pole Celestial Venerable was puzzled. Is this variable hiding in the dark forbidden zone? The Jiajiao's leader said, that should be the case. It's not that easy to contact him. The scene shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality, and he looked worried. They all want to rope him in, this isn't good, no matter who Han Yan chose, he would definitely offend all the other heavenly Dao saints. It's all Daozu's fault, what kind of variable is he? I'm just an ordinary Daoyuo golden immortal. How can I reverse the cultivation tribulation by myself? Han Yan laughed at himself. At most, I'll curse my enemies behind their backs. After understanding the reason, Han Yan stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Time flew by, and life was like a dream. 26 years passed. On this day, Han Yan received another dream from Li Mui. He ignored it. After 3 months, Li Mui gave up. When Han Yan thought that he could relax, the South Pole Celestial Venerable began to visit him in his dreams. Han Yan also ignored it. A month later, another saint visited Han Yan in his dreams. The Heavenly End Sect's leader has visited you in your dreams. Do you accept? Han Yan ignored it, and then spent 3 billion years of his lifespan to understand the origins of this fellow. Heavenly End Sect's leader, cultivation unknown. Heavenly Dao Saint, Jiajiao's leader, immeasurable emperor, wants to establish good karma with you and visit you in your dreams. Jiajiao's leader, Han Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He would definitely offend some saints in the future. Currently, the known Heavenly Dao Saints were the South Pole Celestial Venerable, the Heavenly End Sect's leader, Nuwa, and the Fushi Tian. Li Mui wasn't a Heavenly Dao Saint, but he wanted to stir up trouble. Han Yan wanted to see which other saints would visit him in his dreams. 3 years later. Xiao Shilai has visited you in your dreams. Do you accept? Here it comes again. Han Yan spent another 3 billion years of his lifespan to deduce his identity. Xiao Shilai, cultivation unknown. Heavenly Dao Saint, Western Buddhist sect's leader, immeasurable emperor, wants to establish good karma with you and visit you in your dreams. Buddhist sect's leader, Han Yan was secretly nervous. He had killed a Buddha, so he naturally didn't dare to have anything to do with the Buddhists. Something that made him speechless happened. Xiao Shilai was even more muddle-headed than Li Mui. In just one day, he had visited him in his dreams more than 10,000 times. Han Yan almost exploded. Was this guy possessed by the devil? So frequently, in the next few days, Xiao Shilai's visits in his dreams were even more exaggerated. The message notifications made Han Yan dizzy. He wanted to take out the Book of Misfortune to curse Xiao Shilai. If it weren't for the huge difference in their cultivation levels, Han Yan would have killed him. Sometimes, killing intent came very suddenly. When Xiao Shilai stopped visiting him in his dreams, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong with these saints? Are the saints going to fight? There were already 5 Heavenly Dao Saints who couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't know who the remaining 4 Heavenly Dao Saints were. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the inheritance of the primordial demon ancestor. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by human cultivators, X322228. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has devoured negative karma. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Long Hao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was seriously injured. Your good friend Supremacy Dao has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has cursed too many people and obtained a huge amount of negative karma from the heavenly Dao. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has been attacked by the Heaven Daluo Golden Immortal, X7, Zhou Fan was Zhou Fan. He had escaped death and obtained a fortuitous opportunity. Han Yan noticed Huang Zuantian's situation. This guy was also cursing others? How pitiful. Without a supreme treasure, what right did he have to curse others? Thinking about it, it had been some time since Huang Zuantian had been a spy. Should he contact him? This guy was already an immortal emperor and had become the deputy sect master of the Jiejiao. He was even more powerful than some of Han Yan's disciples. Most importantly, Huang Zuantian's favorability towards him did not decrease. Let's wait a little longer. Recently, the saints had appeared. Perhaps Huang Zuantian was being watched by the saints. Han Yan suspected that the reason why Huang Zuantian was so appreciated by the Jiejiao might have something to do with him. The Jiejiao saints wanted to rope him in. It was impossible that they didn't know that he had karma with Huang Zuantian. Han Yan only had so many people in his karma. Those who went out to mingle were doing well. This was definitely not a coincidence. Scrolling down the emails, he saw that most of them were fighting. It was unknown how long the humans and heaven would fight for. I've been too bored recently. I don't even have a target to curse. Sigh, the Dark Forbidden Lord is about to retire. Han Yan sighed and slowly stood up. He prepared to preach the Tao and help his disciples improve their cultivation. Unknowingly, more than 70 years had passed. Detected that you have reached 7,000 years old. Your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the tribulation and compete with the saints. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system, a supreme treasure, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure, 7,000 years old. He was not far from 10,000 years old. Han Yan was filled with emotions. He did not expect himself to be so old. He silently chose the second option. You have chosen to cultivate in a low profile. You have obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Chaos Origin Stone. Chaos Origin Stone, the first Chaos Origin Stone. It can produce an endless stream of Chaos Chi. It contains the power of creation and can create all things. Han Yan's eyes lit up. What a treasure, its value is even higher than the Fusang tree. Han Yan immediately took out the Chaos Origin Stone. This stone looked like a ball of water. Its shape was constantly changing, turbid and shining with a crystalline light. After thinking about it, Han Yan threw the Chaos Origin Stone into the depths of his soul, the star world. He had always wanted to turn this star world into a real heavenly Tao world. In addition, the Chaos Chi produced by the Chaos Origin Stone might be able to help the evolution of the Fiend God Chi. Han Yan hoped to produce a Chaos Fiend God. If his star world could develop into an immortal world, wouldn't he be the heavenly Tao? If someone became a saint, wouldn't he surpass the heavenly Tao? This plan seemed impossible, but Han Yan felt that it was possible. The stellar primordial body was a powerful physique that surpassed the chaos. Even a Chaos Fiend God might not be able to compare to him. Coupled with the Chaos Origin Stone, everything was possible. Han Yan continued to cultivate while observing the Chaos Origin Stone. The Chaos Origin Stone continued to produce Chaos Chi, but most of it was absorbed by the three masses of demonic god aura. Soon, Han Yan discovered that the Chaos Origin Stone had stopped producing Chaos Chi. The reason was that the demand for demonic god aura was too great, and the Chaos Origin Stone could not withstand it. Han Yan had no choice but to move the Primal Chaos Origin Stone further away. Before long, the Primal Chaos Origin Stone continued to produce Primal Chaos Chi. Looks like I'll have to wait a little longer. Han Yan thought silently. His stellar primordial body could produce primordial chaos energy. To be precise, it was the higher grade primordial chaos energy. It was just that the speed was slower. Han Yan felt that it was mainly because his cultivation was not high enough. Once he became a sage, the speed at which he could produce primordial energy would be absolutely terrifying. All in all, my future is limitless. Han Yan thought proudly. With the resources he currently had, he did not need to chase after opportunities. Just by quietly cultivating like this, he could grow into a terrifying existence that even saints could not imagine. Hold on, you'll become the strongest sooner or later. Hanju silently cheered himself on. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation again. Han Yan had always been paying attention to the passage of time, but the hidden sect disciples had already forgotten. They had even ignored the immeasurable calamity that was happening outside. Other than cultivation, their main topic was competition and competitiveness. After Wu Daojian, Chu Shiren became an emperor. Zhou Mingyue was bitter. In the past, Chu Shiren only suppressed him by one realm. Now that he was going all out, he could not catch up at all. Chu Shiren no longer kept telling people not to cultivate. Other than sharing his knowledge, most of the topics he talked about were about how to become stronger. Other than Chu Shiren, Jiangyi's talent had also completely exploded. Not long ago, she had broken through and reached rank 4 Immortal Emperor. Although she had successfully broken through, Jiangyi was not excited. She was still filled with a sense of urgency. Li Yao was already breaking through to rank 3 Immortal Emperor. This woman was too strong. Other than cultivation, Li Yao's battle talent was also very strong. Almost everyone had reached a consensus that Li Yao was the female version of Han Yan. The most important thing was that Li Yao was not Han Yan's disciple and did not address him as master. This relationship was worth thinking about. Under Li Yao's lead, the hidden sect was filled with a competitive atmosphere of bitter cultivation. Heyu Devil was the most upset. With the juniors catching up, his position was no longer guaranteed. Although he was upset, there was nothing he could do. His aptitude was indeed not as good as these few. Other than Li Yao, Tu Ling'er and Murongqi's momentum was also very strong. These two liked to rely on battles to break through and comprehend in battle. They were natural battle maniacs. The next person most likely to become an emperor was the chaotic gourd spirit Han 8. His strength had already left the other 7 brothers in the dust. He was heading towards the first level of the hidden sect disciples. The 10,000 Nether clansmen's cultivation was almost the same. They were still a distance away from Grand Unity Golden Immortal. All in all, everyone in the hidden sect was very satisfied with their current lives and experienced the benefits of bitter cultivation. The hidden sect's overall strength was also rapidly increasing. Heyu Devil joked that after the calamity, if the hidden sect entered the immortal world, it would definitely stir up a storm. Just like that, another 30 years passed. The centennial competition had just ended. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Han Yan was still a distance away from Daluo's late-stage golden immortal realm, but he was not discouraged. After all, his speed was already fast enough. After reaching Daluo's realm, how could anyone break through a small realm in 1,000 years? Oh. There really was one. Li Daokong, however, it was now the immeasurable calamity. Li Daokong relied on his great luck to constantly improve. On this day, Han Yan was teasing the strange god and enjoying its massage. He suddenly felt the call of the chaotic domain. Someone was giving him another opportunity. Han Yan's consciousness jumped into the chaotic domain. There was only one person waiting for Han Yan in the chaotic domain, Zhao Xianyuan. Han Yan asked in surprise, "Where's the supremacy Dao?" Zhao Xianyuan replied, "Fellow Daoist and Zhou Fan obtained a great opportunity not long ago. I parted ways with them and have returned to the human race." Han Yan was immediately dispirited. Although the supremacy Dao always troubled him, it also brought him benefits. As for Zhao Xianyuan, Han Yan was not familiar with him. Zhao Xianyuan saw that Han Yan was disinterested and hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm not here to trouble you." "I want to, Senior, wasn't he a fellow Daoist?" Han Yan was vigilant. Could this be the sage's scheme? Now that the heavenly Dao sage was trying to establish a relationship with Han Yan, Zhao Xianyuan was looking for him at this juncture. Zhao Xianyuan mustered up his courage and said, "I want to become your disciple." Han Yan asked in surprise, "Who told me there was such a thing? Didn't you ask fellow Daoist to go?" "I just mentioned it casually." My cultivation is inferior to yours. Impossible. You give me an unfathomable feeling. My intuition is very accurate, and I have never misjudged people. Perhaps this is my talent. Zhao Xianyuan stared at Han Yan and said solemnly. Han Yan did not immediately agree. Zhao Xianyuan said, I heard from fellow Daoist that you don't want to enter the calamity. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you get involved with the human race. In the face of Zhao Xuanyuan's request, Han Yan fell silent and did not immediately respond. For a moment, the chaotic domain fell silent. Zhao Xianyuan felt uneasy. After a long while, Han Yan said, forget it, my small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. I don't want to have to worry about you in the future after establishing a relationship with you. My disciples have to cultivate diligently and stay away from the secular world. They have to focus on Tao. It's no different from shaving their heads and becoming a monk. Zhao Xianyuan was enlightened and said, don't worry, I don't get close to women and I don't like fighting. Don't like fighting? Han Yan almost believed him. Zhao Xianyuan gritted his teeth and said, Senior, give me a chance, I really. He started to beg Han Ju incessantly, putting on a very humble attitude. I want to know if Zhao Xianyuan is plotting something behind this, Han Yan thought silently. 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Zhao Xianyuan was worthy of 100 million, could there really be a conspiracy? Continue, there is no conspiracy or karma, nor is there a saint plotting against him. He is sincere. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no saint. After thinking about it, it made sense. He had never met Zhao Xianyuan and there was no karma between them. How could a saint calculate it? Han Yan was still very hesitant. This guy didn't even have a favorable impression of him. How could he accept him? Han Yan suspected that Zhao Xianyuan was a puppet. How could he not have any emotions? Zhao Xianyuan asked anxiously, Senior, what other concerns do you have? Han Yan asked, don't you have any feelings? Zhao Xianyuan was stunned. What did he mean? Zhao Xianyuan was confused and answered honestly, my Tao heart is like water. I have been deprived of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals since I was young. Other than the nervousness and helplessness when facing experts, I don't even feel angry. That's it? Zhao Xianyuan seemed to have thought of something and said, Senior, if you are willing to accept me, I will definitely follow your lead. If I attain the great Tao, I will also be filial to you. Zhao Xianyuan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yan saw the line of words in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. 6 stars, this kid is poisonous. Han Yan felt that Zhao Xianyuan's aptitude and that he could accept him. Alright, I'll teach you a divine ability. After you learn it, summon me, and I'll come pick you up. Han Yan imparted the invocation technique to Zhao Xianyuan. Ever since the creation of the stellar world, Han Yan had been able to use the invocation technique to move people. He wasn't worried that Zhao Xianyuan would reveal the spirit summoning technique. Even if he did, it would be useless. If he didn't agree to use the spirit summoning technique, no one would be able to summon him. Zhao Xianyuan's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, and he quickly grasped the invocation technique. Summon me when you're ready. Han Yan left after saying this. Zhao Xianyuan stood rooted to the ground, his heart filled with emotions. What a powerful divine ability! As expected of a senior, he began to look forward to their next meeting. After returning to the Xiantian cave, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Several days later, Zhao Xianyuan used the invocation technique. Han Yan cautiously used his evolution ability and asked Zhao Xianyuan if there were any quasi-saints or stronger existences nearby, consuming 100 million years of his lifespan. Yes. Is there? Then he couldn't go. Han Yan ignored them and didn't even bother to count them. As long as there was danger, there was no need for him to get involved. In the following period, Zhao Xianyuan used the invocation technique from time to time, and Han Yan didn't consume 100 million years of his lifespan to ask each time. 7 years later, Zhao Xianyuan used the invocation technique again. This time, Han Yan consumed 100 million years of his lifespan to evolve again. No. Seeing these 2 words, Han Yan was finally relieved and stepped into the black vortex. Then, he came to a bright palace. Zhao Xianyuan was meditating in front of the black vortex. Seeing Han Yan appear, Zhao Xianyuan was pleasantly surprised. He thought that he had failed again. Zhao Xianyuan stood up and said excitedly, "Senior, what a handsome man." Zhao Xianyuan thought that he was already the most handsome man in the world, but in front of Han Yan, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Let's go first." Han Yan waved his hand and put Zhao Xianyuan into his sleeve, moving into the astral world. He flew into the black vortex. The black vortex shrank and quickly disappeared. At this moment, a figure appeared in the palace. This person was dressed in a black and white robe. His face was dignified, and his eyes were emitting a faint blue light. He left so soon? The robed man pinched his fingers and divined, but he couldn't divine Zhao Xuanyuan's whereabouts. Could it be that they jumped into the dark forbidden zone in an instant? This anomaly is indeed not simple. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan let Zhao Xianyuan out. Zhao Xianyuan was still immersed in the shock of the astral world. When he landed in front of Han Yan, he snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly knelt in front of Han Yan as a greeting. Han Yan said, 7 years ago, I sensed your call, but you had a quasi-sage or even stronger existence by your side. Zhao Xianyuan was stunned and frowned. I only told my master that I was going out, a quasi-sage of the human race. Could it be? Zhao Xuanyuan's expression changed. Han Yan walked to the entrance of the cave and said, Follow me. Zhao Xianyuan hurriedly followed. He looked around the congenital cave abode, and his gaze was attracted by the red spider lilies in the corner. Isn't this the red spider lilies of the netherworld? Senior actually planted. Zhao Xuanyuan's heart was in turmoil. Not only that, he could feel that the spirit qi and connate qi here were extremely rich, even richer than the sacred grounds of the human race. After walking out of the cave abode, all the disciples cultivating under the fusang tree turned their heads. They didn't sense Han Yan's energy, but Zhao Xuanyuan's. From today on, this is my 6th disciple. You two get to know each other, Han Yan said. Then, he turned around and went back into the cave abode. Everyone gathered around. Xianxia asked in surprise, Zhao Xianyuan. Why are you here? Zhao Xianyuan narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, Are you Xianxia from Jinwu? Both of them were talents, but the gap between their cultivation was huge. Zhao Xianyuan was already at the 3 mysterious divine origin stage and could be regarded as Xiangyi's senior. Xiangxia said with emotion, You're already at the immortal state, but you still worship Sima Yi. Does the human race know about this? Heiyuji couldn't help but ask, Why are you still calling Sima Yi? It's none of your business. Xiangxia and Heiyuji quarreled again. Zhao Xianyuan began to observe the others. Not long after, Xianxia also walked out of the cave abode and came to watch the commotion. When she saw Zhao Xianyuan, she couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't he the #1 talent of the human race? How did Han Yan poach him? The next day, Han Yan gave Zhao Xianyuan permission to participate in the simulation trial. Zhao Xianyuan was stunned by the simulation trial. Like the other disciples, he quickly became engrossed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Zhao Xianyuan tried to challenge Han Yan. In the simulation trial, Han Yan's cultivation level had already been updated to the current state. As expected, Zhao Xianyuan was killed by Heavenly Dipper Fiend Celestial with a single punch. Zhao Xianyuan didn't suffer a setback. Instead, he was very excited. He had made the right decision. Han Yan was indeed ridiculously strong. Zhao Xianyuan had never heard of a divine power like the simulation trial. After interacting with the other disciples for a while, he understood the rules of the hidden sect and looked forward to it. If he stayed here, he would definitely become a Daluo when the calamity ended. Zhao Xuanyuan's addition greatly stimulated the hidden sect disciples. Other than Han Yan, Lu Bu, and Ma Chao, no one else was his match. After Zhao Xianyuan went through the simulation trial, he became low-key. Compared to Han Yan's opponents, he was still immortal. As he learned more about Li Yao, Tu Linger, Chu Shiren, and the others, Zhao Xianyuan also felt a sense of crisis. These disciples were so young, less than 10,000 years old. Their talent was terrifying. He had heard of Jiangyi's talent. He was more famous than him and had also entered the hidden sect. He was curious about Han Yan's identity but did not dare to ask. After a few years, the hidden sect island returned to peace and the disciples cultivated on their own. Han Yan was also focused on cultivation. He wanted to break through to the late stage of the golden immortal Daluo realm. Although he was still far from breaking through, Han Yan felt that it was not impossible to reach the quasi-sage realm before the calamity. Looking at the trend of the immeasurable calamity, who knew how long it would last? 40 years later. The hidden sect island was once again attacked by ominous evil spirits. They retreated after an hour. Zhao Xianyuan was curious about the hidden sect island. Was this island a Dharma treasure? On this day, Han Yan, who was cultivating, was interrupted by a notification in front of him. Detected that the immortal world is full of negative karma. The sage has forcefully entered the calamity. All living beings will face the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and challenge the sage. You will receive a great Tao fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-key manner. You will receive a divine ability inheritance. The sage forcefully entered the calamity, so powerful, Han Yan was secretly glad that he was not in the immortal world. Unfortunately, the reward for the second choice was not a great Tao fragment. You chose to cultivate in a low-key manner. You will receive a divine ability inheritance. Congratulations on receiving the Tao extermination divine ability, peace of all living beings. Peace of all living beings, Tao extermination divine ability, fate divine ability. By sacrificing one's cultivation and luck in exchange for the death of all living beings. The living beings here only include living beings with lower cultivation than the user. It can only be used under a certain heavenly Tao or during a calamity. The price is that one's cultivation level will drop by a realm. So cruel, but dropping by a realm is too exaggerated. Moreover, using this divine ability would consume luck. Moreover, it could only destroy living beings with lower cultivation than the user. Forget it. He had to learn first. There was no harm in having more skills. Han Yan began to inherit the Tao extermination theurgy. Boom, a terrifying black beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The secret sect disciples who were cultivating turned their heads to look at the Khanate cave abode. Zhao Xianyuan widened his eyes in shock. What is this? The black light pillar made him, a god realm existence, tremble in fear. Heiyuji looked at Chu Shiren and asked, why aren't you speaking? Why don't you introduce him to us? Chu Shiren frowned and didn't answer. Obviously, he didn't know either. In a dark hall, Li Mui, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Tao extermination, who is it? Li Mui frowned and began to calculate with his fingers. At this moment, two figures appeared in front of him. They were the South Pole Heavenly Venerable and the Heaven Extinction Sect leader. The Heaven Extinction Sect leader said, Senior brother, do you feel it? Someone has comprehended the Tao extermination theurgy at this juncture. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable snorted. It must be the Fushi Tian. This fellow forced himself into the calamity and suppressed the heaven with his saint cultivation. He's simply shameless. If he uses the Tao extermination theurgy, he can destroy the world in one fell swoop and end the immeasurable calamity. Li Mui's expression also became gloomy. The teachings of the three sects had already entered the calamity. If the Fushi Tian destroyed the world, their providence would be greatly damaged. As heavenly Tao saints, their providence would affect their cultivation. Although Li Mui wasn't a heavenly Tao saint, his disciples were still in the calamity. In that case, you guys should also enter the calamity, Li Mui said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable and the Heaven Extinction Sect leader were moved. The Heaven Extinction Sect leader frowned and said, once we enter the calamity, killing intent will rise. We heavenly Tao saints might also fight to the death. Li Mui said, if we don't enter the calamity, we'll just wait for the Fushi Tian to devour our providence. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said, perhaps it's not the Fushi Tian. There's no need for him to comprehend such a costly theurgy after entering the calamity. The Fushi Tian doesn't have any backing. Li Mui and the Heaven Extinction Sect leader felt that it made sense and couldn't help but nod. No matter who it is, they will decide the direction of the immeasurable calamity. I have to go personally. There are 2 heavenly Tao saints who have mastered the Tao extermination theurgy. Ask them. Li Muyi stood up and said in a serious tone. Celestial world, human race. On a large altar, a group of human cultivators were sitting in a row and meditating on the altar. Around the altar, there were countless cultivators meditating and stopping. Everyone's gaze fell on the sea of clouds above the altar. Above the sea of clouds, golden light shone brightly. A figure was meditating and preaching the Tao, his Tao voice reverberating between heaven and earth. This person wore a black and white robe and had a dignified face. He was the human race's saint, the Fushi Tian. The Fushi Tian opened his eyes and frowned. Although he didn't open his mouth, the Tao voice reverberated endlessly. It was deafening. Tao extermination theurgy. Who is it? The Fushi Tian pinched his fingers and deduced. Likely Muyi, he couldn't divine that mysterious mighty figure. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The Tao extermination theurgy could overturn all living beings. Even a saint couldn't stop it. If the other party was a saint, he could destroy all living beings in the heavenly Tao with a single thought. The human race would also die. Then, everything he did would be in vain. He might even become a saint because of this. Damn it. I just entered the calamity, and someone already comprehended the Tao extermination theurgy. Could it be those 2 who taught it? The Fushi Tian frowned more and more. He was extremely frustrated. Saints' hearts were as calm as water, but when it came to their own Tao, it was difficult to remain calm. Cultivate Cave Abode. Han Yen spent 7 days and 7 nights to master the Tao extermination theurgy. The black pillar of light on the top of the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain dissipated. It's really domineering, complicated, and useless. Han Yen muttered to himself. He was in a bad mood. The equality of all living beings seemed terrifying, but if Han Yen used it, it could only destroy living beings below the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. It was meaningless. After using it, his realm would fall to the deity realm. Han Yen didn't want the realm that he had painstakingly cultivated to fall. If he used the equality of all living beings after confirming his Tao and becoming a saint, his Tao heart would explode. Unless it was a last resort, he couldn't use this theurgy. Han Yen continued to cultivate. Little did he know that the heavenly Tao saint's circle was already in chaos. Amidst a strong light, 9 figures sat together. Each figure was in the light, and it was impossible to see their true appearances. The Fushi Tian was the first to speak. Which fellow Taoist comprehended the Tao extermination theurgy recently? Although we heavenly Tao saints are fighting, we are only fighting with schemes. The Tianjue sect master snorted. I don't think it's the 9 of us. It should be a puppet supported by a fellow Taoist. After all, this theurgy will endanger the Tao of saints. The saints spoke one after another. Daozu only taught Qiu Shilai and fellow Taoist Destiny the Tao extermination theurgy. It can only be the 2 of you who are plotting. My Buddhist sect preaches the Tao. How can I use the Tao extermination theurgy to endanger the Buddhist sect's orthodoxy? I won't either. My orthodoxy has long left the celestial world. Why should I get involved in great karma? Ever since Daozu left, it has been several eons since the Tao extermination theurgy appeared. This is unusual. We must be careful. 10 years passed. In the Cultivate cave abode, Han Yen was still cultivating. He did not know that the saints were suspicious of each other because he had comprehended the Tao annihilation mystical power. He only had cultivation in his eyes. He had even forgotten about all living beings. This mystical power did not match his Tao heart. There was almost no chance to use it. It was good enough to learn it. There was no need to think about it. On this day, Han Yen had nothing to do and began to browse through his emails. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has devoured negative karma and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Su Qi has broken through the heavenly Tao shackles and entered the celestial world. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has been attacked by human cultivators. X450021, your disciple Long Hao has been attacked by your good friend Zhou Fan and is seriously injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by your good friend Long Hao and is seriously injured. Your good friend Li Daokong has been attacked by a heavenly Dao saint and is seriously injured. Your good friend Duan Hongchen has received a dream from a saint and his cultivation has increased greatly. A heavenly Dao saint, apart from Li Daokong, many of his good friends in heaven had been attacked by saints. All of them were seriously injured, but none of them died. Han Yan was suddenly worried about Celestial Ruler. Celestial Ruler was entangled in negative karma. If he was attacked by a saint, he would definitely die. And Su Qi, why did that kid return to the celestial world again? He wanted to leave when there was peace, but he wanted to return when there was chaos. To sum it up, he was courting death. The calamity should not last long if a saint attacked. Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. Then, it popped up one after another and started to flood the screen. Dog fur, again, eat feces, Han Yan cursed in his heart. He could only ignore Xiao Shilai's request in his dreams. However, that dog kept appearing in his dreams. Soon, a year passed. Xiao Shilai was still appearing in his dreams. That guy had appeared in his dreams millions of times. He's crazy. Can you block him? Han Yan couldn't take it anymore and asked in his mind. Not for now. Karma must be presented. Han Yan wanted to vomit blood. The system was so advanced, but it couldn't even do this. Crotch pulling, damn it, you win, I accept, I want to see what you have to say, Han Yan thought to himself. He seriously suspected that Xiao Shilai would continue to appear in his dreams. I want to know if I will be in danger after receiving the message in my dreams, Han Yan asked in his heart. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not at the moment. The dojo is isolated from the dark forbidden zone. The other party can only communicate with you. The system can help you to exit the dreamland at any time. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and immediately accepted Xiao Shilai's message in his dream. Soon, he entered the dreamland. This was a magnificent temple hall. In front of them was a giant Buddha that was 10,000 feet tall, imposing and majestic. Xiao Shilai, it looked like a golden Buddha statue. It wasn't a living thing. Han Yan suppressed his anger and looked at him. He pretended to be confused and looked around. Xiao Shilai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. That's not bad. Han Yan's anger decreased by half when he saw the favorability. The reason why it didn't decrease completely was because it was only 1 star. Han Yan didn't speak first. He waited for Xiao Shilai to speak first. After a while, Xiao Shilai said slowly, Han Yan. Han Yan looked at the giant Buddha statue in shock. Stop pretending. You've already discovered me. Ahem. I wonder who you are, Han Yan asked awkwardly. He was also wondering what Xiao Shilai was trying to do. Xiao Shilai said, the immeasurable calamity is coming. Someone wants to destroy all living things. You're the variable of the heavenly Tao that Daozu believes. I'm looking for you in the hope that you can become the savior. If you agree, I'll quickly promote you to the sage-to-be and teach you a supreme treasure. Han Yan frowned and said, I don't want to be the savior. I just want to cultivate well. You're in the dark forbidden zone? Yes. Anyway, the saints couldn't spy on the dark forbidden zone. Han Yan was not afraid of being exposed. Xiao Shilai said, if you succeed in saving the world, you'll gain immeasurable merit. You'll even have the opportunity to become a heavenly Dao saint. You'll be above all living things and won't have to worry about the immeasurable calamity. Otherwise, even if you survive this immeasurable calamity, will you continue to hide when the next one comes? One day, the dark forbidden zone will become a safe place. The longer you stay in the dark forbidden zone, the greater the influence of the evil spirits on you. In the future, it'll be difficult for you to come back. The heavenly Tao will reject you. Han Yan said, Senior, please give me some time to think about it. This is very important. Xiao Shilai said, all right. Also, if the saint of the human race, Fu Shi Tian, comes to you, ignore him. He's preparing to clean up all living things. Don't be used by him. Okay. Xiao Shilai raised his hand and flicked it. The dream shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to the cave residence. He cursed, "You want to be my savior? Dream on." He thought that Xianxia had something urgent to talk to him about. He did not expect it to be a trap. No matter how Xianxia disturbed him in the future, he would not accept any more dream visits. Han Yan shook his head and continued to cultivate. 5 years later. Someone came to Han Yan in his dream again. This time, it was not the heavenly Tao saint, but the celestial ruler. Faced with the celestial ruler's request, Han Yan naturally agreed. He wondered how the celestial ruler was doing recently. Han Yan entered the dream again. The celestial ruler's dream was still the small forest outside the Yuqing. When he returned to the small forest, Han Yan was filled with emotions. He lamented that things had remained the same, but people had changed. The celestial ruler was really a nostalgic person. Han Yan looked at the celestial ruler. He was dressed in a black robe, and there was a murderous aura between his eyebrows. He looked like a demon at first glance, and he no longer had the divine majesty of the past. The celestial ruler sized up Han Yan and smiled. "I can't see through you. It seems that your cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. What is your cultivation now? Have you reached the 6th profound divine essence?" Han Yan smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, you really think too highly of me. How could it be so fast?" The celestial ruler laughed. "That's true. Your Majesty, how have you been recently? The heavenly Tao is chasing me away. Recently, there has been a rumor in the celestial world that a saint is going to destroy the world. I'm here to remind you not to return to the celestial world in case you meet with misfortune." "Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I definitely won't go back." "What about you? Why don't you withdraw?" "I can't withdraw. I'm entangled in karma. Once I leave, I'll be found by the evil spirits of the dark forbidden zone. My end will be worse. I can only continue to fight." Han Yan frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Any consolation was meaningless. He couldn't directly help the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler continued, "This calamity has been pushed by the saints. I'm afraid it will end soon. Help me contact the Dark Forbidden Lord." Han Yan was stunned. He asked in surprise, "How do I contact the Dark Forbidden Lord?" The celestial ruler stepped forward and asked with a faint smile, "You really have nothing to do with the Dark Forbidden Lord?" He found it hard to believe that Han Yan was the Dark Forbidden Lord. However, Han Yan was definitely related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. If not, why would the Dark Forbidden Lord help him? He couldn't think of any other reason. "I really don't know him. Why don't I ask Feng Liang?" Han Yan smiled bitterly. "Really? If I lie to your Majesty, I will never be a heavenly saint." Hearing Han Yan's vow, the celestial ruler frowned and said, "There's no need to make such a vow. Be careful. Trouble comes from the mouth." Han Yan said seriously, "I know. I'm telling the truth. Anyway, I don't want to become a heavenly saint. I want to jump over the heavenly Tao and become a free and unrestrained saint." The celestial ruler was puzzled. Am I thinking too much? He understood Han Yan's personality. This kid only had cultivation as his goal. How could he cut off his own future? Could Han Yan really have nothing to do with the Dark Forbidden Lord? The celestial ruler's guess about Han Yan disappeared. If the Dark Forbidden Lord had nothing to do with Han Yan, then the Dark Forbidden Lord must have targeted Han Yan. The celestial ruler reminded him, "Then you have to be careful of the Dark Forbidden Lord. This person's origin is mysterious, and his intentions are difficult to guess." Han Yan said, "I understand. I've also heard of his deeds. Could he be arranged by the saints?" The celestial ruler shook his head and said, "It's impossible to guess. Don't trust any saints. I'm already a thorn in their side. If I didn't belong to the true dragon race and Daozu's bloodline, I'm afraid the saints would have already attacked me." Han Yan nodded. The two continued to chat. The celestial ruler talked about his recent experience. He did not hide anything and told him about his situation. Hanju's heart ached when he heard that. The heavenly emperor was once the high-spirited master of the heavenly court, the emperor of the gods. He was high and mighty. How awe-inspiring was he? In just a short period of time, the celestial ruler was treated like a rat on the street. The celestial ruler was still fine. Looking at the Goblin Emperor, Tendo Buddha, Zhu Tu, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and the others, they were all ambitious and ruthless people. It was sad and lamentable. Han Yan had a deeper understanding of the word calamity. As long as one wanted to fight, they had to enter the calamity. Entering the calamity, it was unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse. If it was a blessing, one would soar into the sky and live as long as heaven and earth. The calamity was that one's body and soul would be destroyed, never to rise again. The celestial ruler looked at Han Yan and said, Han Yan, I have done everything I can for you. I do not ask for you to repay me. I only ask that you return this kindness to heaven. If heaven faces the danger of extinction in the next calamity, I hope that you can lend a helping hand and save heaven. Han Yan asked, what if the heaven cannot survive this calamity? The celestial ruler shook his head and said, no, I have an agreement with the sages. Regardless of success or failure, at least the heaven will preserve it for this cataclysm. Han Yan replied, all right, I promise you. If I have the ability, I will definitely help. Before the next cataclysm, perhaps Han Yan would have succeeded in attaining the Tao, and protecting the heaven would not be a difficult task. Of course, if he really couldn't protect it, then there was nothing he could do. My dojo can isolate the ominous and evil spirits. Are you willing to come? Han Yan asked. The celestial ruler shook his head and said, I will not trouble you. I must fight and cannot stop. Thank you for your kindness. You did not waste my kindness. Han Yan asked, then your children, don't worry about them. Everyone has their own destiny. I have already chosen their respective backers. Even if the heaven collapses, they will be safe and sound. All right. The two of them chatted for a while. After the dream ended, Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He did not predict the celestial ruler's future. Now that the sages controlled the lives of the people, Han Yan could not possibly curse the sages, right? Not to mention scraping, it might even attract the sages' attention. The sages observed the heavens, and it was not impossible to find the person who cursed them. Han Yan suddenly thought of his cheap subordinates, Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. It was time to find them. Han Yan decided to pull the two of them into the dream together and let them meet. But before that, he still had to deduce in case there were powerful figures around them. After consuming a total of 1 billion years of lifespan, Han Yan was relieved that there were no powerful figures around them. Dark Nightmare, activate. Han Yan pulled the two of them into a dark cave. This scene was very suitable for the Dark Forbidden Lord's layout. Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong hurriedly knelt and bowed when they saw the Dark Forbidden Lord. They were very excited. Finally, the Dark Forbidden Lord came to find them. Shui Mingyi took the lead and asked, Forbidden Lord, the calamity is clear. There will definitely be a winner between the human race and the heaven. Do we still support the heaven? Jing Tiangong also stared at Han Yan. Han Yan asked, do you have your own intentions? Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong looked at each other. They had already secretly known each other. They were both followers of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Naturally, they would help each other. The cooperation of the Jia and the Dark Sect had benefited both sides a lot. Shui Mingyi said, the sages are entering the calamity. We only want to protect ourselves. Jing Tiangong nodded. They all supported the heaven and had fought against the human race. In the face of the powerful Fushi Tian, their ambitions were shattered. They only wanted to protect themselves. Han Yan said, if you want to protect yourselves, you have to rely on yourselves. Don't be controlled by your killing intent. Shui Mingyi frowned. Jing Tiangong asked, Forbidden Lord, when will you show up? Do you have a way to deal with the sages? Shui Mingyi nodded. They were all waiting for Han Yan to make a move. They believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely a sage, at least, the sages couldn't find him. Han Yan's heart beat wildly. Show up, what are you thinking? I don't want to enter the calamity. Han Yan pretended to be deep and said, when the darkness shrouds the heavens, the Dark Forbidden Lord will appear. That will also be the time when the Dark Forbidden Lord will control everything. The current calamity doesn't belong to me. The real calamity has just begun. Wait. If you follow me sincerely, if I appear, I will definitely not treat you badly. Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong immediately became excited. Although the Dark Forbidden Lord was drawing a big picture, he had summoned the two of them at the same time. It was obvious that he had something to tell them. Darkness shrouded the heavens. Just thinking about that scene made the two of them excited. The Dark Forbidden Lord was ambitious, Jing Tiangong asked, then we will always follow the heaven? Han Yan said, follow. We won't do our best. We won't stand by and do nothing. No matter who wins or loses in this calamity, the winner will suffer heavy losses. Next will be the battle between the sages. Soon, the human race and the heaven will step down from the stage. The two of them nodded. They had also seen this omen. Han Yan didn't say anything else. He waved his sleeve and ended the dream. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan opened his eyes. He didn't think too highly of Shui Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. He was only slightly concerned. After all, the reason why the two of them worshipped him was because they wanted to fight for luck. Continue to cultivate and break through to the late stage. Han Yan pulled himself together and thought silently. Time flew. The Dark Forbidden Zone was forever silent. About 37 years had passed. Rumble, Hidden Sect Island shook violently. Han Yan opened his eyes. He thought that an ominous evil spirit had attacked again. Then, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure that directly faced his soul. In front of this pressure, even a golden immortal like him, the Daluo immortal, was instinctively afraid. It was not an ominous evil spirit. Han Yan subconsciously checked the powerful enemies around him. Fushi Tian, Cultivation Unknown, Heavenly Tao Saint, Human Race Emperor, South Pole Heavenly Venerable, Cultivation Unknown, Heavenly Tao Saint, Chan School Sect Master, Saints Fighting. Han Yan was almost scared to death. He hurriedly controlled Hidden Sect Island to leave this place. When Hidden Sect Island flew away from the battlefield of the saints, Han Yan successfully copied the strength of the Fushi Tian and the Celestial Venerable of the South Pole to prepare for challenging the saints in the future. Ancestor Shi Tian was too strong. Han Yan had no experience fighting against him. He needed an ordinary saint as a transition. Soon, Hidden Sect Island stopped shaking and was far away from the battlefield of the saints. At first, Han Yan was worried that the saints were targeting him, but now it seemed that was not the case. Why are the Fushi Tian and the Celestial Venerable of the South Pole fighting? Han Yan asked in his heart. He was afraid that the two saints were acting. 4 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. In order to fight for great Providence, each has killing intent. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. In other words, the two saints were not acting. They were really fighting. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as they were not targeting him. Hidden Sect Island continued to fly. After a few months, Han Yan stopped. This time, he was far away from the two saints. I want to know if Hidden Sect Island has been discovered by other living beings other than the people on the island? Han Yan asked in his heart. 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yan was completely relaxed. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. The strange god came over and began to rub against him. Han Yan commanded the strange god to massage him. After a long time, the strange god had already gotten used to this. It even felt that this was what it should do. Han Yan closed his eyes and muttered to himself, You, when will you grow up? The strange god did not reply. Its intelligence had not increased for a long time. It could understand some of Han Yan's meaning, but it could not communicate. This was good too. Otherwise, when it really matured and had its own thoughts, it would want to get rid of Han Yan. In the following period, Han Yan checked his surroundings from time to time, afraid that the saints would come again. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years passed. The saints did not appear around the training ground again. It had been 500 years since Han Yan's last breakthrough. However, he was still a distance away from the late-stage golden immortal Daluo realm. As expected of the Daluo realm, it seemed that it was wishful thinking to cultivate it in 2,000 years. Not long ago, the Hidden Sect Centennial competition had just ended. Because Zhao Shunyuan was the only immortal, Han Yan arranged him to fight Lu Bu and Ma Chao. In the end, Zhao Xianyuan was depressed. He couldn't beat the guards. These two were Hanju's subordinates. Therefore, Zhao cultivated and practiced crazily, he simulated trials crazily. He didn't tell the others about his experience, but the others were stimulated. Even the God Realm geniuses were working so hard. How could they let down their guard? For a time, the atmosphere of the sect island. Inside the Khanate cave, the sages appeared more and more frequently. Even his good friend Xiao Shilai was attacked by a sage. The world was. At this time, he suddenly sensed the summoning of the primal chaos domain. It was the Dao of the. Han Yan had nothing to do, so he went to the realm of chaos. After entering the realm of chaos, Han Yan saw the Supremacy Dao and Zhou Fan. The Supremacy Dao said, "Brother, save us." Han Yan asked, "Location, enemy." 9 Heavens Hanging Mountain, Buddhist Saint Xiao Shilai. Wait for your death. No, brother. Then tell me, who should I find? Find the Fushi Tian. How? Han Yan was speechless. He felt that the Supremacy Dao was crazy. Zhou Fan said, "You can ask the celestial ruler to find the Fushi Tian." Now that the human race and heaven are trembling under the pressure of the saints, they may be united against a common enemy. Han Yan asked in surprise, how can the human race and heaven be united against a common enemy? Even if they work together, they're just cannon fodder in front of the saints. Zhou Fan said, there are rumors that a saint is preparing to destroy all living beings. At that time, all living beings below the saint will die. The human race and heaven will be in turmoil and will naturally work together. Han Yan was stunned. Why does this sound like a Dao annihilation theurgy? Could it be that the saints also have a Dao annihilation theurgy? Han Yan immediately asked in his heart, who among the heavenly Dao saints has a Dao annihilation theurgy? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. 2 of the heavenly Dao saints have a Dao annihilation theurgy. They are Qiu Shilai and the Destiny Saint. There really is. Han Yan suddenly felt a sense of danger. If the saints used a Dao annihilation theurgy, wouldn't he die too? F***ck. Why didn't I think of this when I had an epiphany? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Zhou Fan asked, Senior, do you agree? Han Yan asked in return, what do I get in return? The Supremacy Dao replied, after this is over, I will join you and serve you, just like Zhao Xianyuan. Alright. Hanju left in a hurry after saying that. He was restless when he returned to the Khanate cave abode. Damn it, the Dao annihilation theurgy was indeed different in the hands of others. Han Yan thought it was useless before, but now that he thought about it, it was simply too terrifying. However, the saints shouldn't dare to use it casually. Who wants to lose a major realm? Han Yan thought silently. Once he wiped out all living beings, he would definitely offend the other saints. After all, the saints' orthodoxies were all in the celestial world. At that time, the user would lose a major realm, which was tantamount to waiting for death. Han Yan asked in his heart, if the saints use a Dao annihilation theurgy, will I die? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. The dojo is far away from the calamity and the heavenly Dao. The living beings in the dojo will not die. Han Yan widened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, he was almost scared to death. From the looks of it, one of Qiu Shilai and the Destiny Saint must want to cause trouble. Han Yan frowned and thought. When he thought of the celestial ruler, Su Qi, Xianxia, Feng Liang, Zhou Fan, and the others, Han Yan hesitated again. Should he do something? Forget it. Let's wait and see. I can't provoke the saints unless I have no other choice. Han Yan asked in his heart, I want to know if Qiu Shilai and the Destiny Saint want to use a Dao annihilation theurgy? 6 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, neither of the saints has any motive for now. Han Yan smiled again. He had a bold idea. Could it be that the saints sensed that he had comprehended the Dao annihilation theurgy? Not to mention, it was really possible, if an unknown existence had comprehended the Dao annihilation theurgy, how could the saints not be suspicious of each other? That's good. The Dao annihilation theurgy is a killing weapon. If anyone wants to deal with me in the future, I'll threaten them with the equality of all living beings. As long as they don't want to destroy their orthodoxy, they won't dare to provoke me. Han Yan thought silently. Although he thought about it, it was best not to expose this theurgy if he could. It would attract too much hatred. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Feng Liang. Soon, the spiritual connection was successful. Han Yan asked, I have something to ask of you. Feng Liang did not answer. Han Yan sensed that something was wrong and asked, Are you still there? A deep voice sounded, Yes. What the F***ck, Han Yan directly cut off the spiritual connection. This voice was definitely not Feng Liang. Han Yan was puzzled as to who the strong voice belonged to. He had not heard it before. Could it be a saint? Han Yan's heart tightened. He immediately used the evolution function to ask. 2 billion years of lifespan need to be deducted. Continue? Continue, Feng Huangjun, cultivation unknown, patriarch of the Feng clan. Feng clan? Han Yan first thought of Feng Liang. They both had the surname Feng. Could it be that Feng Liang came from the Feng clan? But Feng Liang's background did not mention the Feng clan. Han Yan continued to ask, what's the relationship between Feng Liang and the Feng clan? 2 billion years of lifespan need to be deducted. Continue? Continue, Feng Liang is the ancestor of the Feng clan. Ancestor, so awesome. Han Yan suddenly remembered that Feng Liang's soul had traveled to the primordial era many times. It turned out that he went back to create a race. He really knew how to play. This Feng clan actually had a quasi-saint. Han Yan was secretly shocked. This celestial world was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The main reason was that the celestial world was too big, and he could only observe through mail, so he was still unable to understand the situation of the entire celestial world. Since he was Feng Liang's descendant, he could contact him. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Feng Huangjun again. Soon, the spiritual connection was successful. Feng Huangjun asked, Han Yan said, something happened just now. Is the Feng celestial ruler here? He's not here. You must be his grandmaster. He told me that you can look for me if there's anything. Han Yan told him about the supremacy Tao and Zhou Fan's request. Feng Huangjun replied, I'll tell the Feng celestial ruler. The two fell silent. Han Yan was about to cut off the spiritual connection when Feng Huangjun suddenly asked, May I know who senior is? I'm Feng Huangjun, the patriarch of the origin deity realm Feng clan. I also have a branch clan in the celestial world. Origin deity realm, no wonder Han Yan had never heard of it. Han Yan said, Dongwu divine world, Sun Quan. Wu divine world? Why haven't I heard of it? There's always someone better than you. Do you dare to say that you understand all the realms? That's true. Feng Huangjun fell into deep thought. Han Yan said no more and cut off the connection. Good lad, I didn't expect him to be so generous. However, won't his actions attract the attention of the saints? Han Yan frowned as he thought. How could the sages agree to travel through time and space and create their own forces? Saints knew the past and the future. Traveling through time and space was child's play in their eyes. Wait a minute. Could it be that Daozu was secretly helping Feng Liang? Very likely. After all, Daozu had chosen Feng Liang as his successor. It seemed that Han Yan didn't need to worry about Feng Liang. This kid's life was tough. Even Feng Liang has learned how to scheme. It seems that I have to pay more attention to this. Han Yan silently thought that the path of the great Tao was not one that one could do whatever one wanted just because one's cultivation was strong enough. Once the Supremacy Tao was rescued and joined Hidden Sect Island, the lineup of prodigies on Hidden Sect Island would be magnificent. The number one prodigy of Jinwu, the strongest son of heaven and earth, the strongest prodigy of the celestial palace, the number one prodigy of the human race, the Buddha of the Buddhist sect, the last hope of shamanism. Wait, when these disciples grew up, they would definitely become powerful beings in the future. What Han Yan wanted to do was to always be ahead of them in terms of cultivation and control them. After thinking about it, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Let's break through to the late-stage golden immortal Daluo first. 30 years passed. Han Yan was finally close to the late-stage golden immortal Daluo and had glimpsed the opportunity to break through. He was in a good mood. As expected, breaking through was the best thing to happen. He checked his emails while cultivating. Killing was everywhere. He suddenly saw an email. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the heavenly Dao sage, X3 besieged. How tragic. He continued to read and saw another email. Your disciple Su Qi obtained the sage's inheritance and learned the Dao annihilation divine power, shocking the heavenly Dao. Dao annihilation divine power. The sage here did not mention Xianxia, so it could only be the sage of destiny. How ruthless. This old thing wanted to use Su Qi to slaughter all living beings. At the mention of Su Qi, Han Yan suddenly remembered something. Previously, there was also a sage who wanted to use Su Qi to get close to Han Yan. Sage Jin En. This person seemed to be a Jiejiao golden immortal. Wait, there were two heavenly Dao sages in the Jiejiao. Han Yan immediately recalled the information about Sage Jin En. Jin En, cultivation level unknown. Heavenly Dao sage, immeasurable emperor, one of the Jiejiao golden immortals. Because he calculated that Su Qi had karma with you, he deliberately led Su Qi to wander around the dark forbidden zone in order to meet you. That's right, it was a heavenly Dao sage. In other words, there were 7 heavenly Dao sages who had appeared. Nuwa, Fushi Tian, the celestial venerable of the South Pole, Qiu Shilai, the Tianjue sect leader, the sage of destiny, and Sage Jinan. There were still 2 unknowns. Could the sage of destiny be secretly colluding with the Jiejiao? No, Han Yan could not tolerate others using his disciple. Su Qi's fate was full of misfortune. He had helped Han Yan eliminate many enemies and rarely troubled Han Yan. Han Yan still felt sorry for such a disciple. I want to know why the sage of destiny taught Su Qi the Dao annihilation mystical power. Han Yan asked in his heart. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan's consciousness entered the illusion. This was a dark void. 2 figures were gathered here. Han Yan could not see their faces clearly. One of them said, "Have you chosen destiny?" The sage of destiny replied, "Not yet. During the calamity, karma is complicated. It's not easy to make a move. I have one here. He's not a big deal. He was originally a disciple of the Jiejiao. Later, he joined the heaven as a jinx. Now, he has severed his karma with the heaven and the Jiejiao. He's also related to the variable set by the Daozu. He can take on this great responsibility. Will this offend the variable? That person has been in seclusion. How could he know our plan? I think he doesn't value jinxes. Even if the jinx dies, he won't care. Take me to see him. If he's suitable, let him destroy the world." Okay. The illusion shattered. Han Yan frowned. It was indeed a conspiracy. Moreover, he knew that Su Qi was related to him and wanted to harm Su Qi. Could Han Yan tolerate it? Should he send a message to Su Qi in his dream to wake him up? No, that would alert the enemy. Will I be discovered if I use the Book of Misfortune to curse the heavenly Dao sage? Han Yan asked in his mind. No, the Book of Misfortune is not affected by karma. The dojo is isolated from the heavenly Dao. This was not the first time Han Yan asked this. He was mainly encouraging himself. Since that was the case, he would attack the sage. At least, he would warn them. Han Yan suppressed the strange god in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Sage of Destiny. He did not want to hurt him. He only wanted to make the Sage of Destiny wary. In a Taoist temple, a huge candlelight flickered and shone on the Sage of Destiny. His figure seemed so small. The Sage of Destiny wore a dark green Taoist robe. His hair was black and white, and his face was calm. He suddenly opened his eyes and pinched his fingers to calculate. He smiled. Someone actually dares to curse the sage. I can't calculate it. It must be another sage. The Sage of Destiny muttered to himself. Han Yan cursed Saint Fingji for only 5 days. Anyway, he couldn't curse a saint to death. He just needed to change his mindset in the future. How many years had it been? He could finally curse his enemies. Han Yan had almost forgotten how it felt to curse someone. As usual, he would curse once every 10 years. He's probably still guessing who cursed him. Maybe he'll guess that it's the other saints. Han Yan thought silently. Although it was sinister to do this behind his back, it felt really good. Han Yan could only pray that Su Qi could escape this calamity. Once Su Qi used the Tao Annihilation divine power, he would definitely die. The saints would definitely not let him go. As for whether Saint Fingji would protect him, it was hard to say. Han Yan continued to cultivate. In the Lingxiao Palace, Feng Liang sat on the emperor's throne. Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, Huang Jihao, and the others stood in the hall. One of the men with a domineering figure asked, "Your Majesty, why isn't the saint here yet?" This person was Feng Huangjun, the leader of the Feng clan. Li Xuanao snorted. "He's a saint. Of course he has to put on airs." Huang Jihao broke out in cold sweat. These disciples of the saints were really bold. How dare they talk about the saints like this? Feng Liang's expression didn't change. He continued to wait in silence. Half an hour later, two figures flew into the Lingxiao Palace. The one in front was Saint Fingji. He had an immortal aura and an unfathomable aura. Behind Saint Fingji was a cloud of evil energy. When the evil energy dissipated, a man in black appeared. When Feng Liang saw the man in black, he was slightly moved. "Uncle Master Su Qi," Feng Liang frowned. He was surprised. When Su Qi saw Feng Liang, he also narrowed his eyes. The two of them only looked at each other and didn't greet each other. Feng Liang stood up and bowed. The others did the same. Facing a saint, the celestial ruler also had to bow. Saint Fingji said, "The one behind me is called Su Qi. He was once the jinx of heaven. He has received my teachings and will serve heaven from now on." Feng Liang smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, sage." Li Xuanao frowned and asked, "He is only an immortal emperor. How can he help us?" "There is no lack of immortal emperors in heaven." Su Qi said calmly, "I'm not just an immortal emperor. If you're not convinced, do you dare to take my palm?" Hearing this, Li Xianxia smiled. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Come at me. I'll let you hit me once and won't fight back." Li Daokong stared at Su Qi thoughtfully. Su Qi stepped forward and was about to raise his palm. "Forget it, Your Majesty can accept him," Li Daokong suddenly said. When Su Qi heard this, he immediately put down his right hand. Li Xuanao was unhappy, but he believed that Li Daokong had his reasons for saying this. Saint Fingji nodded and said, "Don't worry, saints of the human race will deal with him." With that, Saint Fingji disappeared from the hall. Feng Liang looked at Su Qi and smiled. He said, "Martial uncle, long time no see." "Martial uncle," everyone was shocked. Su Qi's cold face also showed a smile. He said, "How did you become the celestial ruler?" Feng Liang sat down again and said, "It's a long story." "How did you become a disciple of a saint? Does Grandmaster know?" At the mention of Han Yan, Su Qi looked helpless. He said, "I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how to face him." Li Xuanao came back to his senses. Su Qi was Feng Liang's martial uncle. Wasn't he that person's disciple? He thought of the day when he faced Han Yan's freedom heaven imprisoning palm. He couldn't help but palpitate. He didn't forget the scene of Li Daokong being forced back by Han Yan's sword. Feng Huangjun couldn't help but think of the experience of using the heavenly Dao token to contact Han Yan. "Sun Quan, who are you, and how strong are you?" Li Daokong stared at Su Qi and said, "You give me the feeling of an ominous evil spirit." Su Qi glanced at him and replied calmly, "I've absorbed an ominous evil spirit." Li Xianxia and Feng Huangjun were visibly moved. Absorbed an ominous evil spirit. Li Xuanao's eyelids twitched. He suddenly understood why Li Daokong stopped him from taking Feng Liang's palm. The power of the ominous evil spirit was strange and terrifying. It was not something he could bear. "I'll arrange for you to stay. Let's talk somewhere else." Feng Liang smiled. Su Qi nodded slightly. Another 10 years passed. Your disciple Su Qi has joined heaven. His luck has transformed. Han Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw this email. It seemed that Saint Fate's secrets also supported Su Qi. Han Yan decided to visit Su Qi in his dreams. Before he visited him in his dreams, he used the evolution function to ask if Suchi was controlled by the saint. After spending a billion years of his lifespan to confirm that Suchi was still himself, Han Yan visited him in his dreams. Suchi's favorability towards him had not decreased, so he should not have changed his mind. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. The dream was the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain. It was the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain during the Yuqing period. The sky was blue, and the immortal aura was otherworldly. Suchi was stunned when he saw Han Yan. Han Yan was expressionless. "Why aren't you kneeling when you see your master?" Suchi came back to his senses and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, master." Suchi's heart was in turmoil. What kind of divine power was this? It actually forcefully dragged him into the dream. He could not help but think of Saint Fate Secrets' methods. Could it be that Han Yan was also a saint? It was very possible. Thinking about it carefully, Han Yan did not seek opportunities and had been cultivating in seclusion, but the gap between him and his disciples was getting bigger and bigger. This did not make sense. Suchi was also experienced and knew that his breakthrough speed was already very exaggerated. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded if news of this spread? Han Yan asked. "You recently obtained a great opportunity. Your luck has changed, and so has your karma. But do you know what's behind this great opportunity?" Suchi fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Master, do you know something? Please tell me." Han Yan said, "I don't know who gave you the great opportunity, but in the calamity, any reward is calculated." He had to pretend that he did not know of the existence of the saint to prevent Saint Fate Secrets from extracting Suchi's soul. Suchi's face was gloomy and said, "Master, I obtained a divine power that can destroy all living beings with lower cultivation than me. The price is that I will drop a realm." Han Yan pretended to be shocked and said, "There's such a divine power? Then don't use it so easily. The karma of destroying all living beings is too great." "Wait, who taught you this divine power? If you can learn it, that person must know it too. Why doesn't he use it himself?" Suchi said, "He's afraid of bearing the karma and dropping a realm." Han Yan was silent. Suchi was silent too. Both master and disciple had their own thoughts. Han Yan was thinking about how to persuade Suchi. Suchi was thinking about what Saint Fate Secrets wanted to do. Between Han Yan and Saint Fate Secrets, he trusted the former the most. Han Yan specially came to remind him, there must be a big conspiracy. Suchi was not stupid. Han Yan must have divined Saint Fate Secrets. It was just that he could not point it out for fear of being remembered by the saint. In his impression, Han Yan was omnipotent. Since he could predict that he was being schemed against by the saint, it meant that Han Yan already had a way to deal with it. Suchi asked, "Master, what should I do? I'm afraid I can't get rid of that person's control." Han Yan thought for a while and said, "Pretend that you don't know about his scheme. As long as you don't kill all living beings, it's fine. My disciple, the karma of this matter is too great. You may even offend the saint. Don't act rashly." After listening to Han Yan's words, Suchi nodded in agreement. He had felt that something was wrong when he mastered the path obliteration. Why did the sage teach him such a powerful ability? He must be using him. It was impossible for him to teach him and not let him use it. Han Yan asked, "Do you want to come back now?" If Suchi was willing to return, Han Yan would directly take him in. If he offended the sage, so be it. After all, the sage could not find him. Suchi was silent. Han Yan wanted to scold him when he saw that he did not speak. What was wrong with these people? They knew that they might die in front of them, but they still wanted to fight to the death. Han Yan even suspected that their minds had been changed by the calamity. Suchi sighed and said, "Master, I have my own goals. I am not being led by others. This time, I want to use the heavenly merit to wash away my fate. I don't want to be the god of misfortune. If I go back with you, I will have to be suppressed by the formation if I don't want to affect my fellow disciples. I don't want to live like that." Han Yan also fell into silence. This was the truth. If he were Suchi, he would not want to do that either. Han Yan also had the corresponding innate luck when he was young, but he directly ignored it. "In that case, it's up to you. But if you die, do you have any last wishes?" Han Yan asked with a smile, his tone was very casual. Suchi also laughed. Without the pressure from before, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He smiled and said, "There will definitely be regrets, but there is no need to trouble you, master. I have already prepared everything. Even if I die, I will not regret it. It's just that I have no chance to repay you in this life." Thinking about the past, Suchi had mixed feelings. If he did not meet Han Yin, he would probably still be floating in the cycle of reincarnation. He might even die several times in the immeasurable calamity. The master and disciple chatted for a while, and the dream ended. Before the dream shattered, Suchi smiled and looked at Han Yin. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yin opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The more open-minded Suchi was, the more uncomfortable he felt. Although this uncomfortable feeling was not enough to make Han Yin lose his mind, Han Yin was still a little angry. To be honest, Suchi was the most pitiful person. Because of misfortune, it was destined that everyone he encountered would suffer misfortune, and he would forever bear guilt and sin. If this continued, he would be annihilated by the Heaven Tao. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be destroyed. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Suchi thought that Han Yin was someone who treated him well. But Han Yin himself knew that the reason why he treated Suchi so well was actually a lie. At first, he was very against Suchi and even used Suchi. Over the past 7,000 years, how many enemies had Suchi killed for him? The celestial ruler had given him everything, and so had Suchi. In the entire Yin sect, other than Xianxia, Suchi had given Han Yin the most. "Forget it, I'll save you if I can. If I can't, I can only leave you in your memories." Han Yin thought firmly, and his emotions quickly disappeared. He asked in his heart, "I want to know how Suchi ended up in this calamity." 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yin entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yin was in a desert. Wind and sand filled the air, and the smell of blood covered the sky. At a glance, it was barren, lonely, and miserable. Han Yin's gaze quickly locked onto a figure. Suchi. He was kneeling at the top of a slope. His left shoulder and arm no longer existed, and there was a strange black gas lingering around his wound. His hair was disheveled, his face was covered in blood, and his eyes were empty. Han Yin noticed that his body was petrifying, and his vitality was quickly dissipating. Han Yin could not help but frown at this scene. Suchi was going to die. At this moment, black and white gas appeared above Suchi's head. It swirled into a vortex, and a figure appeared. It was Saint Fingji. Saint Fingji was high above, looking down at Suchi. "Suchi, you performed the Tao extermination divine power and slaughtered the common people. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate this. Since you're my successor, what other wishes do you have?" Hearing this, Suchi raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Saint Fingji numbly and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did this divine power?" Saint Fingji said expressionlessly, "For a saint, it's just a drop in one's realm. For those below the saint level, you have to sacrifice everything, not to mention the monstrous karma you bear." Han Yin heard this. "There was such a price? I'll go back and ask later." Suchi smiled bitterly. Soon, his body was completely petrified. Saint Fingji waved his hand, and Suchi turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. The calamity is over, and the heavenly Tao is reactivated. Everything is like an illusion. With that, Saint Fate's secrets disappeared without a trace. The illusion that he had created shattered. Han Yin returned to reality. The first thing he asked was if he would die after using the Tao extermination divine power. No. Han Yin was relieved. The system's products were indeed different. He reckoned that the Tao extermination divine power that Suchi had learned was another type, or perhaps Saint Fingji had used some tricks in the divine power. "This fellow is indeed tricking my disciple." Han Yin cursed in his heart. His hatred for Saint Fingji increased. "No, I have to curse him. Otherwise, it won't be enough." Han Yin took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. "I'll try cursing him for 1,000,000,000,000 years first." In any case, Han Yin was about to break through. When the time came, his lifespan would be refreshed. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. Outside the 33rd level of heaven, in the Taiji Palace, Saint Fingji was visiting Patriarch Shi Tian and listening to him preach the Tao. He suddenly frowned. The mysterious power of the curse was growing stronger. Who was so blind, they actually found trouble with him when he was visiting a transcendent Taoist. Did the other saints know about this? Who's cursing you? Patriarch Shi Tian asked in a calm tone. Saint Fingji said, I'm not sure either. I can't divine it. Senior, can you help me divine it? Patriarch Shi Tian shook his head. Saint Fingji sensed that something was wrong, so he changed the topic and asked, has Daozu appeared? He has always been there, and he has always been gone. Hearing this, Saint Fingji fell into deep thought. After a while, suddenly, he felt the power of the curse increase again. With such a curse power, a quasi-sage would have fallen head over heels for it. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord really exists? Is it a scheme of a saint? Saint Fingji frowned. Patriarch Shi Tian said, it's time for you to go back. I'll only give you a piece of advice. Saints like you have to leave some leeway in everything you do. Saint Fingji nodded and stood up to bow. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan had lost 900 billion years of his lifespan. He felt a little dizzy. Forget it. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and stopped cursing. The saints gave him the feeling that they were bottomless pits. No matter how he cursed, it would be difficult to get results. Patriarch Shi Tian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Yan could not help but be surprised when he saw the line of words in front of him. Patriarch Shi Tian, what's going on? Han Yan immediately pulled up Patriarch Shi Tian's information to check. Patriarch Shi Tian, cultivation level unknown. Transcendent Taoist. He lives outside the 33rd level of heaven and is not bound by fate or the heavenly Tao. He has experienced 9 immeasurable calamities. Because you changed the heavenly Tao's calamities several times, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Because you changed the heavenly Tao's tribulations several times, I have a good impression of you. My identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord has been exposed. Han Yan panicked. The Tao field could block the prying of heavenly Tao's spiritual force. Patriarch Shi Tian seemed to be higher than the heavenly Tao, Han Yan secretly asked. Patriarch Shi Tian guessed that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 billion years? Han Yan was shocked. Ordinary heavenly Tao sages only had a lifespan of 3 to 4 billion years. The difference was a little big. Continue. Han Yan gritted his teeth and made his choice. A line of words appeared in front of him. Patriarch Shi Tian is indifferent to the heavenly Tao. He doesn't know about the existence of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, Patriarch Shi Tian had only captured the changes in the heavenly Tao's tribulations. Fortunately, Patriarch Shi Tian had a good impression of him. Thinking about it carefully, the tribulations that Han Yan had changed had tragic endings. They were all about the destruction of the world. He had never thought of benefiting himself. Han Yan no longer felt pressured after he figured it out. A transcendent Tao expert like Patriarch Shi Tian should not interfere with the matters of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, those extremely evil and sinful people would have died long ago. What kind of existence is a transcendent Tao expert? Han Yan could not imagine what the world was like in Patriarch Shi Tian's eyes. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. 900 billion years of lifespan did not cause any problems with the curse. To put it bluntly, his cultivation level was too weak, and the Book of Misfortune was not strong enough. Time flew. The battle in the celestial world became more and more tragic. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. It seemed like the humans and heaven were fighting, but countless races, sects, and dynasties were fighting behind the scenes. Recently, a god of misfortune had appeared in heaven. Wherever he passed, misfortune would overflow, heavenly tribulations would be vast, and mental demons would wreak havoc. Every time he appeared, there would be a large number of casualties. After news of this spread, all living beings would panic. It was Su Qi. With Su Qi's participation, The humans had won consecutively in heaven, causing the humans to feel uneasy. The human Saint Fushi Tian had been obstructed by a mysterious saint and had been fighting in the void for a long time. Under such circumstances, the human race needed a hero to stand up. In the end, as expected, a hero finally stepped forward. Zhou Fan was not afraid of Su Qi's misfortune. He was the only one who could fight with Su Qi in a fair and square battle. Their strength was equally matched. Now that the human race had a master who could restrain Su Qi, the pressure on the front line was greatly reduced. Just like that, 50 years passed. Han Yan was extremely close to breaking through to the Daluo's late-stage golden immortal stage. He would be able to break through in at most 10 years. On this day, the Supremacy Dao summoned Han Yan in the Chaos Domain. Han Yan went to meet them, and the Supremacy Dao expressed their willingness to join Han Yan. Just in case, Han Yan still spent 100 million years of his lifespan to evolve and confirm that there was no mysterious mastermind behind the Supremacy Dao. The Supremacy Dao's talent was still very strong. It could even be said that it was the #1 heavenly Dao. Han Yan said, "If you join my sect, don't even think about coming out again. You have to cultivate in seclusion with me." The Supremacy Dao said calmly, "I understand. I have to consider what identity I should arrange for you. Be my disciple?" "What? You're humiliating me?" The Supremacy Dao was furious. He had always treated Han Yan as a brother, but Han Yan wanted to be his master. This was too much. Han Yan smiled. "Do you want to spar?" The Supremacy Dao snorted. "Of course. Come over first. I'll teach you a mystical power. Summon me, and I'll bring you to my dojo." "Okay." A month later. Han Yan sensed that the Supremacy Dao was using the invocation technique. He also carefully calculated and made sure that there was no danger before going. When he arrived in front of the Supremacy Dao, Han Yan didn't wait for the Supremacy Dao to say anything and directly took him away. Back inside the congenital cave, the Supremacy Dao's gaze fell on Han Yan. He was stunned. What a handsome man. The Supremacy Dao didn't look bad either. It seemed that all prodigies had good looks. When their cultivation was high, it was very easy to change their appearance. However, it was almost impossible to achieve the same effect as Han Yan. After all, everyone had different standards of beauty. The Supremacy Dao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Shall we spar?" Han Yan smiled. "Sure, I have a mystical power that doesn't affect reality." He directly pulled the Supremacy Dao into a simulation trial, and the two of them fought. There was no suspense. Han Yan directly used the celestial dipper demon god aspect to kill the Supremacy Dao with one punch. The Supremacy Dao refused to accept it and thought that it was an illusion. Therefore, Han Yan decided to spar with him again. He let him attack with all his strength first, and only killed him with one punch after he used all his skills. The Supremacy Dao shut himself off. Back in reality, Han Yan smiled and asked, "Are you going to be my disciple?" The Supremacy Dao was silent. After a while, he asked, "What about Zhao Xianyuan? He's already your disciple?" "Yes." "That won't do. If I'm your disciple now, won't I be his junior brother? Everything has to be first come, first served. If he becomes your senior brother, won't he be able to take care of you? Besides, if you become his junior brother, it will stimulate his cultivation. It's a win-win situation." Han Yan said calmly. The Supremacy Dao frowned. It sounded reasonable, but no matter how he thought about it, it was a twisted logic. "Don't I care about my reputation?" Han Yan continued. "If you're obsessed with your identity, it means that your heart is not pure enough. Shouldn't cultivation be the most important? Could it be that your vanity is more important than your heart of cultivation?" The Supremacy Dao gritted his teeth. Only then did he realize how vicious Han Yan's words were. Han Yan sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and said with his eyes closed, "From today onwards, you're my 7th disciple. Go out and get to know them. Cultivate under the tree. You can enter the combat mystical ability at any time to hone your combat power." The Supremacy Dao nodded. He noticed the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and his pupils constricted. "This is a heavenly Dao treasure," the legendary 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, why is it with me? The Supremacy Dao's heart was in turmoil. He did not ask any questions and turned to leave the cave abode. Soon, Han Yan heard Zhao Xuanyuan's exclamation. He was clearly surprised. It was worth mentioning that the Supremacy Dao was already at the 5 profound divine essence realm. Among Han Yan's disciples, the lower they were, the higher their cultivation. This was quite strange. The addition of the Supremacy Dao caused another storm in the hidden sect. Xianxia did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Li Yao also felt great pressure. Heiyuji also began to cultivate seriously. Everyone could feel the pressure. The hidden sect was rapidly becoming stronger. There might be even more powerful experts joining in the future. How could they relax? Chu Shiren joked that the hidden sect might be the biggest winner of this calamity. Zhao Xianyuan said proudly, with me and my brother here, the hidden sect will definitely be a huge force in the celestial world in the future. All of you have to work hard and not drag us down. These words were very annoying, but they were also the truth. Heiyuji said unhappily, don't be so arrogant. Jiangyi, Chu Shiren, you have to work hard and catch up to them. Jiangyi snorted. Of course. You're the strongest in your respective factions, and so am I. However, it's still uncertain who will be the strongest prodigy in the hidden sect. Han Yan turned a blind eye to the internal strife between the new and old factions in the hidden sect. He did not intend to interfere as long as there were no conflicts. Cultivation was boring to begin with. It would be too boring if bickering was not allowed. 10 years later, the hidden sect regained its peace. Han Yan was also ushering in the opportunity for a breakthrough. Han Yan released the strange divine spirit to assist him in his breakthrough. He began his breakthrough. Karma surged out of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and surged into his body. It entered the Daluo Dao fruit and converted into dermic powers. After 7 years, Han Yan finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 7287/6999 9999 9999 999/9 9999 race, Primordial Chaos Fiend Celestial, Cultivation, Late-Stage Golden Immortal Daluo, Cultivation Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Dao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique, Great Dao, Life and Death Great Dao, Karma Great Dao. His lifespan doubled again. Han Yan was in a good mood and continued to consolidate his cultivation. When he reached the quasi-sage realm, his lifespan should break through the limit. The longer his lifespan, the stronger the curse power. After another 3 years, Han Yan completely consolidated his cultivation. He began to improve his Sword Dao divine powers. After using half a year to improve all his Sword Dao divine powers to the limit, he began to cultivate the Grand Freedom Dharma form. The 4th Fiend Celestial Dharma form, Fiend Celestial Shadow Flood. Fiend Celestial Shadow Flood had thousands of shadows that turned into a flood that engulfed everything. This Dharma form could be used in the battle of numbers. It could copy all the shadows of the enemy and use the shadows to fight the enemy. In half a year, Han Yan cultivated this Dharma form. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could cultivate a 5th Fiend Celestial Dharma form. Void Fiend Celestial, Void Great Dao. Everything would be ground into nothingness. Similarly, in half a year, Han Yan completely cultivated the Void Fiend Celestial Dharma form. Now, he could use 5 Fiend Celestial Dharma forms at the same time. After reaching the Golden Immortal Daluo, his dermic powers were endless. He did not need to worry about using up all his dermic powers in one go. Fiend Celestial Dipper, Fiend Celestial Nineteen Fiend Celestial Wind Fiend Celestial Dharma form, Void Fiend Celestial Dharma form. Once the Dharma Laksana of the 5 great demon gods appeared, who could compete with them, Han Yan began the simulation trial. Sweep through the Daluo realm, contending against a quasi-sage. None of the quasi-sages in the Taiji Palace could defeat Han Yan. Han Yan had a fight with the Fushi Tian. It was unexpected, he had been insta-killed. Han Yan almost shut himself up. Being killed by old ancestor Shi Tian in a single breath was still acceptable. However, being instantly killed by a heavenly Dao sage like Fushi Tian was simply too shocking. Han Yan did not know when it started, but he felt that the heavenly sage was not a true sage, so he looked down on him. He continued to fight the South Pole Celestial Venerable and was also instantly killed. He felt terrible. Han Yan immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Xianyuan and the Supremacy Dao, inviting them to participate in the simulation trial. The two of them didn't refuse. Soon, they realized that Han Yan was going to fight 1 against 2. In the simulation trial, Zhao Xianyuan complained, "Master, are you trying to humiliate us?" The Supremacy Dao was also furious. Han Yan didn't say anything and directly summoned 5 demon god Dharma forms. Each of them was 100,000 feet tall, ferocious, terrifying, and domineering. Seeing the 5 chaos demon gods, the Supremacy Dao and Zhao Xianyuan were inexplicably terrified. "What's that?" The Supremacy Dao couldn't help but ask. Han Yan smiled and said, "It's a type of mystical power. Come, if you can kill any of the Dharma forms, you will have the strength to defeat Deluo. If you can't kill enemies beyond your level, are you still considered prodigies?" As soon as he said that, the 2 prodigies were provoked and immediately attacked. Under the Fusang tree, Tengu shook its head and stared at Zhao Xianyuan and the Supremacy Dao. It said, "Look, are these 2 guys chi deviation?" The others who were cultivating all opened their eyes and looked at the Supremacy Dao and Zhao Xianyuan. The Supremacy Dao and Zhao Xianyuan were trembling all over. Their expressions were ugly, and they were gritting their teeth as if they were enduring something. Everyone gathered around. Chu Shuren said, "It shouldn't be an inner demon. Is it a simulation trial?" Heiyuji also said in surprise, "Are these 2 brothers fighting each other?" Everyone started guessing and talking at once. After a while, the Supremacy Dao and Zhao Xianyuan opened their eyes at the same time. Then, they looked dispirited. "What's wrong with you guys?" Morongqi asked in confusion. The Supremacy Dao snorted coldly, got up, and walked to the other side of the Fusang tree to meditate. Zhao Xianyuan said awkwardly, "We were sparring with Master just now." Heiyuji's eyes lit up. He asked, 2 against 1? "Yes, how was it?" "We kept getting insta-killed." Zhao Xuanyuan's face was full of despair. The others looked at each other. Heiyuji was about to add insult to injury when Liao sighed. "We're not even qualified to spar with the sect master." Hearing this, everyone thought that it made sense. Han Yan did not take the initiative to spar with others. Jiang Yi's expression turned ugly. Could it be that he was no longer worthy of Han Yan's attention? For a moment, everyone's mood was affected. In the Khanate cave abode, Han Yan was brewing the demon god chi of the flood shadow demon god and the void demon god. The 3 balls of demon god chi from before were still in the process of forming a true chaos demon god. However, if they could be formed, there would definitely be results. Even if it was just a chaos demon god puppet, it would still be very useful. Half a year later, 2 new balls of demon god chi were successfully formed. They began to solidify and move toward becoming living beings. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Fate's secret. He had just broken through, so he had to celebrate. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He decided to break through the curse limit again. Fate's secret had 2 trillion years of lifespan. He did not know if he could last that long. 100 billion years, 300 billion years, 500 billion years, among the mountains of the celestial world, countless living beings occupied the mountains and plains. They were all facing the same direction. It was a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, an old man with an immortal aura was lecturing. It was Fate's secret saint. Taking advantage of the calamity, he descended as an immortal god to win the hearts of all living beings and recruit soldiers for the heaven. As he lectured, he frowned. "The curse has begun again. It should be the Dark Forbidden Lord." The South Pole Celestial Venerable said that the Dark Forbidden Lord likes to curse once every 10 years. Which saint is it? Fate's secret saint could not figure it out. Saints could see and deduce everything, so Fate's secret saint was also used to relying on divination. When he could not divine the enemy, he was somewhat confused. The curse power was growing stronger. Although it was not enough to hurt Fate's secret saint, anyone who was cursed like this would feel annoyed. Could it be that the other party wants to disturb my Tao heart? Fate's secret saint thought silently. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the end of the world. I, Zhou Fan of the human race, am willing to sacrifice my providence to obtain the power to conquer the immortals and gods. The immortals and gods slaughter the common people and go against the heavenly Tao. I hope that the heavenly Tao will bestow upon me the merit of slaying gods. The human race will not give up and will never give up. Zhou Fan's furious roar resounded throughout the world, causing all the living beings who were listening to the Tao to look at each other in dismay. Before they could regain their senses, another burst of laughter rang out. A mere mortal dares to go against the immortals and gods and control the heavenly Tao? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Zhou Fan, do you know the power of a saint? If you don't, I'll let you experience it today. End of chapter 446. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.